Super Devouring System Chapter 32-36 to Chapter 33-13. Everyone's attention at the top of the ancient tablet of the Medicine Kings. Below the 3 words Ancient Tablet of the Medicine Kings, there was nothing, but at this moment, a name suddenly appeared. Ling Hu Chong, and the moment this name appeared, it shone brightly. Like the other 2 levels below, it was at the center of the top level. For a time, the entire ancient tablet of the Medicine Kings had the same name on all 3 levels. They were all at the top of the level, shining brightly like stars. This meant that Ling Hu Chong had finally passed the 3rd level. Even if it was the 3rd level, he had passed it perfectly. In the void far away, manager whose tears flowed down his face, it is indeed the young master. With such talent, who else could it be other than my Ling Hu family's young master? The heavens have pity on us. Even Mr. Hu was inexplicably excited, muttering to himself, after 2,000 years of silence, is the Ling Hu family finally going to shine again? Old master, Hu Qing has finally lived up to your expectations. I have waited for the young master to return. At the same time, the entire Tuoba Plaza fell into a dead silence. In the area where the 3 elite families of the Heaven Battle Planet gathered, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Changyu Xiaotian clenched their fists, their eyes full of unwillingness and dejection. The 3 elite families of the patriarchs turned their heads to look, their eyes flashing, their faces gloomy to the extreme. Sure enough, that little bastard is back. This matter is good as well. Back then, a young master of the direct bloodline escaped. This young man should be a descendant of his bloodline and brought back the inheritance. This time, the Tuoba bloodline will all perish in the Heaven Battle Planet. It's time to settle the matters of the past. Humph, kid, don't be complacent. 10 days later, we will enter the ruins. When your light and heat dissipate, it will be the time of death. In addition, in the Xianyuan family's area, the purplish warbler's eyes burst with splendor. Although she had guessed it, when it really happened, she was still shocked. At this moment, she muttered to herself, I have always thought that my talent in alchemy is amazing. But today, I have met this Ling Hu Chong, and I feel so frustrated. I can't accept it. Yes, we have to submit, On the side, the head of the Xianyuan family took over the conversation. He seemed to be quite satisfied with the attitude of the purplish warbler. He grinned and said, Girl, in the future, you will be a good wife at home. How can you not accept it? In your father's opinion, Ling Hu's virtuous son-in-law is quite good. What's wrong with having a rough temperament? If you want to use gentleness to conquer strength, you have to submit to him first, then you can make him submit to you in the future. Purplish Warbler's eyes widened, #yen%. It was also at this time that the ancient tablet of the Medicine King, which had just appeared on the top floor, suddenly changed again. Swish! A blinding ray of light shot up into the sky. At this moment, all the names on the 3 levels of the ancient tablet of the Medicine Kings disappeared. Immediately after that, 3 huge ancient characters suddenly appeared. The character Ling appeared on the top layer, occupying the entire top layer. The middle layer had the word fox, and it was the same. The word Chong at the bottom also occupied the entire area. Ling Hu Chong, these 3 big words were about 10 feet in size. They were many times bigger than the 3 words on the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. These 3 words had already occupied the entire surface of the ancient tablet. At the same time, it emitted an endless amount of light. This meant that the ancient tablet of the Medicine King had been conquered. Now that these 3 words had appeared, occupying the entire surface of the ancient tablet, it was clear that the ancient tablet was about to recognize its owner. At the same time, the green light that enveloped Yi Xian suddenly retracted and entered the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. Yi Xian opened his eyes. The system beep sounded in his mind at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for perfectly passing the test. You have received the request of the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. Do you want to accept it immediately? Accept immediately. Keep the ancient tablet. Yi Xian's heart was beating wildly. He would not be polite. This was originally the Tuoba family's public declaration. Since he had done it, it would be a waste not to take it. He immediately gave the order to accept the ancient tablet's recognition and keep it into his body. Xiao. Following Yi Xian's order, the engulfing system immediately connected with the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. The latter turned into a green light and directly entered Yi Xian's body and disappeared. At this moment, the entire Tuoba square was dead silent. Yi Xian, everyone's attention was on him. Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui and Chanyu Jinglong's eyes twitched slightly. Although this ancient tablet of the Medicine King was taken out by the Tuoba family from the ancient tablet of the Medicine King, the person who was keeping it now was the descendant of the Linghu family. That year, the Linghu family's downfall was caused by the three families working together. Hence, the unwillingness in Gongyang Buhui and Chanyu Jinglong's heart was not one bit weaker than Tuoba Xiong's, but the three of them held back and did not flare up. They even had a smile on their faces, as if they had seen the rise of the younger generation and were comforted by it. However, in their eyes, the glorious Yi Xian was no different from a dead person. At least, that was what they thought. His heart was filled with hatred, but his face was brimming with a kind smile. Tua Ba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, and Long Yu Jinglong soared towards Yi Xian, who was in the center of the plaza. The other patriarchs of the dozen or so top-notch families did the same. All of them had smiles on their faces and didn't fall behind. They immediately flew towards Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was definitely a super delicious piece of meat in their eyes. One should know that this ancient tablet of the Medicine King was the only key to enter the core of the ancient tablet of the Medicine King's remains. Now that the ancient tablet had recognized its owner, it meant that Yi Xian could successfully enter the core of the ancient tablet of the Medicine King's remains. Not only that, he could bring a group of people with him. Of course, the ancient tablet of the Medicine King's remains had a restriction on the strength of those who entered. They could not exceed the Black Hole realm. Therefore, they could only be juniors, for the leaders of the 16 top families, being on good terms with Yi Xian was related to whether their juniors would be able to enter the core of the ancient tablet of the Medicine King's remains with Yi Xian. This was the only hope to obtain the ultimate inheritance of the Medicine King. Girl, let's go and accompany your father to have a look. Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, Chanyu Jinglong and the others are all green with envy. This is not a good sign. Turning his head to look at the purplish warbler beside him, the head of the Shenyuan family could be said to be complacent at this moment. He had long regarded Yi Xian, who was also known as Ling Huchong, as his new son-in-law. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. Seeing that the purplish warbler was rather resistant, he immediately lowered his voice and persuaded in a low voice, "Don't you want the inheritance of the Medicine King? That ancient tablet of the Medicine King is only the key to opening the core of the ancient tablet of the Medicine King's remains. It does not mean that you will definitely obtain the inheritance. Apart from him, he can also bring 19 companions below the origin realm with him. Everyone will have a chance to obtain the complete inheritance of the Medicine King." The purplish warbler was immediately moved. Seeing this scene, old man Shenyuan grinned again, "So, the two of you need to cultivate your relationship first. There are still 10 days, so there is still time. When the time comes, the two of you will work together to fight against the enemy. The inheritance of the Medicine King must be obtained." Fragrant meat cake, ha ha ha. This ancient tablet of the Medicine King was something that my Tuoba family had painstakingly obtained from the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. Unfortunately, although my Tuoba family had obtained some inspiration from the ancient tablet of the Medicine King, we were able to make a breakthrough in the research of the gene fluid and came up with the 10th level gene fluid. However, the talents of the experts in the family were limited, and in the end, we were unable to pass all 3 tests and make the tablet recognize us as its master. Landing on Yi Xian's side, Tua Ba Xiong raised his head and laughed loudly. He had an extremely open-minded and extraordinary bearing as he sized Yi Xian up from head to toe. He nodded repeatedly. This old man placed this tablet in the plaza with the goal of finding a good owner for it. "Today, my wish has come true. Little friend, with your talent, since you have obtained the Medicine King's ancient tablet, you naturally have the qualifications to explore the Medicine King's ruins with us." "That's right, little friend must not miss this opportunity." The head of the Gongyang family, Gongyang Buhui, said with a smile, looking at Yi Xian with admiration, "This tablet is the key to opening the core of the Medicine King's ruins. With this key, the one who refines the tablet can bring 19 companions below the origin realm into the core of the Medicine King's ruins. We have decided to start the exploration in 10 days. Little friend, you can stay with us in the Tuoba family for the next few days, and we can exchange our knowledge of alchemy. Since the Medicine King's ruins only allows experts below the origin realm to enter, us old fellows obviously won't have this opportunity. With a similar smile on his face, the clan head of the Changyu family, Changyu Jinglong, chuckled and said, "Hee hee, the younger generation is replacing the older one, the future belongs to you young generation." This time, each of the 16 top families will send a Black Hole Realm Junior to follow this little friend into the world of medicine. You must be friendly and support each other. Only then can you successfully obtain the King of Medicine's inheritance and benefit the entire human race. In just a few simple words, he had already explained everything clearly. Moreover, he had even blocked the path of retreat, making it impossible for Xian to refuse. Otherwise, he wouldn't be willing to benefit the human race. Otherwise, he would be able to obtain the Medicine King's tablet that the other party had painstakingly obtained without thinking of returning the favor. The patriarchs of the other dozen or so top-notch families seemed to be very satisfied with these words, and echoed one after another. As for Tuoba Lin Feng and the other heirs of the 16 great families, they all had different expressions on their faces. Looking at the current situation, Xian was like a moon surrounded by stars. It felt like he had leapt to become an existence on equal footing with the patriarchs of the various major clans. At this moment, all the major clans were scrambling to converse with Xian, but they could only accompany him from behind. For no apparent reason, they felt as if they were a generation lower than Xian. This feeling made them feel stifled and extremely uncomfortable. Xian laughed coldly in his heart. Actually, he had never planned to leave after obtaining the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. At this moment, this ancient monument had shrunk countless times, turning into a simple and unadorned little green monument, floating in his sea of consciousness. What surprised Xian was that although this monument was not an item from the Desolate Era, but from the Ancient Era, after the Desolate Era, its grade was not low. It seemed to represent an extremely important inheritance. After entering his sea of consciousness, it was like the ancient Tower of Inheritance, floating in the central region of Xian's sea of consciousness, standing side by side with the Raidi seal. It was not like the little golden bow and the black gold dragon scale, which were all around the sea of consciousness. From this, it could be seen that the Medicine King's inheritance it represented was not to be underestimated. Just based on this point, Xian would definitely not give up this opportunity to enter the Medicine King's ruins. He had to go in and explore, and obtain the complete Medicine King's inheritance. According to his estimates, as long as he could do this, he would be able to concoct a level 10 liquid, level 11 liquid, or even a higher level of genetic cultivation liquid. In this way, the path of genetic evolution would be unstoppable. Xian would be able to continue on this path. This was too important. In the face of such an opportunity, not to mention leaving by himself, even if he was chased away with a broom, Xian would not leave. It just so happened that in these 10 days, he could stay in the Tuoba family to eat and drink for free. With his current status, the spirit wine and delicacies served by the Tuoba family would obviously not be too bad. Xian had already left an image of a big foodie in the Clear River Pavilion. Even if the Tuoba family opened their mouth wide, ordering dragon liver today and wind marrow tomorrow, it would not seem too deliberate. No one would think that he was doing it on purpose. Anyway, he did not like Tuoba Lin Feng, so he could use this opportunity to viciously disgust the Tuoba family. What's more, in these 10 days, he could also exchange his alchemy experience with the powerhouses of the 16 top families, including the Tuoba family. This was a rare opportunity. After passing the first 3 stages of the Medicine King's tablet, Xian was already quite skilled in alchemy. Although everything was stored in the database of the Devouring system, he could easily access it at any time. It wasn't a problem at all to fool the experts of the 16 top-notch clans and take the opportunity to obtain some of the secret alchemy techniques of the clans from their mouths. In short, staying in the Tuoba family for the past 10 days was beneficial and harmless. No matter how Xian thought about it, he didn't have a reason to refuse, so he immediately agreed with a smile on his face. While agreeing, Xian casually glanced at Tuoba Lin Feng. He suddenly thought of another benefit. Didn't this guy say that he wanted to kill me? Now that I am temporarily staying in the Tuoba family with the status of being on an equal footing with the patriarchs of the various families, the patriarchs must have sent these juniors to build a good relationship. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I can teach them a lesson. Thinking like this, Xian suddenly smiled even more brilliantly. His eyes were filled with kindness, as if he was looking at his juniors. He swept his gaze over the faces of Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, Changyu Xiaotian, and the other heirs of the various families. Even the purplish warbler was not let go, so as to avoid suspicion. This group of people were also shrewd. They immediately caught something from Xian's slightly strange gaze. Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Changyu Xiaotian were stunned for a moment, and their faces turned white. Although they were not afraid of Xian, if the other party used this opportunity to teach them a lesson as an elder, it was simply more disgusting than eating a mosquito. What was more speechless was that they could only pinch their noses and endure, unable to do anything. Thinking like this, the three of them immediately complained incessantly in their hearts, and their intestines turned green with regret. As for Zhao Chanru from the imperial capital's immortal planet Bodhi Technology, Yuan Shua from Celestial Biotech, and Dongfeng Lin from Shinong Biotech, after exchanging glances, they helplessly sighed. They could not blame Xian, but they hated Tuoba Linfeng. If this time they really suffered in front of Xian and were treated like a junior, this debt would definitely be put on Tuoba Linfeng's head. It was all because of this kid that they were implicated. Dragon Liver and Phoenix Marrow Feast. Seeing Xian nod in agreement, Tuoba Xiong, Gong Yang Buhui, and Changyu Jinglong immediately beamed with joy. They originally thought that this young masterling who would not be easy to deal with. After all, the other party had suddenly returned to Heaven Battle Planet at this time. It was impossible to say that he did not know anything about what had happened more than 2,000 years ago. Perhaps he had already regarded the three families as his enemies. After all, although the three families did not make a public appearance, the ones who benefited the most from the fall of the Linghu family were the Tuoba family, Gongyan family, and Changyu family, so there was bound to be some suspicion. But now, this guy who called himself young masterling who did not show the slightest bit of suspicion. Either this person did not suspect them at all, or this person was too shrewd and was a difficult character to deal with. They would rather believe that it was the latter. Therefore, after the three of them secretly exchanged glances, they had already made a tacit decision. Once they entered the core area of the Medicine King's remains, no matter what, they had to get their fellow tribesmen to get rid of this person as soon as possible to prevent future trouble. They were quite confident that they could do that. After all, although the Linghu bloodline had half of the King of Medicine's inheritance and had amazing achievements in the field of alchemy, the young master of the Linghu bloodline, who was born in this generation, was only a third-order black hole. He was too weak and had no resistance at all. He could only be killed. At this time, it was not late. Since Xian had agreed to stay with the Tuoba family for 10 days, participate in the Medicine King's summit 3 days later, and then explore the Medicine King's ruins 10 days later, Tuoba Xiong, as the host, naturally had to do his part. He immediately smiled and invited Xian to the Tuoba family's banquet, and the other masters of the 15 great families would follow along. The large banquet hall had a total of 4 tables. The 16 family heads and Xian sat at the first table. Below them were 3 tables in a row. One table was for Tuoba Linfeng and the other heirs of the 16 great families, while the other 2 tables were for the backbone of the great families. Each table could seat 20 people, and it was a very large round table, very impressive. Seeing Xian sitting at the first table with the patriarchs, Tuoba Linfeng and the others below had gloomy expressions on their faces. There was nothing they could do about it. They were in a bad mood, so they might as well not see it and not look over there. Only Shanyuan Ziying would occasionally turn her head to glance at Xian, who was at the first table. In Tuoba Linfeng's eyes, he thought that she had taken a fancy to Xian, causing him to become even more depressed. The table full of good wine and dishes had all turned into the same taste in his mouth. It was like chewing wax, there was no difference. Sigh. After eating a few mouthfuls, Xian suddenly sighed and put down his chopsticks with a look of disinterest. Tuoba Xiong, who was chatting with him, was startled. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, but as the host, it was inappropriate to not ask when the guest suddenly became like this. Thus, he braced himself and asked, "Little friend Linghu, what's wrong? Could it be that the dishes are not to your taste?" My Tuoba family's private kitchen is the best in Heaven Battle Planet. It's not the chef's problem. In fact, this chef is really amazing. The cooking skills in his hands can be said to be magical. These simple ingredients that are not on the table can be made into so many different styles. This kind of taste is really rare. It really is worthy of being called the Tuoba family's private kitchen. These words were said in a very negative way, but Yi Xian was so serious and straightforward that no one could tell if he was doing it on purpose. In short, Tuoba Xiong's old face turned green and his eyelids twitched. However, Yi Xian didn't stop and continued to say, "Everyone, continue to eat. Don't worry about me. I will accompany you first. If you are really hungry later, you can go to the Clear River Pavilion. Although the braised subservient dragon liver there is not good, at least I can eat it and barely cope with it. Besides, it's not like I have to eat every meal. As a cultivator, sometimes when the conditions are not good enough, it's normal for me to cultivate for a few days without eating. Don't worry about me, I'm embarrassed." Hearing this, the masters of the top clans were all stunned. Although the ingredients on this table weren't as rare as the subservient dragon liver, it was still not bad. However, from the words of this chef, it was clear that he was used to eating dragon liver and phoenix marrow feasts. He couldn't even bear to eat a little. If there wasn't dragon liver and phoenix marrow, he would rather not eat it and just treat it as cultivation. As for the table below, Zhao Chanru from Bodhi Technology, Yuan Zhua from Celestial Biotech, and Dongfeng Lin from Shinong Biotech exchanged glances with each other with strange expressions on their faces. Xianyuan Ziying's eyelids twitched as she subconsciously stole a glance at Yi Xian. She suddenly felt the suspicion in her heart grow even stronger. This style was becoming more and more similar to that of a shameless person. Tuoba Linfeng was so angry that his face turned green. This was clearly tearing down the Tuoba family's reputation in front of everyone. What did he mean by the chef's cooking skills were amazing and could turn something rotten into something magical? After all this time, the banquet that the Tuoba family used to entertain the masters of the top 15 clans was all rotten ingredients? This kid's words were too infuriating. He simply wanted to strangle him to death on the spot to vent his anger. In fact, Tuoba Xiong was a little suspicious that Yi Xian was deliberately embarrassing him at this moment. However, it didn't seem like it at all on the surface. He was just so boorish. Besides, he did order a table of the best banquet in the Clear River Pavilion alone, including the braised subservient dragon liver. For that meal, he directly threw out a level 9 colored star core. He couldn't have been planning for this scene at that time, right? This was clearly not possible. Going to a banquet alone and throwing out a level 9 colored star core could only mean that he was a prodigal. Back then, the remnants of the Linghu bloodline did take away a lot of resources, which was enough for the young master of the main bloodline to squander. It seemed that this was a habit that he had long since developed, but even so, it was in the Linghu family. Now, this was the Tuoba family. Perhaps no one would tolerate this prodigal young master's temper. Thinking of this, Tuoba Xiong immediately persuaded with a fake smile, "Linghu, my young friend, I advise you to eat some. Even if you go back to the Clear River Pavilion, I'm afraid you won't be able to eat that dish. The subservient dragon is not easy to hunt. Only adult subservient dragons can be eaten. They are the supreme fierce beasts of the Tao Insight realm. Even in the Clear River Pavilion, it takes a long time to hunt one. It doesn't matter. Don't worry. As long as I go there, they will definitely find a way to hunt one to satisfy me." Yi Xian sneered in his heart, but his face showed a big smile. He winked at Tuoba Xiong and lowered his voice, "Tuoba family head, have you forgotten? This time, there are 20 places to enter the relics. Except for me and your 16 families, there are 17 places in total. There are 3 more places. At most, we can give them all to them. It's not a problem to exchange for 3 servings of dragon liver." What kind of father was this? Hearing Yi Xian's idea, not only Tuoba Xiong, but also Gongyang Buhui and Changyu Jinglong wanted to curse him. Indeed, there were 3 more spots, but regarding this matter, they had already discussed it with the other clan masters of the top aristocratic families. It just so happened that the 3 of them would each receive one. As the host, the Tuoba family provided the Medicine King steel and took the initiative to share the Medicine King's remains with everyone. They were fully qualified to do so, And the other clan masters of the top aristocratic families also agreed. There was no reason to pick them, but now, for 3 portions of braised sub-blood dragon liver, the prodigal son in front of them actually wanted to give them to the Clear River Pavilion. If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that the Clear River Pavilion could send 3 people this time? At that time, when they entered the core area of the remains, they would be the only one. They were afraid that the Medicine King's inheritance in the core area would fall into the hands of the Clear River Pavilion. Thinking of this possibility, Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, and Changyu Jinglong suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, this prodigal son was straightforward and said it out loud. Otherwise, he would directly go to the Clear River Pavilion to finish the deal without saying anything. At that time, even if Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, and Changyu Jinglong wanted to deny it, they couldn't. The pavilion master of the Clear River Pavilion was too mysterious. Even the current crown prince of the Heavenly War Empire didn't dare to offend him, not to mention them. Even if Yi Xian generously exchanged their benefits for the braised sub-blood dragon liver, they couldn't compete with the Clear River Pavilion at all. They could only pinch their noses and accept it. They wouldn't be so sad even if they were ked by a dog. After so much trouble, it was all for the Clear River Pavilion. Thinking of this, Tuoba Xiong immediately made a decision. He turned around and glanced at Gongyang Buhui and Changyu Jinglong beside him, gritting his teeth and saying, "Two fellow cultivators, no matter what, we are the hosts after all. It's rare for you to come to the Heavenly War planet. How about we share the braised sub-blood dragon liver?" It wasn't that he was trying to share the burden, but that the 3 families had already formed an alliance. Since the benefits were shared after the matter was settled, why should the Tuoba family be responsible for all 3 portions of braised subservient dragon liver? An adult sub-blood dragon was a grotto heaven realm beast. Hunting such an existence would result in death. Moreover, it wasn't just any small fish or shrimp that would die. It was very likely that a grotto heaven realm elder of the clan would die. The faces of Gongyang Buhui and Changyu Jinglong turned green. The price of losing an elder of the Tao Insight realm was too great. However, if they did not agree, the good fortune in the Medicine King's relic might be taken by the Clear River Pavilion. In the end, the 2 of them turned their heads and exchanged a look. In the end, they gritted their teeth and agreed. They was could not to be translation? Of the to be was to be as was to were to be to the of was of the family is of? Is? This guy is definitely a jinx. With just a few words, Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu, the top 3 families of the heaven-warring planets, would most likely lose a heavenly passage realm elder. This was simply unimaginable. He had even squandered his family's wealth on other people's side. This was truly a source of calamity. "Oh, my fellow Taoist Tuoba, you're too polite. It's not easy to kill a sub-blood dragon. Braised sub-blood dragon liver is a top-grade dragon liver, which can only be picked from an adult sub-blood dragon. That's a supreme fierce beast at the Tao Insight realm. Even if you have a hunting method, it's still very dangerous." Yi Xian rejoiced in his heart, but on the surface, he appeared to be very polite and moved. As he spoke, he picked up his chopsticks again and ate heartily. All of a sudden, his appetite returned. "Oh right, Tuoba family head, if you really want to hunt the hornless dragon, can you leave the 3 hornless dragon horns for me? As you all know, the hornless dragon's horn can be used in medicine. Recently, this young master has been researching the level 10 gene cultivation fluid. The hornless dragon's horn should come in handy." Puff, hearing this, Tuoba Xiong wanted to spit out blood again. This guy even wants the hornless dragon's horn? And 3 of them? It should be known that half of the reason why he agreed to this was because of the 3 hornless dragon's horn. The level 10 gene cultivation fluid did need the hornless dragon's horn. Although the amount was very small, the Tuoba family's technology of making level 10 gene cultivation fluid was not very stable. Therefore, the consumption of the hornless dragon's horn was not small. Previously, the 2 hornless dragon's horn in the collection of the clan were almost used up. They could only make 3 bottles of level 10 gene cultivation fluid. If they hunted 3 sub-blood dragons this time, at least the consumption of the hornless dragon's horn would be guaranteed when they made level 10 gene cultivation fluid in the future. If this guy got all the hornless dragon's horn, the clan would risk losing an elder of the Tao Insight realm. Thinking of this, Tuoba Xiong gritted his teeth and hesitated for a long time. Then, he said with hatred, "My young friend, our Tuoba family also needs the hornless dragon's horn, and it's an urgent need. So, I can only give you one. 1.5. Deal." How shameless. Tuoba Xiong suddenly did not want to see this guy's shameless face anymore. He stood up with grief and indignation. "Enjoy your meal, everyone. I suddenly feel a little pain in my liver, so I won't accompany you any longer." Then, he flicked his sleeves and left. "My young friend, are you studying level 10 gene cultivation fluid?" As soon as Tuoba Xiong left, Yuan Changfeng, the leader of the celestial master creature from the immortal star, immediately looked at Yixian with shining eyes. "Ha ha ha. Ling Hu, my young friend, is really talented. If you want to study level 10 gene cultivation fluid, you must have the foundation of level 9 gene cultivation fluid. I didn't expect that in addition to the 3 top families of the immortal star and the new Tuoba family, there would be a 5th expert who can make level 9 gene cultivation fluid. Congratulations." Duanmu Liangling, the leader of the Duanmu family from the Heavenly Wind Empire's Heavenly Wind Star, also took over the conversation. As he spoke, he winked at Yixian. Stroking his beard, he said, "My young friend, you should not have a family yet, right? It just so happens that I want to find a son-in-law." "Oh, right, my daughter, Duanmu Xiaocha, is sitting at that table over there. You should have already met her. She is absolutely a heavenly beauty. My young friend, you are worthy of having her." "Bah, bah, bah, you shameless old man, pimping this old man's son-in-law. This is the good son-in-law of the Xianyuan family. Old man Duanmu, don't you have any shame?" Hearing Duanmu Liangling's words, the leader of the Xianyuan family was so anxious that his beard trembled. He put down his chopsticks and was about to explode on the spot. "Pfft! Old Xianyuan, who the hell are you calling a pimp? You shameless old man, you dare to say such shameless words in front of the younger generation." Duanmu Liangling was so angry that he almost spat out blood. Seeing that the table was about to be flipped on the spot, the purplish warbler and Duanmu Xiaocha at the other table subconsciously looked at each other. For a moment, they felt that they were in the same boat. Their faces were full of shame and anger, and they couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in immediately. Dear nephews, after the banquet, the patriarchs and leaders of the top families temporarily left. As for Yixian, he'd just been led by the Tuoba family's butler to a quiet small courtyard to stay in. Finally, it was quiet. Yixian immediately set up a defensive barrier and began to check the ancient tablet of the Medicine King that was suspended above his sea of consciousness. What made him slightly disappointed was that although the ancient tablet had recognized its owner, no matter how Yixian tried to activate it, it remained indifferent. The only information Yixian could obtain from the ancient tablet was the hundreds of millions of herbs in the first 3 stages, as well as the minerals that could be used as medicine, the materials from the ominous beasts, and the details of their medicinal properties. All of this was meaningless to him, because the information from the Devouring system had already been copied and stored in the central database of the system. If he wanted to check this information, Yixian could directly retrieve it from the central database of the Devouring system, which was much more convenient and faster than obtaining the information from the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. It seems that this ancient tablet of the Medicine King is really just a key. With it, I can enter the core of the Medicine King's remains. The so-called Medicine King's inheritance will have to be fought for after I enter. Muttering to himself, Yixian could not help but sigh faintly. No wonder Tuoba Xiong was so generous and allowed me to refine this ancient tablet of the Medicine King. To them, this is just a key. As long as the person who holds the key is in their hands, it will be fine. If I want to obtain the real Medicine King's inheritance, I will have to go through a lot of fighting. Of the 20 spots, I'll take 1, the 16 top-notch clans will take 1 each, and the remaining 3 should be Tuoba clan, Gongyang clan, and Changyu clan's 3 clans. If there is no accident, the 3 families should have already secretly formed an alliance. That is to say, when the time comes to enter the core of the Medicine King's remains, the 3 families will have 6 Black Hole Realm Juniors. Even if the other 13 great families cooperate, it is impossible for there to be 6 of them. That way, even the distribution of benefits will not be decided. If there are no accidents, at most 2 or 3 of the other 13 top families have reached a cooperation agreement. No matter what, on the surface, it looks like the Tuoba family has the upper hand. The Medicine King's inheritance is theirs. It's a pity that Tuoba Xiong, Gonyang Buhui, and Changyu Jinglong made a mistake. In their eyes, I might be the least threatening one since I'm only a rank 3 black hole. But in reality? 6 black hole realm experts? I can use it to train my hands. When the time comes, I'll put on my battle armor and wield my battle weapons, both of which are quasi-starry sky supreme treasures. On top of that, I'll have the Fallen Heaven Bow's ability. Thinking of this, Yi Xian grinned and said, I'm really looking forward to this battle. After putting this matter aside for the time being, Yi Xian withdrew his divine sense from his knowledge sea and began to focus on studying the billions of new medicinal herbs, minerals, and dire beast materials that had been added to the Devouring system's central database. Not only did the 3 stages of the Medicine King's tablet completely update the Devouring system's central database in this regard, but it also allowed Yi Xian to see a new path of gene fluid research, which gave him a lot of inspiration. Although the gene fluid required countless medicinal herbs and dire beast materials in all kinds of ratios and variations, the various top families had explored for many years and gradually developed their own methods to form a system of secret arts and secret recipes. However, in Yi Xian's opinion, even if he had just started using an unorthodox method, he would not necessarily fall behind because he had the immortal rank superbrain. Its calculation ability was too strong. With such a treasure in hand, it was equivalent to having the most powerful computer in the current starry sky environment. In terms of the research of gene fluids, Yi Xian had an innate advantage that none of the other top-notch families possessed. Although there was also an immortal rank superbrain in the immortal star, and it was a mature one, that immortal rank superbrain bore the important mission of being the intelligence center of the immortal star dynasty's level 1 star network. How could it have the time to calculate gene fluid formulas for the top families of the 3 immortal stars? Bodhi technology, celestial worthy creatures, and Shenong gene. Therefore, Yi Xian, who had a growth-grade immortal rank superbrain, definitely had a calculation ability in the field of gene fluid research that far surpassed the 16 great families. As long as he got started, he might really be able to concoct the level 11 gene fluid before the Tuoba family. With this kind of expectation, Yi Xian quickly immersed himself in the research, starting from the configuration of the level 1 gene fluid and becoming intoxicated. Early the next morning, as soon as Yi Xian woke up, the head housekeeper of the Tuoba family had already led 2 servants to deliver breakfast. What he said at the banquet last night was indeed effective. Although it was only breakfast, the ingredients were extremely extraordinary. It was a light porridge made from top-grade ingredients from dire beasts. Yi Xian ate it with great satisfaction. He felt a warm current flowing down his throat into his stomach, and in an instant, it turned into a burning energy, causing his body to resonate with the sound of his flesh and blood cells struggling to break free from their shackles. Of course, a bowl of top-grade dire beasts ingredient porridge was far from enough to make him directly break through the realm in terms of blood and qi, but there was no doubt that there was an improvement. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, this kind of great family was the best. If he could eat this kind of energy porridge made from top-grade dire beasts ingredient every day, over time, he would be able to accumulate a certain amount of blood and qi and improve the realm. If this kind of thought was known by the head of the Tuoba family, Tuoba Xiong, he was afraid that he would spurt out blood on the spot. This bowl of light porridge made from dire beasts ingredient was very expensive, and even he was reluctant to eat it. It was completely to appease Yi Xian, fearing that he would have the idea of taking 3 places to go to the Clear River Pavilion to eat, so he endured the pain and sent it over. Yi Xian actually wanted to eat it every day. If he really did that, he was afraid that in less than a year, the entire Tuoba family would be eaten by him. Just after breakfast, Tuoba Linfeng, the purplish warbler, and the other heirs of the great families came together with bitter faces. In addition to the 16 people who had already seen yesterday, there were 3 more fellows today, following behind Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Changyu Xiaotian. They must be the new candidates of the Tuoba family, who were also in the black hole realm. There were a total of 19 people. Including Yi Xian, there were exactly 20 people. This group of people should be the younger generation of the great families that would enter the Medicine King's remains in 9 days. The reason why they came together early in the morning was because the other 13 families wanted to be on good terms with Yixian. After all, apart from refining the Medicine King's ancient tablet and holding the key to enter the core of the Medicine King's remains, Yixian's terrifying talent in alchemy was also favored by them. The Xianyuan family and Duanmu family also wanted to recruit a son-in-law. As for the Tuoba family, Gongyang family, and Changyu family, they hoped that this group of young people would pester Yixian and divert his attention, hoping that he would not only think about eating all day. Even if he did not go to the Clear River Pavilion, what if he ate all day in the Tuoba family? He could not stand it. The main character has arrived in the next 2 days, including the Purplish Warbler, 19 of the top clan's successors and Heaven's Prides, under the pressure of their elders, gritted their teeth and patiently accompanied Yixian. They were called nephew and niece by him, and their days were bleak. At this time, they finally deeply realized how shameless and hateful this young masterling who was. Fortunately, Yixian did not pay special attention to the other clan's successors, except for the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu clans. In these 2 days, Tuoba Linfeng, Gongyang Ji, and Changyu Xiaotian had lost a lot of weight, and their spirits were somewhat absent-minded. It was as if they had been tormented to the point of leaving a psychological shadow. Whenever they heard the name Linghu, they would tremble and tremble. Their miserable appearance was simply tear-jerking. In addition, at noon on the second day, the Tuoba clan served a large plate of braised sub-blood dragon liver and placed it in front of Yixian. Tuoba Xiong's eyes were red, and he simply could not eat. In order to hunt the sub-blood dragon, the Tuoba clan dispatched 3 Heavenly Passage Realm elders. In the end, one of them was seriously injured. Although no one died, that elder was Tuoba Xiong's uncle. For the King of Medicine's inheritance, they were obviously going all out. The leaders and clan masters of the other top clans had also heard about this. In their eyes, this plate of braised sub-blood dragon liver was something that the elder of the Tuoba clan had sacrificed half of his life in exchange for. So, who would have the nerve to eat it? In the end, Yixian ate alone with a mouth full of oil. This mature sub-blood dragon was a powerful ominous beast that had just entered the Heavenly Passage realm. Its whole body's essence was in 2 places, the dragon's horn and the dragon's liver. The former could not be eaten and could only be used as medicine, while the latter was a top-grade ingredient. Furthermore, because this hornless dragon was killed on the same day and its liver was braised, the loss of energy in the hornless dragon's liver was relatively small. Once the entire hornless dragon's liver entered his stomach, Yixian instantly felt as if his entire body had fallen into a huge furnace and was being roasted. This was also because he had just eaten a serving of sub-blood hornless dragon's liver yesterday. Although it had been sitting there for 3 days and its energy had been depleted, the energy of 2 servings of hornless dragon's liver was not to be underestimated. Before the others finished eating, he finished the plate of braised hornless dragon's liver alone and immediately left in a hurry. He went to the small courtyard where he stayed to cultivate. Half an hour later, a beam of red light shot into the sky from Yixian's courtyard, accompanied by Yixian's hearty laughter, ha ha ha. Awesome. It was so satisfying. I ate until my mouth was dripping with oil and I accidentally broke through. Now, my cultivation base in terms of vitality force is already a rank 4 black hole. There are still 2 more plates of hornless dragon's liver tomorrow and the day after. At least I can break through one more time and become a rank 5 black hole in the blink of an eye. Sigh, Tuoba family's head is really a good person. If I can stay here for a long time, I won't go anywhere if I have a plate of hornless dragon's liver every day. Hearing this hearty laughter, the faces of the other top families in the banquet hall immediately turned green. Even old man Duanmu and the head of the Xianyuan family, who originally wanted to recruit a son-in-law, suddenly came to their senses and immediately dismissed the idea. This guy was clearly a top-notch foodie. Fortunately, he realized it in time. Otherwise, if he really brought him back to the clan as a son-in-law, he would probably eat up the entire clan in less than a year. Thinking of this, old man Duanmu and the head of the Xianyuan family looked at each other subconsciously. They both thought to themselves that it was a close call, and cold sweat dripped down their backs. Humph. This old man has a bit of liver pain today, so I won't accompany you all. Enjoy your meal. Tuoba Xiong gritted his teeth. Since last night's banquet, he hadn't eaten a single grain of rice. He really couldn't eat any more, and his heart was bleeding. When he walked to the entrance of the banquet hall, he suddenly thought of something and stopped. He turned around and looked at Gongyang Buhui and Chanyu Jinglong. Two old friends, there are still 9 days left. You can discuss how to supply 2 meals of hornless dragon's liver. Don't do it consecutively. It's better to do it a few days apart. Otherwise, if we get addicted to it, we really can't handle it. After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and left with a face full of grief and indignation. At the same time, in the void of the galaxy millions of miles away from the capital of the Heavenly War Empire, the Heavenly War Planet, a fleet of merchant ships was slowly approaching. Their target was the Heavenly War Planet. This fleet of merchant ships wasn't a fleet of the human clan of the Third Universe. Judging from the emblems on the merchant ships, they were clearly from the Barbarian Bull clan of the Second Universe. The Barbarian Bull clan was also one of the clans of the Federation of the Second Universe. They had been trading with the human clan of the Third Universe for a long time. Through the planar level universe wormhole, the merchant fleets of the two universes could communicate with each other. This had been very common since tens of thousands of years ago. Therefore, when the merchant fleet of the Barbarian Bull clan arrived, the patrol ships of the Heavenly War Empire didn't have any excessive reaction. They just did a routine inspection and directly let them go. At this time, several figures were standing on the flagship of the fleet. The one in the lead was a young human man with an imposing appearance. He was quite extraordinary. His cultivation realm had also reached the peak of the rank 9 black hole. In addition to this young human man in the black hole realm, there were several human powerhouses standing behind him, as well as several powerhouses of the Barbarian Bull clan with bull horns on their heads. One of the powerhouses of the Barbarian Bull clan even had the cultivation of the Grotto Heaven realm. He was extremely powerful. Even so, he still stood behind the young human man in the peak of the rank 9 black hole realm like a follower. This showed that this young human man must have an extraordinary origin and must have a big force behind him. In the environment of the starry sky, it was basically impossible for a rogue cultivator to subdue someone stronger than him as a servant. Following someone whose cultivation was stronger than himself, the only explanation was that there was a huge force behind him. Young Master, we have connected to the Level 2 star network of the Heavenly War Planet. The basic situation is similar to what we have learned before. The Tuoba clan has indeed successfully formulated the Level 10 gene cultivation fluid. The reason why their research on the gene cultivation fluid has advanced by leaps and bounds is indeed because they have obtained some benefits from the Medicine King's relics that were originally controlled by my Linghu clan. The Medicine King's tablet, which is the key to open the core of the Medicine King's relics, has been taken out by Tuoba Xiong. At this time, another old man of the human clan hurried over and stood aside with his hands clasped behind his back. He reported to the young human powerhouse that he had just learned, but this is not the main point. The main point is that after Tuoba Xiong took the Medicine King's tablet out of the Medicine King's relics, he set it up in the Tuoba Square so that anyone could challenge it. As a result, just yesterday, this tablet was passed 3 times by a young black hole realm powerhouse, and he passed it perfectly. He has already been recognized as its master. This person is now in the Tuoba clan and is being treated as a distinguished guest. And this person is called Linghu Chong, and he calls himself Young Master Linghu. This is clearly using your identity. Kacha. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Universe 2 In Demon Clan. The young expert's name was Linghu Ju. He was the true young master of the Linghu clan. In fact, it was possible to say that he was the clan leader of the Linghu bloodline. That was because his father had passed away many years ago. The entire Linghu bloodline that had escaped from the Heaven Battle Planet had long since obeyed Linghu Ju's orders. He had become the leader of the Linghu bloodline. The young master of the Linghu clan, who had escaped from the Heaven Battle Planet, was Linghu Ju's father. More than 2,000 years ago, before Linghu Ju was born, the Linghu clan was the only clan in the entire dynasty that could concoct a level 9 fluid. Even the Bodhi technology, celestial worthy creatures, and Shinnong genes of the imperial capital's immortal planet could only concoct a level 8 fluid. The Xianyuan, Huangfu, and Nangong clans of the Heavenly Dark Empire, the Duanmu, Wuma, and Shintu clans of the Heavenly Wind Empire, and the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu clans of the Heavenly War Empire could only concoct a level 7 fluid. It could be said that the Linghu clan was the only clan at that time. In the field of gene cultivation fluid research, they were even more envious than the Tuoba clan, who had just launched a level 10 fluid. Because of this, the Heavenly War Empire had joined forces with the Tuoba, Gonyang, and Changyu clans of the Heaven Battle Planet to destroy the entire Linghu clan overnight. It was said that the Immortal Dynasty was behind this, but this matter had not been confirmed. However, there were some clues that could prove it. Because without the Imperial Dynasty's participation, the Heavenly War Empire alone would not have been able to affect the three empires of the Imperial Dynasty. The secondary star networks of the three empires, as well as the secondary star networks of the various countries within their territories, could not find any information related to the Linghu clan. This time, Linghu Ju had come back for revenge. Originally, he wasn't ready. According to the original plan, he fled to the Linghu clan in the second universe. He needed to recuperate for more than 1,000 years. Only then would he have the confidence to return to the third universe and come to the heaven-warring planet to eradicate the Tuoba clan, the Gong clan, and the Longfish clan in one fell swoop. From then on, they once again gained the upper hand and became the most powerful existence in the gene cultivation fluid field in the entire Heaven Battle Planet and even in the entire Undying Dynasty. As long as this kind of momentum was formed, even if the Heavenly Battle Empire and even the Eternal Dynasty had their suspicions, as long as Linghu Ju pretended not to know the truth of what happened back then and only pointed the spearhead at the Heavenly Battle Planet's three great families, the Empire and Dynasty would most likely tolerate their existence for the time being due to the powerful genetic fluid research ability in their hands. This way, Linghu Ju could secretly set up his plans. They would use time to slowly erode the Empire until they were finally destroyed. From then on, they would have the strength and capital to contend with the Dynasty. From this, one could see how great his ambition was and how intense his hatred was. His target wasn't just the Heaven Battle Planet's three greatest gene fluid clans, but even the Heaven Battle Empire and the entire Immortal Dynasty. Of course, if it was only to destroy the Heavenly War Empire, even if they replaced it, they definitely wouldn't have the strength to contend against the entire Everlasting Empire, but Linghu Ju was not worried, because he had other trump cards, and that was the various races of the second universe. Back then, the reason why the Linghu family was able to rise so quickly and had the ability to concoct the 9th-level genetic fluid was because they had discovered the Medicine King's ruins near the Heavenly Battle Planet. At the periphery of the Medicine King's ruins, half of the Medicine King's inheritance was obtained by the Linghu family, allowing them to have the ability to concoct the 9th-level genetic fluid. It was also because of this that they attracted a fatal disaster. Later on, the young master of the Linghu family escaped with a batch of resources and went to the second universe. There, he rested for more than 2,000 years and carefully studied the half of the Medicine King's incomplete book. Today, the Linghu family had successfully concocted the 11th-level genetic fluid not long ago. Compared to the Tuoba family who had just discovered the Medicine King's ruins and used it to concoct the 10th-level genetic fluid, they were even more powerful in this field. Because of this, Linghu Ju and the two great races of the second universe had secretly reached a strategic cooperation. On the surface, the one who cooperated with them was the Barbarian Bull clan, which was one of the races of the second universe's federation. The first race was the Een Demon clan. Although the Een Demon clan was also a race of the second universe, they had not joined the Myriad Luo Federation. There were many other races in the second universe, but not all of them had joined the Myriad Luo Federation. Although joining the Federation was the general trend, there were also some powerful races that were unable and unwilling to join the Federation for some special reasons. The Een Demon clan was one of them. It could be said that Linghu Ju had secretly allied with the two great races of the second universe. The support behind him was extremely powerful. If he could destroy the Heavenly Battle Empire, coupled with the support from the second universe, he would have the qualifications to fight against the Immortal Dynasty. At present, the situation of the Federation was very tense. Because of the Tenju Heavenly Palace of the Cultivation Camp, the races of the second universe's Federation were showing signs of breaking off with the Federation. It was because of this general trend, coupled with the shocking news that the Tuoba family had successfully developed the 10th-level genetic fluid, that Linghu Ju suspected that the Medicine King's ruins in the star field near the Heavenly Battle Planet had been exposed. As a result, he had no choice but to take action 1,000 years in advance. He brought a barbarian bull clan fleet disguised as a merchant fleet from the second universe to the Heavenly Battle Empire. In fact, this fleet was a powerful battle fleet. Aside from the barbarian bull clan experts that appeared as merchants, there were also a large number of demon clan experts hidden in the fleet. This time, Ling Huju had two goals for mobilizing the Heavenly Battle Planet. First, enter the Medicine King's ruins, enter the core area, and obtain the complete inheritance of the Medicine King. Second, destroy the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu clans, and use the name of Ling Huju to establish a foothold in the Heavenly Battle Planet. Then, pretend that he did not know the truth of the destruction of his clans and feign civility with the Heavenly Battle Empire, slowly plotting. But now, he had traveled hundreds of millions of miles from the second universe, and before he even reached the Heavenly Battle Planet, he actually heard that someone had used his identity as the young master of the Linghu clan to stir up trouble in the Heavenly Battle Planet. Not only did this person take the opportunity to refine the Medicine King's ancient tablet, which was equivalent to the key to the core area of the ruins, he even used his identity as the young master of the Linghu clan to become an honored guest of the Tuoba clan. If this matter were to be known by the ancestors of the Linghu clan, they would be so angry that they would crawl out of their graves on the spot. Damned bastard, not only did he use this young master's identity, he even went to this young master's enemy's house to become an honored guest. This is clearly the rhythm of smearing feces on this young master's face. At this moment, Ling Huju was about to explode from anger. He, who had always been calm and low-key, had completely gone berserk. Thinking about it, it was actually understandable. He originally came here full of ambition, but unexpectedly, before he even entered the Heavenly Battle Planet, he received such news. Anyone would find it hard to accept in such a short time. Damned bastard, Ling Huchong, right? If this young master does not kill you, I am not a human. Ling Huju was enraged and roared towards the sky. Rapid progress. Today was the third day since Xianxia was welcomed into the Tuoba family as an honored guest. At the same time, today was also the day of the Medicine King Summit of the 16 Great Clans. After today, there were only 7 days left before the Tuoba family and the 16 Great Clans joined forces to explore the Medicine King's relics. In just 3 short days, Tuoba Xiong felt that each day was like a year, as if 3 years had passed. He had lost a lot of weight, and when he hosted the Medicine King Summit this morning, a pair of deep panda eyes appeared. Originally, all the great clans had their own plans for this Medicine King Summit, whether it was the Tuoba family, the Gong family, and the Changyu family who invited other great clans, or the Bodhi technology, celestial creatures, Shenong Jin, and the Shanyuan family who were invited. All of them hoped that before this Medicine King Summit, they would be able to find out some secret techniques related to the concoction of gene fluids from the other clans. But now, all the great clans had given up on this idea, and no longer had any extravagant hopes. All of this was because of Yi Xian. These secret techniques were all in the hands of the great clans, and everyone knew that in this Medicine King Summit, the discussions on the surface were all irrelevant topics. Only some secret exploratory discussions and exchanges would involve the real gold and silver in the hands of the great clans. Everyone wanted to obtain some important techniques from other clans that they had not yet mastered, but these techniques could not be obtained out of thin air. All the great clans had listed the bottom line of exchange, and they needed to test each other. In this way, they could obtain the most benefits with the least cost. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was also thirsty for talent in this aspect. After the summit began, he became a real headless fly in the blink of an eye, wandering everywhere. Every time he saw 2 important figures of the great clans gathered together and whispered to each other, he would immediately grin and run over, saying that he wanted to communicate. In reality, his idea was to eavesdrop on the secret exchange of techniques. As for him, it was obvious that he couldn't bring out any useful key technology. He was clearly a freeloader. Often, he would frighten both parties who were testing each other or had the intention to trade to keep their mouths shut, so that he wouldn't take advantage of them. After the commotion, the whole morning passed. In the end, all the 16 great clans sighed to each other. With this devil incarnate stirring up trouble, they finally realized that the Medicine King Peak was completely useless this time. No one could have a pleasant exchange, unless they were willing to be taken advantage of by him on both sides and learn all the key technologies that the 2 clans took out to exchange for nothing. The situation in the afternoon was still the same. In the end, the whole Medicine King peak would end hastily. The masters and leaders of the 16 top aristocratic families were all sad and indignant, but there was nothing they could do. At a time like this, no one dared to easily offend Xian. In these short 3 days, he had already successfully created the image of Ling Huchong. In short, this was a person who appeared to be extremely easy to get along with and didn't have any shrewdness. However, in reality, he was a person who often made people gnash their teeth in hatred. He dared to do anything shameless, and all of them were righteous. If they really pissed him off, the exploration of the Medicine King's remains in 7 days was very likely to be in vain. Once this guy got angry, he could do anything. It was like a game to break a promise on the spot. Speaking of which, he even said that he was unrestrained and did whatever he wanted. To be able to say that he was so magnanimous and extraordinary, there was probably no one but him. It was precisely because they deeply understood the beauty of Ling Huchong's unrestrained and magnanimous nature that the 2 clans, who originally wanted to do a perfunctory job, did not dare to fool him in the end. In the following days, they each sent several Tao Insight Realm Elders to the distant void outside the Heaven's War planet. They each successfully hunted an adult sub-blood dragon, took its liver and cooked 2 plates of braised sub-blood dragon liver for Xian to enjoy. Finally, they had fulfilled their promise and completed their task. Although 2 of the 3 Tao Insight Realm Elders were injured, none of them died. However, the Changyu family, which was the last to act, encountered a group of sub-blood dragons that had come out of their nest to look for food after successfully killing a sub-blood dragon. As a result, although 2 elders managed to escape with the sub-blood dragon, one of them was killed in the end. A Heavenly Passage Realm Elder had fallen just like that. The Longfish family didn't have the nerve to announce this matter because of their reputation, so they didn't spread the news at first. After the sub-blood hornless dragon that they brought back cut open its liver and cooked a plate of braised hornless dragon liver, Xian finally broke through again. Now, his strength of qi and blood had reached rank 5 of the Black Hole Realm, entering the middle stage of this realm. When the news was sent back to the Changyu clan, the head of the clan, Changyu Jinglong, was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. Then, he roared, revealing a strong killing intent. In the next few days, Xian did not cause any more trouble. After living in the Tuoba clan for a few days, his strength of qi and blood had broken through 2 minor realms, which made him very satisfied. Going too far was as bad as not going far enough. He realized that the nerves of Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu, the 3 great heaven battle planets' top-notch families, had been forced to the extreme by him. If there were any other more excessive requests, he feared that they would erupt before entering the Medicine King's ruins. Therefore, these days, Xian had been concentrating on the concoction of gene fluid. Starting from rank 1 gene fluid to rank 7 gene fluid, Xian's progress in the concoction of gene fluid was very fast. It was almost a day before the set date to explore the Medicine King's remains, and he was already able to successfully concoct rank 7 gene fluid. As for the various herbs that he needed to refine, minerals that could be used as medicine, and some fierce beast materials, etc., they were all provided by the Tuoba clan. When Xian said that he needed some herbs and materials to study the concoction of gene fluid, Tuoba Xiong was anxious at first, thinking that he was going to ask for too much this time. If this kid was going to study rank 10 gene fluid, rank 11 gene fluid, and so on, because the herbs and materials needed were all top-quality goods, even the Tuoba clan could not afford to squander them. In the end, Xian only asked for some of the lowest quality materials. Only then did Tuoba Xiong breathe a sigh of relief and let out a word that they were open to supply, as long as they could divert his attention and make him not think about going to the Clear River Pavilion all day long, or eating the sub-blood dragon's liver. Until the day before the departure, Xian only asked for various herbs and materials to concoct rank 7 gene fluid. Although it could not be considered as low-quality goods, for the Tuoba clan, it was completely acceptable. Of course, the most important thing was that the time was approaching, and if they endured it, it would only be the last day. Therefore, although Xian asked for more herbs and materials on the last day, Tuoba Xiong gritted his teeth and finally provided them to him. The Void Secret Territory. The time was finally up, and all the top-notch families were on the move. The top-notch families from the Undying Star, Bodhi Technology, Celestial Biotech, and Shinong Biotech, the Xianyuan, Huangfu, and Namgong families from the Heavenly Dark Empire, the Duanmu, Wuma, and Shen 2 families from the Heavenly Wind Empire, and the Tuoba, Gonyang, and Changyu families from the Heavenly War Empire. And the other 4 families in the empire that had the ability to concoct the level 8 liquid, the Huyan family, Bailey family, Pengcheng Pharmaceuticals, and Life Genetics, a total of 16 top-notch families and forces that participated in the Medicine King's Summit, in addition to some rogue cultivators that left their names on the Medicine King's tablet, formed a huge fleet and set off from the Heavenly War planet, sailing towards the distant void. Because the Medicine King's ruin was discovered by the Tuoba family of the Heavenly War planet, the entire fleet was led by the Tuoba family. Their family's 10,000-meter fortress was at the forefront of the fleet. It was worth mentioning that although there were 16 space fortresses in the fleet, they were all 10,000 meters in diameter, not 5,000 meters in diameter, 20,000 meters in diameter, or 50,000 meters in diameter. After all, these were only the fleets of the top-notch families and forces. 10,000 meters in diameter was already the limit, not 20,000 meters in diameter. Of course, the Heavenly War Empire still had its military, but this time, the Heavenly War Empire did not participate in the exploration, probably to avoid suspicion, so that the other top-notch families could rest assured. Otherwise, if the local military intervened, the other forces would have nothing to do, including the top-notch families from the Undying Star such as Bodhi Technology, Celestial Biotech, and Shenong Biotech. Although they came from the imperial capital, they were still a civilian force and could not compete with the Heavenly War Empire's government. If the Heavenly War Empire's government participated, it was very likely that all the other foreign forces would have no choice but to join forces, which would do more harm than good to the Heavenly War Empire's government and the Tuoba, Gonyang, and Changyu families. Because of this, the officials of the Heavenly War Empire simply did not participate, but everyone knew that Tuoba, Gonyang, and Changyu, the 3 local top families, and the officials of the Heavenly War Empire must have already made an agreement. Everyone just had a tacit understanding. Therefore, apart from Tuoba, Gonyang, and Changyu, these 3 local top families, all the other families and forces had secretly made other preparations. Before obtaining the Medicine King's inheritance in the core of the Medicine King's remains, it was normal for everyone to be on good terms with each other. However, once the Medicine King's inheritance was found, such a situation would no longer exist. If other forces other than Tuoba, Gonyang, and Changyu obtained the inheritance, they would definitely activate their backup methods. For example, they would have already prepared some instant teleportation arrays to send the King of Medicine's inheritance away at the first moment. Otherwise, there would be disputes. Of course, Tuoba, Gonyang, and Changyu, the 3 top local families and the officials of the Heavenly War Empire must have long been on guard against this move. In short, everyone seemed to be amiable on the surface, but they all had their own schemes in the dark. The exploration of the ruins this time was still fine before the ownership of the Medicine King's inheritance was revealed. Once the dust settled and the ownership was decided, the backup plans that all the forces had prepared would all be revealed. At that time, it would be like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their own abilities. In addition to the fleets of the 16 top families, the Clear River Pavilion in the Heavenly War planet also had secret arrangements, but they did not set off on the spur of the moment. They had already lurked around the Medicine King's remains. The same was true for Ling Huju's forces. The Second Universe's barbarian dragon clan fleet disguised as a commercial fleet had already docked at the public interstellar dock of the Heavenly War planet, but Ling Huju quietly left the Heavenly War planet with some of his confidants and experts from the barbarian bull clan and the Een demon clan. They also lurked around the Medicine King's remains. For Hu Qing, the most important thing now was to send experts to follow young master Ling Huchong into the Medicine King's remains to compete for the Medicine King's inheritance. Similarly, for the real Ling Hu young master, Ling Huju, competing for the Medicine King's inheritance was also the most important thing now. However, they all knew that even if they had the key to enter the core of the Medicine King's remains, the ancient tablet of the Medicine King, there were still only 20 spots to enter. Apart from Yi Xian who had refined the ancient tablet of the Medicine King, the other 19 spots had already been divided among the 16 top families. Whether it was Clear River Pavilion's Hu Qing or Ling Hu young master Ling Huju, if they wanted to send people in, they could only wait for the opportunity to snatch the spots from the hands of the 16 top families at the last moment. the rules of the Medicine King's remains limited the people who could enter the Medicine King's remains to be starry sky experts below the origin realm. Therefore, the experts that Hu Qing and Linghu young master Linghu Ju had prepared for this were all existences at the great perfection of the black hole realm. Among them, Linghu Ju had prepared 4 great perfection powerhouses of the black hole 9 team, including himself, Yi Xian, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, Changyu Xiaotian, the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, Zhao Qianru from the Immortal Star Bodhi Technology, Yuan Zhua from Celestial Worthy Creatures, Dongfeng Lin from Shinong Genes, and the other heirs and young geniuses of the various great families and forces were all gathered in the 10,000-meter-long castle of the Tuoba family. At this moment, including the family heads and leaders of the 16 great families, they were also gathered here. Apart from Yi Xian who was idling, the other heirs of the various great families were all close to the leaders of their respective families at this moment and were individually being briefed. Although these heirs and geniuses of the various great families often hung out together recently, they dared not say that their relationship was very good, but they were quite harmonious with each other and had a certain degree of friendship. However, everyone knew in their hearts that once they entered the core of the Medicine King's remains, their relationship would instantly reverse, and they would become competitors, enemies of life and death. Among them, there might be existences who had already formed private alliances. The 3 great families, Tuoba family, Gong Yangji, and Changyu family, even had 2 juniors entering the core of the Medicine King's remains. But all in all, an intense battle between the 2 was unavoidable. 4 days later, the void in front of the fleet was extremely desolate, and there were only a few scattered wild stars in sight. This place had long deviated from the main route of the Heaven Battle Planet, and was extremely far away from the main route of the Heaven Battle Planet. Get ready. We're almost at the Void Secret Realm where the Medicine King's remains is. It's not far from the void up ahead. At this time, the Tuoba family head, Tuoba Xiong, finally spoke, and turned to Yi Xian and the others. The entrance to the Void Secret Realm will not appear, and we need to activate the array. We have already arranged everything, but the battleships cannot enter. When the time comes, when the passage appears, all of you will follow me in. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Another plane. The Medicine King's remains was not far from the Heavenly Battle Empire's capital, the Heavenly Battle Planet. It was only a 4 to 5 day flight. Although it was very far away from the main route of the capital, it was located in a very remote star field. In this area, there were not even many stars in the void, and there was not much development value, so there were very few people who came here on normal days. However, no matter what, this area was located at the edge of the capital. It was impossible for it to remain a secret for tens of thousands of years. The reason for this situation was that this ancient relic was not located in the normal void of the universe. It was hidden in a void secret territory, which was equivalent to an alien plane. However, it was connected to this universe plane where the human clan of the third universe was located by a void passage. Void passageways were actually small wormholes in the universe that connected different void planes. The void secret territory where the Medicine King's remains was located could be regarded as another universe plane. However, because it was very small, it was far from being called a universe plane. Therefore, this kind of small alien plane was habitually called the Void Secret Territory, the miniature universe wormhole that passed through the Void Secret region where the Medicine King's relics was located, which was also commonly known as the Void Tunnel, was usually hidden and did not appear. It was precisely for this reason that the mysterious veil of the Medicine King's relics had always existed and had never been revealed to the world. Just like the legendary Peach Blossom Spring, if one did not know the entrance, even if they walked nearby, they would still miss it. In the past countless years, countless experts who had passed through the void of the star area had passed by the mysterious Medicine King's remains in this way. But now, with the rumbling of thunder in the void in front of them, some mysterious lights could be faintly seen in the vast void. These were the nodes of the formation set up by the Tuoba family in the nearby void. Now that they were all activated, finally, a small wormhole that was like a black hole in the universe appeared in this huge void formation. It was deep and distant, and it was dark inside. It was connected to another small universe plane. The 16 10,000-meter-long fortresses of the entire fleet all stopped and surrounded the small wormhole in a fan shape. Then, the patriarchs and helmsmen of the 16 great clans all led the experts of their clans out of the warships and rushed toward the void passage ahead. Among them, there were also some independent cultivators who had left their names on the tablet of the Medicine King. They were also allowed to enter the Medicine King's remains, but they could only move around the periphery like the other cultivators of the 16 great clans, searching for opportunities. After entering the void passage, one would enter the alternate plane where the Medicine King's relics was located. The entire alternate plane was actually the periphery of the Medicine King's relics. There were no restrictions on cultivation or number of people exploring the periphery. This time, all the experts, including Tuoba Xiong and the other family heads of the 16 great families, would be exploring the periphery. Although there was no Medicine King's legacy in the periphery, it was still an alternate plane after all, and there were some rare and precious fruits. This depended on one's luck because the periphery was too vast. No matter how small this alternate plane was, it was still an independent universe plane. Even if it could not be compared to the 3 great universe planes, it was not much smaller than a star area. In such a vast void, there were also some stars, and even some stars were full of vitality. There were no life forms, but there were plants. If one was lucky, one could still find some rare and precious fruits. 16 10,000-meter-long fortresses were waiting outside the void passage that was like a small black hole. The number of experts who stepped out of the fortresses and entered the void passage one after another and set foot on the alternate plane of the Medicine King's relics was more than 1,000 people. There were about 100 independent cultivators, and the rest were the experts of the 16 great clans. Everyone had already been informed that they had to return to the other side of the void passage in 30 days at the latest and come out as a group. Otherwise, when the Tuoba family removed the formation from the outside world, the void passage would disappear and they would never have the chance to come out again. In order to maintain the void passage that connected to the alternate plane for a month, the Tuoba family could be considered to have invested a lot of resources. More than 1,000 experts entered the void passage one after another. What appeared in front of them was still a similar void, but it was obviously not the Heavenly War starfield. The exit of the void passage was also a small star vortex that was like a black hole, hanging outside the atmosphere of a giant star. All the experts stepped out from this star vortex. This small star vortex was very eye-catching, and could be seen even from very far away in the void. Therefore, the experts who entered the alternate plane scattered in all directions to explore. They did not have to worry about getting lost or not being able to find their way back. As far as the eye could see, the dark void around them was dotted with large and small stars, some of which were even emitting light and heat. This place did not seem to be much different from the third universe. The only difference was that the simple aura was much thicker, but it was still very far from being desolate. In addition, its territory was relatively small, not even comparable to an ordinary star field in the third universe. This was the Medicine King's relics, a small alternate plane in the universe. As for the so-called core of the Medicine King's remains, it was located in the depths of the star field of the alien plane. There was no need to look for it. Everyone saw it as soon as they stepped out of the small star vortex. This scene was so strange that all the experts who entered this alternate plane for the first time were caught off guard. They all subconsciously opened their mouths wide, and their faces were full of sluggishness. They even suspected that they were hallucinating. There was a super huge star in front of them. This was not the key. The key was the shape of this star. It was clearly a three-legged, four-eared cauldron. The legendary bronze treasures of the Desolate Era generally looked like this, but the one in front of them was too big. It was even bigger than the Heavenly War star of the Heavenly War Empire. It was a superstar. My God, is this really a star? I suspect that it is a giant cauldron, a bronze cauldron from ancient times. No, from the legendary Desolate Era, a supreme treasure. Is that the core of the Medicine King's relics? The so-called Medicine King's relics are in that giant bronze cauldron? No wonder, the Medicine King's relics are the inheritances of alchemy. How can alchemy be separated from the cauldron? It is understandable that the ultimate Medicine King's relics are hidden in such a giant cauldron. This giant cauldron is amazing. It originated from the Medicine King's lineage in ancient times. How could they have such a supreme treasure? It seems unlikely. If there is no accident, this cauldron, even in the hands of the Medicine King's lineage in ancient times, should be a supreme treasure. It was not made by the Medicine King's lineage in ancient times. It is very likely that it came from the more distant Desolate Era. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Xianxia Cauldron Ding. Congratulations to the host for discovering the primordial treasure, Xianxia Cauldron. Do you wish to collect it immediately? Xianxia Cauldron. Yi Xian was stunned. Although it was only a primordial treasure and not a primordial treasure, Yi Xian felt as if his mind had exploded. He was completely stunned. He had thought that this gigantic cauldron would at most be called the Medicine King Cauldron. Even so, it would be eye-catching and shocking enough. He had never thought that its true origin would be so terrifying. It was actually the legendary primordial treasure, Xianxia Cauldron. If it was the real deal, then this item was definitely not created by the Medicine King lineage of the primordial era. It was from the real primordial era. This point had been confirmed because the notification from the Devouring system said that it was the primordial treasure, Xianxia Cauldron, and not an imitation from the primordial era. To Yi Xian, this was definitely the treasure he needed the most right now. The Xianxia Cauldron of the primordial era was the ancestor of alchemy. The legend of the Xianxia Cauldron tasting hundreds of herbs had been passed down from generation to generation for countless years. If he could obtain this Xianxia Cauldron, Yi Xian would be able to go all the way in alchemy and gene concoction research. Even if he could not find the continuation of the hollow technique in the future, he would be able to reach the pinnacle of human evolution with just this Xianxia Cauldron. Originally, he thought that the so-called inheritance of the King of Medicine would be a general outline of alchemy or secret techniques. In that case, no matter how high the level was, there would still be a limit. But now, it seemed that this so-called inheritance of the King of Medicine was most likely this Xianxia Cauldron. Perhaps there were other inheritances of the Medicine King lineage left in the cauldron, but compared to this Xianxia Cauldron, everything else was instantly insignificant. As long as he could refine this Xianxia Cauldron and take it away, this trip would be worth it. Yi Xian would no longer need to painstakingly search for all kinds of alchemy secrets and secret techniques of the other top clans in the dynasty. Because all of this could be found in the Xianxia Cauldron, and it would be far better than all of them. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's breathing quickened and his heart surged. He couldn't wait to order the system to retrieve the Xianxia Cauldron, flee with it, and find a place to refine it. However, all of this was obviously impossible. Although the system had discovered the Xianxia Cauldron and asked whether it should be collected, this did not mean that the system really had the ability to successfully collect the Xianxia Cauldron. It wasn't as if such a situation had never happened before. When the system asked if he could immediately collect it, it merely told him that the item could be collected. However, whether or not he had the ability to do so was another matter altogether. This was a star much larger than the Heavenly Battle Star of the Heavenly Battle Empire. Although as a Desolate Era treasure, it could change its size according to one's will, but that was based on the premise that it could be refined or recognized as its master. Before this, even if a Universe Supreme Being came, he would absolutely not be able to shake it in the slightest. If it was a natural star of the same size, the mighty figure of heaven and earth might be able to destroy it with one punch. However, this was an ancient artifact. Now that it had appeared in such a terrifying form, the mighty figure of heaven and earth might not even be able to move it, let alone destroy it with one punch. Otherwise, whether it was the Linghu clan that first discovered the King of Medicine's remains, or the Tuoba clan that discovered it later, even if there was no Universe Supreme Being in the clan, couldn't they ask for help from the Heavenly Battle Empire? This was also a great merit, but in fact, the Xianxia Cauldron was still here, and this alone was enough to explain the problem. If one wanted to take this cauldron away, there was no other way. The only feasible way was to obtain the King of Medicine's inheritance, and then go one step further and find a way to refine this cauldron from the King of Medicine's inheritance, then successfully refine it, or obtain its recognition and make it recognize its master. In this way, one could make the cauldron as big or small as they wanted, and successfully take it away and make it their own. The King of Medicine's inheritance is in this bronze cauldron that is like a star. When the surrounding experts were still exclaiming, Yi Xian's breathing was rapid, and his heart was surging. Tuoba Xiong suddenly said, "This is a treasure. I even suspect that it is not only from ancient times, but it is very likely to be an item from the Desolate Era. Inside it, there should be another space. That space is the core of the King of Medicine's remains. To obtain the King of Medicine's inheritance, one must enter the internal space of this cauldron. My Tuoba clan has tried to do this many times, but unfortunately, it has not succeeded. If we force our way in, this cauldron will pour out endless mysterious power. That power, even a universe supreme being of the 15th realm, would have to suffer, and would not even have the chance to escape. The only way is to obtain the recognition of the King of Medicine's ancient tablet, and under the protection of the ancient tablet's power, enter the cauldron. After obtaining the King of Medicine's ancient tablet, I studied it carefully for a period of time. Although I did not get the tablet to recognize me as its master, at least I have figured out some of the rules. Speaking of this, Tuoba Xiong turned his head and glanced at Yixian. After a short pause, he continued, the King of Medicine's ancient tablet has recognized you as its master. Now, what you need to do is to take out the ancient tablet, hang it above your head, activate its power, and pour out the ancient tablet's brilliance like a waterfall. Everyone who enters the internal space of the King of Medicine's ancient tablet must be under the protection of the ancient tablet's brilliance before they can approach safely. After entering, they will be safe and can move freely. Of course, according to the restrictions of the King of Medicine's ancient tablet, the number of people who can enter is 20, including Ling Hu. Everyone's cultivation must be below the origin realm. At most, the black hole has reached the peak of the 9th rank. Otherwise, the moment they enter, they will be wiped out by the King of Medicine's cauldron. In addition, there may be some creatures like pet beasts in your body or in some storage magic treasures. Whether these creatures can be summoned after entering the King of Medicine's cauldron is unknown. So, regarding this matter, you'd better treat it with caution. Otherwise, once they are summoned, they will be wiped out by the internal rules of the King of Medicine's cauldron. That will be your own loss. I have to remind you of this matter in advance. At this point, basically everything that needed to be explained had been explained. Tuoba Xiong did not say anything more. After a short pause, he turned his head and glanced at the leaders of the Xianyuan family and the other top families. Seeing that they all nodded and had nothing to add, he looked at Yixian again and said in a deep voice, Ling Hu, do you have any other questions? If you don't, you can use the ancient tablet of the Medicine King now and activate its power. It will pour down like a waterfall and protect the other 19 heavens prides of the various aristocratic families as they slowly enter the Medicine King's ancient cauldron together. This matter, there shouldn't be any danger, right? I am a person who is very afraid of death. Seeing such a big cauldron, now half of my soul has flown away. Shocking changes show. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out as the Medicine King's ancient tablet rushed out from the top of Yixian's head. It expanded in the wind and transformed into a simple and unadorned heavy tablet that was about 3 meters long. The Medicine King's tablet, Ling Hu Chong, and the other ancient words on it all disappeared. Although it didn't reveal its complete form, its size was still shocking enough. It floated a few hundred meters above Yixian's head and poured out a waterfall-like green glow. With Yixian's figure as the center, the area within a radius of 300 meters was completely enveloped. The younger generation of the 16 great clans did not hesitate and moved one after another. They included Zhao Qianru of Bodhi Technology, Yuan Zhua of Celestial Biotech, Dongfeng Lin of Shinong Biotech, the Purplish Warbler from Heavenly Underworld Empire, the 2 successors of the Huangfu and Nangong clans, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Changyu Xiaotian, as well as the other 3 Heavens Pride Juniors from the 3 great clans of Heaven Battle Planet behind them. Apart from them, there were also the successors of the Duanmu, Wunma, and Shinto clans led by Duanmu Xiaocha from Heavenly Wind Empire, as well as the other 4 Heavens Pride Juniors from the Huyan clan, Bailey clan, Pengqing Pharmaceuticals, and Life Genetics clans. A total of 19 people flew out and gathered within 1,000 feet of Yixian. Their bodies were all shrouded in the green light of the Medicine King's tablet above Yixian's head. However, several groups of people were practically all located in different directions. Among them, the Heaven Battle Stars Tuoba Linfeng and the others were gathered together, clearly forming a small group. As for the others, some formed small groups based on the regions they came from, and some acted on their own, vigilantly watching everyone else in secret. Among them, the Purplish Warbler from Heavenly Underworld Empire was alone. Clearly, he did not join forces with the successors of the Huangfu and Nangong clans. Yixian saw all this and immediately felt a little embarrassed. Without a doubt, the reason why the purplish warbler did not gather with the successors of the Huangfu and Nangong clans was clearly because Yixian had previously caused the Xianyuan family to be in the eye of the storm. Perhaps he had been ridiculed by the Huangfu and Nangong clans. These people had not even entered the core area of the Medicine King's remains, but they were already showing signs of competition. Yixian sneered in his heart. He made up his mind that once he entered, apart from the purplish warbler, everyone else, he would suppress them all, even the heirs of the Huangfu and Nangong families, who were also from the heavenly underworld planet, were no exception. These two fellows hadn't gotten too close to Xianyuan Ziying in the past few days, and when they looked at her from time to time, they still had mocking expressions on their faces. I must take advantage of this opportunity to teach them a good lesson. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yixian sneered. Without any hesitation, he stepped forward and slowly swept towards the Shinong cauldron that was like a huge star in front of him. As his figure moved, the Medicine King's ancient tablet that was suspended hundreds of feet above his head also moved, causing the green light area below to also move at the same time. The other 19 successors of the various great families and the younger generation heaven's prides in this protective area did not dare to hesitate and also moved. Some of them were closer to Yixian in the protective area, while others were at the edge of the outer circle. The former was worried that if Yixian moved too quickly, he would be caught off guard and thrown out of the protective area. The latter planned to be at the edge of the protective circle after entering the core area of the Medicine King's remains. When the time came, they would be able to retreat immediately and avoid any attacks that might come at any time. At the same time, they would be able to rush into the depths of the core area as quickly as possible and make their move in advance to fight for the Medicine King's inheritance. In short, each of them had their own thoughts and plans. Seeing Yixian and the other 20 people slowly moving away under the protective light of the Medicine King's ancient tablet, the 1,000 or so people led by Tuoba Xiong, Gongyan Buhui, Changyu Jinglong, Duanmu Liangling, Yuan Changfeng, Old Man Xianyuan, and the other leaders of the various great families all gathered their gazes and watched them move forward step by step. There were nearly 1,000 people who entered, but the leaders of the various great families would not leave. They would always guard the surroundings of the Shinong cauldron, waiting for Yixian and the others to successfully obtain the Medicine King's inheritance and rush out. Of course, in the eyes of Tuoba Xiong, Gongyan Buhui, Changyu Jinglong, and the others, Yixian would never have the chance to come out again. As for the other experts of the various great families and rogue cultivators, they would spread out and explore this vast alien plane that was like a small star field, to see if there were any other fortunes. Now that Yixian and the other 20 heavens prides of the various great families had already moved out, the 1,000 or so people who entered watched them walk halfway before they all turned around and left. Yixian and the others were seeking the core fortune, so they did not want to fall behind others. The outer area of the Medicine King's ancient ruins was as vast as a small star field, and there were also some hidden fortunes waiting for them to explore. Very soon, the 1,000 or so people who entered had all left. They were in the outer area, so there was no need to deliberately slow down. In the blink of an eye, there were only Tuoba Xiong and the other leaders of the various great families, family heads, and elders left. They would wait here for an entire month. Once someone rushed out, whether or not they had obtained the Medicine King's inheritance, they would be the first to take care of them. Of course, some were to protect them, and some were to secretly prevent them from leaving, in case they carried the Medicine King's inheritance with them. Above the Divine Dragon Cauldron, which was larger than a star, there was always a layer of 9-colored fog, which revealed an inexplicable pressure, blocking the approach of living creatures. Even if the mighty people of heaven and earth tried to force their way in, they would be blocked by this layer of dense fog, unable to move forward and fall into the inner world of the Divine Dragon Cauldron. At this moment, Yixian, with the Medicine King's ancient tablet hanging above his head, had already arrived at the edge of the cauldron. As he took a step, Yixian had already brought half of the green waterfall light into the cauldron. Seeing this scene, Tuoba Xiong, the leader of the Xianyuan family, and the other leaders of the various great families all breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on their faces. No matter what, at least they had successfully entered the inner world of the cauldron. It was also at this moment that a sudden change occurred. A black lightning suddenly shot out from the edge of the Divine Dragon Cauldron, and directly entered the left side of the green waterfall light that had not yet entered the inner world of the cauldron. Suddenly, 4 figures appeared, and all of them were shrouded in thick black fog. At the same time, in the right side of the green waterfall light, a mysterious light suddenly appeared, and like a teleportation, it directly sent the 4 figures that were wrapped in blazing white light into the green waterfall light. In the blink of an eye, there were actually 8 figures that entered randomly, and directly rushed into the inner world of the cauldron covered in green waterfall light. The direct result of this change was that the 8 figures that suddenly entered randomly rushed into the inner world of the cauldron at lightning speed, wearing the Medicine King's ancient tablet's green waterfall light. Halting the blade, the shocking change happened too quickly. Before the 8 figures could react, they were already squeezed out. 4 of them were the heirs of the Huyan clan, the Bailey clan, the Pengcheng Pharmaceutical Company, and the Life Gene Company. The 4 of them had gathered together at the edge of the green waterfall radiance. As soon as the black lightning rushed in, they were immediately squeezed out. The other 4 people were the successors of the Wunma and Shentu clans, 2 of the 3 great clans of the Heavenly Wind Empire. After the 2 of them were squeezed out, in the entire Heavenly Wind Empire, only Duanmu Xiaocha of the Duanmu clan had entered the Dragon God Cauldron. The last 2 people were Dongfeng Lin from the Shen Jin from the Immortal Planet and the heir of the Nangong family from the Heavenly Nether Empire. At this moment, as the 8 of them were squeezed out of the green waterfall, the other existences had already completely entered the Divine Dragon Cauldron and disappeared. The leaders of the 8 great families and forces who were squeezed out of the younger generation glared angrily at Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, and Changyu Jinglong. Obviously, they thought that this was a small trick by them. This was especially true for the people in charge of the Huyan clan, the Bailey clan, the Pengcheng Pharmaceutical Company, and the Life Gene Company. At this moment, they were simply about to explode from anger. Although they did not come from the imperial capital's immortal planet, nor were they aristocratic families from the 3 great empires' imperial capital, they were the 4 forces in the entire imperial capital that similarly possessed the ability to concoct level 8 elixirs. Because their ancestral grounds were not in the imperial capital, nor were they in the 3 great imperial capitals, their foundations were naturally weaker than the other great clans and powers. It was also because of this that the 4 of them had always been tightly bound together. Originally, it was thought that there were 4 of them, and moreover, they worked closely together to form a tight group. This time, he would most likely be able to obtain the Medicine King's inheritance. Who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would occur? He did not even manage to enter the door and was directly eliminated. At this moment, the leaders of the 4 forces were filled with righteous indignation. They gritted their teeth and glared at Tuoba Xiong's group. They were sure that it was them who did this, and they did not want to give others a chance to live. Tuoba Xiong, don't you think this is too much? There was clearly an agreement before that each of your 3 clans would have 2 people enter, yet you are still not satisfied? Since you broke the agreement, don't be afraid that I'll do anything to the juniors of your 3 families when those kids come out. The Life Gene Society is not to be trifled with. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became heavy, and there was a strong smell of gunpowder in the air. A fight could break out at any time. Bullshit, bullshit. At this time, Tuoba Xiong was also furious. Being wrongly accused was a small matter, but the 2 groups of people who came in randomly. Each group had 4 people, and their 3 families only had 6 people. If those 2 groups of people joined hands, the King of Medicine's inheritance would have nothing to do with their 3 families. At this time, he was also very angry, and he was a little incoherent. Fellow Taoists, don't panic. Can't you see? That black lightning bolt is the bloodline talent of the second universe's demons. We were tricked by an outsider. On the contrary, the head of the Gongyang family, Gongyang Buhui, was not in a hurry. He hurriedly advised, we must not panic. Otherwise, once we fight, won't the spy of the Demon clan take the opportunity to escape after getting the King of Medicine's inheritance? Don't forget that the Demon clan is not a race of the Federation. If they really succeed, our King of Medicine's inheritance will fall into the hands of the alien race. That's right, there's still a chance for a turnaround. Although there were 8 people just now, in this old man's opinion, the other 4 shouldn't be from the alien race, but from the human race. Although they deliberately concealed themselves with the blazing white light around them, their auras couldn't escape our detection. Changyu, who was standing at the side, hurried over and tried to persuade him. It's a pity that we can only sense that they are humans. We don't know which force is causing trouble, but we can find out later. They will come out eventually. Moreover, since they are humans, they should not join hands with the foreign demons. Our heavenly battle, 3 great families have a total of 6 people who entered. If we work together, we will have the advantage. Even if there is internal competition among the humans, the King of Medicine's inheritance will most likely fall into the hands of our heavenly battle 3 great families. This old man, Brother Tuoba, and Brother Gonyang promise that once those brats take out the King of Medicine's inheritance, our 3 families will not take it for ourselves. We will more or less give some copies to each of you. How about this? Hearing him say this, although it was not a full copy, the people in charge of the Huyan family, Bailey family, Pengcheng Pharmaceutical Company, and Life Gene Company were satisfied. Gufeng temporarily stopped. No matter which family's descendant obtained the King of Medicine's inheritance, in the end, it was impossible to share the full copy. Even they were the same. Therefore, with the promise of the 3 great families of the Heaven Battle Planet, although the other clan heads and family heads were still indignant, they didn't say anything more. Instead, they were all waiting in formation, closely watching the farmer god cauldron in front of them. Right now, the only thing they were thinking was that no matter what, they had to stop those 4 demon juniors from rushing out of the cauldron and using the chaos to escape. Boom! When the waterfall of green light from the King of Medicine's tablet passed through the dense 9-colored fog of the King of Medicine's cauldron, it produced a huge roar, causing the 20 people who entered, including Xian, to feel dizzy. For a moment, they were absent-minded and did not know where they were. After an unknown amount of time, when Xian regained consciousness, he opened his eyes and found that he had actually fallen into a medicinal garden. There was no one around him, only him. The King of Medicine's tablet. His eyelids twitched. His first thought was to check if the King of Medicine's tablet was lost. Putting aside the miraculous nature of this tablet, it must be of great use in the space inside the farmer god cauldron. Perhaps it was the only hope to obtain the King of Medicine's inheritance and find the farmer god cauldron. In fact, ever since he realized that this starlight cauldron was the legendary farmer god cauldron, Yi Xian's primary goal of this exploration was no longer the King of Medicine's inheritance, but the farmer god cauldron. After all, the farmer god cauldron was from the desolate era, but the King of Medicine's inheritance was left behind in ancient times. According to his estimation, the so-called King of Medicine's inheritance was most likely obtained from the farmer god cauldron. Perhaps it was only the tip of the iceberg. As long as he obtained the farmer god cauldron, it was no longer important whether he obtained the King of Medicine's inheritance or not. Although Yi Xian thought that the method of refining the farmer god cauldron might be discussed in the King of Medicine's inheritance, after thinking about it carefully, the possibility of this was not very high. This required him to explore. At this moment, after investigating, he quickly relaxed. After entering the farmer god cauldron, the King of Medicine's tablet had not disappeared. It had automatically entered his sea of consciousness, rotating side by side with the Rai Di seal in the center of his sea of consciousness. But the strange thing was that the 3 words King of Medicine's tablet had completely disappeared, including the 3 words Ling Huchong that had appeared on it. The King of Medicine's tablet was different from before after rushing through the layer of 9-colored fog at the mouth of the farmer god cauldron. It had become more simple, exuding a strong ancient aura, and its appearance had changed by at least a third. Could it be? The second primordial treasure, this ancient tablet, was not the so-called Medicine King's tablet at all. It should be a medium key to refine the Shinnong cauldron. To be precise, it was a pestle, the Shinnong pestle. This cauldron originated from the primordial era. It could be big or small. If it was big, it could turn into a giant star cauldron. Dragons, phoenixes, and unicorn could all enter it and use the power of the stars as a furnace to cook great herbs. At this moment, the Medicine King's tablet was like a shovel of heaven and earth. It churned in the cauldron and evenly distributed the medicinal power. If it was small, it could turn into a small medicine pot and be used to grind herbs. At this moment, the Medicine King's tablet was a small pestle. They were originally a set and came from the same source. However, later on, the Shinnong cauldron and the Shinnong pestle were obtained by the Medicine King's lineage in the primordial era. This pestle was refined by the Medicine King and covered with a layer of material to fake it as the Medicine King's tablet. As such, as long as the secret of the Medicine King's tablet was not discovered, no one could refine the Xianxia cauldron. This pestle was the key to refining the Xianxia cauldron. It was the core item. Right now, this pestle was pouring down green waterfalls to protect Xian and the rest as they entered the Xianxia cauldron. At the mouth of the cauldron, it was refined by the 9-colored mist of the cauldron. The disguise on the surface was removed, revealing its true form. All of this was just Xian's guess. However, he was confident that this guess was basically the truth. This was because the Medicine King's tablet that was hanging in the sky above his sea of consciousness had indeed changed greatly. Previously, it was a tablet, but now it was a cylinder. It was thin at the top and thick at the bottom. It looked exactly the same as the pestle. It was no wonder that it could hang in the sky above Xian's sea of consciousness like the Rai seal. Only the Tower of Desolate Antiquity had the qualifications to do so. Even the black gold dragon scale and the golden bow did not occupy the sky above Xian's sea of consciousness. If it was merely the Medicine King's tablet from the ancient era, how could it be mentioned in the same breath as the Tower of Inheritance from the Desolate era? However, it was a different story if it was the Farmer God Cauldron from the Antiquity era. Although the Farmer God pestle was not the Farmer God Cauldron, it was the core of this set of treasures from the Antiquity era. The Farmer God pestle was the key to the Farmer God Cauldron. The Farmer God pestle was qualified to be on the same level as the Rai seal and replace the Tower of Antiquity. It hung quietly in the central region above Xian's sea of consciousness. Right at this moment, Xian heard the familiar sound of a system notification in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the primordial treasure, Xianxia pestle. He had already refined it. Xianxia pestle, combine with the primordial treasure, Xianxia cauldron, to form a set of primordial treasures. Sure enough, as the outer shell of the Medicine King tablet was vaporized by the 9-colored mist of the Xianxia cauldron and revealed its true appearance, the result of the Devouring system's appraisal of it was also different. From this, it could be seen that the Medicine King's bloodline was extraordinary. The Medicine King from the ancient era was only covered with a layer of outer shell by the Farmer God pestle. It could actually block the appraisal of the Devouring system. It was truly extraordinary. His guess was confirmed. At this moment, Xian was completely excited. Everything was as he expected. The Medicine King's tablet was the Farmer God pestle. It was the same as the Farmer God cauldron, both of them were primordial treasures. However, if the two of them were combined together to form a set, then it would instantly rise in rank and become a primordial treasure like the Tower of Antiquity. This was clearly the rhythm of obtaining another primordial treasure. If he could also obtain the Farmer God cauldron, then Xian would have two primordial treasures in his hands. His devouring doppelganger would have the Tower of Antiquity, while his original body would have the Farmer God cauldron set. With such a foundation, where could he not go in the boundless starry sky? At this moment, Xian was filled with lofty aspirations. However, although the Farmer God pestle had already recognized Xian as its master, to refine the Farmer God cauldron and completely control this set of primordial treasures was clearly not something that could be done easily. Xian still had a long way to go. When these two primordial treasures were combined together, they would form a set of primordial treasures. However, since they were a set, it meant that they were a complete set. At the same time, they were also relatively independent. Although Xian had already refined the Farmer God pestle, it was only a key to enter the inner space of the Farmer God cauldron. It only gave Xian the qualifications to try to refine the Farmer God cauldron. Xian had to refine the two primordial treasures separately and make them recognize him as their master. Only then could he obtain the entire set of Farmer God cauldron treasures. After going around in circles, he still had to think of a way to refine the Farmer God cauldron by himself. As for the Farmer God cauldron, it had nothing to do with this matter. As a key, it brought him in to obtain the qualifications to refine the Farmer God cauldron, and its responsibilities were fulfilled. All of this was the information that Xian obtained when he used his divine sense to touch the greatly changed Farmer God cauldron. In the end, he smiled bitterly. Other than that, the Farmer God cauldron did not give me any hints. It seems that I have to rely on myself. This is clearly a test. Shaking his head and sighing, he looked around and began to observe the surroundings of the herb garden. As far as the eye could see, the interior space of the farmer god cauldron was no different from the interior of a planet. This greatly surprised Xian. This was not a space-type treasure, but a cauldron used to refine great medicines. If the interior of the cauldron was no different from the interior of a planet, how could he refine great medicines? If he lit a fire, wouldn't everything be burned to ashes? With this doubt in mind, Xian soared into the sky. Although there were many strange fruits and herbs in the medicinal garden, Xian wasn't in the mood to pick them at all. As long as he refined the Shenong cauldron, the entire cauldron would be as large as a planet. All the strange fruits and immortal herbs on the undulating mountains would be his in the end. There was really no need to give up on the basics. Soon, Xian arrived at the sky of the space within the cauldron. After looking down, he quickly discovered that this area was extremely vast. It was definitely compatible with the interior of a huge planet, but the terrain was very strange. The herb garden that Xian was in was only the periphery. This ring of greenery was a large circle that was distributed around the periphery of the entire area, occupying less than half of the area. In the center of the entire area was a huge volcanic crater that occupied more than half of the entire area. Xian immediately understood, as expected, it was a giant cauldron used to refine medicines. The volcano in the center must be used to refine great medicines. This was a huge volcano, and it was used as a cauldron. How extravagant! At the same time, other than the huge cauldron volcano in the center, the surrounding area was all herb gardens and undulating mountain ranges that could be used to cultivate strange fruits and herbs. There were also some strange beasts that could be seen here and there. There must be various minerals in the soil. The herbs, materials from ferocious beasts, and various rare minerals needed for refining medicines could be nurtured in the farmer god cauldron. At the same time, the central area could be used to refine great medicines. This farmer god cauldron was simply amazing. It could refine anything directly from the ground. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. Using heart fire as a guide, Xian gazed around the interior of the Shenong cauldron, but he was disappointed. He had hoped to find one or two buildings that might contain ancient books or stone tablets. Perhaps there would be some guidance on how to refine the cauldron, but now it seemed that everything was in vain. This space inside the cauldron was like the interior of a planet. Apart from the central region, which was used as a huge cauldron to refine the great herbs of heaven and earth, the surrounding area was surrounded by rolling hills and herb gardens. There was no trace of human activity. Helpless, Xian could only work on the Shenong pestle that had already been refined. With a thought, the Shenong pestle was summoned from his knowledge sea. It turned into a cylindrical pestle that was 100 feet long. It was thin at the top and thick at the bottom, and it had a round head that was used to pestle herbs. The Shenong pestle and the Shenong cauldron had been separated for countless years. Perhaps this was the first time they had reunited in hundreds of millions of years, so it naturally caused a strange phenomenon. As the Shenong pestle was summoned, the entire interior of the cauldron suddenly shook violently above the volcano in the central region of the cauldron. From the depths of the cauldron, a wave of 9 colored flames surged into the sky. At the same time, the Shenong pestle that was 100 feet long also released a boundless 9-colored light that illuminated the entire area. In Yixian's mind, the Devouring system's notification sounded. This must be because the Shenong cauldron and the Shenong pestle had reunited and caused some changes. The Devouring system had captured some information and displayed it in Yixian's mind. He had finally obtained information on how to refine the cauldron. Yixian was pleasantly surprised. He immediately checked the Devouring system's database and found that the information on the Shenong cauldron and the Shenong pestle had been updated. Among them was the method to refine the Shenong cauldron. In summary, it could be summarized in one sentence: use the heart fire to ignite the 9-colored flame of chaos in the central region's volcano cauldron. If he could obtain a 1-colored flame, the cauldron would be considered a success. He would be able to control the size of the cauldron at will. However, a mere 1-colored flame of chaos would only be able to display 1/9 of the Shenong cauldron's power. The medicinal efficacy of the great medicine of heaven and earth that was refined was also limited. In the future, when he could ignite the chaotic 9-colored flame with his heart fire, he would be considered to have fully grasped most of the power of the Shenong cauldron. At that time, the great medicine of heaven and earth that he could refine would be called a desolate era treasure medicine. After understanding all of this, Yi Xian was immediately stunned. As expected of a treasure from the primordial era, he didn't expect it to contain the chaotic nine-colored flame. It was no wonder that when he looked at the cauldron from the outside, the mouth of the cauldron was filled with a nine-colored secret fog. It must be related to the chaotic nine-colored flame. He had never heard of this kind of flame before, but since it had the name of primal chaos and 9 colors, it was obvious that it was something extraordinary. This made him even more surprised, but at the same time, there was a problem. In order to refine this Xianxia cauldron, one had to ignite the 9-colored flame of chaos in the central domain's volcano cauldron. Although he only needed to obtain a 1-colored flame to successfully refine this cauldron, then he would be able to control its size and control it as he wished. Even if this 1-colored flame of chaos could only display 1/9 of this Xianxia cauldron, he would accept it now. He only wanted to ignite the 1-colored flame with his heart fire and refine it first. However, Yi Xian didn't know what the heart fire was. How could he ignite this 1-colored flame? Depressed, Yi Xian immediately put the Xianxia pestle that he had just summoned back into his sea of consciousness. After that, as the 9-colored flame in the central domain's volcano cauldron disappeared, Yi Xian began to search in the database of the Devouring system. The search condition was all kinds of fire and flames between heaven and earth. If he wanted to successfully ignite the chaotic 9-colored flame with his heart fire, he had to at least understand what the heart fire was, where it came from, and how to control it. As a result, he was once again dumbfounded. After the search condition was given, the Devouring system instantly listed all the information related to the heavenly flames in the system's database. Hundreds of pages were voluminous and extremely detailed. Yi Xian quickly scanned through with his divine sense. He saw the heavenly raging fire, Samadhi true fire, 6 Yang divine fire, 9 underworld fire, Nanmingli fire, mysterious Yin cold flame, and all kinds of flames that he had never heard of before. However, there was no such thing as the so-called heart fire. This time he was completely at a loss. After being blocked again and again, even the anger in his heart surged. Unfortunately, this wasn't the heart fire that the Xianxia cauldron had mentioned. Otherwise, with Yi Xian's current state of rage, not to mention the chaotic 9-colored flame, most likely he would directly ignite the chaotic 9-colored flame. After a long time, although the result was a little more clues, in the end, it was cut off here again. There was no way to continue. Yi Xian was so angry that his nostrils were about to spit fire. He didn't know if this could be considered as nasal fire. After a moment of bad fun, he immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was also at this time that the surrounding figures had already swept over one after another. Even from a distance, they all burst out shouting. Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, Changyu Xiaotian, and 3 other people came from a direction first. They were extremely excited and shouted. "Oh! Brothers, did you see that? That strange scene just now was so shocking." 100 feet long pestle rushed out from the depths of the volcano, accompanied by a 9-colored light. This is definitely the King of Medicine's inheritance. Yes, the King of Medicine's most important item is naturally the medicine-pounding pestle. I didn't expect the legendary King of Medicine's inheritance to be hidden in a treasure pestle. If it wasn't for this kid's luck that triggered the treasure, I'm afraid we would have to painstakingly search for it. Ling Huchong, quickly hand over the treasure pestle. We have seen it just now. The treasure pestle was taken into your body. We have many people, so don't take any chances. Otherwise, don't be afraid that this young master will disregard our old friendship and kill you. The 2 women, Purplish Warbler and Duanmu Xiaocha, gathered together at this moment, also quickly rushed over at this moment. Their expressions were strange, but they didn't say anything. Zhao Qianru of Bodhi Technology and Yuan Zhua of Celestial Worthy Creatures came from the same direction. Although their expressions were gloomy, they didn't say anything. The last person, Huangfu Zhua of the heavenly underworld planet's Huangfu family, also shouted from a distance, Ling Huchong, you are a rogue cultivator. You can't protect the King of Medicine's inheritance. Hand it over immediately, and we will spare your life. Rogue cultivator? If my Linghu family's young master is a rogue cultivator, wouldn't your 16 great families be worse than a rogue cultivator? Just as Huangfu Zhua finished speaking, 4 figures rushed over from the west, full of murderous intent. They were all black hole rank 9 perfection, humph. Back then, when my Linghu family dominated the dynasty gene fluid field, your 16 great families weren't even worthy to carry our shoes. How dare you be so arrogant today? Bullshit. I am the Linghu family's young master. That Linghu Chong is a fake. Are you four blind? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Greetings. Young Master Linghu Ju's lungs were about to explode when he heard the 4 Clear River Pavilion experts address Xian as Linghu Young Master. He didn't know about Hu Qing's existence. When the Linghu family was in trouble, he wasn't even born yet. Linghu Young Master, who escaped, was his father. He was very young at that time, so he didn't know that the Linghu family head had saved someone called Hu Qing. In addition, the Linghu family had been living in the second universe all these years, so they didn't come back to look for their so-called family members. They had long thought that those who didn't escape were all dead. At the same time, although Hu Qing had secretly inquired about the situation of Linghu Young Master's descendants after they escaped, no matter how long he extended his reach, it was impossible for him to extend his reach all the way to the second universe. Besides, even in the second universe, Linghu Young Master's descendants were very low-key and used an alias to travel. Therefore, it was impossible for Hu Qing to find them. For Linghu Ju, the sudden appearance of a person calling himself Young Master Linghu was enough to make him depressed. He felt as if his identity had been taken advantage of. Today, he saw and heard with his own eyes another group of people calling this fake Young Master Linghu family head with such seriousness. He was about to explode from anger. Moreover, he subconsciously regarded Yi Xian and the 4 Clear River Pavilion experts as a group. God damn it, they actually dared to take advantage of this Linghu family head's name in groups. Who did our Linghu family offend? These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Linghu Ju even had the intention to kill. No, he had this thought for a long time. However, his killing intent had only locked on to Yi Xian, and now there were 4 more people. He wanted to kill all those who took advantage of the Linghu family head's name. Thinking of this, Linghu Ju's eyes were about to split open. He stared fiercely at Yi Xian and the 4 Clear River Pavilion experts, gnashing his teeth. You bunch of traitors, how dare you take advantage of my name? This is unforgivable. Today, all of you will die. Impudent. Who are you? How dare you speak to the Linghu family's young master like this? Humph, a thief calling out a thief, yet you're still so confident. As a human, you actually colluded with the Een demons, a race that can't even be considered a race of the Federation, and infiltrated my human race's Universe 3. Such a thief actually dares to use my Linghu family's name. You are the one who is courting death. The 4 experts from the Clear River Pavilion immediately flew into a rage and sternly rebuked Linghu Ju. At the same time, one of them respectfully cupped his hands towards Yi Xian. Young Master, this thief has tarnished the reputation of our Linghu clan. He should be killed. Please give the order, Young Master. The 4 of us will capture him and kill him after we find out who is behind this. This, Yi Xian did not feel good. He knew very well that he was Li Gui. The main character was here. However, it seemed that they did not know each other. Moreover, the guy who called himself Young Master Linghu actually had 2 Een demons behind him. Although the Een demons were also a race of the second universe, they did not join the Myriad Net Federation. They were both friends and foes of the Federation. Similarly, they were both friends and foes of the Tianji clan in the first universe. From this, it seemed that the real Young Master Linghu most likely came from the second universe. Since that was the case, they naturally did not know about the Clear River Pavilion. In addition, it was one thing for the Linghu bloodline to hide in the second universe, but they actually colluded with the scheming clan. If this news were to spread, the Linghu family's reputation would really be damaged. Forget it, forget it. He had more or less received some benefits from them. Since he was using their name, he would help them clean up their house to protect their reputation. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's face sank. He raised his hand and pointed at Linghu Ju. He coldly said, capture him immediately. If he resists, kill him immediately. There is no need to leave such a thief alive. Next time, just kill him if you encounter him. Yes. The powerhouse of the Clear River Pavilion was also very angry. Yi Xian's words were exactly what he wanted. Immediately, his face lit up with joy. After receiving the order, he turned around and attacked Ling Huzhu with the other 3 people at the same time. There were 8 people on both sides, all of whom had the cultivation of black hole great perfection. At this moment, they were fighting in pairs. It was so shocking that the sky was in chaos. It was impossible to have a result in a short time. Everything that happened before was seen by the others. They had long been convinced of Yi Xian's identity as young Master Linghu. Even the purplish warbler was so. Her eyes were originally shining as she stared at Yi Xian, but now they were dim. She felt a little dejected. At the same time, she was a little unwilling. She secretly thought that she missed that bastard too much. A person who looked so different from him actually guessed that he was a disguise for a few days. You really are a bastard of the Linghu bloodline. You even secretly arranged for 4 subordinates to sneak into the Medicine King's remains and squeeze out the quota of the other great clans. Tuoba Linfeng was very surprised. He thought that the 8 people were all Yi Xian's subordinates. Now it seemed that there were only 4. Although these 4 people had the cultivation of black hole great perfection, they were currently pinned down by the other 4 people. They couldn't come to Yi Xian's rescue at all, so there was no need to be afraid. In this case, Yi Xian was alone. On his side, there were 6 people from the 3 great clans, Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu. 4 of them had the cultivation of black hole great perfection. In his opinion, Yi Xian was simply cutting melons and vegetables. Thinking of this, Tuoba Linfeng suddenly grinned. Linghu Chong, I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. Either you take the initiative to hand over the Medicine King's inheritance, this young master will leave you an intact corpse, or, what kind of young master are you? You can't even enter the Clear River Pavilion. Sooner or later, you'll be a cripple. Yi Xian exposed the scars on the spot, raising the greatest hatred into Tuoba Linfeng's heart. 3 breaths is too short. This young master will give you 10 breaths of time. Either you immediately roll over here and beg for mercy. From now on, you'll be my slave. Bah, forget about being a slave. This young master can't stand such disgust. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless and purifying the air of the heaven-warring planet. These words were really like the extreme fall. He even used the word kill to purify the air. This immediately angered Tuoba Linfeng and the others. On the side, Duanmu Xiaocha and the others looked at each other, speechless. The purplish warbler frowned again. She didn't know why, but she suddenly had a feeling that this person was Yi Xian. Their style of speech was too similar. Ayaya, not good, not good. I've really been bewitched by that bastard. This is definitely the rhythm of qi deviation. As these thoughts flashed through her mind, the purplish warbler raised her hand and gently touched her cheek. Sure enough, it was hot, making her feel ashamed and angry. Pooh! Smelly brat, you're courting death. My Tianzhan 3 great clans, in your mouth, have all become slaves and maidservants? You're simply courting death. Tuoba Linfeng was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He angrily roared and immediately took out his magic weapon. Together with Gong Yangji, Changyu Xiaotian, and the others, the 6 of them charged towards Yi Xian. Without waiting for Duanmu Xiaocha and the purplish warbler to react, they had already arrived and surrounded Yi Xian. Invincible glazed armor second formed following Yi Xian's words, the quasi-starry sky treasure, the indestructible glass armor that he kept in the undying world, immediately transformed into an overflowing purple light that rushed out. Under the bright light, it transformed into an extraordinary armor that covered Yi Xian's body, causing his entire temperament to change in an instant, causing others to be dazzled. At the side, Duanmu Xiaocha and the others were dumbfounded. They had never seen such a dazzling and extraordinary armor before. The armors forged by the Cultivator faction were mostly practical, unlike the armor made by the Devouring system which pursued perfection. Moreover, this armor had been fused several times, and the advantages of each fusion were all taken in by the Devouring system. Just its appearance alone was stunning. Duanmu Xiaocha's mouth was slightly open, and her eyes were full of stars. Heavens, is this still an armor? It's so beautiful. Zhao Chanru, who came from the undying planet, Bodhi technology, was also stunned. At this moment, Ling Huchong made her blush a little. His body was originally close to 2 meters tall and was incomparably tall, but his aura was a little rascally. Now, all his flaws were covered up by this stunning armor. For a moment, Zhao Qianru actually had an illusion, as if a figure that appeared in her dreams had really appeared. As for Yuan Shui, who came from the Undying Planet, and Huang Fuzhua, who came from the Heavenly Underworld Planet, both of them had gloomy expressions. Both of them felt the amazement of the three beauties present, and more or less, their hearts were disturbed. The purplish warbler, on the other hand, opened his eyes wide, and his breathing quickened. In just a moment, she confirmed Yi Xian's identity. Isn't he that big bastard? He tricked me so badly, I almost thought I was possessed. After all this time, it really was him. Back then, when Yi Xian fused his armor for the 4th time, he added a piece of purple phoenix glazed armor. That piece of armor was a purplish warbler's personal armor. At that time, Lu Luo had tried to stop him, saying that the armor had the scent of the purplish warbler, so it wasn't suitable to be auctioned. Right now, the purplish warbler was able to determine Yi Xian's identity precisely because she saw the shadow of the purple phoenix glazed armor on the indestructible glass armor. At the same time, after confirming Yi Xian's identity, her cheeks flushed red. That was his personal armor, and now it was on this guy's body. This was really, apart from that, the purplish warbler was even more shocked. Wasn't this guy in the Tenju Celestial Palace in the Cultivation camp? Who would have thought that he would suddenly come to the Heavenly Battle Empire and cause such a huge disturbance? He was simply too monstrous. Who would have thought that his talent in the field of alchemy would be so terrifying? Just the fact that he perfectly passed the 3 stages of the Medicine King's tablet was enough to shock the purplish warbler. In addition, this big bastard's talent in alchemy was also terrifying. The last time she saw this armor, it wasn't so amazing. Now, it seemed like it was no different from a Starry Sky treasure. It was definitely not just Starry Sky epic grade, but at least quasi-Starry Sky treasure grade. Heavens, this big bastard can actually refine a quasi-Starry Sky treasure grade magic weapon? If so, she must go back and pester him to reforge all her weapons and armors. Keep the goodies within the family. Aya, what do you mean by keep the goodies within the family? It's so embarrassing, it's all this big bastard's fault. For a moment's slip of the tongue, the purplish warbler blushed. When this scene fell into Tuoba Linfeng's eyes, he thought that she was attracted by Yi Xian after he put on the armor. Suddenly, he angrily shouted, Ling Huchong, you want to fight 1 against 6 with just a broken armor? Ha ha ha. I think you're just a wax spearhead that looks good but doesn't. No matter how good the armor is, this young master will just cut it in half. Chop. Before he finished speaking, a 6-eared saber slashed down from the sky. With a boom, it slashed onto Yi Xian's indestructible glass armor, emitting a loud clanging sound. A fierce force spread out in all directions, shocking the ground below to the point that sand and rocks flew everywhere. However, Yi Xian remained calm, and his figure didn't even sway. As a quasi-Starry Sky treasure grade armor, one aspect was its sturdiness, and the other was its defensive ability to neutralize attacks. On the contrary, after Tuoba Linfeng slashed down with the saber, his figure was actually shaken back. After stabilizing his figure with great difficulty, he looked up and saw the 6-eared saber hanging above his head. It was full of glaring holes, as if it was bitten by a dog. This scene was really unacceptable to him. Tuoba Linfeng cried out, "This is impossible, this young master's weapon is a Starry Sky legendary grade treasure, poof." Yi Xian was so angry that he laughed. He glanced at Tuoba Linfeng with a contemptuous expression, "Didn't I just say, you don't deserve to be called a young master? A Starry Sky legendary grade weapon, you have the nerve to call it a treasure. This young master's armor is a quasi-Starry Sky treasure grade treasure. It didn't break on the spot because this young master didn't activate it. Otherwise, how could your weapon break? Do you believe me, your head would turn into a pig's head?" These words were too infuriating. On the side, Yuan Zhua and Huang Fuzhua couldn't help but blush slightly. Their weapons were also Starry Sky legendary grade, so wouldn't it mean that they didn't have the face to call themselves young masters? As for Duanmu Xiaocha, the stars in her eyes instantly increased. Heavens, a quasi-Starry Sky treasure? No wonder this treasure armor was so dazzling. Even the old ancestor of the clan did not have such a treasure armor. Moreover, it looked very new. It was clearly refined recently. Could it be that this guy knew a weapon refining grandmaster? No, no, I must ask him later. This young lady also wants one. It's too beautiful. Hearing these words, Zhao Qianru from Bodhi Technologies' eyes suddenly lit up. She was also moved. Which girl didn't like to be beautiful? They also had armors and battle armors, but they were all crude and generally did not like to use them. It would be perfect if they could have an amazing and powerful quasi-starry sky supreme treasure-grade artifact armor. All this fell into the purplish warbler's eyes. She immediately curled her lips and muttered in her heart, "Humph, this young lady isn't even close to the water yet, and you two want to think about it? No way." Then, her face turned red again. Using the phrase, quasi-starry sky treasure, was a bit too much. Damn bastard, it's all his fault. The purplish warbler was going crazy. Ah, I'm going to die. Ling Hu Chong, if this young master doesn't suppress you today, I swear I'm not human. After being humiliated by Yi Xian time and time again, and every single time, he was the one who brought it upon himself. At this moment, Tuoba Lin Feng had already gone berserk and was roaring furiously. Together with Gong Yangji, Long Yu Xiao Tian, and the others, 6 figures simultaneously took out their magic treasures. Most of them were seals, heavy hammers, and the like, smashing towards Yi Xian from all directions. Not human? You're right. If you meet this young master, it will be difficult for you to be human. I'll directly beat you into a dog's head. Crazy fatty beat boom, as Yi Xian's final roar sounded out, an incomparably boundless and formless force instantly surged out from the undying glass armor on his body. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's figure had already expanded explosively, and was completely gone. He was enveloped by the undying glass armor that had expanded into a battle armor. The entire mecha was 10 zhang tall, like a small mountain. Its entire body was purple and looked gorgeous. It had a perfect fusion of power and beauty, making people exclaim in amazement. In the blink of an eye, the dazzling battle armor transformed into an equally dazzling battle armor. Mecha were products of refining, and mecha were products of science and technology. Although the human race in the third universe also had mecha, they were not popular. Only the Tianji clan in the first universe had them. No one had ever thought that a mecha could have another form, turning into a terrifying mecha in the blink of an eye. This scene was too shocking and unimaginable. Even Yuan Zhua and Huang Fu Zhua on the outside were dumbfounded. Zhao Qianru and Duanmu Xiaocha were breathing rapidly. At this moment, the former's eyes were filled with stars. A supreme treasure armor that could change between mecha and mecha at any time was simply the dream of all strong people. It was just that no one had ever succeeded in refining it. This was no longer just a category of the same field. It was related to different fields such as refining and mecha manufacturing. In the past, no one had ever combined the essence of these two fields to successfully create such a flashy treasure armor. Heavens, there's actually a second form. A treasure armor, not only a personal battle armor, but also a heavy mecha. This is simply perfect. More importantly, whether it's the first mecha form or the second mecha form, they are both so gorgeous and perfect. It's too amazing. Xian Yuanziying was similarly stunned, and she muttered to herself. Perhaps it was because the shock in her heart was too great, but this time, she didn't intentionally lower her voice, and it was heard by Zhao Qianru and Duanmu Xiaocha. Damn it. That big bastard's level of equipment refinement has actually attained such an extent? This is clearly beyond the level of a grandmaster refiner. His progress is too fast. I don't care. Since I recognized his identity, this matter is not over. If you don't help me refine a similar type of treasure armor, I will. You will what? Without waiting for the purplish warbler to finish speaking, Duanmu Xiaocha, whose eyes were filled with countless stars, leaned forward and whispered, "Sister Ziying, do you know that guy? And from your tone, you seem to be very familiar?" Yes or no, we all heard it. Was that treasure armor really refined by him himself? Heavens, is there really such a monster in this world? Unparalleled in refining medicine, unparalleled in refining weapons, this is simply unreasonable. Facing the second form of the indestructible glass armor, Zhao Qianru, who had always been reserved, could not remain calm. She also leaned forward stealthily. Seeing that the purplish warbler was about to refute and cover up, she immediately interrupted again. Sister Ziying, you have to think carefully. We are all women, you know how jealous we are of such a stunning treasure armor. If you refuse and don't help us hook up with contact that brat, we will all blabber about this matter. I don't know what we will say later. Ugh, the purplish warbler did not speak anymore. She raised her hand to her forehead, and her face turned green. What the hell is this? Battle armor? And it's actually this huge? It's 10 feet tall. Damn. A fist bigger than a casserole. Ouch. Pooh, just as Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru were stealthily pestering the purplish warbler to inquire about Yi Xian's background, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Changyu Xiaotian, who had just besieged Yi Xian, began to get beaten up. And it was a crazy beating. Yi Xian's indestructible glass armor was a quasi-starry sky treasure. Even if it was a magic treasure battle blade of the same level, it would only be able to leave a single mark on it. Unless the user's cultivation was much stronger than Yi Xian's, they wouldn't be able to use a battle blade of the same level to slash him apart. However, such a flashy thing, Tuoba Linfeng and the others did not dare to think about it. They did not even dare to think about it. At this moment, they suddenly saw a giant purple mecha the size of a small hill, waving a fist bigger than a casserole at them. These 6 people's faces instantly turned green. They screamed and turned around to escape. Even in the process of escaping, one of the fellows was struck in the back by the giant fist of Yi Xian's mecha. He fainted on the spot and fell to the ground. He lost consciousness and couldn't even crawl. Yu Xiaotian directly spat out blood. Just now, he took out a heavy seal and smashed it towards Yi Xian's forehead, but in the end, it was shattered by Yi Xian's punch. This was a refined magic treasure that was connected to his mind, so it directly backfired. Yu Xiaotian spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura was sluggish, and he also fell to the ground below, losing his battle prowess. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 6 black hole realm experts had been dealt with. Even if they did not die, they could not fight anymore. This feeling of not relying on others and fighting to his heart's content with his own strength made Yi Xian feel proud. His blood boiled as he raised his head and laughed. Ha ha ha, so this is the successor of the Heaven Battle Planet's 3 great clans? Why do I feel like a stray dog? Didn't you just say that you want to kill me and leave my corpse intact? Come, let's fight hand to hand or come together. I don't care. Want to run? Not so easy. You won't leave my corpse intact, so why should I be polite? At this time, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and the other 2 had already fled far away. Their expressions were no different from stray dogs. Although their cultivations were a few levels higher than Yi Xian's, they couldn't do anything about the fact that Yi Xian had a quasi-starry sky treasure level supreme treasure armor. Even the starry sky legend level saber had a row of holes in it, like a dog biting at a dog. How could they fight this battle? If they did not escape, they would really be beaten into a pulp if they stayed. Unfortunately, escaping was useless because the mecha was a weapon with both short-range and mid-range attack capabilities. No matter how fast they ran, as long as they could not escape more than 100 li in an instant, they would still be within the attack range. In fact, the 4 of them were running for their lives. Their speed was indeed extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they were already 70 to 80 li away, but it was useless. The mecha raised its arms and activated its mid-range attack mode. 2 black energy balls appeared on its 2 fists that were several times larger than a casserole and turned into pillars of light that directly shot out. Xiao! Xiao! The 2 fellows who were slightly behind were directly enveloped by the black pillars of light and instantly turned into nothingness. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tuoba Linfeng and Gong Yangji finally escaped more than 100 li away, saving their lives. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Domineering Suppression Heavens, what did I just see? Death Ray Cannon? Isn't that the main cannon of the Interstellar Fortress? Although it's only a miniature version, this cannon is still more than 1 meter in diameter. This is amazing. Perfect. It's simply perfect. Not only is it a battle armor, but it can also shoot out a death ray cannon. Not even a mosquito can escape from it within 100 miles. This young lady is definitely going to get this kind of supreme armor. I won't hesitate to give myself to it. Dream on. At most, I'll be your pimp. I mean matchmaker. As for whether that big bastard helped you refine it or not, that's not my business. The situation on the other side was shocking. Of the 6 black hole realm experts from the Tuoba, Gong, and Changyu families of the Heaven War Star, 2 were dead, 2 were injured, and 2 had fled. The purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru had become familiar with each other. The purplish warbler was also a woman, so she could clearly feel how envious Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Chanru were of Yixian's supreme armor. If she did not make some concessions, there would be no peace in the future. Moreover, she herself was incomparably envious. Moreover, she felt a little guilty in her heart. She felt that if she were to pester Yixian by herself, she might not be able to do as she wished. If there were 2 more greasy girls on the same side, then this matter would be completely different. So annoying. So annoying, it was precisely because of this that the 3 girls used this matter as a bond and completely formed an alliance. After exclaiming in surprise, they gathered together and began to plan sneakily. At the same time, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Chanru both swore a Dao oath that they would never reveal Ling Huchong's identity. Otherwise, they would be stopped in their tracks and would not be able to advance further. This was a very poisonous oath. To cultivators, the binding force was the most terrifying, so Xianyuan Ziying was relieved. She immediately used her divine sense to transmit her voice and told the 2 of them about Yixian's identity. Heavens, it's actually. After all this fuss, it's actually my idol. Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Chanru instantly widened their eyes in shock, but they did not dare to say anything else. It would be troublesome if someone heard them. At this point, the beautiful girls' trio was officially established. However, Yixian still didn't know that the first time he exposed the indestructible glass armor, he'd provoked 3 troublesome people. He would have to suffer in the future. After forming an alliance and finding out Yixian's true identity, Duanmu Xiaocha became incomparably active. Even Zhao Chanru, who had always been quiet, felt as if she had just been injected with chicken blood when she found out that she was fighting with an idol. She was just short of screaming. The 2 girls couldn't interfere in the battle because after Yixian finished off Tuoba Linfeng's group, he had already turned around and rushed towards Ling Huju's group of 8. As for Yuan Zhua and Huangfu Zhua, when Yixian revealed the second form of the indestructible glass armor, they'd already shivered and fled into the distance. They'd long since disappeared. These 2 guys were also guilty. When they were in the Clear River Pavilion before, they were also disrespectful to Yixian, but they were not as excessive as to Oba Linfeng. Now that they saw him so fierce, it was as if he was a Tyrannosaurus Rex that had just been fished up from the deep sea. How could they dare to stay here for long? In the blink of an eye, only Changyu Xiaotian, who had fallen to the ground and fainted, and another Tuoba family Heaven's Pride were left. Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru immediately ran over with the intention of sharing Yixian's burden. As a result, they saw that the Tuoba family Heaven's Pride's entire back was directly smashed by Yixian's giant fist. His spine was broken into countless pieces, and he had already died. Changyu Xiaotian, on the other hand, was still hanging on by a breath. Although he had fainted, he was still a black hole peak 9th stage. As long as he didn't die on the spot, he wouldn't die for a while. As for how much he could recover after waking up, that was another matter. He suffered internal injuries. His magic weapon was brazenly smashed, and the power of the instant backlash was not light. The 3 women directly threw the Tuoba family Heaven's Pride, who had already died, aside and no longer paid attention to him. However, they looked at the fainted Changyu Xiaotian. After all, this guy was the heir of the Changyu family. Whether to keep or kill him would have to wait for Yixian to finish the battle before making a decision. At the same time, far away on the west side of the mountain, 4 powerhouses from Clear River Pavilion were fighting fiercely with Ling Huju and the other 3. The 8 of them were all black hole existences at the great perfection of the rank 9, and they were fighting in a chaotic battle. In addition, there were 2 Yin demon experts among them. This race's attacking methods were extremely strange. In addition to the Black Lightning bloodline innate talent, their figures were constantly changing during the battle, and endless black fog was constantly being emitted. The 8 of them fought for a long time, and this side of the world had long been shrouded in a thick layer of strange black fog. In this strange fog, the 2 Yin demon powerhouses were not affected at all. Even Ling Hujie and his other human attendant had long adapted to this strange black fog because they had too much contact with the Yin Demon clan. However, the four powerhouses from Clear River Pavilion were different. They had never fought with the Yin Demon powerhouses before. In the face of this situation, not only was their vision affected, but even the power of their divine sense was affected to a certain extent in this thick black fog. In addition, from time to time, there would be a black lightning bolt as thick as an adult's arm. It was the same color as the black fog, and it was silent. It was simply a supreme secret technique. In the end, it actually caused the four Clear River Pavilion powerhouses to be injured one after another. Although it was not serious, the balance of the battle had been heavily tilted. When Xianxia arrived, two black bolts of lightning coincidentally struck through the thick and rolling black fog. Soon after, two muffled groans sounded out. It should be two of the four experts from the Clear River Pavilion who had been hit again. "You guys come out, this young master will suppress them." Xianxia frowned and saw that his side was at a disadvantage. The huge mecha directly rushed into the thick black fog, and the energy in its body surged fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the thick black fog was blown into pieces. This was a huge mecha that was 10 feet in size. After rushing in, it was like a small mountain was flying rapidly. At the same time, there was endless energy surging in the mecha's body, dispersing the black fog as if it was just a game. "You are, the young master? God, where did such a huge mecha come from? This is simply heaven-defying. Ha ha ha, the young master is extraordinary when he makes a move. We will retreat and support the young master. We will definitely suppress these four monsters in an instant." When the four Clear River Pavilion powerhouses suddenly saw such a huge creature rushing over, they were shocked at first. Then, when they heard Xianxia's words, they reacted and exclaimed. While laughing, they quickly retreated from the area where the black fog was rolling endlessly. They had obviously seen that this terrifying mecha was extraordinary, so there was no need to worry at all. This mecha is extraordinary. The technology of the third universe's human race can't make it. Who the hell are you? Ling Hujie could not help but feel astonished when he saw the gigantic mecha charging into the black fog. Its entire body was brimming with energy, and its body was glowing. It looked like a core member of the Tianji clan had descended. However, the voice belonged to the human powerhouse who had impersonated him. Ling Hujie couldn't help but exclaim, "This mecha can only be made by the first universe's Tianji clan." "Humph, you have the nerve to say that this young master is colluding with the second universe's Yin Demon clan. What about you? You're clearly a human spy who is colluding with the first universe's Tianji clan. Bullshit to your sister." Xianxia was furious. He had been slandered by the immortal royal family for colluding with the Tianji clan. Now, he heard the same words from a guy who colluded with the second universe's Yin Demon clan. While shouting, the mecha followed the sound and threw a punch with all its strength. "Young master, be careful, bang." Among the four, the human powerhouse suddenly warned. At the same time, his figure flashed and blocked in front of Ling Hujie in the blink of an eye. This person was loyal to protect his master and didn't care about his own life. At this moment, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little moved. He intended to spare his life, but unfortunately, the power of this punch was already spent. It was too late to withdraw it. With a loud bang, this powerhouse with the cultivation of the black hole rank 9 perfection was instantly blasted into a bloody mist. He couldn't be more dead. To exaggerate, not even a strand of hair was left. Since ancient times, loyal people might end up like this. Xianxia sighed in his heart, but he was shocked by the power of this punch. In today's battle, it was the first time he used the second form of the indestructible glass armor. Although he had already experienced a big battle before, his punch only faintly grazed the back of the Audiobook clan's genius. Xianxia thought that the person was only seriously injured, but he didn't know that the person was already dead. Just grazing the person's back was enough to end up like this. The result of the punch hitting the person's chest could be imagined. Even he was shocked. This was a quasi-starry sky cardinal treasure. Coupled with the battle mech's 30-meter-tall body, it was hard to avoid a direct hit from the battle mech. Not to mention Xianxia, even the four experts from the Clear River Pavilion, who had retreated to the back to cheer for Xianxia, were shocked. Yi Xian was an expert at the peak of rank 9 of the black hole realm. How could he turn into a mist of flesh and blood with one punch? The four of them looked at each other in shock. Just how abnormal was this young master Ling Hu? If the four of them were like this, then there was no need to mention Ling Hu Ju and the other two devil experts. Ling Hu Ju's body trembled as he retreated into the distance the moment the human expert who had loyally protected his master exploded. He was the young master of the Ling Hu clan, and he had a blood feud on his shoulders. There were too many things he had yet to do, so he absolutely could not die here so easily. That was too unreconciled. At this very moment, he had completely lost the will to fight. The terror of Yi Xian's punch had disintegrated his will to fight. He was afraid of dying, so he thought of running away. The other two devil experts were the same. The power of Yi Xian's punch was too terrifying, and it made their minds tremble in fear. The two devil experts emitted an even thicker black mist as they retreated rapidly. Fine black lightning appeared around their bodies, as if they were trying to scare Yi Xian, forcing him to retreat so that he would not dare to pursue. The devil clan, huh? I heard that you people are opportunists, swaying to both sides when the wind blows. Yi Xian had an extremely bad impression of the devil clan. This clan was very sinister, and they moved back and forth between the Myriad Net Federation and the Tianji clan, trying to curry favor with both sides. It could be said that they were notorious. Unfortunately, they had an extremely special bloodline, and their bodies could change between illusion and reality at will. When necessary, they could transform into the flesh and blood of the human race. Or they could transform into the mechanical body of the Tianji clan, or even into a cloud of smoke, or a black lightning bolt. In short, they had a lot of transformations, and they had a unique advantage in certain fields. They were the best candidates for spies. Compared to the demon clan that could only impersonate humans, they were more favored by the Tianji clan. In addition, their existence was destined to be very difficult to kill, so the human race was deliberately trying to rope them in. Unfortunately, this clan's conduct was too vile. They relied on the advantage of their bloodline and tried to curry favor with both sides. In the end, even in the second universe, there were very few clans that were willing to interact with them. However, the real Ling Hu young master, Ling Hu Ju, was colluding with these disgusting scum from the devil clan. Just this point alone made Yi Xian want to kill him. At this moment, in the face of Ling Hu Ju's sudden retreat, Yi Xian immediately stared at the two devils. He sneered and suddenly raised his arms. As 2-meter diameter black light balls appeared at the tip of his fists, 2 miniature death ray cannon light beams instantly shot out. In my eyes, you are nothing but chickens and pottery dogs. Isn't the devil clan known to be very difficult to kill? This young master wants to see if your bodies that can switch between matter and energy at any time can withstand the corrosion of the antimatter death ray cannon. Whoosh, boom. As soon as Yi Xian's voice sounded out, the antimatter energy beams from the 2 death ray cannons had already reached their target. One of the 2 devils reacted too quickly. He raised his hand and waved a scapegoat artifact. His figure instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already far away. He turned into a black fog and wrapped around the rapidly retreating Ling Hu Ju. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared into the horizon. His scapegoat artifact was a disc-shaped disc that seemed to be made of jade. It was sparkling and translucent. After being hit by one of the death ray cannon's antimatter energy beams, it instantly turned into nothingness with a boom. However, the other demon expert wasn't so lucky. This person also seemed to have a scapegoat artifact. Unfortunately, his movements were slightly slower. By the time he took out a pagoda-shaped jade artifact, before he could activate it, another death ray cannon's antimatter energy beam had already arrived. It directly corroded his body and the jade pagoda in his hand, completely turning him into ashes. Although the devil clan's body could freely switch between matter and energy, and could turn into a black fog with a thought, all of this was nothing in front of the death ray cannon. Regardless of whether it was black fog or white fog, at least it was all positive matter energy. Since that was the case, its attribute was repelled by antimatter energy. The death ray cannon's black antimatter energy beam used this attribute to form a super strong destructive force. All positive matter energy that stood in its way would be instantly corroded and melted away until the antimatter energy beam was exhausted. In the blink of an eye, the battle between the two battlefields had completely come to an end. Xian used the second form of the indestructible glass armor for the first time, using the form of a battle mech to kill the enemy. The result could be said to be amazing. Until now, the battle had ended in the blink of an eye, and the 4 experts from Clear River Pavilion were still stunned. It's really not me, young master is mighty. Congratulations, young master, for obtaining the King of Medicine's inheritance. There is hope for our Linghu bloodline to rise again. We will definitely regain our former glory. If the old master sees how powerful young master is now, he will definitely be comforted in the underworld. As the battle ended, the 4 experts from the Clear River Pavilion were overjoyed. They came forward and cupped their hands to Xian to congratulate him. Although they had suffered some injuries in the battle with Linghu Ju and the others, both sides were rank 9 black holes. Their strength was originally on par with each other. The only advantage they had was the strange attack methods of the Yin demons, which made it difficult for them to adapt. After all, it wasn't a terrifying killing machine like Xian's battle armor. Therefore, although the 4 of them were injured, it wasn't a big deal. When they were cheering for Xian, they had already consumed some spirit medicine and were already fine. You were sent by old who? Xian had a strange expression on his face as he purposely spoke ambiguously. This old who could be director who of the Clear River Pavilion, or he could be the master of the Clear River Pavilion, Hu Qing. He was probing and wanted to use this to obtain some information. After all, he still planned to make a trip to the Clear River Pavilion. That's right. It was the pavilion master who sent us. One of them cupped his hands again and revealed the fact that the master of the Clear River Pavilion, Hu Qing, had sent them here. Xian's heart immediately calmed down. Since it wasn't the intention of Steward Hu, but the will of the master of the entire Clear River Pavilion, it seemed that there would be no danger in the following trip to the Clear River Pavilion. The other party was certain that he was the young master of the Linghu bloodline. If it was before, Xian might have muttered in his heart, afraid that he would be seen through. But now, with the appearance of that idiot Linghu Ju, Xian had basically guessed where the remnants of the Linghu bloodline had gone to after they fled from the Heavenly War planet. Since it was the second universe, then even if Hu Qing was a member of the Linghu bloodline hiding in the Heaven Battle planet, he shouldn't have contacted Linghu Ju's branch in the second universe for the past 2,000 years. In addition, 2,000 years had already passed, so there was no pressure for Xian to disguise himself. After that, the 4 experts from the Clear River Pavilion introduced themselves. Their names were easy to remember. Linghu Ilang, Linghu Erlang, until Linghu Xilang. Well, I'll call you Ichiro and Erlang from now on. Keep the surname of Linghu a secret. After all, you haven't been born yet, and it's not good to expose it to the Qingjiang Pavilion. Xian nodded. He was becoming more and more proficient in pretending to be Linghu young master. You've come at the right time. The space within this cauldron is extremely vast. We only have a month's time. With more people, it'll be easier for us to search. There's no time to lose. Let's hurry and find the Medicine King's inheritance. Young master, isn't the King of Medicine's inheritance already in our hands? Ichiro was slightly startled. He felt a little confused. That big medicinal pestle just now, what big medicinal pestle? That's clearly the Medicine King's ancient tablet. I tried to use it to sense the whereabouts of the Medicine King's inheritance, but I found nothing. I almost ignited this volcano. Xian rolled his eyes and quickly covered it up. There's still a month's time. We should be able to find it. So that's the Medicine King's ancient tablet? Doesn't that mean that Tuoba Linfeng and the others died unjustly? They fought before even seeing the Medicine King's inheritance. Half of them died, and one of them was seriously injured. Too cowardly. Without waiting for Ichiro to reply, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru who were on the ground below had already come over. Each of them had a sneaky expression on their faces. When the former came close, she even raised her hand and patted Xian's shoulder. Then she said with a smirk, "Great, you're getting better and better. When did you come back from the Tenju Celestial Palace?" Great hoodwinker, Tenju Celestial Palace, Xian was stunned. He subconsciously glanced at the purplish warbler, and his heart immediately skipped a beat. Oh no, I've been recognized, He immediately thought of the indestructible glass armor that he had just used. Although it had been retracted back into his body, it had been exposed for a long time. The purplish warbler had already seen through it and must have recognized it. It must be known that when this armor was fused for the 4th time, it was her purple phoenix glass armor. Although it had changed greatly, the purple phoenix glass armor still retained some of its special characteristics. Others might not recognize it, but the purplish warbler could see through it at a glance. That gaze was even sharper than a mouse, Xian wailed in his heart. He subconsciously put on a straight face and said in a low voice, "Miss, what did you say? This young master doesn't understand. You might have mistaken me for someone else, right?" As soon as this sentence came out, Xian's heart shook. Oh no, oh no. Pretend. Keep pretending. The purplish warbler had a look of disdain on her face. She curled her lips and said, "Don't be so nervous. Haven't you realized that you've already overdone it? Don't you know that this miss is the purplish warbler? We've been hanging out together for the past few days." Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. You gave yourself away the moment you opened your mouth. At the side, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Chanru, who were still a little unsure about Xian's identity, were now relieved. One of them found it amusing and started laughing loudly. The other was even more speechless. What do you mean by giving yourself away the moment you opened your mouth? You're the one who's hiding a horse's leg in your mouth. At this moment, Xian even felt like dying. In a moment of nervousness, he had really overdone it. At this moment, he wished he could just slap himself. He had been too careless. However, although he had given himself away, he could not admit to this matter no matter what. Otherwise, if word got out that Prince Xian had already left the starfield controlled by the Tenju Celestial Palace and ran over to the Heavenly Battle Empire to stir up trouble, that undying Dark Phoenix and Tian Qianzi would probably immediately come over with their knives. He was still hoping to use the identity of young Master Linghu to stir up trouble for a while. At the very least, he should first push the research of the gene cultivation fluid to the 10th or 11th level. If his identity was really exposed, he would have to start escaping again. How would he have the time to care about this? With that thought, Xian steeled his heart. He could not care less about his face burning. He gritted his teeth and shook his head again. Of course I know you. However, you've really mistaken me for you. Miss Shan Yuan, I'm not the person you're talking about. I have nothing to do with him at all. You're getting excited, aren't you? In front of Duanmu Xiaocha, Xian actually did not give face again and again. The anger in the purplish warbler's heart also flared up. Her face darkened as she asked in a muffled voice. There was already a hint of threat in her tone. Try saying that again. It really isn't you. It's not me. It really isn't me. Xian's heart trembled. He knew this girl's temperament. Back then, when she knew that he was in the first universe, she actually dared to follow Naples and barge into the Tianji race's territory. Was there anything she did not dare to do? In the end, he was nervous and his mouth slipped again. What did she mean by it wasn't him? What was the difference between this and tactfully admitting it? At the side, Ichiro and the other 3 were dumbfounded. Just as Xian's last sentence left his mouth, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Chanru immediately burst out laughing. As expected of this lady's idol. Extortion Xian could see that the purplish warbler was not the only one who knew his true identity. Even Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Chanru already knew. The words this lady's idol had exposed everything. At this moment, he wanted to kill someone. One girl was enough to give him a headache. Now that the 3 of them were in a group, it was simply unimaginable. 3 cobblers were better than Zhuge Liang, 3 crazy girls. Xian felt the hairs on his back stand up. No, he had to trick them. Pooey, he had to appease them. No matter what, he had to calm them down. He could not reveal his true identity. Otherwise, not to mention Tian Qianzi and the undying Dark Phoenix, just the clear river pavilion's side would be enough for him to drink a pot of water. Pavilion Master Hu Qing was not a kind person. To be able to make the crown prince of the Heavenly War Empire unable to book a meal, in addition to his means, his strength must be extremely high. Although Xian could now concoct a level 7 fluid, the further he went, the more difficult it would be to concoct a level 10 fluid. Although his current level seemed to be only 3 levels away from level 10 fluid, if he wanted to take that step, he would need to spend a lot of time. He really did not have the energy to deal with other unexpected matters. You three, come here. This young master has something to say to you. Hardening his heart, Xian raised his hand and beckoned to the purplish warbler trio. Moreover, he glanced at Ichiro and the others somewhat guiltily. The 4 of them were embarrassed. They thought that he really did have thoughts about the 3 beauties of the great clans. In their hearts, they sighed that the young master was indeed the young master. This aspect was equally shocking. When he made his move, he was 1 against 3. While sighing, the 4 of them saw Changyu Xiaotian tied to the ground below. They immediately had an excuse to go down and watch that guy. What's there to watch? Just directly kill that guy. Just now, he was shouting to kill this young master. What's the point of leaving him alive? Yi Xian originally did not have a good impression of the Heaven Battle Star's 3 great clans. Now, his heart was even more stifled with anger. Under this sort of situation, Changyu Xiaotian could be considered to have suffered 8 lifetimes of bloody misfortune, directly bumping into the muzzle of a gun. Ichiro and the other 3 already had this intention, so they immediately grinned. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They roared and rushed over. What? Now that you know you can't escape, you've lowered your head? As soon as Ichiro and the other 3 left, the purplish warbler crossed her arms in front of her chest and started to tease them. As she spoke, she turned around to look at Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Chanru. Her face was full of pride as if she was saying, "Look, he can't escape from me. Madam, can you stop messing around? It wasn't easy for me to sneak into the Heavenly Battle Empire. I still have big things to do. Don't you dare reveal my background." This was not Yi Xian's alarmist words. In just a short while, there were already 3 people inside the farmer god cauldron who knew his true identity. How many people were there in total? If this trend continued, it was estimated that everyone would immediately know when they reached the outside. If you want us to keep it a secret, answer a few questions. Without waiting for the purplish warbler to speak, Duanmu Xiaocha on the side had already taken over the conversation. Her eyes were filled with stars as she stared at Yi Xian with a green light. Young Master Xian. Young Masterling who, is that armor really quasi-starry sky grade? Did you really refine it yourself? Huh? Yi Xian frowned as a bad feeling appeared in his heart. However, this matter was not easy to fool, so he could only brace himself and agree, yes, it is indeed a quasi-starry sky grade treasure, and it is indeed. I refined it myself. You are awesome. That's awesome. Zhao Chanru's neck was stretched out. When she heard that it was true, she immediately clapped her hands and cheered, scaring Yi Xian so much that he trembled all over and almost fell into the void. You really are a monster. After confirming this, the purplish warbler was shocked again. Her face was full of unwillingness as she stared at Yi Xian with gritted teeth. Then, she changed the topic. Alright, let's get down to business. Just now, the 2 of them recognized you first. However, for your sake, this young lady has already negotiated a deal with them. They promise not to reveal your identity, but, before the purplish warbler could finish speaking, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Chanru immediately came forward. The 2 beauties were as delicate as flowers. As they spoke, their eyes shone with a green light, causing Yi Xian's hair to stand on end. But you have to refine a treasure armor for us. It has to be as beautiful as yours. That's right, it has to be a starry sky grade treasure and have the second form of a mecha. Of course, the death ray cannon is also a must. That's impossible. Yi Xian didn't even think about it and shook his head. Do you know how many times I have to refine this armor? If you don't believe me, ask Ziying. She has seen what it looks like before. It took me a total of 6 times to get to this point, and it took me more than half a year. In addition, if you want to refine such a treasure armor, you have to prepare suitable armor of the same type or fuse with some rare minerals before you can refine it. Let's not talk about other things. Just for the second form of the mecha, you have to get a mecha first. Otherwise, do you think this young master can make one appear out of thin air? As for the death ray cannon, it's fine if the mecha is fused with it. If not, even if the fusion is successful, it can't be helped. This young master can't make the death ray cannon appear out of thin air. We know that. We've already prepared for it. This time, it was the purplish warbler who took over the conversation. She waved her hand and said, I have some understanding of your refining style. It's a step-by-step process. This means that we have the time to collect the same type of armor, mecha, and minerals that need to be fused with each other. This time, we'll give you the 3 prototype armors first, along with a material that can be fused with each other. You can refine it the first time, and we'll immediately go and collect a suitable second fusion material. That should be enough, right? Anyway, we're not in a hurry. You spent more than half a year on the first one, and 3 of us sisters should be able to refine these 3 in 3 years, didn't you just say 2? Why are you suddenly adding another one? Since he'd already said this, Xian could only nod his head and admit it. He could tell that Xianxia was taking revenge on him. Previously, he had indeed made her suffer enough. He reckoned that she was furious and held back a stomach full of evil fire. Today, he had vented it all out. Alright, if you think this young lady is blackmailing you, then 2 it is, the purplish warbler shrugged. With a nonchalant expression, she added, Don't worry, this young lady is your friend. I definitely won't blabber when I go out. It would have been fine if this sentence was not added, but after it was added, Xian felt uncomfortable. He quickly shrunk his neck and smiled bitterly. Don't. Isn't it just 3 pieces of armor? Fusing them in batches won't take much time. The purplish warbler beamed. Are you sure? Yes, I'm very sure. What is Heartfire? Seeing that Xian finally agreed, the 3 girls were very excited and immediately handed over a small space box. Xian used his divine sense to check it and found that the 3 small space boxes contained 2 women's armors. The characteristics were roughly that one was sturdy and the other was gorgeous. He immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly, and then put away the 3 small space boxes. If it was someone else, he really wouldn't agree to this matter. Today, he should give face to the purplish warbler. He did bring a lot of trouble to these girls before, so he should do something. Besides, he couldn't offend all of the 16 top families in the Eternal Dynasty. He had to make friends with a few. Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Chanru were good choices. The 2 of them seemed to have a good relationship with the purplish warbler. With the latter as the middle link, Xian could ask them for advice if he had any problems in the preparation of the gene fluid. Although he had refined the Shinong pestle and even had the opportunity to obtain the Shinong cauldron, in terms of the preparation of the gene fluid, the tens of thousands of years of experience of the top families were still very useful. At certain critical junctures, Xian could avoid detours. Thinking of this, he felt much better. After all, he had the fusion system, and the materials used for the fusion were provided by the 3 girls themselves. At most, he would need to consume a little of the energy required for the fusion and waste a little time. It was not a big deal. By the way, I heard you say that Changyu Xiaotian was seriously injured and captured? Where is he now? After dealing with this big matter, Xian finally remembered Changyu Xiaotian and asked casually. Upon hearing this, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru all rolled their eyes. On the ground below, Ichiro and the other 4 powerhouses from the Clear River Pavilion seemed to have seen that they had finished talking. Just now, the 4 of them had gathered their heads together and were very ambiguous. Now that they finally separated, the 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief and rushed over. As soon as they got close, Ichiro cupped his hands towards Xian, his face full of excitement. Young master, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I've already taken care of it. Humph, that brat is really not a thing. He was still insulting you before he made a move, but I twisted his neck in anger. Huh? His neck was broken? You mean Changyu Xiaotian? Xian was dumbfounded. Did he give this order? How could he not remember? Pfft. Duanmu Xiaocha couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. The purplish warbler on the side was still rolling her eyes, but Zhao Chanru sighed and said sarcastically, alas, a wronged soul. On the side, Ichiro and the other 3 looked at each other and didn't understand what was going on for a long time. Since Changyu Xiaotian was already dead, Xian was naturally not interested in murmuring about this matter. After a little hesitation, he turned to look at the purplish warbler and suddenly asked, by the way, Ziying, Do you know what is the fire of the heart? Fire of the heart? The purplish warbler was stunned and subconsciously replied, in medicine, the fire of the heart refers to the fire caused by the depression of the seven emotions, or caused by the invasion of the evil fire. There is also a saying that the heart is the fire of the earth. However, if you want to ask about the fire of the heart in the field of alchemy. At this point, the purplish warbler spread her hands, I don't know about this. There is an ancient record in the field of alchemy that does have the fire of the heart, but what it is and how to ignite the fire of the heart is not described in detail. The concept is very illusory. It seems that the fire of the heart is not a real flame, but an illusory thing. You can only rely on yourself to understand it. Damn. Asking was equivalent to asking for nothing. Yi Xian rolled his eyes and finally muttered to himself, turned to Ling Huilong and the other three and said, this young master has to comprehend the fire of the heart here. You guys stay here and look around. See if you can find any clues about the whereabouts of the King of Medicine's inheritance. In addition, Tuoba Linfeng and Ling Huju have escaped and may be hiding in the dark. Be careful of their sneak attack. A total of 20 people entered the Shinong cauldron this time. Excluding those who were killed by Yi Xian and his own people, there were only 7 hidden dangers outside. Ling Huju and a Yin demon expert, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and another black hole expert from the Chengyu family. Apart from them, there was Yuan Zhua and Huang Fuzhua. Although this group of people was not enough to cause trouble, if the 7 of them gathered together and attacked secretly, they would still be a threat to Ling Huilong and the other 3. Don't worry, young master, we will be careful. Ling Huilong cupped his hands and quickly left with the other 3 to explore the surrounding area. The purplish warbler, Duan Mu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru also did not want to miss out on the King of Medicine's inheritance. After chatting with Yi Xian for a while, they said that they would look around nearby and quickly left. Yi Xian was not in a hurry. He did not care about the King of Medicine's inheritance. The most important thing now was to comprehend what the fire of the heart was. Otherwise, he would not be able to refine the Shinong cauldron and that would be too regrettable. With expectations, he quickly sat down cross-legged and did not cultivate. Instead, he frowned and began to comprehend. The medical explanation that the purplish warbler said before was naturally not reliable. The Shinong cauldron was a great medicine that could stimulate the potential of the human body and dig out the treasures of the human body. How could it only have a medical effect? However, the explanation that she put forward later was more credible. Yi Xian also did not think that the fire of the heart was a real flame. Wouldn't it burn the heart and liver? Could it be that the heart referred to the mind and thoughts? If he analyzed it from this perspective, the fire of the heart was an invisible fire that was triggered by the divine sense. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately became excited. Without hesitation, he immediately sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He concentrated and entered a state of cultivation where he forgot everything. After his consciousness entered the sea of consciousness, Yi Xian's primordial spirit also sat down cross-legged in the sea of consciousness. Unknowingly, he had forgotten the existence of time. Walala, even so, his cultivation base had already reached black hole level 1, and his physical strength had reached black hole level 5. With the combination of the two, his combat strength was close to that of a late-stage black hole. Even if he didn't use the combat armor, he could still fight a black hole level 7 star master. At this level of cultivation, Yi Xian's sea of consciousness had been extremely vast. At this moment, his primordial spirit was sitting cross-legged in the sea of consciousness. At a glance, it was like a small leaf dancing on the tip of the rolling waves in the vast sea. Above, the Rai Di seal and the Shinong pestle were slowly rotating in the central area. Around them were the spirit source core, the void essence crystal, the black gold dragon scale, and the golden bow. He did not know how much time had passed. Originally, everything in the sea of consciousness was as usual. However, at this moment, the Rai Di seal, which was suspended in the empty territory above the sea of consciousness, suddenly exploded with a bolt of green lightning. It fell into the rolling waves of the sea of consciousness below. Perhaps it was because of this sudden bolt of green lightning. The other treasures also poured out different rays of light or mist at this moment and fell into the sea of consciousness below at the same time. This included the Shinong pestle that he had just refined and collected not long ago. Inheritance of the Medicine King. This gray ball of chaotic fog was extremely mysterious. It was guided by some kind of power of the Shenong pestle and mixed with the aura of all of Yixian's abilities and bloodline inheritance. In the end, it flashed and manifested a small cluster of gray chaotic flames in his primordial spirit. At this moment, Yixian was enlightened. He finally understood what the heart fire was. It was a wisp of primordial spirit fire that was ignited in the primordial spirit by using all of one's abilities and inheritance. But now, although he had understood the heart fire, he could only be considered to have completed half of it. If he wanted to refine the Shenong cauldron for himself, he still needed to use this wisp of primordial spirit fire to ignite the Shenong cauldron volcano in this cauldron. The Shenong cauldron flame had 9 colors. Each additional color would double its power. To refine this cauldron, Yixian only needed to ignite 1 color of the Shenong cauldron. But this was easy to say, but difficult to do. This was because the wisp of primordial spirit fire that Yixian had just obtained was too weak. It was even smaller than the smallest flame core. Once it was sent out of his body, it would be immediately extinguished by a weak mountain breeze. Yixian opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He wrapped the wisp of primordial spirit fire with his spiritual sense and carefully floated towards the cauldron volcano in front of him. Unfortunately, the mountain breeze was strong and the wisp of primordial spirit fire was too weak. Yixian did not dare to wrap it with too much spiritual sense to prevent it from being extinguished. In the end, it only floated halfway before it was completely extinguished. Damn it, this is too torturous. Yixian cursed softly. He was incomparably gloomy. He almost wanted to rush into the cauldron volcano in front of him to refine the primordial spirit fire. If that was the case, once the primordial spirit fire was successfully refined, it could directly float to the depths of the volcano without being disturbed by the mountain breeze. But that was too dangerous. The scene of the 9 colored flames rising into the sky from the cauldron volcano was still fresh in his mind. This mysterious Shenong cauldron must be extraordinary. It seemed to be ignited from the depths of a volcano, but it was definitely not an ordinary volcano. This volcano was also not an ordinary volcano. It existed in a primordial treasure-level heaven and earth cauldron. Who knew the power of the Shenong cauldron? If it really ignited the primordial spirit fire, he would not even have time to escape and would be roasted alive. After hesitating for a while, Yi of Yixian, he did not dare to be recklessly. The spirit fire of the heart cauldron fire was. After trying 7 or 8 times in a row and spending half a day, he finally succeeded. The weak wisp of primordial spirit fire that Yixian wrapped around with his divine sense withstood the test of the mountain wind. It was much more condensed than before and successfully entered the heart of the furnace volcano in front of him, disappearing without a trace. Boom! Almost at the same instant that Yixian lost contact with the spiritual sense that was wrapped around the primordial spirit fire, a loud thunderous roar resounded from the enormous furnace volcano in front of him. Then, Yixian saw a sudden burst of light in front of him. An orange flame rose from the depths of the cauldron volcano, illuminating the vast space inside the cauldron with an orange color. Half the sky seemed to have been ignited. The first color of the flame was orange. It was done. Yixian was excited. His body flew up. Just as he was in the air, a familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 1-colored flame has been successfully ignited. You are now qualified to refine the Shenong cauldron. Do you want to refine it now? Refine it now. Without the slightest hesitation, Yixian immediately gave the order to the system. Although less than a day had passed in a month, there would be a change if it was too late. This was related to the Shenong treasure cauldron, so he didn't want to cause any trouble. After receiving a positive reply, the system immediately established a connection with the internal domain of the Shenong cauldron and began to refine it. All of this was done quietly. Domains were similar to the magnetic field of heaven and earth, but they were of a higher level. Ordinary magic treasures had their own unique abilities. Even the concealment and defensive formations engraved on warships could be called domains. However, they were the lowest level of domains. Primordial artifacts like the Farmer God Cauldron and the Primordial Inheritance Pagoda had even more advanced domains. To put it bluntly, the power of domains was actually the self-imposed laws within some treasures and artifacts. Although they truly existed, they were invisible and intangible, unable to be touched. At this moment, Xianxia's devouring system had completed a connection with the internal domain of the Shenong cauldron and began to refine it. However, apart from Xian, no one else could sense it. Even if the 15th realm Qianquan realm expert was right beside him, he was completely unaware. Moreover, there was no need for Xian to interfere. Without occupying his attention, Xian could completely let go and do other things. It was only now that he suddenly realized a problem. The orange Shenong flame in the furnace volcano in front of him had been steaming ever since it had been ignited. The horizon was almost burning red, but it had not been extinguished. Xian only knew how to ignite this Shenong flame with his primordial spirit, but he had no idea how to extinguish it. Perhaps this was because the Shenong cauldron had not yet been refined, so he could not control everything within the cauldron as he pleased. As such, even the devouring system had not given him any notifications. And now, the resources of the devouring system had been used up. It was fully focused on refining the Shenong cauldron. Even if Xian took the initiative to ask at the last moment, there would not be any reply. F***CK. This orange flame seems to be burning more and more fiercely. There's already a scorching sensation in the air. Nothing bad will happen, right? Thinking of this possibility, Xian's face faintly turned green. If he were to accidentally roast himself or become a vicious beast material in the Shenong cauldron to be refined into a cauldron of heaven and earth medicine, wouldn't that be too unjust? The entire area occupied by the furnace volcano was not small. It was located in the central area of the space within the cauldron, and nearly 2/3 of the area was occupied by this huge furnace volcano. At this moment, the entire volcano had been ignited with an orange flame. Billowing waves of flames rushed into the sky like a volcanic eruption. The momentum was really amazing. It could be seen from every corner of the space within the cauldron. As long as there was an existence in this space, they must have been alarmed long ago. Yilang and the other 3 experts from the Clear River Pavilion flew over from afar with a look of surprise and uncertainty on their faces. In another direction, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru were also quickly returning. The 3 beauties' faces were all red, which was caused by the gradually rising temperature in the cauldron. They looked extremely attractive. The 2 groups of people approached. Just as they landed, before they could make a sound, a green light shot into the sky from the peak of a mountain in the north. It was clearly a jade ruler that emitted an ancient and heavy aura. The Medicine King's inheritance. It's finally appeared. Quick, don't let Tuoba Linfeng and the others take it away. Snatch the heritage. When the orange-red flames of the furnace volcano in the central region shot up into the sky, the other 7 people who were hiding in other places in the cauldron space were also alarmed. Ling Huzhu and a Yin Devil expert, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and another Black Hole Realm powerhouse from the Chengyu family. There was also Yuan Zhua and Huang Fuzhua, who were temporarily working together. There were a total of 7 people, and all of them looked up at the sky in shock, not knowing what had happened. Immediately after, before they could recover from their shock, in the depths of a mountain range in the northern region of the cauldron, a green light shot up into the sky. It was exactly the same as the green light emitted by the Medicine King's tablet, and even its aura was the same. Within this green light beam, there was clearly a jade ruler. It exuded an ancient and profound aura. On its surface, there were faint shadows of some herbs and fierce beasts. Such a phenomenon was already very clear. Anyone who saw it would immediately associate it with the Medicine King's inheritance. After all this time, this is the real King of Medicine's inheritance. Ha ha ha, Linghu Chongkong is overjoyed. The opportunity is still there. We have not missed it. Tuoba Linfeng and Gong Yangji were overjoyed, and immediately laughed heartily. Their current location wasn't too far away from the northern side of the cauldron space. In terms of competing for the jade ruler that soared into the sky, they held a great geographical advantage. Amidst the laughter, the 3 of them immediately rose into the air, turned into a long rainbow, and sped toward the mountain range in the northern region. At the same time, a cloud of black fog rolled over from the western region of the space inside the cauldron. A figure could be seen within it, and his expression was extremely gloomy. It was Ling Huzhu. In the direction of the eastern domain, Yuan Zhua and Huang Fuzhua also summoned their respective magic treasures and rushed over at full speed. However, Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were all located in the southern region of the cauldron. They were the furthest away from the mountain range in the north where the green light shot into the sky. At this moment, the central region's furnace volcano in the cauldron space was erupting with an intense orange flame. The heat flow was rolling, and it was impossible to directly cross it. One had to go around it, and thus, the distance between them was even greater. Before Yi Xian's group of 8 arrived, the battle for the Medicine King's inheritance near the northern mountain range had already begun. Tuoba Linfeng, Ling Huju, and Yuan Zhua, the 3 groups were caught in a chaotic battle. Even the sky within the cauldron was disturbed. Swish! A flying sword rushed out from the thick fog and slashed towards Tuoba Linfeng. The latter quickly retreated. Just as his figure moved, a black bolt of lightning descended. It was extraordinarily fast, far faster than the flying sword. Ling Huju and the Yin Devil expert had joined hands. This was a sure-kill attack. Be careful, young Master Tuoba. Beside Tuoba Linfeng, the Black Hole Realm Master from the Chengyu family immediately warned. Just as he was about to summon a small golden shield, Gong Yangji, who was behind him, suddenly slapped his shoulder. Caught off guard, the Black Hole Realm Master from the Chengyu family staggered and shot towards the black lightning bolt that was heading towards Tuoba Linfeng as if he had taken aim. The Yin Demon Clan's Black Lightning has the ability to lock onto the target with divine sense. If it doesn't strike the target, it will follow the target like a shadow. Linfeng, you were careless. Gotcha. Just as Gong Yangji's sinister words rang out, a bone-chilling explosion of lightning rang out. The Black Hole Realm expert from the Chengyu family was struck head-on by the descending black lightning and was instantly annihilated in both body and soul. His entire body withered, and all of his vitality and blood essence transformed into a black mist that drifted towards the black mist that was enveloping Ling Huju. Today, none of you will live. Within the thick black fog, a sinister voice sounded, causing people to feel a chill down their backs. What pure vitality and blood essence! The essence of a Black Hole Realm Master is indeed extraordinary. If this was outside, how could it be so easy to kill a core master from the Chengyu family? GGG, this old man feels like he's about to break through. Once this old man steps into the Origin Realm, none of you will be able to escape. Even that fake tortoise hiding in the battle armor is no exception. Swish! As the voice of the Yin Demon powerhouse rang out, a sword light once again shot out from the thick black fog, heading straight for the green light in the distance. While the Yin Demon clan master attracted the attention of Tuoba Linfeng and the others, Ling Huju, who had just pretended to launch an attack, revealed his fox tail. It turned out that he had been staring at the Jade Ruler in the green light all this time. The flying sword he had just summoned was just for show. Tuoba Linfeng and Gong Yangji had just retreated in another direction and were unable to chase after him for a while. Seeing this scene, Yuan Zhua and Huang Fuzhua's expressions changed greatly. If this fake young master Ling Huju was allowed to seize the Jade Ruler, with the Yin Demon clan master's strange speed, the Medicine King's inheritance would most likely be lost forever and would fall into the hands of the Second Universe's foreign races. This was absolutely unacceptable. You thief, colluding with the Second Universe's foreign races and deluding yourself to steal our human race's inheritance. You're dreaming. Brother Huangfu, let's join hands and attack with all our strength and kill him in one fell swoop. Yuan Zhua and Huang Fuzhua were furious. The former took a step forward and successfully used teleportation in this space inside the cauldron. In the blink of an eye, he was behind Ling Huju. This must be caused by the activation of an artifact, otherwise, it would be impossible to teleport here. As soon as his figure arrived, Yuan Zhua raised his hand and blasted out a punch, hitting Ling Huju's back, causing him to open his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. Ling Huju's face was as pale as gold paper. He was seriously injured by this blow. You can actually teleport. Raising his hand to wipe away a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, Ling Huju's eyes were about to split open at this time. Just as he was seriously injured, he knew that he had already snatched the green jade ruler that contained the Medicine King's inheritance. A trace of resentment flashed in his eyes in an instant. He roared ferociously, "If this young master can't get it, none of you can." Brother Yuan, hold him back. This little brother will go and get the jade ruler. You and I will share it later and study it together. Just now, Huang Fuzhua was the one who shouted the loudest at Ling Hujue, but at this moment, as Yuan Zhua activated his artifact and teleported behind Ling Hujue, severely injuring him with a single punch, Huang Fuzhua's shoulders shook, and his figure flickered as he changed direction, turning into a streak of light that rushed towards the inheritance jade ruler. In the blink of an eye, his figure had disappeared into the turquoise pillar of light that shot into the sky. Seeing this scene, Yuan Zhua's expression changed greatly. Only now did he realize that he had fallen into a trap. He was actually used by Huang Fuzhua. This guy was too insidious. He instigated him to use an artifact to perform teleportation to intercept Ling Hujue while he went straight for the jade ruler that contained the Medicine King's inheritance. Huang Fuzhua, you're shameless. Chapter 3261, Chapter 326. Demon Trick. As Yuan Zhua and Huang Fuzhua rushed into the green light pillar, Tuoba Linfeng and Gong Yangji, who had been forced back by the Yin Devil clan's experts, were immediately enraged and roared like thunder. Son of a bitch, I am in front of you, but you are picking the peaches from behind. Do you have to be so shameless? Damn it, Yuan Zhua, Huang Fuzhua, if you dare to steal my Heavenly Battle Star's secret inheritance, even if you leave this giant cauldron space, don't think of leaving. Give up now and you can study it later. Don't make a mistake. As the two spoke, Yuan Zhua's cold voice came from the green light beam. Brother Gong Yangji, you don't have to worry about this. Since this young master has the courage to pick the peaches, I naturally have a way to leave safely. Poof. Huang Fuzhua, you are shameless, you actually sneak attacked me. Halfway through his words, Yuan Zhua suddenly let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of blood, followed by angry curses. Obviously, the battle inside the turquoise light pillar had not yet ended. Yuan Zhua and Huang Fuzhua, who had rushed in one after the other, had not yet obtained the treasure but were already fighting amongst themselves. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tuoba Linfeng and Gong Yangji, whose retreating momentum was exhausted, swung their spears at Ling Hujue and blasted out a seal-shaped magic weapon. It turned into 100 tall mountain and forced Ling Hujue to retreat. Then, one after another, they rushed into the green light beam. Boom! The golden sword ray flashed and disappeared. The seal magic treasure lost control and was easily knocked back by Ling Hujue. It was as if a 300-meter-tall mountain had been cleaved apart from the center, causing countless fragments to fly out. However, the flying sword that Ling Hujue unleashed again was also destroyed as a result. It turned into a dazzling golden star that scattered in all directions. This guy seemed to like sword-type magical treasures very much, and he had a lot of them with him. At this moment, he was in a hurry. In order to blast open the 100-tall mountain formed by the seal-type magical treasure as quickly as possible, he actually didn't hesitate to use a golden flying sword to self-destruct, instantly resolving the obstacle in front of him. This Medicine King's remains was first discovered by my Linghu clan. More than 2,000 years ago, we came here to explore. None of you can think of taking away everything here. The King of Medicine's inheritance can only be obtained by my Linghu bloodline. Otherwise, I will destroy this ancient site. Ling Huju's expression turned gloomy when he saw that 4 people had already rushed into the green light pillar. He was about to rush in before he could finish his sentence. However, a black fog had already arrived behind him. The Yin Devil clan's expert had arrived. Young Lord Linghu, with this old man here, no one can take away the King of Medicine's inheritance today. Don't forget, my Yin Demon clan has invested a lot in joining hands with you this time. In the thick black fog, a gloomy old man's voice sounded. His tone seemed to be extremely confident, as if he was very sure about the backup plan that he had said. Ling Huju's figure stagnated as if he suddenly thought of something. A sinister expression appeared on his face as he took over the conversation and said fiercely, I almost forgot about this. This time, Serene Master has really invested a lot. He even took out. This is clearly the rhythm of completely turning against the Third Universe's human race and even the entire Wanluo Federation. With such determination, if I can't get the King of Medicine's inheritance this time, how can I go back and see him? Heh, it's fine if I get the King of Medicine's inheritance. Otherwise, once I use the immortal poison, not to mention this cauldron space, even the huge heavenly war empire, or even the entire immortal dynasty, will be completely turned into a land of death. On that day, my Linghu clan was almost annihilated. Don't think that this young master doesn't know that the dynasty is secretly plotting behind it. If you really force me, this young master won't hesitate even if it hurts the harmony of the world. After speaking, Linghu Ju turned around and took a step forward. With a shake of his shoulder, he rushed toward the green light beam in front of him. It was also at this moment that an earth-shattering change occurred. Puff. At the same moment when Linghu Ju turned around, the Yin Demon Clan powerhouse behind him once again turned into a thick black fog. As it rolled, it condensed into a black long saber with monstrous demonic aura. With a reverse edge, it pierced through Linghu Ju's back in the blink of an eye, bringing out a rain of blood. After a sudden turn, it rushed straight toward the green light beam. You, Puff. Linghu Ju's figure that had just swept forward suddenly paused. His face instantly turned pale. He subconsciously looked down at the big hole in his chest, raised his finger, and pointed at the black demonic saber in front of him. He only said one word, then he suddenly spat out a blood arrow. There was clearly some minced meat in it. These were fragments of internal organs. With such a serious injury, he would definitely die. At the edge of the green light beam, the black demonic saber suddenly paused and once again dispersed into a thick black fog. In it, the voice of the Yin Demon Clan elder came out again. Linghu Ju, do you really think that my clan's venerable didn't hesitate to use the supreme secret immortal poison just to help you get the King of Medicine's inheritance? How naive. Seeing that you are about to die, why not tell you the truth? After all, I will let you know the truth. Venerable's meaning is very clear. My Yin Demon Clan is determined to get the King of Medicine's inheritance, but in addition, since the immortal poison has been brought to the third universe, it must be used. Otherwise, how can the human race be in chaos? If the human race is not in chaos, how can the races of the second universe's federation be determined to invade the third universe? If they don't send troops, how can my Yin Demon Clan have the chance to dominate a plane like the Tianji clan? Ha ha ha, are you shocked? Go in peace. My Yin Demon Clan will remember this contribution of yours because the culprit behind the release of the undying indestructible poison can only be you. This sin is too great and my Yin Demon Clan cannot bear it. Ha ha ha. When he was proud of himself, the figure of the Yin Demon Clan suddenly swayed and changed into Linghu Ju's appearance in the blink of an eye. He was so beautiful that no one could recognize him. You. I hate you. Bang. At this point, Linghu Ju finally understood everything. When he thought that he would have to bear this huge black pot after death, be cursed for eternity, and be the culprit for the destruction of the human race in the third universe, he could no longer control his mind. Blood foam spurted out of his mouth as he roared toward the sky. As the last sentence came out, his figure exploded, turning into a mist of flesh and blood. This mist of flesh and blood exploded, but before it could spread out completely, it seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force and quickly shrank back. In the end, it turned into a thick black mist. In a flash, it rushed straight toward the Yin Demon Clan powerhouse who had transformed into Linghu Ju's appearance and plunged into his body. You're really giving it your all. Not only are you taking the biggest scapegoat in the history of the Yin Devil clan, but you're also converting your cultivation base, vitality, and vital energy into Yin Devil energy. It's like resources that will help me reach the origin stage. Little friend Linghu, thank you. Ha ha ha. While laughing, the Yin Demon Clan powerhouse who had transformed into Linghu Ju's appearance suddenly released a terrifying and majestic pressure. It was clearly the unique aura of an Origin Realm powerhouse. The pearl contains immortality first-order origin. This old man has finally broken through. The Yin Demon expert. No, perhaps it would be more appropriate to call him Linghu Ju now. Because no matter if it was his appearance or aura, there was not the slightest difference between him and Linghu Ju. As for the latter's true body, it had turned into a mist of blood and flesh. Moreover, it had been devoured and completely disappeared. While muttering to himself, Linghu Ju's face was full of joy. He clenched his right fist, and a crackling sound burst out from his body. His strength had risen so much in such a short period of time, crossing a big realm. This feeling made him wild with joy. With this old man's current cultivation, even if that fake young master Linghu Ju is riding a mecha, I can still kill him with one strike. Speaking of this, Ling Huju's eyes flashed as he glanced in the direction of the southern region in the cauldron space. Over there, Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and the others had taken a big detour and still hadn't arrived. Unfortunately, this immortal poison was personally released by the human race, and we have to rely on them to spread the news. My demon clan can't bear this blame. In this case, we can only let these juniors live a little longer. As for these guys in the green light pillar. The young masters and heirs of the top gene liquid families of the dynasty? This is really interesting. If people knew that this terrifying immortal poison was not only personally released by the human race, but the source of its spread was also the heirs of the top gene liquid families of the immortal dynasty in the human race's science and technology camp, I'm afraid that the venerables of the Federation in the second universe would laugh their heads off. While laughing ferociously, Ling Huju didn't hesitate anymore. He loosened his right fist, and with a flip, a gray bead the size of a baby's fist was held in his palm. This pearl was strange. Its surface seemed to be ordinary and mediocre like a gray pearl of inferior quality, but its interior was clearly not material. There was roiling mist surging endlessly within it, and from time to time, numerous miniature strange ferocious beasts would appear. All of them weren't existences that could be seen in the current era, and they emitted a dense primordial aura. Furthermore, each of these miniature primordial beasts that appeared and disappeared as soon as they appeared, exuding a bone-chilling eerie aura. Some of them had dark green eyes, some of them were scarlet red, some of them were covered in blood, and some of them even had their internal organs slipping out of their stomachs. These were clearly fatal injuries, but they didn't affect the aura of these ancient beasts at all. No matter how unbearable and ferocious their bodies were, the auras of the countless ancient beasts that flashed and disappeared in the gray bead were definitely at their peak, or even stronger. All of these were compressed in the gray fist-sized bead, exuding an eerie and terrifying aura that chilled the soul. This immortal indestructible poison originated from the primordial era. It is said to be the final evil result of the legendary battle in the primordial era. It was condensed by a mysterious existence in the primordial era who collected the filthy thoughts of countless powerful primordial creatures. Since ancient times, only two have been born, and both have fallen into the hands of my demon clan. Now, chaos is gradually rising in the myriad Luo Federation, and the Tenju Heavenly Palace has courted death and become the source of chaos in the entire Federation. Unfortunately, this fire is not burning hot enough. In order to make the races of the Second Universe Federation make up their minds to completely break off relations with the humans of the Third Universe and send out troops, my demon clan did not hesitate to take out one of this immortal indestructible bead to add fuel to the fire. Everything begins from now on. A small gray bead, but it contains the immortal indestructible poison from the primordial era. Humans of the Third Universe, enjoy it well. Amidst the strange laughter, Ling Huju held the immortal indestructible bead in his right hand, turned around, and rushed into the green light beam beside him. After entering, the scene inside was reflected in his sight immediately, making him smile immediately. His eyes flashed with joy, but the corners of his mouth outlined an arc, revealing a strong sense of disdain. Now that the crisis of the extermination of the human race has arrived, these so-called geniuses of the human race are still fighting among themselves. How ironic. Muttering in a voice that only he could hear, Ling Huju curled his lips in disdain, and the expression on his face instantly turned ferocious. In front of him, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, Yuan Zhua, and Huang Fuzhua, who had rushed into the green light beam earlier than him, were fighting fiercely. The battle was chaotic. It was impossible to see who was on the side of who. Even Tuoba Linfeng and Gong Yangji were the same. Facing the King of Medicine's inheritance jade ruler that was hanging 1,000 feet above their heads, everyone could no longer keep calm. They had already gone crazy from the battle, and their eyes were bloodshot. You dare to steal my Ling Hu clan's inheritance treasure. Today, you all will die. This is the immortal indestructible poison that I have worked hard to find. Enjoy it. Ling Huju raised his head and laughed, deliberately attracting the attention of Tuoba Linfeng and the others. Immediately afterward, Ling Huju raised his hand and threw out the immortal indestructible bead. Boom! This bead was originally extremely fragile. It was usually stored in the demon clan's ancestral land. Even if it was taken out this time, it was stored in a special storage magic weapon. Now it was blasted out, and Ling Huju deliberately wrapped it with a layer of extremely unstable demon energy, causing it to explode instantly after it was shot out. In the midst of the explosion, a gray mist spread out, so the green light that came into contact with the gray mist was as if it was corroded, quickly melting away. In the blink of an eye, the huge green light pillar that soared into the sky was cut off from the middle and collapsed with a loud bang. At the same time, the green jade ruler that was held up by the green light beam and suspended 1,000 feet above also fell abruptly. It was caught by Ling Huju's figure in a flash. Immediately afterward, the green jade ruler disappeared with a flip of his hand. It was kept in his body. It really is the king of medicine's inheritance. Now that the treasure ruler is in my hand, I won't accompany you anymore. Enjoy this immortal indestructible poison slowly. With the green jade ruler in hand, Ling Huju was overjoyed. He raised his head and laughed heartily as he suddenly retreated 300 meters. He narrowly avoided the strange gray fog that had spread out due to the sudden explosion of the small gray beads, and quickly left. Seeing this scene, Duoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, Yuan Zhua, and Huang Fuzhua finally reacted. They stopped the infighting and wanted to chase after him. Unfortunately, it was too late. The gray mist that suddenly spread out had already enveloped the four of them. As they breathed, some strange particles seemed to have entered their bodies. The four of them only felt their souls shake, and they instantly lost their minds, falling down like dumplings in a pot. Colorful flame eruption heavens, what happened to Tuoba Linfeng and Gong Yangji? 4 black hole realm experts fell to the ground at the same time. It doesn't seem like he died. The aura in his body is very strange and chaotic, as if he's experiencing something strange and ominous. The key is, who did all this? Was the king of medicine's inheritance taken away? Look, that jade ruler is already gone. The green light pillar is also quickly disappearing. There is a strange gray fog spreading. It is this fog that is dissolving the green light pillar. What is this? Behind Yi Xian, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, Zhao Chanru, Ichiro, and the others followed closely behind. At this moment, when they saw this scene, they were all shocked and cried out in alarm. Yi Xian's heart was beating wildly. He didn't care that the Medicine King's inheritance had been taken away. After all, the so-called Medicine King of ancient times had only obtained the Shenong Cauldron and the Shenong Pestle. Perhaps even the King of Medicine had not unraveled the secrets of the Shenong Cauldron and the Shenong Pestle. When these two treasures were put together, they formed a set of treasures from the desolate era. It was not easy to understand them completely. Yi Xian's devouring system was currently refining the Shenong Cauldron. Once it was completed, this set of primordial treasures would fall into his hands. After studying it in the future, in addition to the other fortunes he had obtained, his future achievements would definitely surpass that of the primordial Medicine King. At this time, what really made him apprehensive was that gray fog that was rapidly spreading. He had seen clearly that Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji and the others had fallen into the dust from this gray fog. These were 4 black hole realm powerhouses, and one of them was even a level 9 black hole realm powerhouse. From the looks of it, they had been poisoned to death. What was the origin of that gray fog? How could it be so terrifying? Oh right, including the green pillar of light that shot into the sky when the Medicine King's jade ruler appeared. At this moment, under the spread of the strange gray fog, it had almost been melted away. This green pillar of light was the same as the light emitted by the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. It clearly originated from the bloodline of the Medicine King. This was the power of the ancient Medicine King, yet it was actually unable to block the strange gray mist and was dissolved upon contact. When he realized this, Yi Xian's heart shook violently again. He had vaguely guessed that this strange gray mist was definitely terrifying. It was most likely related to the Yin Devil by Ling Huju's side. Right now, both of them were nowhere to be seen. At the same time, the Medicine King's jade ruler had also disappeared. The truth was most likely that Ling Huju and that Yin Devil expert had released the strange fog to poison Tuoba Ba Linfeng and the others. They had seized the opportunity to seize the Medicine King's jade ruler. When Yi Xian explained his thoughts, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru were immediately filled with righteous indignation. Ling Huilong and the other 3 were even more furious. The 7 of them were all worried about the loss of the Medicine King's inheritance. Boom! It was also at this time that the furnace volcano in the central region of the cauldron space behind them suddenly erupted with power. It was suffused with 9 colors. It was dense and dazzling, illuminating the entire world. Even the faces of Xian and the others were filled with 9 colors. Previously, when Xian took out the Medicine King's ancient tablet in this cauldron space, the furnace volcano in the central region had also erupted with the 9-colored Shenong flame. At that time, Tuobaba Linfeng and the others had mistakenly believed that Xian had obtained the Medicine King's inheritance. They had all rushed over, but in the end, they had been miserably slapped in the face. But now, the 9-colored Shenong flame that had erupted from the furnace volcano in the central region was clearly more astonishing. It was unknown how many times stronger it was. Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and the others turned their heads to look. They immediately opened their mouths wide and turned pale with shock. Xian's heart skipped a beat. A bad feeling welled up in his heart. Just now, he had only ignited the 1-colored Shenong flame with the primordial spirit heart fire. Why did 9 flames suddenly erupt at the same time? Could it be that the refining failed and caused some kind of unforeseen event? Just as he was feeling anxious, the devouring system's prompt sounded in his mind, causing his heart to tremble violently. But at least, his heart that was about to jump to his throat quickly fell back down. Ding! Congratulations to the host for refining successfully. You have obtained the primordial treasure Shenong Cauldron and the Shenong Pestle to form the primordial set. When the 2 are combined into one, it will become the primordial treasure. Do you want to immediately collect it? Ding! System warning. Discovered the primordial poison Undying Poison. Do you want to immediately activate the Shenong Cauldron and try to condense and purify it? Undying Poison, originated from the primordial era. It is the final evil result of the legendary battle of the primordial era. A mysterious existence in the primordial era collected the filthy thoughts of countless powerful primordial creatures. Once touched, life will be extinguished and one will become an undying zombie. It will devour all flesh and blood energy and live forever. Damn, it was actually a poison condensed from the filthy thoughts of countless primordial creatures that died in the legendary battle of the primordial era. It was said to be undying and indestructible. Once touched, life will be extinguished and one will become an undying zombie. It will devour all flesh and blood energy and live forever. Wouldn't that make it a cosmic zombie? Shocked and dazed, Xian couldn't help but think of some zombie movies he had seen in his previous life on Earth. But the background of those movies needed to be changed. In the zombie movies on Earth, those terrifying zombies only wreaked havoc in the interior of a star. But now, if this undying poison was allowed to spread out, the entire heavenly battle star region would fall. At that time, countless cosmic zombies would spread throughout the stars, turning this place into a barren land. All the humans and cosmic beasts would be torn apart and devoured. This terrifying scene appeared in Xian's mind, immediately making him shudder. It was too terrifying. This was a poison condensed from the filthy thoughts of those primordial creatures that died in the legendary battle of the primordial era. It was said to be undying and indestructible. Even the devouring system's prompt was only asking whether to activate the Shenong Cauldron and try to purify it. This was clearly a sign that the devouring system was not confident in its ability to purify the poison. This situation had never happened before, making Xian's hair stand on end. The situation was too critical, so he didn't hesitate and immediately gave the system a positive answer, asking it to activate the Shenong Cauldron and immediately purify the poison. As for collecting the Shenong Cauldron, Xian didn't intend to do so now. Doing so would cause too much of a commotion and attract too much attention, which would be tantamount to inviting disaster. In any case, this star-like giant cauldron had been standing here for countless years. Previously, it was ownerless, so no one had been able to take it away. Now that it had been refined by Xian, it was even more impossible. He could wait until this matter was over, then quietly return and collect the giant cauldron without anyone noticing. As for now, the most important thing was to leave this place immediately. The world inside the cauldron was no longer safe, at least until the rapidly spreading undying and indestructible poison was successfully purified by the Shenong Cauldron. Retreat immediately. This strange grey fog should be some kind of strange poison. In the blink of an eye, it killed 4 black hole realm masters. It's too terrifying. poison overturning the nest. The purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and the others already had a guess in their hearts. At this moment, when they heard Yi Xian's words, they were even more certain, and their expressions changed abruptly again. In addition, the power of the strange grey mist was too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, it had already melted all the green light pillars that soared into the sky. Moreover, it was spreading at an extremely fast speed. It would probably only take a few minutes for it to reach in front of him. The shocking scene of Tuoba Linfeng and the others falling into the void with chaotic aura was still in front of them. They didn't want to follow in their footsteps, so they didn't hesitate anymore. Anyway, the King of Medicine's inheritance Jade Ruler had been taken away, so there was nothing worth staying in this space of the cauldron. If it wasn't the poisonous fog, then it was the terrifying nine-colored flames. It was simply a dangerous place, so it was better to leave as soon as possible. Thinking like this, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru immediately rushed up with Yi Xian. Ling Huilong and the other 4 experts from Clear River Pavilion also did the same. At this time, Yi Xian, who had just rushed a distance, suddenly thought of something. His figure suddenly stopped, and he waved his hand to summon the whole void shuttle, and ordered Ling Huilong and the others to enter. The 4 people were stunned, but they quickly reacted. They were unregistered residents, so they would be besieged if they went out. Now that they could enter Yi Xian's private warship to avoid disaster, they could just treat it as if they died in the cauldron. If Yi Xian rushed out alone, no one would believe this, and they would most likely be searched, but with the 3 women of the purplish warbler as companions, there was naturally no such problem. Thinking of this, Ling Huilong and the others no longer hesitated, and quickly turned into 4 streaks of light, plunging into the whole void shuttle. At the same time, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were stunned for a moment, but they also exclaimed in horror at the same time. They stared at Yi Xian's whole void shuttle as if they had seen a ghost, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Heavens, what did this young lady see? A dreamlike private warship? Let this young lady count the spirit arrays engraved on the hull, concealment arrays, defensive arrays, acceleration arrays, transmission arrays, and one that even this young lady can't understand. Heavens, this isn't a quasi-starry sky supreme treasure, right? This young lady doesn't care, you have to help us get one of these warships. Of this warship. This warship is so beautiful. Of this warship. But. Is. And. If. Was of their time. Were. Of. Every time he tried, he would be remembered. White sweat was dripping down his back, but even though they were messing around, the 3 beauties were not crazy girls who ignored the big picture. Seeing Yi Xian nod with a wry smile and put away the whole void shuttle into his body, they chuckled to themselves and immediately followed behind Yi Xian towards the mouth of the cauldron. Their figures disappeared into the 9-colored mist gushing out from the mouth of the cauldron, and in the blink of an eye, they left the space inside the cauldron. At the same time, inside the farmer god cauldron, although Yi Xian had already left and hadn't collected the Shennon cauldron, the cauldron had already been refined by him. Before he left, the devouring system had already activated some sort of miraculous power of the Shennon cauldron. At this moment, following Yi Xian's departure, the 9-colored divine known flames that gushed out from the central region's furnace volcano once again surged. At the same time, a cloud of 9-colored fog surged out and quickly spread out in all directions. Very soon, the 9-colored fog came into direct contact with the gray fog that was also rapidly spreading. The feeling was like oil coming into contact with water. Although the gray fog could instantly dissolve the green light pillar energy left behind by the Medicine King's lineage, it could do nothing to the 9-colored flame fog of the Shennon cauldron. As soon as they met, it was forced to retreat. It was no match for it. From the central domain furnace volcano, more and more 9-colored mist gushed out, gradually shrouding the entire space inside the cauldron. As a result, the gray mist that was originally rapidly spreading was directly restrained from spreading. It even began to be gradually suppressed, condensed inwards, and forced towards the central domain furnace volcano in the space inside the cauldron. If this situation could continue, the gray mist that was originally spreading out was very likely to turn back into a gray undying and imperishable bead under the power of the Shinong cauldron. Of course, some of the gray mist that had already spread out was separated in the process of being forced back. This kind of undying and imperishable bead was extremely sensitive to flesh and blood creatures. Most of the dispersed gray mist drilled into the bodies of Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, Yuan Zhua, and Huang Fuzhua who had fallen into the dust. The direct result was that these 4 guys who were originally lying on the ground, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. However, at this moment, it was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over their heads. After a shiver, they strangely woke up. At the same time, some of the gray mist entered the body of Changyu Xiaotian. In the previous battle, most of the others were directly blown up by Yi Xian, or had their vitality and qi and blood drained by the Yin Demon Clan powerhouse. They could not even be considered as dried corpses and were not favored by the gray mist. However, Changyu Xiaotian was different. His neck was only broken by Ling Huilong, and his corpse was still warm, which also attracted the gray mist. As a result, a shocking scene appeared. Everything was no different from what Yi Xian saw in the zombie atmosphere on Earth in his previous life. Changyu Xiaotian, who was clearly dead, actually stood up again shakily. His eyes were lifeless, but they revealed a kind of extremely ferocious red light of hunger. As for his cultivation base, it actually jumped from the previous Black Hole Realm Great Perfection to the Origin Realm 3rd level. This kind of undying and indestructible poison could actually be regarded as a kind of gene cultivation fluid, but its function was to improve through destruction. The poison changed the genes of Changyu Xiaotian's body. Now, he was no longer the Changyu Xiaotian of the past. He was a zombie, the first zombie in the universe. If released, it would definitely turn a nest of zombies upside down. In comparison, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, Yuan Zhua, and Huang Fuzhua could only be regarded as carriers of the virus. Their eyes were somewhat red, but their self-consciousness still existed. The undying and indestructible poison was slowly changing the genes of their body. They may have felt this change, but it was not very strong and was ignored. This stage could be seen as the incubation period of the undying and indestructible poison. Once it broke out, as a living infected person, their harm would be much, much more terrifying than the Changyu Xiaotian. It was just that right now, they were not aware of this point at all. They did not even know that they and Changyu Xiaotian were completely the same kind of creature, and were no longer pure humans. Heavens, look at what that is. Changyu Xiaotian? This guy's eyes are straight, and there is no vitality at all. Instead, his strength has increased to the Origin Realm 3rd level. What happened? It's definitely not a good thing. I have an ominous premonition. That guy can't be touched. Maybe he was poisoned by some kind of corpse poison and is no longer alive. It must be Ling Huju's gray bead. Run. Chapter 3265 Chapter 3265 Quickly recite the rebirth mantra inside the Medicine King's secret realm. Ever since Yi Xian, Tuoba Linfeng, and the others entered the Shinong cauldron that was as huge as a star, the patriarchs and leaders of the 16 top families, such as Yuan Changfeng, Duan Muliang Ling, Tuoba Xiong, Gangyang Buhui, Long Yu Jinglong, and Old Man Xian Yuan, had been waiting outside the giant star cauldron. This included the 8 heirs of the 8 top-notch families who were accidentally squeezed out before they entered the giant star cauldron. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Previously, the leaders of the 8 top-notch families, including the Huyan clan, the Bailey clan, the Pengcheng Pharmaceutical Company, and the Life Gene Company, who were squeezed out of the giant star cauldron, had vented their anger on the patriarchs of the 3 top-notch families led by Tuoba Xiong. But later, everyone realized that this was not a trick of the giant star cauldron. It was impossible for them to collude with the Yin Demon clan of the Second Universe. Once news of this spread out, the losses would outweigh the gains. Although the Yin Demon clan was one of the many clans in the Second Universe, they did not even join the Myriad Net Federation. They were always wavering between the Federation and the Tianji clan. They had always been notorious for flattering both sides. Even if the giant star cauldron wanted to find a partner, it was impossible for them to take a fancy to such an unbearable clan. Therefore, although they were angry, the patriarchs and leaders of the 16 top-notch families who were waiting outside the giant star cauldron quickly calmed down after a brief moment of chaos. They did not start a rebellion. Instead, they stared at the mouth of the giant star cauldron with bloodshot eyes. That was the only way in and out. No matter where the 8 intruders came from, as long as they did not die in the space of the giant star cauldron, they would definitely rush out from the mouth of the cauldron. And at that time, the experts of the 16 top-notch families who were waiting outside would suddenly join forces to launch an attack. Originally, they thought that even if that scene appeared, it would most likely take 10 days to half a month, or even longer. But to everyone's surprise, in less than a day after Xianxia and his group of 20 people entered the giant star cauldron, which originally only had some 9-colored mist at the mouth of the giant star cauldron, unexpectedly, strange phenomena frequently appeared, alarming everyone. Their giant star cauldron. First, a burst of intense 9-colored flame rushed out of the giant star cauldron, and rushed out of the giant star cauldron. The giant star cauldron was cauldron of the giant star cauldron. The giant star cauldron was extremely star cauldron. They did not know what was, but was. Was it? Was cauldron cauldron the cauldron star cauldron. With this kind of uneasy feeling, the experts of the giant star cauldron waited for a while. Unexpectedly, the 9-colored flame that had just been extinguished not long ago flared up again. This time, they were even more caught off guard. Before anyone could react, a figure had rushed out of the mouth of the giant star cauldron and entered their sight. This person was the expert of the Yin demon clan. Of course, his current appearance was that of a human, Ling Huju. To all the experts of the giant star cauldron who were waiting outside, this human was also unfamiliar. They had never seen him before. Obviously, he was one of the 8 intruders. As a result, furious roars rang out from all directions. Almost as if it was a conditioned reflex, everyone attacked at the same time. Stop him. Damn this guy, he came out after a day. The king of medicine's inheritance must have been obtained by him. This is intolerable. How dare he steal our Dao fruit? He must be killed. Boom, 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 amidst the roars, the dazzling brilliance of the magic treasure soared into the sky. Even the supreme existences of the Tao Insight realm, such as Tuoba Xiong and Gongyang Buhui, also attacked. Ling Huchang's figure was about to be drowned in the brilliance of various magic treasures. Old man, I am Ling Huju. You can't keep me here. Instead, I have left you a big gift. Enjoy it later. Ha ha ha, facing the overwhelming brilliance of the magic treasures, Ling Huju was not afraid. He raised his head and laughed. He shook his hand and took out a black compass. As the brilliance flashed, a black light wrapped around his body. Before all the brilliance of the magic treasures fell, he had disappeared without a trace. Crack! A crisp cracking sound rang out. In the void, only a black palm-sized compass was left. However, after the teleportation was completed, it cracked open on its own. This was a one-time use teleportation compass. It could be said to be an extremely rare treasure. Today, it was destroyed just like that. Boom. Boom, at this time, the dozens of magic treasures fell with a loud bang, tearing apart a piece of the void. The one-time transmission compass that had already cracked completely turned into flying ashes, leaving nothing behind. However, the main culprit had run away and taken away the Medicine King's inheritance. Moreover, before he left, he even made a big fuss and spoke rudely. This caused the leaders of the 16 great clans to be furious, and at the same time, they had a bad feeling. Since the other party had the means to escape, what he said before he left was definitely not nonsense. Listening to the meaning of his words, it seemed that something bad was going to happen. It was also at this time, when the dazzling light of the magic treasures was about to dissipate, from the mouth of the giant star cauldron, several figures rushed out again. The one in the lead was Yi Xian, followed by the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. After the 4 of them rushed out of the cauldron, they immediately turned their heads to look around, as if they were looking for something. Disappointment and depression quickly appeared on the faces of Xian Yuanzing and the other 2 girls. However, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. He looked at the gradually dimming brilliance of the magic treasure and roughly grinned. Old friends, why are you so polite? Not to mention that the King of Medicine's inheritance was taken away by the fake, you even set off fireworks to welcome me when I came out. It made this young master feel embarrassed. Puff. Humph. The leaders of the various great families who were still in shock and anger were so angry that some of them almost vomited blood. Seeing that he was not dead, their faces immediately darkened and they snorted coldly. Old man Xianyuan, Duan Muliangling, and the other old fellows were about to go forward and ask about the details, but from the mouth of the giant cauldron behind Yi Xian and the others, 5 figures rushed out, 4 in front and 1 behind. After being stunned for a moment, Yi Xian, Purplish Warbler, and the others thought of something and ran to the side as if they were avoiding ghosts. The few girls were crying out in alarm. Everyone, get out of the way, these guys have poison on them, anyone who touches them will die. That's right, I just saw with my own eyes that they were drugged, but in the blink of an eye, they are alive and kicking again. They are definitely zombies. Is there an uncle who knows Buddhist secret arts here? Quickly recite the rebirth mantra and let them go in peace. Puff. What the F***ck? Duan Mushacha, you are courting death. I don't want to gnaw on your head. Being so angry that he spat out a blood arrow on the spot was already frightening enough. However, the blood arrow that he spat out did not have a trace of blood color. It was as gray as swill and emitted a strange aura. This was absolutely horrifying. Seeing this, Yi Xian and the Purplish Warbler immediately retreated. Their faces were filled with disgust and fear. His blood had already turned gray, yet he was still alive and kicking. This was definitely not normal. He definitely could not be considered human. The leaders of the other top-notch families were all shocked as they cried out in shock. Even Tuoba Linfeng's group of 4 were frightened as they stood there with a blank expression on their faces. Their minds were in chaos. Until now, they still did not know what had happened to them. They had only spat out a mouthful of blood. How did it become swill? This doesn't make sense. Roar. Before anyone could react, a roar suddenly came from behind Tuoba Linfeng's group. It sounded like a human's voice, but the aura was not like that of a human's, but more like a beast's. Everyone reflexively turned their heads to look. Due to the sudden appearance of Tuoba Linfeng and the other 3, they had momentarily neglected what was behind them. Only now did they remember that there was another figure that had rushed out of the cauldron with Tuoba Linfeng and the other 3, and the one that was roaring at this moment was none other than this figure. This person was naturally Changyu Xiaotian. To be precise, it was no longer him, but a cosmic zombie, compared to Tuoba Linfeng's group of 4 who were merely carriers of the poison of undying and indestructible, Changyu Xiaotian, who was originally already dead and was only revived because of the poison of undying and indestructible. His current appearance and state was truly tragic and frightening. First, it was his head. Previously, Ling Huilong had crushed his cervical vertebrae before killing him. Right now, Changyu Xiaotian's cells and genes had changed because of the undying imperishable poison. Thus, he seemed to have been reborn in a different way. Perhaps his broken cervical vertebrae had already regenerated and reconnected. But, even if it was good, it was still crooked. At this moment, his neck was completely crooked, and his head was placed horizontally on his left shoulder. The angle was suspicious. At the very least, a living person would not be able to do such a difficult action. Other than that, his eyes were completely gray. There was no white or black in his pupils. They were completely gray. Even the blood that flowed out from the corner of his mouth was the same. This scene made Tuoba Linfeng and the others tremble in fear. No matter how they looked at it, they felt that the current Changyu Xiaotian was a true portrayal of themselves in the near future. Moreover, the exposed skin of Changyu Xiaotian was also dripping with gray and black pus. He looked like a rotten corpse that had just crawled out from the ground. However, the aura in his body was extremely powerful. Although it was chaotic and mysterious, it was powerful. He was clearly an origin rank 6 existence. Compared to when he entered the enormous star cauldron, his cultivation had actually risen by an entire realm. Xiaotian, my son, what happened to you? Seeing his son, whom he doted on so much, suddenly become like this, Changyu was so frightened that he almost lost his soul. He immediately rushed over with several experts of the Changyu family. His complexion was deathly pale as he asked with concern. Oh woo, in this state, Changyu Xiaotian clearly did not have the ability to speak. Perhaps he had even lost his self-awareness. The only thought or instinct he had was to devour flesh and blood. Under such circumstances, how could Xianxia not react when 5 lively bodies exuding a fragrant smell of flesh and blood rushed in front of him without warning? An excited howl came out of his mouth. Then, his body suddenly jumped. His seemingly rotten body was extremely agile. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of one of the experts of the Xianxia family. The head on his crooked shoulder opened its wide mouth. This time, it was a real grin, and half of the origin rank expert's head was bitten off. The latter was not completely dead. The upper half of his head was gone. His whole body was still twitching, but in the next moment, he stopped breathing. This was because the remaining half of his head was bitten off by Xianxia in the blink of an eye. Oh my god, what the hell? You scared this young master to death. Run, monster. Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and the other 2 were so scared that they almost wet their pants. An origin rank expert had his head bitten off just like that. The key was that it was bitten off in 2 bites. It was absolutely horrifying. The 4 of them screamed as they rushed in the direction of the experts of their respective families. They looked completely like stray dogs. Virus. This guy must have been poisoned by that fake young master Linghu. That kid colluded with the Yin Demon clan. This poison might be from the Yin Demon clan. It's so terrifying. I've never heard of it before. And the Medicine King's inheritance and the Green Jade ruler were also snatched by him. Oh my god, this young master is coughing up blood again, but why don't I feel anything? Why is it still gray? Woo. The 3 of them were screaming. Although they were in a panic, they at least understood what was going on. The surrounding experts who were stunned by this scene had a change of expression. They finally understood what was going on. The Medicine King's inheritance was a Green Jade ruler. Sure enough, it was snatched away by that fake young master Linghu who called himself Linghu Ju. What was even more infuriating was that not only did that guy snatch the Medicine King's inheritance, but he also poisoned Tuoba Linfeng and the others in the giant star cauldron. The former had clearly been poisoned as well, but the poison had not acted up yet. However, Longyu Jingtian was in a much worse situation. His teeth were so sharp that they could bite off half of an Origin Realm expert's head with a single bite. This was clearly a sign that he had been deeply poisoned, and there was no way he could be cured. Ah, Linghu Ju, this old master and you cannot exist under the same sky. I will tear you apart. Chanyu Jinglong's hair and beard were fluttering, and his face was incomparably ferocious as he roared at the sky. Then, he saw that the origin rank expert had already been bitten by Chanyu Jingtian. More than half of his body had already fallen into his stomach, and it was bulging so much that it could explode at any time. A trace of grief appeared on his face as he turned around and left. At the same time, he roared, "What are you still standing there for? Restrain him and bring him back. If you can save him, save him. If you can't, then destroy him." Destroy him? When Tuoba Linfeng and the others heard this, they trembled all over again. They swallowed their saliva and looked at their fathers in panic. Father, I'm not deeply poisoned. You can't destroy me, right? Yes. I'm the same. Apart from the fact that my blood is a little gray, everything else is normal. Our Huangfu clan can even refine an 8th grade liquid, so it shouldn't be a problem for us to detoxify poisons, right? Woo. Father, I don't want to die. I don't want to eat other people's heads. Save me. As they spoke, all 4 of them began to cry. The dozens of experts from the various top clans looked at each other, and their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. Everyone is alarmed. Chanyu Xiaotian was quickly subdued. During this process, another powerhouse from the Chanyu clan had half of his head bitten off by him. Although he didn't have the chance to eat the body afterwards, this powerhouse obviously couldn't live. Following his capture, everyone was alarmed and finally let out a sigh of relief. However, those powerhouses from the Chanyu clan didn't discover that in the process of capturing Chanyu Xiaotian, their bodies were more or less stained with some of Chanyu Xiaotian's gray blood. Although it was quickly erased, this was an undying and indestructible poison from the Desolate Era. Could it really be erased? No one knew. However, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched as he watched. Seeing Changyu Xiaotian become this kind of monster that was neither human nor ghost with his own eyes, he finally realized the terror of the undying and indestructible poison with incomparable clarity. The Heaven War Star is going to be in chaos. No matter if it's Changyu Xiaotian or Tuoba Linfeng, their clans won't easily give up on treatment. During this process, that terrifying virus is very likely to spread unknowingly. With his heart beating wildly, Yi Xian lowered his voice and whispered to the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru beside him, "You guys better advise the powerhouses of the clan to leave this place of trouble. I will also leave soon. Don't worry, I will find some time to refine your treasured armors. Next time we meet, just give me the materials for the subsequent fusion." The three girls had long been scared to the point that their faces were deathly pale. They had previously seen Changyu Xiaotian being crushed to death with their own eyes, but now, not only did this guy become this undying and indestructible appearance, his cultivation and strength had also skyrocketed by nearly a large realm. Even opening his mouth could reach behind his ears, and with one bite, half of his head would be gone. They simply didn't dare to think about all of this. The fear in their hearts was even greater than the others. At least, they still didn't know that Changyu Xiaotian was actually already a dead person. This was the rhythm of dying and then coming back to life to bring disaster to the world. Of course, they wouldn't reveal this point, otherwise, it would arouse suspicion. In reality, after the three girls came back to their senses, in order to cover for Yi Xian, they immediately told him everything that had happened in the cauldron. Of course, the part about Ling Huilong and the others was omitted. Everything was pushed onto the head of that fake young master Ling Hu. No one suspected that the three girls were in cahoots with Yi Xian. After hearing their words and hearing the nonsense of Tuoba Linfeng's group, no one paid any more attention to Yi Xian. Their hatred was completely shifted to the so-called fake young master, Ling Huju. At the same time, the 8 successors of the various major clans who had been forcibly squeezed out of the qualifications to enter had rejoiced expressions on their faces. They were completely different from before Tuoba Linfeng and the other 3 had appeared, a world of difference. There were a total of 20 people who entered the cauldron. Except for Ling Huju, who obtained the Medicine King's Jade Ruler and left behind a lot of troubles, only 9 people came out alive. More than half of them were dead. Moreover, amongst these 9 people, there were only 4 that could be considered complete. They were Yi Xian, Shan Yuanziying, and the other 4 girls. The other 5 seemed to have all been marked, and 1 seemed to be unable to be cured, while the other 4 were just waiting for the verdict. After secretly calculating the situation in their hearts, the 8 fellows rejoiced. Fortunately, they were squeezed out. Otherwise, even if they didn't die, they would probably be more or less the same as Tuoba Linfeng and the others. At this point, this so-called exploration of the ruins had completely ended. Moreover, it had ended in a crushing defeat. Except for Shan Yuan, Duanmu, and a few other top major clans, all the other forces had suffered heavy losses. It was simply unacceptable. Especially after hearing that there was no other good fortune in the inner space of the giant cauldron star, and only endless strange flames and terrifying grey poisonous fog, none of the masters present wanted to go in and take a look. They didn't even want to stay in this Medicine King's secret realm. The masters of the 16 major clans quickly left. The purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru also did the same. In order not to arouse suspicion, they left with their respective clans' armies. Yi Xian also pretended to follow behind and returned to Heaven Battle Planet. As for the array outside the Medicine King's ruins, some masters were still left to guard it. After all, there were hundreds of thousands of people exploring the ruins. They didn't know that such a big change had occurred. It was estimated that they would only return to the entrance of the ruins when the 1-month deadline was up. Most of these people were from the 16 major clans, and there were only a few hundred rogue cultivators. Therefore, the array outside the ruins couldn't be removed. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to leave. This allowed Yi Xian to breathe a sigh of relief. Only 1 day had passed in a month. He had plenty of time to quietly sneak in, enter, and wait for an opportunity to secretly take away the farmer god cauldron. Although the 16 major clans did their best to suppress the news, there were still some rogue cultivators present at the time. Not to mention, the Huyan clan, Bailey clan, Pengqing Pharmaceutical Company, Life Gene Company, and other clans and forces of the 16 major clans were extremely worried that this terrifying grey poison would spread and wreak havoc. They wanted to secretly pressure the Chengyu clan and the other 4 major clans. Therefore, everything that happened in the Medicine King's secret realm was spread out on the same day. The entire Heaven Battle planet was in an uproar, and for a time, everyone was in a state of panic. Under the investigation of some people, the situation in the encampment of the Chengyu clan, who had temporarily rented a courtyard on the Heaven Battle planet, was quickly revealed. It was said that on the night Chengyu Xiaotian was escorted back, perhaps because he had swallowed an Origin Realm master and bitten off half of the heads of 2 other Chengyu clan masters, his cultivation base was previously at Origin Realm 7th stage. However, his cultivation base skyrocketed overnight, reaching the Great Circle of Origin Realm 9th stage, and he almost escaped. In the end, although he was painfully killed by Chengyu Jinglong and turned into a mist of flesh and blood, the spreading grey flesh and blood infected many Chengyu clan masters. Apart from Chengyu Jinglong and a few others, more than half of the 100 or so Chengyu clan masters who stayed in the courtyard coughed up blood that night. Their situation was exactly the same as Tuoba Linfeng's group of 4. Even if they coughed up blood, there was no trace of blood, and the grey color was extremely frightening. As for the Tuoba clan, Gonyang clan, as well as the Yuan clan and Huangfu clan, who had temporarily rented a courtyard on the Heaven Battle planet, the situation was tightly sealed. No one knew how it was progressing. They only knew that the 4 major clans were using all their resources and connections to save Tuoba Linfeng's group of 4. However, from the fact that the 4 major clans kept silent and didn't make any announcements regarding their progress, the treatment situation was obviously not optimistic. It was likely that they couldn't be saved. All kinds of rumors began to wreak havoc on the Heaven Battle planet. Some people had already begun to flee, feeling that this strange poison was about to spread. Even the imperial family of the Heaven Battle Empire was said to have taken action, preparing for a rainy day. Xinjiang Pavilion revisited after leaving Planet Heaven Battle, Yi Xian confirmed that there was no one around. Then, he summoned his Dongshu shuttle behind a planet and stepped into it. Ling Huilong and the other 3 immediately came forward to welcome them. Their faces were filled with excitement. They had stayed in the Dongshu shuttle for 3 days. Although they had only wandered around the main control room on the top floor, they had long realized that this small private warship had more than one floor. In fact, just the space of the central control room on the top floor was already larger than a 3,000-meter-long stellar-level military battleship. It should be noted that the captain of the Dongshu shuttle was only 300 meters long. A small private battleship actually used the space-folding technology inside. Only some top-level existences, such as the Crown Prince of the Heavenly War Empire, could have such a foundation. Even the private battleship of the master of the Clear River Pavilion was not so extravagant. From this point, they deeply felt the depth of their young master's foundation, so they were naturally happy. It's a bit chaotic outside right now. You'll know when you go back. That guy Chengyu Xiaotian came back to life again and became a universe zombie. After chatting for a while, Yi Xian's expression turned serious. He continued, I still have something to do, but I will definitely go to the Clear River Pavilion in the next 2 or 3 days. You guys go back first and tell Mr. Hu about what happened in the space inside the cauldron. Advise him to make early preparations. I don't think we can stay in the Heaven Fighting Star any longer. Let's talk about the details when I get there. Ling Huilong and the others jumped in fright, especially the former. Chengyu Xiaotian was someone he had personally crushed to death. He couldn't be any more dead, yet he had actually come back to life. Moreover, he had even become some kind of cosmic zombie. Although they didn't understand what that was, it was enough to frighten them. It was definitely not a good thing. The 4 of them originally wanted to say something, but when they heard Yi Xian say that he would go to the Clear River Pavilion in a few days, they did not say anything more. They immediately exited the Dongshu shuttle and rushed to the Heaven Battle planet. Yi Xian, on the other hand, activated the concealment array and quickly rushed towards the Void Mystic Realm where the Pale King's relics were located. The current Dongshu shuttle was already a quasi-starry sky supreme treasure. In addition, the experts left behind by the Tuoba family to maintain the operation of the array nodes outside the Medicine King's secret realm were not overly powerful existences. They were basically all in the Origin realm. Therefore, Yi Xian did not feel any pressure at all. After arriving, he did not slow down and directly rushed into the secret realm. Even so, due to the activation of the concealment formation, the powerhouses of the Tuoba family who were pushing the node outside did not sense anything abnormal at all, and the Dongshu shuttle flashed and entered. After entering, Yi Xian directly urged the Dongshu shuttle to rush to the depths of the secret realm where the Shinong cauldron was located. To his surprise, the 9 colored flames that originally soared into the sky from the cauldron had already disappeared. Only some 9-colored mist was still dense. Yi Xian immediately ordered the Devouring system to collect the Shinong cauldron. The Devouring system directly connected with the internal field of the Shinong cauldron and completed everything in the blink of an eye. The Shinong cauldron, as huge as a star, turned into a stream of light and rushed over, sinking into Yi Xian's forehead and into his knowledge sea. The sudden disappearance of such a huge star could be seen from very far away. It was likely that the powerhouses who were staying in the secret realm would quickly rush over. In order to avoid being exposed or other unforeseen events, Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately stepped into the Dongshu shuttle, turned around, and quickly left. After a while, he rushed out of the Medicine King's secret realm along the original path. Still, he did not arouse the vigilance of the powerhouses guarding the node outside and disappeared into the distant void of the Milky Way. At this point, everything in the Medicine King's secret realm had finally come to an end. There was no longer any value in this place. No matter what kind of rumors spread, Yi Xian would not return. After everything was settled, Yi Xian stopped the Dongshu shuttle and remained in a concealed state, hiding behind a star. Then, he began to check the situation in his knowledge sea. The Shinong cauldron was indeed suspended in the central domain above his knowledge sea, where the Shinong pestle had been previously. After these 2 ancient treasures had been refined, the Shinong pestle had been inserted into the cauldron at an angle. At a glance, it was just a set of ordinary small pots, but in the shape of a 3-legged and 4-eared cauldron. If it weren't for the mysterious 9-colored mist surrounding the entire Shinong cauldron, and the dense and ancient aura, no one would have thought that this set of small cauldrons with a slightly different appearance was actually a primordial treasure. Yi Xian's divine sense quickly entered the Shinong cauldron to check. The furnace volcano in the central domain of the cauldron had stopped. Not only had the 9-colored flame unexpectedly disappeared, even the orange-red flame that had been ignited by Yi Xian's primordial spirit heart flame had disappeared. However, Yi Xian had a feeling that the flames were connected to his flesh and blood. He knew that as long as he willed it, the orange-red flame would immediately ignite again to refine the great medicine for him. Of course, a 1-colored flame had the effect of a 1-colored flame, and a 9-colored flame had the power of a 9-colored flame. This was different. Yi Xian could only ignite a 1-colored flame at the moment, so there was a limit to the great medicine that he could refine with the help of the Shinong cauldron. Miraculously, although the space inside the cauldron was filled with endless 9-colored flames, the undulating mountain range around the furnace volcano in the central domain was not affected at all. The mountains and rivers were still green. Not only were all the spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits unaffected, but some ferocious beasts and spiritual birds could also be seen from time to time. They were all ready-made materials that could be used to refine the great medicine. In the future, if Yi Xian obtained some spiritual roots and spiritual herbs from the outside world, he could also transplant them into the cauldron. It was indeed worthy of being a primordial treasure. In the same space, the central domain could be filled with flames, but the surrounding mountains and rivers were still green. This was the uniqueness of the Shinong cauldron's inner field. It was amazing. After his divine sense swept through the space inside the cauldron, Yi Xian was full of joy. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had almost no practical experience in refining medicine, he would have tried to use this primordial treasure Shinong cauldron to refine a cauldron of great medicine on the spot. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. Yi Xian remembered the undying and indestructible poison that had spread in the space inside the cauldron before, which was the strange gray fog. He didn't know whether it had been successfully condensed and purified by the 9-colored Shinong flame in the cauldron. In short, the space inside the cauldron was normal now, and he didn't see the existence of the strange gray fog. With suspicion, Yi Xian's divine sense extended into the depths of the furnace volcano in the central domain of the cauldron. Finally, he unexpectedly found a small gray bead the size of a baby's fist. The bead was extremely strange. Its surface was ordinary, like a gray pearl of inferior quality, but its interior was not solid. There was rolling fog surging endlessly, and sometimes, miniature ferocious beasts would appear. All of them were not things that could be seen in the present era, and they were emitting a strong primordial aura. These miniature primordial beasts appeared and disappeared as soon as they appeared, and every single one of them gave off a creepy and eerie aura. Some of them had dark green eyes like demons, some were scarlet red like blood, some were bloody all over, and some even had their internal organs slipping out of their stomachs and hanging under their chests and abdomens. These were clearly fatal injuries, but it didn't affect the aura of these ferocious beasts at all. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Zombies appear frequently. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the desolate poison. Undying and imperishable bead, contains the boundless resentment of those who perished in the desolate era. It gathers the resentment of the heavens and earth and condenses it into a bead. Grade, desolate era treasure. Quality, perfect grade, slightly flawed. As the system beep sounded in his mind, Xian was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. The strange gray poison had been condensed into a bead. Moreover, this so-called undying and imperishable pearl was actually in existence at the level of a primordial treasure. This was definitely the king of 10,000 poisons, condensed from the boundless resentment and filth of those who had fallen in an incomparable battle during the primordial era. This was definitely a supreme treasure for scheming. However, the poison of this bead was too terrifying. Once the poison spread, it would spread in a large area. If it was not suppressed in time after it spread, it was likely that an entire universe would fall. It was too dangerous, so Xian did not dare to use it. This kind of thing would be retribution when one reached the later stages of cultivation. However, with this pearl in hand, it was also a type of deterrence. According to his estimations, the Heaven Battle planet was most likely going to face a great calamity this time. Once this matter spread, the undying and indestructible poison would also become famous throughout the three universes. Xian had an undying and imperishable bead in hand. Although he had no intention of using it, it might come in handy in the future. It was good to scare people. Thinking of this, he immediately released a strand of divine sense towards the central region furnace volcano. After wrapping around the small gray bead, he carefully pulled it in front of him. This pearl was extremely strange. From the outside, it merely looked like a gray and ordinary pearl, and it didn't emit any unusual aura. However, if one looked at it carefully with concentration, one would notice that there were countless primordial ferocious beasts floating up and down within it, and they were all things condensed from resentment. Among all the desolate era ferocious beasts, some had dark green eyes, some were scarlet red like blood, some had rotting flesh, and some even had their internal organs slipping out of their stomachs, hanging on their chests and abdomens. These were clearly injuries waiting for death. However, it did not affect their auras at all. Even though they were separated by the material membrane on the gray bead's outer layer, Xian could feel waves of extremely powerful primordial resentment rushing at him as the ferocious beasts continued to live and die. Xian did not dare to take a closer look. This thing was probably very fragile. If it exploded or cracked in his hands, then he would be in big trouble. He didn't even dare to store it in his sea of consciousness or the undying world in his body. He decided to leave it in the farmer god cauldron. This way, even if it really cracked open, with the suppression of the farmer god cauldron, it wouldn't leak out and harm him. With this thought, Xian's primordial spirit immediately retreated and opened his eyes. After that, he rode the Dongshu shuttle and hurried back to the Heaven Battle planet. When he was not far from the planet, he stepped out of the battleship and put it into his body. Then, he concealed himself and stealthily approached the Heaven Battle planet. He entered the Heaven Battle planet's star defense array and headed straight for the imperial capital. At the same time, in the ancestral land of the Tuoba family, one of the three great clans of the Heaven Battle planet, it had been a few days since they returned from the Medicine King's mysterious domain. During these few days, Tuoba Xiong had not slept a wink. Of course, if the family head was so anxious, there was no need to mention the other experts in the Tuoba family. Those who were busy, and those who were not were anxious. The entire ancestral land of the Tuoba family was shrouded in a layer of dark clouds. The reason why Tuoba Xiong was worried was because of the undying poison in Tuoba Linfeng's body. Tuoba Xiong was originally quite confident in the matter of removing the poison. After all the top clans that researched the Geno fluid could be considered to be involved in the field of medicine. Moreover, it was not the medical skills of ordinary people, but the medical skills of cultivators. Within any of the top clans that researched the Geno fluid, there would be 1 or 2 medical divine masters in charge. The Tuoba family had previously obtained an incomplete ancient book from the Medicine King's ruins, which allowed some important members of the family to make a major breakthrough. Not only did they come up with a level 10 Geno fluid, but they also made great progress in the field of medicine. But even so, even the clan elder with the deepest attainments in the field of traditional Chinese medicine had already stepped forward and deduced for 2 whole days. He had tried all kinds of methods, but he still couldn't get rid of the strange undying poison into Tuoba Linfeng's body. He could not even stabilize his condition. The only effect was to delay the time of the poison. However, this delay was extremely limited. After all, a few days had passed. No matter how slow the speed of the poison was, there was still a limit. Tuoba Linfeng, who was still alive when he returned, was now bedridden. His mind was sometimes clear and sometimes crazy. He had long been tied up and placed under a restriction to prevent him from breaking free. The situation of the other 3 clans was basically the same. Gong Yangji, Yuan Zhua, and Huang Fuzhua were also bedridden. The situation was getting more and more critical. However, the medical divine masters of the 4 clans gathered together and studied for an entire day, but there was still no progress. This morning, the other 10 or so top-notch families invited the divine doctors from their clans to come to help. Together with the imperial doctors of the Heavenly War Empire, everyone gathered together for a meeting. In the end, there was no progress. At this time, Yi Xian had already collected the Shenong cauldron from the Medicine King's secret territory and quietly returned to the Heavenly War Empire's capital. As soon as he entered the Empire's capital, Yi Xian met a group of panicked citizens of the Empire's capital. Among them, there were also some figures of the Empire's garrison. Obviously, some kind of turmoil had occurred, and it was not small. A light flashed through his mind. Yi Xian quickly guessed something, and his heart suddenly sank. If there was no accident, it should be Tuoba Linfeng's group or Chengyu Xiaotian's side. The undying poison had begun to spread, which caused the turmoil. After asking, it was indeed so. Just a moment ago, from a mansion in the western district of the Empire's outer city, 2 terrifying starry sky powerhouses suddenly rushed out. Their mouths were dripping with grey poisonous blood, and their eyes were grey. They rushed to the street and opened their mouths, biting off half of the heads of several Empire citizens. Their wide mouths were exactly the same as Chengyu Xiaotian's. When they opened their mouths, they were extremely terrifying. The entire street was instantly in chaos. The Empire's garrison immediately rushed over, and after hearing the news, Chengyu Jinglong and the other powerhouses of the Chengyu clan rushed out of the mansion. In a short period of time, they blasted the 2 poisoned people into pieces. However, at the same time these 2 guys were blasted apart, a grey mist of flesh and blood also spread. Some of the Empire's garrison troops were infected and were immediately isolated for observation. Similarly affected were some of the Empire's citizens. They were not starry sky powerhouses, and their resistance to this undying poison was almost negligible. As soon as they were infected, they immediately fell ill. The battle had just ended, and the entire street once again had hundreds of crazy zombies. Each one of them had extraordinary strength, and they gnawed at anyone they saw. Clear as a candle following the unexpected appearance of the Chengyu incident, the undying and imperishable poison finally began to break out. Although it was still in a small area, it was gradually becoming impossible to contain. All the starry sky masters and citizens of the Empire who came into contact with the poison were infected. Some were temporarily contained, while others were killed on the spot. At first, the Heavenly War Empire was caught off guard, but soon, they came up with countermeasures. They didn't just simply kill those poisoned people, they used technological weapons, and a large number of small patrol ships began to patrol around the imperial capital. Once the poison was discovered, they were immediately sealed off and killed by the high temperature of the ship's energy cannons. Although this caused some damage to the capital's buildings, in this critical period, they couldn't care too much. Under the all-out response, the first wave of the undying indestructible strange poisons outbreak was finally stopped, and the situation was under control. In less than half a day, the courtyard temporarily rented by Cheng Yu's family had already turned into a land of death, and no one dared to approach. Only the Heavenly War Empire's official forces were there to deal with the aftermath, plowing the ground with high-temperature energy beams, hoping to use this method to incinerate the remaining poison. The hundreds of Imperial citizens on the street were almost completely wiped out. Of the 100 or so masters of the Cheng Yu family, only the head of the family, Cheng Yu Jinglong, and an elder survived. Even the two of them were only allowed to leave after being carefully inspected by the Empire's experts to confirm that they didn't carry the poison. After that, Cheng Yu Jinglong left the Heavenly War Empire in dejection. Although this matter had temporarily come to an end, as the entire street on the west side of the capital fell and was sealed off and turned into a land of death, panic spread. The entire Heavenly War Empire was in complete chaos. Countless citizens and starry sky masters fled. The situation was already out of control. Although Yi Xian wanted to help, he searched the internal database of the Devouring system, but in the end, he couldn't find any countermeasures. This kind of undying and imperishable poison, even the Devouring system didn't have a way to completely neutralize it. Previously, even the Shenong cauldron could only condense the poison into pearls, but couldn't purify it. From this alone, one could see the problem. Without a doubt, the Heaven Battle Planet was finished. The first wave of outbreaks that had occurred on the western side of the imperial capital was only the beginning. Some of the viruses had definitely spread, but they had not yet appeared because they were still in hibernation. Not long after, the second wave of explosions would completely crumble the wills of all the imperial citizens and experts on the Heaven Battle Planet. This was something that Yi Xian could already see, and it wouldn't be too far away. With a sigh, he stepped into the Clear River Pavilion. It was not a good place to stay. After keeping the appointment, he planned to leave. After meeting him, Hu Qing had a strange expression on his face. He sized up Yi Xian from head to toe for a long time until Yi Xian felt a little uncomfortable. Then, he sighed faintly and shook his head with a bitter smile. If the old patriarch could really have a descendant like you, he would definitely be smiling in the underworld. What a pity. Ling Huju colluded with the Yin Devil clan. He's no longer fit to be a disciple of Ling Hu clan, huh? Yi Xian was startled and his expression immediately changed. Mr. Hu had not released his cultivation aura, but when Yi Xian faced him, the invisible pressure he felt was vaguely similar to when he faced the wretched mosquito butcher. Even if this person was not a universe realm expert of the 15th major realm, he was at least a Genesis realm expert of the 14th major realm. Yi Xian did not expect that Hu Qing had already seen through the fact that he was impersonating Ling Hu Young Master, and even knew that Ling Hu Ju was the real Ling Hu Young Master. This made Yi Xian feel a little uneasy. Little friend, there is no need to panic. If you want to pursue this matter, this Hu would have already acted. Why would I need to talk to you about this? Waving his hand, Hu Qing had Yi Xian sit down. He personally poured 2 cups of tea and gestured for him to drink. Then, he continued, this Hu is not a member of the Ling Hu bloodline. Back then, I received great kindness from the old patriarch, so I stayed on the Heaven Battle Planet to protect the remnants of the Ling Hu bloodline. I originally hoped that the young master who escaped back then would one day return with glory, but who would have thought that this would be the result? The family is unfortunate. At this point, Hu Qing sighed again. Speaking of which, this Hu has to thank little friend. If you hadn't impersonated Ling Hu Young Master, Ling Hu Ju would have suddenly colluded with the Yin Demon clan. Ling Hu Ju's name would have become infamous throughout the 3 great cosmoses. At least now, everyone would think that you are the real one and protect the old patriarch's reputation. Hu Qing thanks you. After saying this, he actually stood up and cupped his hands towards Yi Xian, bowing deeply. Yi Xian's face was burning hot. He could not believe that he would encounter such a situation when he was impersonating Ling Hu Ju. The other party clearly saw through him like a candle and even thanked him so sincerely after knowing the truth. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he could not take it anymore and quickly supported him. He was so embarrassed that he did not know what to say. It's a pity that the Jade ruler of the King of Medicine's inheritance was snatched away by Ling Hu Ju in the end. If it could fall into Little Friend's hands, with Little Friend's great talent, you would definitely be able to bring it to greater heights. Hu Qing seemed to have recalled the past and reminisced. Back then, the old patriarch entrusted this Hu with two tasks. The first was that if his descendant was worth nurturing, I would wholeheartedly assist him and help him become a talent. However, there is no hope for this. The second was related to the king of medicine's inheritance. That secret realm was first discovered by the old patriarch of Linghu, and the rise of the Linghu clan was also related to it. They had once obtained half a volume of the king of medicine's inheritance at the periphery of the secret realm. The old patriarch was amazed by the king of medicine's talent and was worried that the inheritance would fall into the hands of evil people. He instructed me to protect it and find a reliable genius to help him seize it in the future. I never thought that this Hu would break my promise. After experiencing this Hu has already seen through a lot of things. I don't want to stay in the mortal world anymore. I want to find an ancient place to meditate and comprehend the great Tao. Today, I have a request. I hope little friend won't refuse it. Speaking of which, this matter is considered reckless, but for little friend, it is more or less helpful. Otherwise, this Hu wouldn't mention it. I hope little friend can accept the descendants of Linghu in the Clear River Pavilion. Their cultivation is extraordinary. With little friend's talent, you will definitely achieve great things. With them by your side, it will save you a lot of effort. However, I hope little friend doesn't reveal your identity and leave them with a spiritual support. It's also good. This, Xianxia was shocked. He was obviously a fake, but Mr. Hu in front of him asked him to continue pretending. Although he was painstakingly doing so, he really couldn't do it. After pondering for a while, Xianxia suddenly had an idea. He cupped his hands and said, "If Mr. wants to find a place to cultivate, I have a place to go. Moreover, I can also take the descendants of Clear River Pavilion with me. It is a very vast world where they can display their strength. If they succeed in the future, they will definitely be extraordinary. Besides, we really can't stay on Heaven Battle Planet. Soon, a great disaster will descend, so it is better to leave early." "Oh, there is such a place?" Hu Qing was startled and repeatedly asked, "Where is it?" "Death Star Field, Triumph City." "Ah?" Although Hu Qing had been staying on Heaven Battle Planet, he was aware of all the major events that happened in the outside world. When he heard Xianxia mention the Death Star Field, he was stunned for a moment before suddenly understanding and laughing, "Ha ha ha." Chapter 3271, Chapter 327. Wow, so beautiful. Hu Qing left. They took away all the employees and resources of the entire Clear River Pavilion, including Steward Hu, Ichiro, and the others. They were actually all descendants of Linghu, and ever since Xianxia appeared, they had treated him as young Master Linghu. When they heard that young Master Linghu and Prince Xian were actually close friends, they happily left. Normally, the entire Clear River Pavilion would be deserted, and it would attract a lot of secret attention, scrutinizing and investigating this matter. However, the chaos in Heaven War Planet was gradually becoming apparent. Countless starry sky masters and people of the Empire were fleeing, and all the people of Clear River Pavilion were leaving, so no one would think much of it. This matter was actually killing two birds with one stone for Xianxia. On the one hand, he used the name of young Master Linghu, which made him feel a little uncomfortable, but now it was resolved. On the other hand, Hu Qing took his team to Triumph City, which was also good for the construction and future development of Triumph City. Although there were all kinds of talents on the other side, the experts had the wretched mosquito butcher in charge, the army had the trusted troops of Naples, and in terms of construction and development, there were the 1,000 or so so-called victorious return think tanks that Xianxia called pests. Only in the field of business, there were no top talents who could make him feel relieved. It should be known that the Death Star Field, where Triumph City was located, was not only vast, but there were also countless stars. Although they were all dead stars, they were still very rich in mineral resources. However, compared to the harsh environment of the Death Star Field, for other forces, mining these minerals required them to live in that place for a long time. The disadvantages outweighed the advantages, so no one cared. However, since the Victorious Return Legion was stationed there, they would definitely excavate these ores daily, refining them into ores and trading them with the outside world. This was a long-term and sustainable source of resources that could be exchanged for a large number of cultivation resources that the Legion's experts needed, as well as various other reserves for the Legion's expansion. So it was extremely important. With Hu Qing in charge of this in Triumph City, Yi Xian was completely relieved. After solving this matter, he originally wanted to leave immediately. Heaven War Planet had become a place of trouble, and he didn't want to stay here and be infected by the poison of immortality. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would have to throw himself into the Shinnon cauldron to be refined to get rid of the poison in his body. That was simply torture. Just the thought of it was terrifying. Just as Yi Xian was about to leave, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru came together and blocked the door. When Yi Xian walked out of the courtyard, the three girls were grinning at him eagerly. What is it this time? Yi Xian immediately became vigilant. It was definitely not a good thing for these three girls to be together. Long Xian, what do you mean? Do you dislike the three of us so much? Fortunately, one of them is your lover. I've never seen you treat your future wife like this. Yes or no, Ziying, what kind of eyes did you have in the past? She actually took a fancy to him. Ayaya, you two damned girls. You were clearly protesting against him, so why are you dragging me into this? Seeing that Yi Xian was guarding against them like they were thieves, the three girls couldn't take it anymore and started protesting. Their small lips were pouting so hard that 2 kilograms of meat could be hung from them. With 3 delicate beauties waiting outside at the same time, who wouldn't be overjoyed? Only this guy's face immediately darkened. No one else could do this. This was especially true for Purplish Warbler, who was innocently implicated. At this moment, her mood was completely messed up. She was so embarrassed that her face turned red and she almost turned around and ran away. Yi Xian was embarrassed and stepped aside to invite the 3 ladies in. After asking, he found out that they had already thought about what kind of ores they would use for the second fusion refinement and had already collected all of them. Thus, before leaving Heaven War Planet, they had hurriedly sent them over to Yi Xian. With regards to the future armor, the 3 girls had always been thinking about it. This was too normal. Almost all women were like this. Once they thought about how beautiful clothes were about to be in their hands, they would definitely lose their appetite for food and drink. They would be so excited that their eyes would be filled with adrenaline. At this time, Heaven War Planet was on the verge of erupting with an undying and indestructible poison, yet they acted as if nothing had happened and were still thinking about the armor. Yi Xian was thoroughly convinced. Very quickly, the 3 girls each took out a small spatial box. Inside each box was a rare mineral. Even Yi Xian felt a little envious when he saw them. As expected of the young misses of the top families of the dynasty. If such a thing was thrown out, it would definitely attract a lot of people, yet they were able to easily get their hands on it. The 3 spatial boxes were quickly put away by Yi Xian and sent into his undying world. Just as he was about to say something, Duanmu Xiaocha beside him excitedly shouted, "Idol, quickly take out our armor for us to admire." Although this is only the first fusion refinement, the armor we chose last time was all very beautiful. After fusing with the armor that was originally lacking in this aspect, it will definitely be very beautiful, right? Ah? Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Only now did he understand. The 3 girls had come to deliver the materials, but their main purpose was to see the armor that they had fused with. After all, it had been a few days since they returned from the Medicine King's hidden realm. Yi Xian had previously said that the first fusion refinement did not require much time, but the later refinements would require more time. He had nothing to do these past few days, so the girls probably thought that he was refining the armor behind closed doors. At this time, he was afraid that he would not be able to say that he did not have time to refine the armor. Since they were so concerned about it, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were thinking about it day and night. If they found out that he did not take it seriously at all, he was afraid that he would be in trouble. If the 3 of them were to follow Yi Xian closely and supervise his progress day and night, then it would really be over. Thinking of this, Yi Xian shuddered. Then, under the suspicious gazes of the 3 girls, he turned around and walked towards the inner room. You guys wait, there's still a bit of finishing up that hasn't been done yet. Finish it immediately and just wait outside. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already entered the inner room. Yi Xian raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. He immediately took out the 3 armor artifacts and the magnificent armor artifact for fusion. He threw all of them to the devouring system. At the same time, he took out some star core origin from the Undying World and threw it to the Devouring system as well. He was preparing to fuse the 3 armor artifacts together. After all, it was only the first time, so it would not take much time. After all, his cultivation had increased by a lot, and it was no longer the same as before. After finishing all the preparations, Xianxia immediately ordered the system to fuse the armor artifacts immediately. Then, he sat cross-legged in the inner room and waited. According to his estimation, the first fusion of the 3 pieces of armor at the same time would take about 4 hours to complete. Fortunately, the 3 girls from the Purplish Warbler did not disturb him during this process. They probably knew that refining was a meticulous job and could not be distracted. Otherwise, if the armor artifacts were to be destroyed, they would be the ones crying. 4 hours later, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Xianxia felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He put away the 3 armors, stood up, and left the inner room. With a wave of his hand, the 3 dazzling armors lined up and floated in the air in front of him. Wow, so beautiful, I love you to death. Imperial Castle collapses. The 3 girls originally had several sets of armor. The sturdiest and most practical one was clumsy and ugly, while the most dazzling one was flashy but impractical, not very useful in actual combat. Although there were a few sets of armor that balanced both aspects, because they had to balance these 2 aspects at the same time, they ended up being mediocre. They were beautiful, but not stunning, and they were sturdy, but just barely passable. For the female Starry Sky Masters who loved beauty, having a sturdy, practical, and dazzling set of armor was almost an eternal pain in their hearts. Very few people got what they wanted. But now, the 3 sets of female armor in front of them clearly belonged to this kind of dream equipment. Stars burst out of the eyes of the 3 girls. In front of them, they could vaguely see the shadow of the 2 sets of armor they had provided before. The shortcomings were discarded, but the advantages were retained and perfectly blended together. This was only the first fusion, but the 3 girls were already amazed. Although there was no change in terms of grade, and the main armor they had provided before was of the Starry Sky Legend grade, and it was still the same now, but the quality, especially the appearance, had been completely reborn. It was completely different from before. Heavens, this is too amazing. I'm not dreaming, am I? Big bad guy, the previous matter is written off. This young lady is not angry anymore, but you can't be careless with the following fusion. An idol is an idol. Just based on this magical refining technique, even if he is not a prince, he is destined to be famous in the world. I'm afraid that even those master refiners are not as good as him. Stars burst out of their eyes as the 3 girls admired their new sets of armor admiringly. They were not stingy with their praise, almost praising Xianxia to the heavens. Then, they each took out their own sets of armor and put them on. Their whole temperament was completely different, and Xianxia's eyes couldn't help but light up. After tossing and turning for a long time, the 3 girls reluctantly took it off and handed it back to Xianxia with a red face. Then, they pestered him to imagine the shape and changes of the armor after the second fusion. After grinding for a full meal, they left, turning their heads 3 times. It was on this night that an unforeseen event occurred again. The second outbreak of the undying indestructible poison appeared. Roar. Screech. Screech. At midnight, a bone-chilling scream of a corpse suddenly sounded. It came from the direction of the courtyard temporarily rented by the 3 great families of Heaven Battle Planet, the Tuoba family, the Gonyang family, as well as the Yuan family and the Huangfu family. Immediately after, hundreds of cosmic zombies rushed out from the 4 great clans and scattered, running in different directions of the Heaven Battle Empire's capital. These universe zombies were originally the Starry Sky experts of the 4 great families. Perhaps because they had been in contact with Tuoba Linfeng, Gongyang Ji, Yuan Zhua, and Huangfu Zhua during this period of time, they were unknowingly infected. What was even stranger was that they seemed to have made an agreement in advance. Tonight, they all lost their vitality and self-awareness at the same time, turning into terrifying universe zombies. No one would believe that there was nothing fishy about this, but where the problem was, no one knew. The Heaven Battle Empire reacted immediately. A large number of the imperial capital's garrison troops were dispatched. In the blink of an eye, there were countless shuttles flying back and forth in the sky above the imperial capital, beginning to search and kill. As the imperial capital of one of the three great empires, the Heaven Battle City had always had a flight ban, but after the first outbreak of the undying indestructible poison, no one paid attention to this flight ban. At this time, the imperial capital's garrison troops, in addition to the small shuttles, even the 1,000-meter-long planetary-level battleships had been dispatched. From time to time, they would blast out energy beams to kill the bloody universe zombies wreaking havoc in the imperial capital. In the chaotic situation, some of the starry sky experts in the imperial capital no longer had any scruples. They all summoned their own small private battleships and fled this demonic land in panic. As for the inner city of the Heaven Battle Empire, the energy shield had already been activated. It could effectively prevent the virus from spreading in. At the same time, there was a large number of imperial capital's garrison troops guarding the main roads. Any universe zombies that didn't know how to open their eyes would be killed from afar. Tonight, the entire Heaven Battle Empire was in complete chaos. The Heaven Battle Empire was about to collapse. More than 100 universe zombies appeared at the same time, and they were all starry sky experts. Their original cultivation was not weak, but after the poison turned them into universe zombies, the cells in their bodies mutated. In an instant, their strength skyrocketed, making it extremely difficult to kill them. Even if they were successfully hunted down, in the process, more people in the imperial capital were infected. Under such a chaotic situation, there was no way to guard against the splashing blood of the universe zombies. As a result, the more the universe zombies were killed, the more the universe zombies increased. In the end, it gradually became a prairie fire. Before dawn, the zombies in the outer city of the imperial capital had already formed into hordes. Although most of them were ordinary citizens of the imperial capital and not starry sky powerhouses, even if they were ordinary citizens, after becoming zombies in the universe, because of the mutation, the power they possessed was already extremely shocking. Not to mention, there were also a small number of starry sky experts mixed in. They had already become the leaders of the universe zombies. They were often hidden in the zombie horde and were very difficult to kill. When the sky was about to brighten, the number of zombies in the outer city of the imperial capital had reached hundreds of thousands. At this point, the officials of the Heaven Battle Empire finally realized that the situation was hopeless, and the situation could not be reversed. The imperial family in the inner city and the upper echelons of the empire who were protected by the energy shield all evacuated. Not only did they evacuate from the Heaven Battle Empire, but they also evacuated from the Battle Star. Because some universe zombies had already broken through the city, the other cities on the vast continent of this star would soon be affected, and there would no longer be a paradise left. The upper echelons of the empire had already begun to evacuate, so the starry sky experts and the people of the empire naturally could not have any more hope. Those who had the ability to leave all set off from the first universe, boarding the warships and rising into the sky. Not only did the other aristocratic families and forces who came for this Medicine King peak hurriedly leave, even the local top aristocratic families of the Heaven Battle Empire, such as the Tuoba and Gongyang families, did the same. Including the three girls Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru, the three girls finally left. Yi Xian stood in the small courtyard of the hostel, looking up at the horizon. Seeing the warships of the aristocratic families rise into the sky, the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Yi Xian originally wanted to leave long ago, but he delayed until now because he changed his mind at the last minute. For the time being, he did not plan to leave the Heaven Battle Star. As for the reason, even Yi Xian felt that it was somewhat incomprehensible when he thought about it now. The reason he stayed was because of these universe zombies, or more accurately, it was because of the 4 zombie kings. Zombie Kings Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At the beginning of the second outbreak of the undying indestructible poison in the Heaven War planet, the system suddenly notified Yi Xian that it had discovered 4 zombie kings that had successfully mutated and asked Yi Xian if he should immediately hunt them down. Suddenly hearing the title of zombie kings, Yi Xian was caught unprepared. This was because the system's notification was very clear and pointed out the names of the 4 zombie kings that had successfully mutated. They were Tuoba Linfeng, Gongyang Ji, Yuan Zhua, and Huangfu Zhua. The reason why the system asked Yi Xian if it should be hunted down immediately was because this kind of zombie king that had successfully completed a living mutation had condensed a corpse core within its body. It was a rare body refinement treasure that could only be encountered and not sought after, Tuoba Linfeng, Gongyangji, Yuan Zhua, and Huangfuzhua were originally black hole realm starry sky powerhouses. Moreover, when they were infected with the undying indestructible poison, they didn't die, unlike Changyu Xiaotian. Therefore, they had the opportunity to successfully evolve into zombie kings. Although in the two zombie crises that occurred on the Heaven War planet, in addition to a large number of ordinary people being infected, there were also many unfortunate starry sky powerhouses that had met with misfortune. Some of them were even above Tuoba Linfeng and the other three in terms of cultivation realm and life level. They were existences at the origin realm or even the heavenly passage realm. But even so, only Tuoba Linfeng and the other three successfully mutated and evolved into zombie kings. This was because they were infected with the most primitive undying indestructible poison, while the ordinary people and a few starry sky powerhouses were infected with the undying indestructible poison from Changyu Xiaotian, Tuoba Linfeng, and the others. Clearly, they weren't on the same level. Among the five, apart from Changyu Xiaotian who had been turned into a bloody mist and completely dissipated, Tuoba Linfeng, Gongyangji, Yuan Zhua, and Huangfuzhua, without exception, had all withstood the undying indestructible poison's full invasion of their primordial spirit and corporeal body. Today, they were indeed no longer normal humans. Every cell inside and outside of their bodies had completed a metamorphosis and embarked on a different path of evolution. From now on, they no longer needed to cultivate their divine intents because their primordial spirits had mutated and turned into a corpse core. This corpse core was the foundation of a zombie king's existence. It was the result of Tuoba Linfeng's group's primordial spirits and cultivation being corroded by the indestructible poison. According to the Devouring system, this kind of corpse core had an unparalleled effect on starry sky masters who walked the path of body cultivation. Of course, it wouldn't be swallowed directly. Instead, it would be used in medicine. When refining the gene cultivation fluid required in the future, it would be fine to add a little of it. If one were to look at it from a different perspective, it could be seen as a flesh and blood consumable taken from the body of a ferocious beast and used as medicine. In fact, Tuoba Linfeng's group wasn't considered human anymore. They weren't even comparable to the various types of space beasts in the void of the universe. Even if it was only for the sake of cutting the corpse core, Yi Xian didn't have any psychological barriers. It was like killing chickens and dogs. Unfortunately, wanting to successfully kill these four zombie kings wasn't an easy matter. Even the Devouring system could only capture their aura at the very beginning. Afterward, they disappeared without a trace. Obviously, they concealed their aura and hid in the chaotic zombie army. This showed that they hadn't lost their consciousness. Although they had embarked on a different path of evolution, at least they weren't like those low-level cosmic zombies infected by the imperial capital. They were muddle-headed and had already lost their sense of self. Yi Xian was extremely suspicious that these four guys had completely retained their memories and wisdom before they mutated. This wasn't a groundless rumor. Tonight's zombie rampage was too sudden. Moreover, it broke out at the same time from four different directions of the imperial capital. It was as if it had been arranged beforehand. It gave people a feeling of a tight organization and meticulous planning. And the mastermind behind all of this, who else could it be other than Tuoba Linfeng and Gongyangji? The undying indestructible poison was already terrifying to begin with. These four fellows used this strange poison to walk a completely different path of evolution. Even their original memories and wisdom were completely preserved. The danger index could be said to have increased by a large margin. Yi Xian immediately became vigilant. He had a strong sense of crisis, taking advantage of the fact that these four guys had just mutated, their growth was still limited. He had to kill them as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would become a big problem in the future. This was also one of the reasons why Yi Xian decided to take the risk and stay on Heaven Battle Planet. He had a deep grudge with Tuoba Linfeng and Gongyangji, so he couldn't sit by and watch them grow stronger quickly. These four guys' cultivation realm was originally at the Black Hole realm. When they left the Medicine King's secret realm, they used the undying poison to mutate and transform, breaking through the bottleneck in one fell swoop and entering the origin realm. Now that a few days have passed, after successfully mutating, their strength must have soared by a large margin. It is very likely that they are not too far away from the 10th Great Realm, the Grotto Heaven realm. While pondering, Yi Xian whispered softly, slightly frowning, his mind turning quickly, and he soon made a decision. Although these four guys are already in the origin realm, I have the undying glass armor and the withered demon blood blade, both of which are quasi-starry sky supreme treasures. I may be able to fight them. In addition, although the undying poison is terrifying, the undying glass armor is completely sealed. The previous mecha's cabin door has disappeared. Only after refining can I equip it. There are no gaps, so it should be able to isolate the poison and avoid being infected in battle. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's fighting spirit was instantly aroused. Strictly speaking, this battle was actually the first time since he entered the starry sky that he would truly rely on his own strength to fight across a great realm. Naturally, there was an inexplicable expectation in his heart. Withered demon blood blade. While surging with emotions, Yi Xian shook his hand, and a black light instantly sprang out of his body. It expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a glossy pitch-black blade covered in fine blood patterns. Its shape was extremely ferocious and domineering. It was the quasi-starry sky supreme treasure weapon, the withered demon blood blade. This blade had been fused and tempered 6 times by Yi Xian, expending a lot of resources and energy, but it had never truly accompanied him on the bloodshed battlefield. In today's battle, Yi Xian decided to use the mutated blood of zombie kings to sharpen its edge. Although the withered demon blood blade spirit was still in a deep sleep, this blade already had the strange effect of absorbing the blood of its prey before the 6th fusion. Now that it had been fused with the withered demon blood blade, its power in this aspect should be even stronger. As the saying went, fight poison with poison. Yi Xian believed that even the universe zombies that had mutated due to the undying poison would suffer the same fate when facing the withered demon blood blade. Even if the mutated blood was extremely poisonous, this blade would still absorb it. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Battle Zombie King. The Devouring system's keen detection ability was indeed very powerful. Just as the system had indicated to Yi Xian, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, Yuan Zhua, and Huangfu Zhua had indeed successfully withstood the corrosion and assimilation of the undying poison on their bodies and primordial spirits. Because of this, they had transformed and evolved into zombie kings. The strength of the 4 people had also greatly increased with this transformation, and they had stepped into the 9th realm, the origin level 9 perfection. With just one more breakthrough, they would be able to cross another realm and become the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm. This kind of speed was really incredible. Even Yi Xian, who had been constantly having adventures since entering the universe, could only watch and sigh. He couldn't compare at all. Not only that, after the transformation, the 4 people even obtained an evil cultivation technique from the undying poison in their bodies, which should have originated from the primordial era. The 4 people had all transformed into zombie kings, and their primordial spirits had condensed into zombie cores. They couldn't cultivate their previous cultivation techniques anymore, and even their magic treasures were the same. These incomplete primordial cultivation techniques and divine abilities solved the problem, and they were very compatible with their current poisonous zombie bodies. The undying poison was originally formed by the resentment of countless powerful creatures from the primordial era who died in the battle of the primordial era countless years ago. It was normal for it to be mixed with some cultivation techniques from the primordial era, or some bloodline divine abilities of the creatures from the primordial era. The divine abilities and cultivation techniques that could leave a mark in the undying poison naturally couldn't be those with the attribute and power of the blazing sun. Moreover, they were incomplete, but even so, these and evil cultivation techniques and divine abilities originated from the primordial era, and they originated from the first generation of creatures from the primordial era. No matter how incomplete they were, their power couldn't be underestimated. Tuoba Linfeng obtained a primordial demonic cultivation technique called the demonic life transformation technique. Besides that, there was also an incomplete divine ability called the devil flame skyflash/, and it was unknown which ancient existence it originated from. Once this divine ability was executed, it was capable of condensing the energy of poisonous corpses into form to launch attacks that were swift like lightning. Its might was terrifying and evil, and it was even capable of absorbing the vitality, vital energy, and soul core energy of its opponent. It could be called a corpse Dao secret technique. Gong Yangji's luck was also not bad. Although the inheritance he obtained was also incomplete, it was called the Ghost Refining Berserk Devil technique, but its power was quite terrifying. This technique had a palm technique called the Purgatory Thunder Palm, which could actually cause corpse thunder and even corpse electricity with a raise of the hand, which was shocking. As for Yuan Zhua and Huangfu Zhua, both, they, and, of course, they too, they were translation of art demon art translation art. Was. The former emitted the nether corpse flames, whereas the latter refined the baleful blood poison aura. Both of them were extremely poisonous, and once they effused out from the body, they were capable of instantly developing a large expanse of deathless land that was completely devoid of vitality. Tonight's zombie outbreak was indeed carefully planned by Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and the other three. They had successfully completed the transformation and evolution yesterday. Their primordial spirits had mutated, condensing into a grey corpse core in their bodies, transforming them into zombie kings. They had an innate suppression on the other ordinary zombies on the bloodline level. More importantly, they had not lost their original memories and intelligence, and had been completely preserved. After realizing that they were no longer humans, and that even their own family would not accept them, the four of them had a complete change of heart after a series of struggles. Last night, the four of them, through the grey corpse core in their bodies, emitted a wave frequency similar to a biological wave. They controlled all the infected people in their respective areas and comforted them to not act rashly. Through these hibernating zombies in the universe, they finally agreed to attack together tonight and capture the Heaven War Emperor's capital in one fell swoop. It sounded a bit unimaginable, but in fact, it was extremely possible. Every zombie was a source of poison. Even if they were killed, the corpse poison emitted from their bodies could create more of their kind. Just like a rolling snowball, as the number of zombies increased, the number of zombies under the four of them would increase exponentially. What was the big deal about destroying an emperor's capital? Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and the other three even had a detailed plan. After capturing the Heaven War Emperor's capital, they would lead the universe's zombie army to continue their expedition until all the cities on the Heaven War planet were captured. After thoroughly controlling the planet, they would temporarily stop fighting and recuperate. In the future, when the entire universe's zombie army was fully developed, they would lead the army to rush out of the Heaven War planet and conquer the vast starry sky outside. This grand plan was not a so-called dream. There was an extremely high possibility of it becoming a reality, but the most important thing right now was the first step, to capture the Heaven War Emperor's capital. If he couldn't even do this, everything that followed would be nothing more than an illusion. Regarding this, Tuoba Linfeng and the other three were all clear. The four great zombie kings had reached an astonishing consensus. In tonight's battle, they would either succeed and occupy the Emperor's capital, or be annihilated. They could only cut off their means of retreat. Humans wouldn't give them too much time to grow. At this moment, the four of them were leading their respective universes' zombie army. From four different directions, they slowly advanced towards the central plaza of the outer city. They would meet there and first occupy the entire Emperor's capital's outer city, then advance towards the inner city's Emperor's palace. The sky had not yet brightened. In just a short 4 hours, the entire Emperor's capital's outer city had changed beyond recognition. At least 70% of the universe's experts and citizens had left this area. The remaining 30% had either been infected with the corpse poison and integrated into the zombie army, or they couldn't leave. They could only tremble and find a place to hide, waiting for death to claim them. Along the way, the four great zombie armies wreaked havoc. Everywhere they passed, they had already turned into a demonic land. The human silhouettes were becoming fewer and fewer, but the number of zombies in the four great armies was constantly increasing. Tuoba Linfeng and Gong Yangji didn't reveal their presence. They carefully hid in the center of the four great zombie armies. For them, the current Heaven War Emperor's capital was still very dangerous. It was impossible for all the experts in the inner city's Emperor's palace to have left. Most likely, there were people spying on them. Once they discovered that there was a king-level existence in the zombie army, they would definitely use all their strength to kill them. Unfortunately, no matter how careful they were still discovered in the end. Screech, in the eastern region of the outer city, a soul-stirring cold whistle suddenly sounded. A mysterious blood-black light tore through the night sky and rapidly plunged into the universe's zombie army in the eastern region of the outer city. Zheng. The blood-black light arrived in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a blood-red heavenly blade that was more than 10 zhang long. It was ferocious and ferocious. With a sweep in the air, it instantly killed more than 100 universe zombies. A small gap immediately appeared in the densely packed zombie army. Roar. Not far away, the zombie king Xianxia suddenly roared. No longer hiding his body, he rushed towards the blood-red heavenly blade. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Corpse Core in hand. The withered demon blood blade transformed into a heavenly blade and slashed down. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 cosmic zombies were annihilated. Even the mutant zombie energy in their bodies was absorbed in an instant, completely turning them into a gray dust that scattered with the wind. Not only was this scene sudden, it was also too shocking. The entire army was alarmed. Mournful roars rose and fell one after another. Over 100,000 cosmic zombies surged like a surging tide and pounced over together. They were enraged. In addition, the king of the zombie army in the eastern region of the outer city, Xianxia, leaped up with a roar. He activated the evil blood poison aura and shot toward the withered demon blood blade like a blood-colored sunset. Xiao. It was also at this moment that a second incomparably sharp whistling sound pierced through the air from the direction of the withered demon blood blade. Xian, who'd activated the second state of the undying glass armor, was like a miniature purple meteor as he descended in an incomparably stunning manner. Before the person arrived, the right arm of the mech was already raised. Immediately after, a black energy ball with a diameter of more than 1 meter appeared, enveloping the entire right forearm. After a flash, it immediately blasted out, as if crossing the void, and rushed into the zombie army in an instant. Zilala, the black antimatter energy of the death ray cannon was absolutely destructive. All matter and energy would be melted, even these cosmic zombies that were infected with strange poisons and claimed to be immortal and indestructible. With just one shot, more than 100 cosmic zombies were instantly vaporized. A faint sound like boiling oil splashing water could be heard in the void, making one's scalp tingle. All of this happened too quickly. From the time the withered demon blood blade turned into a heavenly blade and slashed down, it took less than 3 breaths. But even so, in the shuttles and battleships of various sizes that crisscrossed in the distant sky, many human powerhouses were still alarmed. After seeing this scene through the holographic virtual screen, they all gasped and exclaimed in shock. Heavens, what is that? Someone dares to charge into the zombie army alone? Does he want to die? Mech? Mech. Who can tell me what is going on? Had the Heaven's Legacy race invaded? I actually saw a combat mech that was more than 10 feet in size, and it even had a mini antimatter death ray cannon. This is unbelievable. Our human race definitely doesn't have such a thing. Look at that zombie, there's actually a bloody aura that's so thick that it's almost solid gushing out of its body, wrapping around its entire body as it soared into the air, like a bloody setting sun streaking across the sky. What exactly happened? This universe zombie is too different. Is there a new mutation? Don't look anymore. Let's quickly leave and rush out of the atmosphere. Otherwise, something will happen sooner or later. These space zombies are mutating at every moment. The Heaven Battle planet can't be protected. Perhaps only the planet's defensive formation within the atmosphere can stop them. Along with these cries of surprise, on the ground to the east of the outskirts of the capital, the zombie king Xianxia, whose entire body was enveloped by the evil blood poison aura, and Xian, who was wearing a combat suit, finally began to fight. Screech! The withered demon blood blade whistled through the air and instantly rushed in front of Xian, who stretched out his right arm and caught it in his hand. Without hesitation, he slashed out with his blade. This scene was too stunning. The purple mech that was more than 10 feet tall was like a mountain giant, and in its hand was a ferocious heavenly blade that was about the same size as its body. It imperceptibly emitted a domineering aura that dazzled everyone. It's actually you? Kakik. Ling Huju, although your combat suit is strong, your cultivation realm is too weak. You may be invincible among your peers, but you can't shake a late-stage origin point existence. The zombie king Xianxua's cold voice came from within the bloody aura, faintly tinged with excitement. His speed suddenly skyrocketed, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the void. When he reappeared, he was already on the right side of Xian, like the evil blood poison aura that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. A second quasi-starry sky supreme treasure? this blood blade, this king wants it. Yi Xian didn't care, but he understood. It seemed that his previous guess was right. Not only did these 4 guys successfully survive the corrosion of the undying poison aura and transform into zombie kings, but they were also lucky enough to retain their original memories and wisdom, embarking on a new path of evolution. Rumble. Boom, as the evil blood poison aura that blotted out the sky and covered the earth fell, the mech was sucked into it and could no longer be seen. However, almost in the next moment, the evil blood poison aura that spread over an area of nearly 10,000 meters in the sky above the northern side of the outer city, a series of violent explosions sounded continuously. This was clearly the rhythm of an intense battle. The momentum was too shocking. All the human experts who were still paying attention to this area in the distance had their hearts in their throats. At the same time, in the Heaven Battle Emperor Palace in the inner city of the imperial capital. Although the inner city had yet to be affected by the zombie uprising, the Arch Palace was already in chaos. Above the huge plaza outside the Arch Palace, there were many star fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters floating in the air. The main passage was opened, and figures were rushing in one after another. The Arch Palace was in an emergency evacuation, and all the important resources were stored in the spatial treasure. Not far from the Emperor Palace, at the top of the Emperor Palace's main hall, a few figures with restrained aura quietly stood there, emitting a certain kind of terrifying pressure. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man with his hands behind his back. He looked at the outer city with a dignified gaze, as if he could see through the distant void and clearly see everything that was happening in the outer city. This middle-aged man was the Emperor of the Heaven Battle Empire. His cultivation was unfathomable, and at least he was not comparable to the Devil King Mo and Tian. There were more than 10 figures behind him. They were either the elders of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan or the important ministers of the empire. They were all supreme experts, but at this moment there was deep helplessness and regret on their faces. The situation is deteriorating too fast. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the outer city has fallen. There were only a few thousand zombies in the universe at first, but now there are more than 1 million, and it's still rising. Even if I kill them at the same time, it's useless. We can kill all the zombies, but we can't guarantee that the corpse poison won't spread. At that time, we'll have to face another wave of zombie army, and it'll be endless. Give the order. Evacuate the inner city. Take all the resources that can be taken and leave as soon as possible. At this point, the Emperor of the Heaven Battle Empire suddenly paused. After a long sigh, he turned around and stepped into the void, disappearing. His voice was still echoing. In addition, don't take the central superbrain of the Heaven Battle Galaxy's level 2 star network. Try to find one when you rebuild the imperial capital in the future. The star defense formation needs it to maintain. Otherwise, once the zombie army rushes out of the atmosphere, I'm afraid there will be a big mess. Boom. Screech. In the sky on the east side of the outer city, the fierce battle of life and death had just begun, and it had only lasted for about 3 minutes. A huge explosion sounded, and the desperate scream of the zombie king Huangfuzhua resounded in the night sky. Corpse flame overflows the sky. Ding. Congratulations to host, you have obtained the desolate poison corpse core. Ding. Congratulations to host, your physical body's blood chi realm has increased. Current realm, black hole realm level 6. Ding. Congratulations to host, your physical body's blood chi realm has increased. Current realm, black hole realm level 7. As Yi Xian stepped out of the blood poison shield, the familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Other than the notification of obtaining the corpse core, there was also the unexpected reward of increasing his realm. In this battle, although Yi Xian had used the undying glass armor and the withered demon blood blade, other than the first antimatter energy death ray cannon, Yi Xian had only used his body to fight for the next 3 minutes of intense battle, and did not use the death ray cannon again. Although the battle was short, ending in less than 3 minutes, this battle was very satisfying, and it gave Yi Xian a sense of satisfaction that surpassed himself. The potential of his physical body was pushed to the extreme, and the residual effects of the gene fluid in his cells were completely digested, causing his physical body's blood chi power to increase greatly, and his realm to increase by 2 levels. Boom! Before Yi Xian's heart could fade away, a loud bang came from the ground behind him. The blood poison shield in the air was very thin, and almost completely dispersed. Zombie King Huangfu's withered body fell to the ground, and as soon as it hit the ground, it exploded, turning into a cloud of gray fog that scattered in all directions. From then on, it turned into ashes. Everything that belonged to it had been taken away by Yixian, and contained in the gray corpse core that was only the size of a pigeon's egg. Yixian had already kept it in his undying world and handed it over to the devouring system to process. This desolate poison corpse core was the foundation of the Zombie King's existence. It was the product of Huangfu's, Tuoba Linfeng's, and the other Zhuan spirits and cultivation after being invaded and mutated by the undying poison shield. According to the devouring system, it had an incomparably wonderful effect on the body refinement of the body of a starry sky expert. Just this one, after being processed by the system into a gray pill powder of the same quality, was enough for Yixian to consume for a long time. Every time it was concocted or refined, it only needed to add a little bit. Its main function was actually like a catalyst, and a small amount could cause a complete qualitative change. Screech. Roar. Screech. While Yixian was hesitating whether or not to kill the zombie army below him, in the far direction of the central square in the outer city, in the darkness of the night, in the direction of the outer city square, suddenly, 3 terrifying roars. Yixian turned around and his expression couldn't help but slightly change. On the ground in the distance, a terrifying zombie army was rolling over. It was like a surging wave. There was no end in sight. There were at least 1 million of them. Obviously, the zombie armies in the other 3 directions of the outer city square had successfully converged, and they were aware of the changes in the eastern district, so they immediately rushed over to help. The 3 howls and roars came from the other 3 zombie kings. At that moment, they had already soared into the sky in anger. Although there were only 3 of them, they were extremely eye-catching in the distance. Their light was too strange, and their aura was too shocking. Even the 1,000,000-strong zombie army on the ground was suppressed by them. The 3 figures were lined up in a row, and they were rushing towards Yixian's location. On the left was Gong Yangji. He had inherited the ghost refining berserk technique, and its power was quite terrifying. This technique came with a palm technique called the Purgatory Thunder Palm. He could raise his hand and shoot out corpse thunder and even corpse electricity, which was shocking. At this moment, his body was rumbling, and from time to time, there were gray and black corpse electricity flashing around his body, accompanied by the sound of exploding corpse thunder, covering a large area of 10,000 meters. On the right was Yuanzhua. Like Huangfu, he didn't inherit a desolate era technique, even if it was incomplete. However, he had obtained an extraordinarily powerful desolate era divine ability. At the same time, the desolate poison corpse energy in his body had actually evolved into the netherworld corpse fire. Amidst the grayish-black color, there was a pale green color. It covered the sky and earth in a radius of 10,000 meters. It looked extremely frightening, but Yuanzhua was completely unscathed. As for the figure in the middle, it was naturally Tuoba Linfeng. What he obtained was a primordial devil cultivation technique called the demonic transformation art. This primordial devil cultivation technique obviously had an extraordinary origin and was of a very high grade. Even if it couldn't compare to the void cauldron that Yixian cultivated, it wouldn't be too far off. It should have been left behind by a supreme being from the primordial era who was second only to the primordial void tortoise. It was precisely because he had obtained the demonic transformation technique that Tuoba Linfeng was the most powerful of the 4 zombie kings. At this moment, the 3 zombie kings came together, and Gong Yangji and Yuanzhua were clearly following his lead. In addition to the demonic transformation technique, Tuoba Linfeng had also obtained another incomplete technique called the demonic flame space flash slash. Once it was used, the poison corpse energy would condense into form and launch a lightning-fast attack. Its power was terrifying and evil, and it could even absorb the opponent's vitality, blood, and primordial spirit energy. It could be called a corpse Dao secret technique. At this moment, there was clearly a 300-meter-long demonic blade that was like a mountain hanging above Tuoba Linfeng's head. It was gray with blood-green patterns, and it was incomparably evil. Yixian only glanced at it, and he already felt a bit of fear. A very strong intuition told him that this blood-green demonic blade was very strange. It might be able to leave a cut on his combat armor with just one slash. It seems that Huang Fuzhua is the weakest of the four. I really don't know if I should rejoice or feel pity. Sighing in his heart, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was obvious that the three zombie kings in front of them were all extremely powerful. Even the weakest among them, Yuan Zhua, emitted an aura that was slightly stronger than Huang Fuzhua, who was cut down by Yi Xian. There was no need to mention the other two. The zombie army had already reached a small stage. 3 zombie kings, millions of zombie soldiers. It could be said that the zombie flames were monstrous. If he could choose again, Yi Xian would rather choose the strongest of the 4 great zombie kings, Tuoba Linfeng, as if he was lucky enough to randomly choose an opponent. Although he was strong, Yi Xian believed that if he used all his strength, he should have a chance to cut him down. It was just that it might take a little longer. If he killed the strongest first, even if the weaker ones joined forces, the pressure wouldn't be too great. But now it was different. The 3 zombie kings were coming together. Unless Yi Xian used the Rai Di seal or the fallen sky bow, he would have no chance. However, if he did, his true identity would be exposed instantly. The thunder soar speed and the fallen sky bow had been used in front of others before. They had long become Prince Xian's golden signboards. If I were to fight 1 against 3, I would have to at least break through to the origin realm to have a chance. Even then, it would only be half of the time. Because the other side is also growing, and the speed is not slow at all. Muttering to himself, Yi Xian immediately extinguished the restless fighting spirit in his heart. He waved his hand and put the withered demon blood blade into his body. He turned around and turned into a dark purple light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Doomsday catastrophe. Yi Xian's sudden departure made Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Yuan Zhua furious. The 3 zombie kings roared for half a day before stopping. The entire outer city was on the verge of collapsing. After a fruitless search, the 3 zombie kings quickly gathered all the zombies in the universe and formed an army of 1 million. In a short 2 to 4 hours, they completely controlled the entire outer city. When the sky was bright, the outer city had been completely turned into a land of death. The total number of the zombie army was more than 5 million. The black mass of soldiers gathered from all directions and surrounded the edge of the inner city. As long as Tuoba Linfeng gave the order, they would rush into the inner city and occupy the Heaven Battle Emperor Palace. This scene was too despairing. Originally, there were still a few powerful imperial guards stationed in the inner city's Emperor Palace. They harbored a faint hope of guarding this place. If the zombie army didn't attack the inner city, they would have stayed behind to guard the Emperor Palace and wait for the Emperor to kill his way in from the Heaven Battle planet and restore the land. But now, with the millions of troops of the universe's zombie army pressuring the border, they could launch a general attack at any time and invade the inner palace. These powerful Imperial Guard legions were completely desperate. They no longer struggled and boarded the ships to retreat. An hour later, the last 3-star fortresses in the Imperial Palace in the inner city finally rose into the air and disappeared into the atmosphere. At this point, the inner city was completely empty. The Imperial Palace was abandoned. The Heaven Battle Emperor Palace had completely fallen. Screech! Screech! After a short while, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Yuan Zhua, the 3 zombie kings suddenly let out a screech. Their bodies rose into the air and rushed into the inner city, heading straight for the Imperial Palace. The roar was like a war horn, and it seemed to have some kind of unknown power. The countless universe zombies on the ground below were originally quiet, but with the roar of the zombie king, all the universe zombies were almost instantly excited. The roar of the zombies rose one after another, and the entire zombie army was like a raging wave. In the blink of an eye, they rushed toward the inner city, rolling and rolling. Before dawn, all the other cities in the Heaven Battle planet had received the news and started an emergency evacuation. Even when the Heaven War Imperial capital had completely fallen, there were still a large number of different models of battleships taking to the skies. It was extremely busy and chaotic. After all, this was one of the 3 great imperial capitals under the Emperor dynasty. There were countless cities on the Heaven Battle planet, both on land and in the sea. The population was in the hundreds of billions. It was obviously impossible to evacuate everyone in a short period of time. Furthermore, there was still a large amount of resources that needed to be taken away, which would take time. Fortunately, after the zombie army took full control of the imperial capital, they did not immediately set off to attack the other cities. Instead, they began to take a short break, which made countless human experts and imperial citizens who were still in the city feel relieved. However, the speed of evacuation was even faster. This was because everyone knew that they didn't have much time left. Very soon, a terrifying zombie army would emerge from the imperial capital and charge towards the various cities of the Heaven Battle planet. Xian didn't know any of this. At this moment, he had already reached the depths of the imperial capital's inner city and was preparing to break through to the next realm and increase his strength. After escaping from the outer city, Xian didn't go too far. Instead, he went underground from the outer city and returned to the inner city. Only then did he lay in ambush. It was said that the most dangerous place was the safest. Xian was worried that he would be ambushed while he was cultivating, so he had to be on guard. Other than that, there was another reason why he decided to lay in ambush. Once he broke through to the origin realm, he would be able to make a move at any time. He might even have the chance to sneak in and kill the 3 zombie kings when they were separated. Staying here would allow him to observe from a close distance. He had a secret spiritual technique that perfectly concealed his aura, so he wasn't afraid of being discovered. After confirming that everything was in order, Xian didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately took out a large amount of star core sources from his undying world and threw them all to the devouring system. He then gave the order to absorb the star core sources at full speed. His void dimension technique was still stuck at level 1 black hole realm. His knowledge C, which represented his cultivation power, had stopped expanding during this period. However, his physical body and blood energy had broken through to level 7 black hole realm after the battle with Huangfu Zhua. Right now, Xian wanted to improve his physical body in terms of blood energy. The only benefit of the path of physical evolution was that every time he consumed a bottle of genetic cultivation fluid, he would successfully break through to a new realm. In that case, there wouldn't be any bottlenecks in the subsequent realms after that realm. All he needed to do was to absorb all kinds of energy and natural treasures that could improve his physical body and blood energy. As his physical body improved step by step, when his blood energy reached a certain level, breaking through to the next realm would be as easy as water flowing through a canal. Of course, there was a limit to how fast a normal starry sky expert could absorb energy. Therefore, even if there was no bottleneck, it was still very difficult for them to break through to the next realm. For a freak like Xian, who not only had the devouring system to absorb the energy from the star core, but also had all kinds of natural treasures that could improve his physical body and blood energy. Even in the entire immortal dynasty, how many of such freaks could one find? Apart from the star core, Xian was afraid that he wouldn't be able to guarantee his safety. At the same time, he took out a large amount of natural treasures from the undying world that he had collected in the past. With Xian's current level of physical evolution, these things wouldn't have any obvious effects on his physical body. However, there was a large amount of them. After refining the essence and swallowing them all, they would still be of some help. In order to break through to the origin realm as soon as possible, he was going all out this time. A day passed quickly, and the day turned into night once again. Xian, who was deep underground in the imperial capital, was still cultivating and had not finished. At this time, as night fell, the zombie army in the Heavenly War imperial capital finally rushed out of the imperial capital under the leadership of the 3 zombie kings, Tuoba Lin Feng, Gong Yangji, and Yuan Zhua. Millions of zombies in the universe were like locusts pressing in, charging towards the largest city. The real bloodbath had begun. This apocalyptic calamity that engulfed the entire Heaven Battle planet had finally begun. After the terrifying calamity that happened in the Heaven Battle Empire's capital erupted that night, it was immediately transmitted through the Empire's second-level star network at the fastest speed. The 3 universes were shaken, the myriad Luo Federation was in an uproar. The humans of the 3rd universe were even more alarmed, especially in the territory of the Heavenly War Empire, one of the 3 great empires of the dynasty. The reaction of the countless large and small countries under the rule of the empire was even more intense. The imperial capital had fallen overnight, and even the stars had begun to evacuate. What kind of terrifying catastrophe was this? These large and small countries were all quite a distance away from the imperial capital, the Heavenly Battle planet. Even the closest administrative planet was not adjacent to the imperial capital. But even so, all the experts within the Heavenly Battle Empire's territory, especially the ordinary citizens, did not have the slightest sense of security. A small portion of the Empire's territory was trembling, and everyone was in a state of panic. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The wind foreshadows the coming storm. The human race in the third universe had been experiencing troubled times recently. Unexpected and huge changes had occurred one after another. Not only had it affected the third universe where the human race was located, but it had also affected the Wanluo Federation, including many federal races in the second universe. Furthermore, it had triggered many subtle chain changes. The human race and even the entire Wanluo Federation were in an unstable situation. The Tianji race, the overlord of the first universe, obviously wouldn't miss this opportunity. Although they had remained silent and hadn't made any moves, it was precisely because of this that people felt uneasy. This time, the three universes were most likely affected. It was highly likely that there would be even more changes in the future. Countless experts in the three universes felt their hearts sink. They could vaguely feel that a storm was coming. The crisis caused by the Death Star field not long ago had yet to be resolved. The various races in the second universe's federation were still continuously pressuring the Wanluo Federation headquarters. The situation was already tense enough. However, at this time, one of the three empires under the human race's technology faction, the Heavenly Battle Empire, suddenly released such shocking news. In just one night, the imperial capital had fallen, and the Emperor planet had been abandoned. This was definitely a super huge earthquake in the universe. Its power wasn't any weaker than the Death Star field crisis. The entire Federation was shaken to the core, and it took a long time for them to regain their senses. The day after the shocking change on the Heavenly Battle planet, the Heavenly Battle Empire submitted a serious protest to the Federation headquarters. Of course, it was submitted through the Immortal Dynasty. As one of the three empires under the dynasty, the Heavenly Battle Empire didn't have the qualifications to directly negotiate with the Federation headquarters. When this protest was submitted, the Emperor planet's fleet that had evacuated from the Heavenly Battle planet was still sailing in the vast universe. There were countless densely packed ships. The large ones were small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters, the small ones were planetary-level battleships with a length of 1,000 meters, and even small private battleships with a length of several hundred meters could be seen everywhere. The incomparably large battleships formed a terrifyingly large fleet. There were at least tens of thousands of them, covering a large area of the void. They were rushing towards the capital of a large country called the Heavenly Qin Nation, Heavenly Qin Planet. Since the Heaven Battle planet was no more, they could not just keep wandering in the void of the universe. The Empire's officials were temporarily stationed on the Heaven Battle planet. All of the Empire's officials, soldiers, and members of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan were all settled down. Arrangements had also been made for some of the top experts and top-notch clans on the Heaven Battle planet. As for the ordinary citizens of the Empire and the bottom-level Starry Sky Masters, they were divided into more than a dozen teams and headed to other administrative planets. Although Tianjin planet was the capital of a large country under the rule of the Empire, no matter how big it would not be able to accommodate all the refugees that had escaped from Tianjin planet. If all of them were to go there, it would definitely explode. Previously, the various races of the Second Universe's Federation had pressured the headquarters of the Federation to launch an attack on the Tenju Celestial Palace of the human clan's cultivation camp. And this time, the protest and statement submitted by the Immortal Dynasty to the headquarters of the Federation was from the human race's science and technology camp. They were putting pressure on the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe. The culprit that caused the fall of the Heaven Battle Empire's capital and the abandonment of the entire Heaven Battle planet was the Ean Demon clan from the Second Universe. The evidence of this matter was conclusive. A few days before the second zombie crisis broke out in the Heaven Battle Empire's capital, the Empire's officials had already thoroughly investigated. A large number of Ean Demon clan experts from the Second Universe had mixed in with the Barbarian Bull clan's merchant fleet and infiltrated the third universe of the human race. After arriving at the Heaven Battle starfield, they had caused chaos on the same day and followed the prodigies of the 16 top-notch clans into a secret realm. In the end, not only did the Ean Demon clan snatch away the Medicine King's inheritance, which was of great strategic importance to the human race's science and technology camp, they also killed more than 10 prodigies and heirs of the top-notch clans. Before they escaped, they even released an extremely terrifying poison. After a few days of dormancy, the entire Heaven Battle Empire's capital fell into enemy hands in just one night. The Emperor planet was also abandoned because of this. The loss of the human race's science and technology camp was simply too great to be estimated. It was too shocking. But all of this shouldn't have happened. Outside the wormhole connecting the second universe to the first universe of the human race, there had always been an army of the Federation guarding it. Almost all of them were experts chosen by the Federation of the second universe. With this army guarding the entrance of the wormhole, how could the Demon clan, who wasn't a Federation race, enter? Moreover, they had mixed in with the Barbarian Bull clan's merchant fleet to come to the first universe. The Barbarian Bull clan was one of the races in the second universe that had joined the Wanluo Federation. This race had an unshirkable responsibility for the huge change and heavy loss of the human race's science and technology camp this time. Even all the other races of the Federation in the second universe couldn't escape the blame. The Immortal Dynasty was extremely suspicious that the Barbarian Bull clan had secretly colluded with the Demon clan. There might be more than one such race in the second universe of the Federation. This was too shocking. It was simply unimaginable. The reason why the Immortal Dynasty submitted the protest and statement of accountability was to put pressure on the Federation's headquarters to thoroughly investigate all the races of the Federation in the second universe and carry out a great purge. As soon as the news and content of the protest was revealed, the two universes were instantly in an uproar. Needless to say, the races of the Federation in the second universe had all kinds of reactions. Some were cursing, some were defending, and some were even mocking. In some places that weren't considered public, there were even clamors for opening the door. As for the two camps of the human race in the third universe, their reactions were even more intense. Especially the Immortal Dynasty in the science and technology camp, they were simply enraged. A terrifying crisis was right next to them, so naturally, they were incomparably sympathetic. Without a doubt, with such a disturbance, the internal conflicts of the Wanluo Federation became even more intense. The situation was so urgent that it was suffocating. Whether it was the third universe of the human race or the second universe of the Federation, all showed signs of unrest. Everyone was in danger. A supreme catastrophe that was very likely to sweep across the three universes seemed to be coming soon. At this time, from the Tenju Celestial Palace in the human cultivation camp, another piece of shocking news unexpectedly came. Immediately after, the Heavenly Wind Empire, one of the three empires of the human race's science and technology camp, unexpectedly sent out a similar message, which once again shook the entire Federation. Countless experts and Federation citizens were completely at a loss. Was the era of peace coming to an end, and the era of continuous war in the star field was coming again? And this time, the outbreak of war was very likely not only to start between the Wanluo Federation and the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan, but also to start between the human race in the first universe and the races of the Federation in the second universe within the Federation. Even the possibility of a war between the two camps of the human race in the first universe couldn't be completely ruled out. The fuse of the civil strife of the human race had clearly shown itself. Hateful zither playing which dust. There were two pieces of news from the cultivation camp, both of which were related to Xianxia. The first piece of news was that the undying dark phoenix that had been awakened in the depths of the ancestral land of the sixth palace of the 10 ultimates had returned in vain after chasing after Xianxia's devouring avatar. It had reached out with its claws and captured Zhao Lingyang, the only daughter of the sixth palace master, Tian Qianzi, had finally reappeared. However, the key to this news wasn't the undead dark phoenix. It had only appeared for a brief moment before disappearing again. Its purpose seemed to be only to show its face and announce to the outside world that Zhao Lingyang had a deep relationship with it and that she was under its protection. That's right, the real focus of this news was Zhao Lingyang. After losing contact for a period of time, she had reappeared and even stole the limelight of the undying dark phoenix. At that time, she was clearly standing on the back of the undying dark phoenix, flying from a remote star field in the 10 absolute heavenly palace. The undying dark phoenix brought Zhao Lingyang around the star field and visited several planets occupied by various small forces and sections. Countless powerful cultivators saw them. Then, it put Zhao Lingyang down and turned back alone. Without a doubt, After the undying dark phoenix left, Zhao Lingyang immediately became the target of countless experts. Some people were shocked to discover that her cultivation had actually risen by a terrifying amount in a short period of time. Previously, when the sixth palace of the 10 ultimates changed, her cultivation base had already experienced an astonishing leap. Originally, her cultivation base was only at the origin 7th level, but after falling into the demonic dust that day, it had strangely skyrocketed, directly crossing a large realm and stepping into the Grotto Heaven's 7th level. Right now, Zhao Lingyang's cultivation had risen from the 9th level of the Grotto Heaven realm to the 10th level of the Mystic Light realm, the peak of the 9th level of the Mystic Light realm. With just one more breakthrough, he would be able to enter the 11th realm of the Starry Sky and step into the ranks of the Supreme Void Masters in one fell swoop. Besides that, Zhao Lingyang's disappearance this time seemed to be due to other fortuitous encounters. Not only did her cultivation soar to a terrifying level, when she reappeared, there was a beautiful and ancient jade zither in her hand. According to Zhao Lingyang herself, this zither was called Hateful End. Its sound could control one's soul, control one's joy and sorrow, and create endless illusions at the soul level. Its origin was even more extraordinary. It was rumored to be an item from the primordial era, a supreme musical treasure refined by a certain supreme being from the primordial era using the 9 heavens spiritual jade and the silk of the heavenly demonic silkworm. Even the entire body of the zither was actually carved from a piece of fallen phoenix tree that came from the 9th netherworld prison. Of course, what resided on this piece of fallen phoenix tree was not an ordinary phoenix, but the undying dark phoenix of the 9th netherworld prison. However, there was no way of knowing whether or not it was the same one that had appeared in the human cultivator camp. Although the main material of this zither came from the 9th netherworld prison, its surface was suffused with a gentle white light. Its sound could make people feel peaceful, and it had the mysterious power to control the hearts of all things. It was originally a mascot. Unfortunately, the person who refined this zither was bewitched by the heavenly demon in his heart and fell into the demonic path. He called himself the Zither Demon, and this was how the name Hateful End came about. All of this was information that was spread later. On that day, Zhao Lingyang suddenly appeared and did not say much to anyone. She was dressed in black and had white hair, and her demonic aura soared into the sky. She only left behind a sentence, saying that she would establish a sect and establish a sect. The sect would be called Li Hen Palace, and she would be the palace master, calling herself the Demon Dust Woman. These words immediately shocked everyone present, and countless experts exclaimed in shock. Some of the disciples of the Tenju Heavenly Palace, as well as the experts of other small sects who wanted to curry favor with the overlord of the cultivators, started to make trouble. They said that Zhao Lingyang was treacherous, betraying the Tenju Heavenly Palace and establishing her own sect. She even abandoned her name and called herself the Demon Dust Woman. She was really unfilial and disloyal, and they wanted to capture her and send her to Tianju Palace to be dealt with. The battle started instantly, and Zhao Lingyang did not even have the intention to explain. Facing dozens of experts of various sects who were not much weaker than her, or even stronger than her, she sat down cross-legged in the void with a cold snort. She took out the Hateful End zither and strummed it with her knees crossed. The scene that followed could be called a nightmare. Whether it was the dozens of experts who attacked or the crowd of Starry Sky Realm experts who were watching from afar, they were all suppressed by the demonic sound of the zither in an instant. Some of them were not injured, and they quietly woke up not long after. It was as if they had just taken a trip around the 9 Serenities hell. Their whole body was weak, and their mind was injured. Some of the other experts were even worse. They were injured to varying degrees, and many of them were seriously injured. There were even a few who directly died. Under the terrifying illusion of the demonic sound of the zither, their divine souls were directly destroyed. When this matter spread to Tianju Palace, Tian Xianxia was furious. He roared like thunder, but he did not show up. For some reason, he could not walk out of the void secret realm where Tianju Palace was located. Immediately after, before the Tenju Celestial Palace made a clear response to Zhao Lingyang's private establishment of a sect without informing them, a new unforeseen event occurred in the evening of the same day. This was the second important news from the Tenju Celestial Palace star field, and it was related to Yi Xian's devouring doppelganger. After leaving the ancestral land of the 6th Tenju Celestial Palace that collapsed that day, the devouring doppelganger had never appeared again. This time, it was almost as if he had made an agreement with Zhao Lingyang. When the former appeared in the morning, he immediately stopped lurking and appeared in the evening. What made people even more speechless was that in this second news, Yi Xian's devouring doppelganger was also not the key. When his whereabouts were discovered, he was in a shocking battle with a young expert of the human race in a desolate universe void. After that, a large number of experts in the starry sky came after hearing the news. Even the large battleship of the Tenju Celestial Palace had arrived. The battle could not continue. In the end, before the outcome of the battle could be determined, the devouring doppelganger turned around and left hurriedly, escaping far away in the blink of an eye. However, the young expert who was in a great battle with the devouring doppelganger stayed behind and took the opportunity to announce in public that he would establish a sect from now on. The name of the sect would be Meteorite Magic Hall, and he would call himself the Hall Master, Fallen Demon's Son. That's right, this young expert of the human race who called himself the Fallen Demon's Son was the focus of the second important news. When he proudly announced the establishment of the Meteorite Magic Hall, all the experts of the cultivation camp who gathered around felt as if they were collectively struck by lightning. They were all stunned on the spot. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? In the morning, Zhao Lingyang had just appeared out of nowhere and announced the establishment of the Lihan Magic Hall. In just half a day's time, in the evening, a second person had jumped out immediately and called himself the Fallen Demon's Son. He wanted to establish the Meteorite Magic Hall and establish a sect. This was really hard to accept. There were only a few cases of sects being established in the cultivation camp in the tens of thousands of years. Most of the experts didn't dare to do so even if they wanted to. But today, in just half a day, 2 new cultivation sects had appeared. All of this was simply more unrealistic than a dream. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and Chi Demon flag-waving fallen demon child. An earth-shattering battle suddenly broke out. The young human powerhouse, who was also at the peak of the Mystic Light Realm level 9, only stayed for 5 or 6 minutes. However, the void battlefield was in chaos. A large number of starry sky masters of the cultivation camp were either injured or killed. Before the fallen devil prince left, he just took out the ancient beast flag and waved it at them a few times. However, the seemingly casual wave of the flag actually unleashed a gigantic phantom of a primordial demon god. It had a crimson body and horns, and it was incredibly terrifying. All of the starry sky powerhouses standing in a small area of space were instantly suppressed. After easily suppressing a large number of cultivators, the fallen demon child called back the ox-horn demon god, put away the beast flag, and immediately flew away. That night, the origin of the ancient beast flag was found out. Some rumors about the young human powerhouse who claimed to be the founder of the Fallen Magic Hall and the self-proclaimed fallen demon child also gradually spread. It was said that the powerful beast flag was called Chi Demon. It was indeed an ancient item that came from the desolate era. In ancient times, there was a powerful primordial ancestor spirit named Qiyu. He had the body of a human and the hoofs of an ox. He had 4 eyes and 6 hands. He had a copper head and an iron forehead. His ears were like halberds. He had horns on his head. Even his voice could call the wind and summon the rain, toppling mountains and overturning seas. However, this Qiyu was violent in nature and loved to fight. His killing intent was very strong. Later, he was called an ancient demon god, and some people called him Chi Demon. The Chi Demon flag in the hands of the fallen demon child was related to him. It was said that the flag was made with Chiyu's skin as the flag, and his bones as the flagpole. Once it was waved, there would immediately be red killing clouds surging on the flag. It was unpredictable. If it could be used to its fullest, it could even have the power to sweep the sky and earth. As for the supreme fallen devil child of the Magic Hall, this person had never appeared before, and no one knew his origin. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. The 10 Ultimates' Heavenly Palace did their best to investigate, but they didn't find much. At present, they could confirm that this person had appeared in a certain star region in the cultivation camp a few years ago, and then disappeared completely. Who would have thought that when he reappeared a few years later, he would already be at the peak of the 9th stage of the Mystic Light Realm? He must have had some incredible fortuitous encounters. Within a single day, the human race's cultivation camp underwent a drastic change. 2 young, monstrous heavens chosen appeared out of nowhere. They were absolutely stunning, causing countless heavens chosen of the same generation to sigh in regret. Such supreme grace was something they could only look up to. After the news spread out, the entire human race was shocked. Some people sighed. The science and technology faction had finally seen the hope of genetic evolution and seemed to be on the verge of a great rise, but it ended prematurely. The cultivation faction had just fallen into a whirlpool and seemed to be in a bad situation, but unexpectedly, two peerless geniuses appeared out of nowhere. This was clearly a sign of great prosperity. Indeed, the affairs of the world were unpredictable. The various things that happened made people sigh inexplicably. However, before these emotional people could calm down, similar shocking news unexpectedly came from the territory of the human race's science and technology faction's immortal dynasty. The news came from the Heavenly Wind Empire, one of the three great empires of the dynasty. The sources were two small countries under the rule of the Heavenly Wind Empire. Those two small countries were not eye-catching and were very ordinary. However, this time, there was a huge surprise. The two small countries each had a peerless heavens chosen who was comparable to the demonic Dust Lady and the fallen demon Sun. Moreover, the two of them also appeared in the distant void of the universe one after another as if they had agreed to meet in the same day. These two peerless heavens chosen of the human race's science and technology faction were also a man and a woman. They were also at the peak of the 9th stage of the mystic light realm. What was even more shocking was that they each had a terrifying ancient treasure in their hands. The reason why they suddenly appeared was actually the same as the demonic Dust Lady and the fallen demon Sun. As soon as they appeared, they directly said that they wanted to establish a sect and proclaim themselves as sect masters. The sect that the young man in the Lingkuan country founded was called the Free and Unfettered Pavilion, and he called himself the Pavilion Master, the Free and Unfettered Master. The ancient treasure that this person had in his hands was said to be called the Barrier Breaker Boots. It was said that it was owned by the ancestor Kwafu in the primordial age. Legend had it that Kwafu relied on the power of this boots to chase the sun. It was really a rare divine treasure. With this boots, one could travel hundreds of millions of miles in a day and cross wormholes in the universe with one's physical body. Moreover, the words barrier breaker had another deeper meaning. It meant that it could break through barriers and move unhindered. It could face all kinds of killing formations and ancient formations without any pressure. The words seal and trap were just a joke in front of this treasure. The other person was a woman. She came from the Xianxia country under the rule of the Heavenly Wind Empire, and she called herself Xianxia. The sect that she founded was called the Jade Dragon Island, and it was located in the depths of a vast ocean in the Xianxia country. It was a mysterious island. Right now, with the appearance of the Jade Dragon Island, Xianxia announced that the abandoned planet was privatized, and no experts from the outer space were allowed to enter it. Otherwise, it would be a life and death battle. In order to prove that she had the strength to sit on a planet, Xianxia took out a mysterious silver chain in front of everyone. It was called the Soul Entanglement Chain. The origin of this soul entanglement chain was also very shocking. It was said that when heaven and earth first separated in ancient times, there was a spirit stone in the world, and it had existed since the chaos. After heaven and earth separated, it absorbed the essence of the sun and moon in ancient times, exploiting the energy of the chaos. Finally, it matured one day and became a spirit beast, roaming between heaven and earth. After the spirit beast died, it was buried in the south of the Great Desolate Mountain. Its body turned into a chain, and 1,000 years later, the Great Desolate Mountain collapsed, and the chain appeared in the world. At that time, there was a natural phenomenon, and it was a natural Taoist tool. It was said that if the full power of this chain could be displayed, even deities would have nowhere to hide. This was definitely not an exaggeration. Xianxia had demonstrated it in public before. When she casually tossed out the entangling soul, it instantly shone with a bright silver light and turned into a giant silver dragon shadow that was 10,000 feet long. Its ancient aura covered the sky and earth, and it actually cut a 1,000-meter-long planetary-level battleship into two in the blink of an eye, as if it was cutting tofu with steel wires. This scene shocked everyone so much that they gasped. Even when Xianxia withdrew the soul entanglement chain and turned to leave, there were still many starry sky powerhouses who had cold sweat on their backs. This chain's entanglement power was already so terrifying. If it could be fully displayed, its power could be imagined. In a short 2 to 3 days, the two camps of the human race had blossomed one after another. The younger generation was peerless, and two monstrous geniuses had appeared out of nowhere. Not only was the human race of the third universe greatly shocked and unable to recover for a long time, even the various races of the Federation of the second universe and the overlord of the first universe, the Xianxia clan, were stirred because of this. The chaos of the three great universes was imminent, but the human race suddenly erupted at such a time. Four peerless geniuses that were hard to come by in tens of thousands of years had appeared in succession. Thinking about it carefully, it was truly indescribable. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The great competition is coming in just 3 days. The entire third universe's human race was in turmoil, and the changes were too shocking. Although 4 of these peerless geniuses, who were said to only appear once every 10,000 years, appeared out of nowhere, they had not grown up yet. They were only at the 9th level of the mystic light realm. Normally, even if the 4 of them joined forces, they would not be able to affect the so-called general trend. But now, it was different. The situation in the 3 universes was tense, and a full-scale war could break out at any time. At this time, 4 peerless geniuses of the human race had suddenly appeared, and they had even fought to be the first to descend from the sky in just 3 days. There was something strange about this matter, and it was hard not to think about it. Perhaps once a full-scale war broke out, with the current cultivation level of these 4 peerless geniuses, they were far from being able to affect the general trend of the war. They would not be able to shake it at all. However, they had suddenly appeared at such a sensitive time. From a certain point of view, it was extremely likely that it was related to the destiny of this shocking battle. If there really was a heavenly Tao looking down on all living beings, then their appearance was undoubtedly a manifestation of the blessing of the heavenly Tao. Although this speculation was groundless, it could not help but make people think more about it. The situation in the 3 universes, which was originally extremely tense, instantly eased up. The overlord of the first universe, the Xianxia clan, who was secretly ready to make a move, remained silent and did not have any obvious reaction. The various races of the Federation in the second universe were obviously much quieter. The higher-ups of the powerful races such as the Xianxia clan, who had been following up and pressuring the headquarters of the Federation, were temporarily silent. They wanted to see how the situation would develop before making a move. Unfortunately, although the pressure from the outside world had temporarily eased, the situation in the third universe, which was controlled by the human race, was still tense. It was even more serious, and the signs of impending chaos were more obvious. Although the 4 peerless geniuses who appeared this time belonged to the human race, they did not care about the 2 camps that controlled the general trend of the human race. The technology camp was better. Although Fairy Xianxia and Xiaoyaozi did not care about the dynasty, at least there was no conflict. However, the cultivation camp was not so comfortable. The fallen demon sun and the demon dust woman were more ruthless than the other. As soon as they appeared, they killed many starry sky masters of the cultivation camp. Except for some second-tier sects and forces, even the Tenju Heavenly Palace, the overlord of the cultivation camp, was included. A total of more than a dozen disciples of the Heavenly Palace died. Furthermore, Witch Dust Maiden Zhao Lingyang was the princess of the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates. This was completely the rhythm of betraying the sect. No matter how good the tempers of the 10 ultimates' Heavenly Palace's higher-ups were, they still couldn't tolerate this. As a result, the cultivators were the first to fall into chaos. With the Tenju Celestial Palace as the leader, the experts from various sects formed an army and launched a comprehensive search for Devil Dust Maiden and the fallen demon sun. Of course, Yi Xian's devouring avatar was also one of the targets along the way, as well as the undying Dark Phoenix. A fierce battle quickly broke out. There were casualties on both sides. The Devil Dust Maiden, the fallen demon sun, and the devouring avatar were all found on the same day. Facing the joint attack of many experts from the cultivation camp, although the 3 of them were slightly injured, they all escaped safely in the end. In this battle, the Devil Dust Maiden and the fallen demon sun still had their demonic flames, but what was more shocking was Yi Xian's devouring avatar. At this time, the outside world suddenly realized that his cultivation was only at the peak of the 9th level of the origin realm, which was 2 whole realms lower than the fallen demon sun, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the mystic light realm. There was also the 10th level of the grotto heaven between them. However, on the evening when the fallen demon's son appeared 2 days ago, the two of them clearly fought for a long time in a remote galaxy. The devouring avatar, who was only at the 9th level of the origin realm, fought the fallen demon's son, who was at the 9th level of the mystic light realm, alone, and did not fall into a disadvantage at all. In the end, he even calmly escaped, as if he had entered a place where no one could stop him. This was simply illogical, and it was hard to accept. The devouring avatar's true background was still a huge question mark. Whether it was the higher-ups of the cultivation camp or the technological camp, none of them could confirm whether it was Tian Xianxi's avatar or Prince Xian's avatar. Compared to the fallen demon's son and the devil dust maiden's demonic flames, the devouring avatar was more mysterious. Its entire body exuded a slippery aura, making it hard for others to see through. Because of this, some people boldly guessed that he must have hidden his cultivation. Otherwise, how monstrous would it be to be able to fight against a 9th-level mystic light realm cultivator without falling into a disadvantage when he was only at the 9th level of the origin realm? It would not be an exaggeration to say that this was unprecedented, and it was rare to see such a person in hundreds of millions of years. In comparison, the speculation that the devouring avatar had hidden his cultivation was more reasonable and believable. At the very least, it was not hard to accept. Unfortunately, voices of doubt about this theory soon appeared. Although they could not be completely sure that the speculation was not true, they could basically overturn it. This was because on that day, the devouring avatar faced the joint attack of the various sects of the cultivation camp and fought to the death alone. He used all kinds of amazing divine abilities to the extreme, but even when he was seriously injured and almost died in the end, the combat power he displayed was still only at the 9th level of the origin realm. If he was not lucky enough to escape, the final result would definitely be that he died at the hands of a certain almighty figure of the Tenju Celestial Palace, at such a critical moment of life and death, who would grit their teeth and continue to hide their cultivation. It could not stand up to scrutiny at all. After realizing this, the entire human race of the third universe was once again in an uproar. It turned out that the existence whose avatar they did not know was the real terrifying monstrous existence. With a gap of 2 realms, he was able to fight the fallen demon's son without falling into a disadvantage. This was simply infuriating. The subsequent search efforts of the various sects of the cultivation camp increased substantially. The focus had shifted from the fallen demon's son and the demon dust maiden to Yi Xian's devouring avatar, which became the main target, instantly completing the counterattack. In this regard, the immortal dynasty of the science camp did not have any reaction. Although the other party was certainly possible to be the Longxian avatar of the dynasty, before this matter was confirmed, the dynasty would not break out into a conflict with the Tenju Celestial Palace at such a sensitive time for uncertain reasons. The chaos of the 3 universes was gradually appearing. The human race of the third universe must not have internal strife. Although the dissatisfaction and resentment of the 2 camps were very strong, they tacitly chose to restrain themselves. However, on the evening of the same day this news was spread by the cultivation camp, in the depths of the outer palace of the inner city of the Immortal Star Imperial capital. The figures of the Imperial Preceptor Dr and the Immortal Emperor appeared at the peak of the Imperial Preceptor Hall at the same time. They looked up at the night sky and whispered to each other. No one knew what they were talking about. Even the Imperial Elders of the Imperial Preceptor Hall could not easily try to eavesdrop on the contents of their conversation. The Immortal Emperor was one thing, but the key was the Imperial Preceptor Dr. Even they were extremely afraid of him. However, when the secret conversation ended and the Immortal Emperor turned to leave, the Imperial Preceptor Dr suddenly laughed cheerfully. His voice was slightly louder and could be vaguely heard when the night wind blew. Ha ha ha, in addition to the rascal who was just chased away, in just 3 days, 4 more test seeds that have stepped onto the right track have appeared out of nowhere. The system seed source that was distributed back then could be said to be a huge amount. At least it was not wasted. Chapter 3282, Chapter 328 Origin. On the other side, half of the void of the third universe controlled by the self-cultivator camp fell into chaos because of the ongoing search. On the other side, the immortal dynasty territory of the human race wasn't peaceful either. The Heavenly War Empire, one of the 3 empires under the rule of the dynasty, abandoned the entire imperial planet where the capital was located. In one night, the entire empire's government and high-ranking officials were displaced. This was a matter of great importance, so the dynasty naturally couldn't ignore it. 5 days had passed, and the army that had departed from the imperial capital Heaven Battle Planet had basically all arrived at the administrative planets where they had temporarily settled down. The 2 fleets from the imperial capital Immortal Star were also on their way and would arrive in a few days. The reason why there were 2 fleets was because the Federation's Overwatch Council was also alarmed this time. In addition to the immortal army sent by the dynasty, the Wanluo Federation's Overwatch Council Sunlan fleet also mobilized a large-scale fleet on the same day. After all, the sudden appearance of such a terrifying zombie poison in the human territory was no small matter. If something went wrong, it would affect the entire third universe and even spread to the wormhole second universe. How could the Federation's Overwatch Council just sit and watch, although the fleet was still on the way and hadn't arrived yet? As the news spread from the dynasty's main network on the immortal planet, the large and small countries and countless people in the Heavenly War Empire's vast starfield were finally comforted and didn't feel so uneasy anymore. Immediately, the Heavenly War Emperor, who had safely arrived at the Heavenly War Empire's capital, immediately issued an imperial order. The entire Heavenly War Empire's vassal countries under its rule were under full martial law from this moment onwards. All battleships and armaments were activated. The battle to reclaim the imperial planet was about to begin. In addition to this, there was also a military fleet that was responsible for monitoring the front lines that departed from the Heavenly War Planet in the evening and headed towards the Heavenly War Planet. After arriving, this fleet would be stationed in the Heavenly War Starfield and investigate the changes in the Imperial Planet 24/7. At the same time, in the interior of the Heavenly War Planet, Tuoba Lin Feng, Gong Yangji, and Yuan Zhua, the 3 great zombie kings, led the entire universe's zombie army from the Heaven Battle Empire's capital, sweeping through everything in their path. In the past 5 days, they had already swept through half of the Heaven Battle Planet's interior, trampling over almost 1,000 cities of the Heaven Battle Planet. At this point, the entire zombie army had reached a small success. The number of zombies in the universe was like a rolling snowball, reaching a terrifying number of tens of millions. However, all of this was far from over. More than half of the Emperor Star's territory had yet to be swept away. There were still some Imperial citizens and Star warriors lingering in these cities. In the eyes of Tuoba Linfeng and the other 2 zombie kings, these humans were the fresh blood of the zombie army. They were precious and could not be let go of so easily. In these 5 days, Tuoba, Linfeng, and the other 2 zombie kings' strength had increased to a certain extent. They had all made breakthroughs, from the 9th realm, late-stage origin, to the 10th realm, early-stage grotto heaven. Among them, Tuoba Linfeng was at level 3 grotto heaven, Gong Yangji was at level 2 grotto heaven, and Yuan Zhua was the weakest, but he had also reached level 1 grotto heaven. Other than that, the entire zombie army had also undergone huge changes. The evolution of the universe's zombies seemed to be on the fast track. Every day, there would be a large number of universe's zombies undergoing a second or even third evolution. There were also all kinds of new abilities that appeared. The power system of the universe's zombies was slowly taking shape. Among them, there were even some stronger zombies that gradually gained the ability to think. This was clearly a sign that a new consciousness was sprouting, and there would be a time when they would once again give birth to sentience. Regarding all of this, Yi Xian was completely oblivious. 5 days had passed, and he was still quietly hibernating in the depths of the Heaven Battle Empire's capital, cultivating in seclusion. However, it was clear that he was nearing the end. The devouring system's speed of absorbing the star core's energy was extremely extraordinary. As early as 2 days ago, it had already consumed all of the star core's energy provided by Yi Xian. The reason why he hadn't finished his seclusion was only because the subsequent refinement had delayed the progress. The massive amount of star core's energy was continuously being poured into Yi Xian's body by the devouring system. In addition to the various heavenly materials and earthly treasures that he had previously refined, these 2 types of energy gathered together and continuously tempered and strengthened every single cell of Yi Xian's body. Every minute, every second, Yi Xian's body's vitality was slowly and endlessly rising. The meridians and organs in his body were undergoing earth-shaking changes. Faintly, they were blooming with a faint auspicious brilliance, triggering a resonance with his body. From time to time, the roars of dragons and tigers could be heard. If it wasn't for the fact that he had activated the star core in his brain to perfectly activate the secret spiritual technique and instructed the devouring system to maintain it for him, once the roars of dragons and tigers and the rumbling of his vitality were heard, it would be useless even if he was hibernating in the depths of the earth vein. He would most likely be exposed. Another day passed in the blink of an eye. All of the star core's energy and heavenly materials and earthly treasures that had been poured into Xian's body were finally exhausted, leaving nothing behind. In the next instant, a stream of blood-red liquid was poured into Xian's body at the right time and instantly spread out, turning into a scorching energy river that surged like a roaring mountain torrent. It violently flushed and stimulated every single cell of Xian's body, both inside and outside. This was the extremely rare level 9 gene cultivation fluid that the experts of the human race's science and technology faction couldn't get their hands on even if they wanted to. It was suitable for experts who had reached the peak of level 9 black hole. It was used to break through the shackles of the physical body and sever the bloodline gene chains, thereby allowing them to step into the starting point in one fell swoop. Xian had already prepared this level 9 liquid before he went into seclusion and threw it to the devouring system. He also instructed the system to immediately inject the level 9 liquid into the system if his body's vital energy and blood had already reached the 9th level of the black hole by the time his cultivation ended. At this moment, as the terrifying energy contained in the level 9 gene cultivation fluid instantly spread throughout his body, Xian's entire body was completely tense. Although this method of breaking through the shackles of the physical body's cells and severing the bloodline gene chains was direct and effective, it was too violent. His entire body seemed to have completely collapsed in an instant. Even the first cell was rioting, which was really uncomfortable. Fortunately, it didn't take long. In less than an hour, everything was over. At this moment, Xian, who had been meditating like an old monk for 6 whole days, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 dazzling beams of light shot out from the bottom of his eyes and disappeared in a flash. Immediately after that, the familiar sound of the system notification rang in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The realm of your physical body's vitality has increased. Current realm, level 8 black hole realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The realm of your physical body's vitality has increased. Current realm, level 1 origin realm. The system notification rang 3 times in a row. Each time it rang, it represented a small breakthrough, which meant that Xian's physical body's vitality had increased tremendously. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The opportunity of the immortal star brain. Xian lowered his head and glanced at the layer of black scabs covering the surface of his body. Even he found it a little unbelievable. It would be fine if this situation happened in the early stage of body tempering. But now that he had already reached the black hole realm, the evolution of his body was definitely not low, and yet he was still able to force out so many filthy impurities from his body. It was enough to show how terrifying the transformation of his body after this tempering was. This was definitely the rhythm of risking his life. Today, Xian felt like he had been reborn. His entire body was shining brightly, and it was clear that his body was close to perfection. As if he was about to reach the legendary innate saint body that was untainted by filth. He even suspected that there was an ancient divine dragon hibernating in his body. His body's qi and blood were surging like a roaring river. Although Xian had only broken through 3 small levels in terms of his physical body's qi and blood realm, the increase in his overall combat strength was far from that simple. The reason was very simple. With the improvement of his qi and blood realm, the various bloodlines in his body, such as the ancient demonic dragon, had also been integrated into his body. In this case, the power of his various bloodlines, such as the demonic dragon's roar and the demonic soul pupil, would naturally increase along with it. In addition, with the great improvement of his cultivation, Xian's Rai Di seal, Shenong cauldron, and other treasures would also be activated more powerful, including the battle weapon Withered Demon Blood Blade and the battle armor Indestructible Glass Armor. After all, they were quasi-starry sky-grade treasures, and had the unique attribute of self-growth. His black hole realm cultivation was still far from being able to activate their power to the extreme. However, although Xian had broken through 3 small realms, and his qi and blood realm had broken through to the 9th great realm, the origin 1st grade, his chances of killing the three zombie kings, including Tuoba Linfeng and Gong Yanji, were still not high. Without using the Rai Di seal and other supreme treasures and bloodline abilities such as the fallen Skybow. Putting aside the few precious treasures and the most powerful bloodline ability, although he still had many powerful methods, so that his overall combat strength was far beyond his cultivation level, he was basically unafraid of those in the same realm. In a one-on-one battle, he could sweep through them. Even if it was 1 against 3, he still had the possibility of winning. Tuoba Linfeng and the other 2 zombie kings were already at the late stage of the origin realm. Now that 6 days had passed, and with the rapid mutation and evolution speed of the universe zombies, it was very likely that the 3 of them had broken through the origin realm and stepped into the Grotto Heaven realm. If it was a one-on-one battle, with Yi Xian's abnormal combat strength, he would not be afraid of fighting across realms. However, there were clearly 3 opponents this time, and they were extremely cautious, so it was unlikely that they would be separated easily. If the 3 of them had already stepped into the Grotto Heaven realm, Yi Xian would have no chance of winning against 3 opponents across realms. Right now, I can only try my luck and wait for one of them to be separated before I make my move. Thinking of this, Yi Xian felt depressed and sighed faintly. Besides, I have to deal with the issue of the level 10 liquid immediately. Now that I have stepped into the origin 1st grade, if I still don't find the level 10 liquid when I reach the origin 9th grade, I will face the dilemma of having my path cut off again. If there is no other way, I will have to make a trip to the Tuoba family. After making the decision, Yi Xian left the depths of the ley lines and quietly returned to the surface. The mental power of the source nucleus in his brain continued to be supplied, maintaining the perfect vibration of the secret spiritual technique and concealing all auras. However, he soon found that this was completely unnecessary. The entire inner city of the imperial capital was lifeless. Not only were there no living people, but there were also no universe zombies. What entered his eyes was a scene of ruins and broken tiles, and the ground was full of broken limbs and rotten flesh. It was obvious that the zombie army had left. Just as Yi Xian was stunned by the unexpected disappearance of the zombie army, a familiar system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have discovered a high-level starry sky superbrain. It is mature and can be devoured. Do you want to capture it immediately? High-level, mature starry sky superbrain, could it be the intelligence center of the Heavenly War Empire's level 2-star network? The surprise came too quickly. Yi Xian was shocked on the spot, and then he was ecstatic. The depression he had before was swept away in an instant. There were only 3 level 2-star networks under the command of the entire Undying Dynasty, and they were located in the imperial capital of the 3 great empires. Normally, Yi Xian wouldn't have had the opportunity to get close to them and covet them. He hadn't expected to encounter such a good thing today. A meat pie had fallen from the sky and landed directly on his head. Starry sky superbrains were extremely rare, and high-level ones were even rarer. Apart from the 3 starry sky superbrains that maintained the operation of the level 2-star networks in the 3 great empires, there were definitely no more than 2 starry sky superbrains in the entire Undying Dynasty. Although there was a starry sky superbrain in the countless administrative planets of the big and small countries below the 3 great empires that acted as the intelligence center of the star network, they were basically all normal-grade starry sky superbrains of different grades, and there were very few mature starry sky superbrains. Unfortunately, the chances of a starry sky superbrain evolving were very slim. A mature normal-grade starry sky superbrain might not become a mature starry sky superbrain even after tens of thousands of years. It was even less of an extravagant hope for a starry sky superbrain to evolve. Therefore, any high-level starry sky superbrain was something that one could only come across by chance, and was extremely precious. Starry sky superbrains could devour each other to accelerate their own evolution. However, for the immortal starry sky superbrain in Yi Xian's possession that had just entered the maturation stage, immortal starry sky superbrain avoided it like the plague. It couldn't devour normal-grade starry sky superbrains even if it wanted to. Only a high-level, mature starry sky superbrain like this was absolutely a great supplement. If he didn't devour it, he would regret it for life. With that in mind, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately ordered the system to activate the devouring ability and capture it with all his might. Of course, he could actually search for it himself. After all, the entire imperial capital's inner city was empty. It wouldn't matter what he did. However, that was the center of the Heavenly Battle Empire's Level 2 star network, after all. It was impossible for it not to have any defenses, especially when the entire Imperial capital was empty except for this high-level starry sky superbrain that was accidentally left behind. Now that time was of the essence, there was really no need to take this risk. Feeling slightly anxious, Yi Xian waited for less than a minute before the system notification rang in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a mature high-level starry sky superbrain. Do you want to activate the Devouring ability immediately? Success! Yi Xian let out a long sigh of relief and immediately gave an affirmative reply. He was even more excited now. Not long after, when this mature high-level starry sky superbrain's mass was completely digested, Yi Xian's personal starry sky communication system would most likely be upgraded again. When that time came, its power would be even more powerful, and the chances of him finding the rest of the Dimension Void Fragment technique would be greatly increased. It could be said that a slight change in one part could affect the situation as a whole. The significance of this was just too great. Rumble! Before Yi Xian could calm his surging emotions, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook violently. A thunderous boom suddenly exploded in the sky above his head. The sound was terrifying. Disaster. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the vast space outside the atmosphere of the Heaven Battle Planet, 4 fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters hovered silently in the void around the Heaven Battle Planet. The experts in the 4 fortresses were the last batch of Imperial Palace guards that had retreated just before the Imperial capital's inner city fell. The reason why they stayed here was to monitor the situation of the Imperial capital's Heaven Battle Planet. This was an order given by Emperor Tian Battle himself. 6 days had passed, and the Heaven Battle Planet had not moved at all. Those space zombies had not even tried to attack the star defense array set up in the atmosphere and the surrounding void. The entire planet's defensive array had been fully activated for several days now. Before Emperor Heavenly Battle left, he had set the self-activation time in mode. Right now, the entire Heaven Battle Planet was like a giant planet cage. Those outside couldn't enter, and those inside couldn't leave. Unless a sea of battleships bombarded the star defense array with thousands of cannons at the same time, the star defense array's countless void nodes would be completely exhausted, or they could obtain the defense array token from Emperor Tian Battle. Of course, it was also possible to destroy the star brain of the Imperial capital's Level 2 star network, which was located in one of the most important places in the Imperial capital's inner city. Unfortunately, none of the above 3 methods were realistic. The defense array token had been taken away long ago, and the star brain was protected by powerful restrictions and was extremely secretive, so it was still safe. It was precisely because of this that the Imperial Palace's Imperial Guards who were stationed in the 4 fortresses did not feel the slightest sense of crisis. The army from the Imperial capital's immortal star would arrive soon. At that time, Imperial Emperor Tianzhan would also arrive. Presumably, it would not be long before the Imperial Star was restored. Unfortunately, the unforeseen event still happened unexpectedly. Rumble, boom. In the void up ahead, the thick layer of atmosphere that enveloped the entire Imperial Star suddenly surged without any warning. Terrifying thunderous booms rang out continuously as countless specks of light flickered in and out of existence in the void around the Imperial Star, densely packed together. These motes of light were the foundation of the Heaven Battle Planet's defensive array formation. They were densely distributed throughout the Imperial planet's atmosphere, and now, they suddenly flickered. This was clearly a sign that there was a problem with the defensive array formation and that it was about to collapse. All the Imperial Palace guards in the 4 fortresses were dumbfounded by this scene. They were shocked to the point of despair, and exclamations of shock rang out one after another. Heavens, what happened? This is impossible. How could those damn universe zombies be so powerful? He was actually able to blast open the defensive formation from the inside. Reported immediately. Something big is going to happen. At the same time, in the atmosphere, in the inner city of the Heaven Battle Empire, Yi Xian's heart was at a loss as he subconsciously raised his head to look at the sky. Then, as a thought flashed through his mind, the shock that had just appeared on his face instantly turned into a sluggish expression. Disaster. It was a sign that the star defense array outside of the atmosphere was about to be completely paralyzed. and this was related to Xian. He was the instigator. Previously, he was too excited and didn't think too much. He actually acted impulsively and directly swallowed the central star brain of the Heaven Battle Planet's Level 2 star network. With the central intelligent core gone, the Heaven Battle Planet's Level 2 star network was completely destroyed. How could the star defense array still function? Since the star defense array has been activated, it means that the universe zombie army hasn't left yet. The Empire's official purpose of activating the star defense array is to turn the Imperial planet into a cage. At least, it can cut off the possibility of the universe zombie army rushing out of the atmosphere and entering the universe for a short period of time. Xian muttered to himself. His face was as gloomy as water, revealing a bit of annoyance. At this time, he realized that he had made a big mistake. If this caused the undying poison to spread to the void outside of the Heaven Battle Planet and eventually spread to the entire third universe, his sin would be too great. This matter concerned the survival of the entire human race, and he would be a sinner for all eternity. Fortunately, there is still a chance to remedy this situation. As long as the three zombie kings, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Yuan Zhuo are killed, the rest of the universe zombies won't be a threat no matter how many there are. After all, except for the three zombie kings, the rest of the zombies are infected with a poison that is not the original source. Whether it is the speed of evolution or the height that they can reach, it is destined that they will be extremely limited. Thinking of this, Xian's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and summoned the Dongshu shuttle. He stepped into the shuttle, activated the concealment array, and rushed out like a bolt of lightning. With this unexpected situation, Xian had no time to think about anything else. The only thing in his mind was to kill the three zombie kings as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they took the opportunity to slip away and escape from the Heaven Battle Planet, he would be powerless to chase after them in the boundless void of the universe. However, he still didn't plan to use the Rai-D seal and the fallen skybow. At this moment, he summoned the Dongshu shuttle not only to find the target as soon as possible in this vast Heaven Battle continent. Once the target appeared, Xian would immediately activate the battleship killing system obtained after the 7th fusion of the Dongshu shuttle. After the last fusion, Xian's battle armors and battleships had all jumped to the quasi-starry sky level. He had tested the power of the battle armors and was extremely satisfied. Only the battleship Dongshu shuttle's battleship killing system had not been activated yet. Today, he could use Tuoba Linfeng and his zombie army to test its power. After an hour, another city appeared on the ground in front of him. Xian had searched all the way and found more than 100 cities. Without exception, all of them had turned into purgatory demonic land similar to the Heaven Battle Emperor's capital. At first, Xian was furious, but now he seemed to be a little numb, but the killing intent in his heart became more and more intense. After a while, as the Dongshu shuttle whistled over the city at a low altitude, Xian immediately found something unusual. Although the scene in the city below was exactly the same as what he had seen before, the bloodstains on the ground were clearly different. They were not dry yet, which meant that the zombie army was in front of him and had finally appeared. Xian's heart beat wildly. Without hesitation, he immediately issued an order to the system, and immediately activated the battleship killing system of the Dongshu shuttle. It was fully charged and ready to be activated. Buzz buzz, the next moment, a faint trembling buzzing sound rang out. The Dongshu shuttle's concealment array was automatically removed, and the hull of the shuttle was revealed. Countless small light spots of different shapes flashed instantly, covering the entire surface of the hull, dazzling everyone. After the 7th fusion of the Dongshu shuttle, the Grand Five Elements Annihilation Array disk had turned into a layer of obscure array patterns that covered the entire shuttle. Now, the array patterns engraved on every part of the Dongshu shuttle could be said to be incomparably complicated. Layer after layer, they were so densely packed that they made one dizzy when looking at them carefully. 5 Elements Annihilation Hodgepodge. As the killing system of the Void Hull shuttle was fully activated and immediately began to store up energy at full capacity, Xian's originally rather excited mood instantly surged. He had a burning anticipation for what he would soon witness with his own eyes. The Grade 5 Elements Annihilation Formation Disc was an offensive magical weapon in the form of a formation. It was a miniature, portable killing formation. All the formation patterns and talismans were refined and solidified into the formation disc. This kind of formation disk was very rare even in the cultivation camp, and high-grade ones were even rarer. Once this formation disk was activated, the power of the annihilation formation disk would be able to overturn the heavens and earth in an instant. It could convert any energy into 5 types of annihilation lightning, and it could be divided and combined. If it was divided, it could penetrate the Earth's crust and collapse mountains. If it was combined, it could bury an area and annihilate the void. The 5 types of annihilation lightning could be divided and combined in countless combinations, and each combination gave rise to a different power of pure annihilation lightning. It could be said that a slight move in one part could affect the whole body, and its power was unpredictable. Just thinking about the crushing power of this majestic killing formation made one unable to calm down. It would definitely be a spectacular sight, and Xian could not wait any longer. Not long after, the shadow of the universe's zombie army finally appeared at the end of the ground in front of them. Xian was shocked because there were just too many zombies. They were densely spread out, covering a large area of land. There were at least 10 million of them. What surprised him even more was that not only did the universe's zombie population increase rapidly, but their evolution speed was also extremely shocking. Xian casually glanced around and saw that on the bodies of a large number of universe's zombies, there were clearly signs of evolution that did not belong to humans. Some grew scales, sharp horns, fleshy wings, and claws. There were also some that were developing into various types of ferocious beasts. There were even some zombies that were clearly in the process of becoming giant. In just a few days, they had already grown to a height of a zhang. If they were allowed to continue evolving, this type of zombie would most likely become a mountain-like giant or giant beast. As for Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Yuan Shui, as the 3 supreme zombie kings of the entire zombie army, their evolution speed was obviously faster. Xian saw the figures of these 3 guys at a glance. The other zombies were running on the ground, but they were flying at a low altitude above the army. In just a short 6 days, these 3 guys really broke through to the heavenly passage realm. The most powerful one, Tuoba Linfeng, had even entered the middle stage of the heavenly passage realm. This kind of strength improvement speed was too shocking, and even Xian could not compare. A heavy pressure instantly enveloped his heart. Immediately activate the battleship's killing array. After the shock, Xian's face was gloomy to the extreme. He sneered and ordered the Devouring system to attack. Array mode, close-range sealing array-style killing array. Attack mode, cover the entire area indiscriminately and kill. Accurately lock onto the target, the 3 zombie kings. The Dongxiu shuttle's battleship's killing array was integrated with the Great 5 Elements extermination array. There were 2 types of array mode, long-range shooting and killing mode and close-range sealing array-style killing mode. The former was suitable for long-range bombardment. The array glyphs engraved on the surface of the shuttle would not reveal a killing array. After the array glyphs transformed the 5 Elements extermination array, it would shoot out in the form of cannons. The latter was different. It was suitable for close-range sealing array. After the array glyphs were activated, it would condense the 5 Elements array base, which would cross the sky and seal off a large area of space. All the subsequent attacks would be launched in this sealed area. There were also 2 types of attack mode. No matter which array mode it was, it could launch indiscriminately and kill the entire area. It could also choose to lock onto the target and launch a precise attack. It could even do both. While it was launching indiscriminately and killing the entire area, it could focus on 1 or more targets and precisely lock onto the target. Xian's choice was to launch indiscriminately and precisely lock onto the 3 zombie kings while launching an indiscriminately close-range sealing array-style killing the entire area. Wang, at this moment, following his order, the Dongxiu shuttle, which had been flying at top speed all along, arrived at the sky above the zombie army. The 3 zombie kings, who were flying at a low altitude, were right below them. Right at this moment, along with a series of extreme buzzing sounds, the hull of the Dongxiu shuttle suddenly shone brightly. Countless array glyphs representing the profound meanings of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were densely packed. They emitted a blazing light, and at an extremely fast speed, they shot out in all directions of the shuttle. Countless rune energy rays of different colors intertwined like shuttles, and in the blink of an eye, a large area of space was enveloped. It was as if a giant net of light energy had spread out in the sky, replacing the vault of heaven and earth. It was colorful and dazzling. Rumble. A terrifying roar soon exploded, and 5 energy light pillars of different colors condensed around the giant net of light energy. They each represented the power of the 5 elements, and they emitted an invisible pressure, towering in the sky and suppressing the entire area. Since then, a large area of land and space with a radius of 100 miles under the giant net of light energy was finally completely sealed off. Although there were still a large number of cosmic zombies that were blocked outside the killing array, it was no longer important. At least, none of the 3 zombie kings had escaped, and they were all trapped in the killing array. Immediately after, a magnificent slaughter finally began like a raging wildfire. Rumble. Boom, kacha. At the edge of the killing array, the 5 energy light pillars of the 5 elements that towered in the sky like pillars of heaven instantly shone brightly. Streaks of killing energy of different colors and different powers surged out continuously like a huge river, enveloping the sky and earth with a terrifying aura that could destroy the heaven and earth, and crashed down with a rumbling sound. In the blink of an eye, the killing array within a radius of 100 miles was completely covered. Not only did these killing energies have different attributes and powers, but even the forms they manifested were also varied. There were round thunderballs of various sizes, agile and drifting lightning bolts, and even killing weapons such as magic treasures and flying swords, as well as all kinds of ferocious beasts with monstrous expressions. Their forms were different, and their attacking methods were naturally different. At this moment, they were pouring down from all directions at the same time, which was simply stunning. They simply didn't know how to deal with it. In the face of all this, the 3 zombie kings who were looking up from a low altitude were instantly dumbfounded. Their entire bodies were stunned. This kind of attack method was so complicated that it made one's hair stand on end, and the number of attacks was so terrifying that it made one feel despair. It was simply unheard of. The 3 zombie kings' faces were full of sluggishness, and they suddenly felt as if they were in a mess in the wind. Boom. Screech. Rumble. Before they could react, the overwhelming mess that poured down had already descended with a loud bang. The sound of explosions resounded endlessly, and the zombie army was instantly thrown into chaos. Miserable howls, violent howls, and angry roars intertwined, broken limbs, rotten flesh, blood, and venom flew everywhere. Killing altogether, the power of this array was indeed extraordinary, worthy of its name of extermination. Everything had just begun. Even Xianxia, who had been looking forward to it for a long time, was not ready to seriously appreciate it. The killing on the ground below had already entered into a tragic mode like a raging fire. Facing all this, Xianxia was completely dumbfounded, and the shock in his heart couldn't be any greater. From the beginning of the array until now, it had only been a few breaths, but the power of this array had far exceeded his original expectations. He was so satisfied, it was simply a pleasant surprise. The only thing that was a little imperfect was that the various killing energy bodies roaring out from the 5 pillars were too heterogeneous. Their forms were really speechless. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, swords, spears, birds, beasts, in short, there were all kinds of things. Moreover, they were all mixed together and blasted out at the same time. The momentum was very strong, but the key was that it was too chaotic. It made people inexplicably think of a pot of boiling hot mess roaring out from the top. At this moment, the 3 zombie kings at low altitude below must have felt the same way. As the large area within 100 miles of the killing array completely exploded, broken limbs and rotten flesh splashed out endlessly. The 3 zombie kings who finally came back to their senses were instantly enraged. Each of them flew into a rage. The strongest one, Tuoba Linfeng, even opened his mouth and howled like a wolf. This was clearly the rhythm of being mad, close to the rhythm of a berserk. Roar. Screech. Aoo. At the same time as roaring, the 3 zombie kings simultaneously urged the zombie energy in their body, unleashing their most powerful attacks. In an instant, their aura burst out, and an invisible tyrannical aura rushed out. Rumble. The inheritance of the second zombie king, Xianxia, was called the Ghost Refining Frenzy Technique, and its power was quite terrifying. This technique came with a palm technique called the Purgatory Thunder Palm, which could release zombie thunder and even zombie lightning with a raise of the hand, which was shocking. At this moment, under the rage, a dense grayish-black zombie instantly roared out from his body. This corpse fiend not only had a large amount of corpse lightning flashing incessantly within it, but it was also accompanied by a series of grayish-black corpse thunders, which covered a large area of 10,000 meters in circumference. With a furious roar, it leaped into the air and pounced toward the Dongshu shuttle high in the sky. Although Corpse Elder 3rd, Yuan Zhua, did not obtain the Desolate-era cultivation method and only had an incomplete bloodline ability, this demonic path ability was clearly extraordinary. At this moment, as he shot up into the sky with a mad howl, the majestic corpse energy in his body instantly transformed into a strange netherworld corpse flame. Amidst the grayish-black, there was a tinge of green that made Yuan Zhua's face, which had already become hideous due to his corpse transformation, look like a demon from hell, extremely terrifying. The two little brothers had already made their move, but as the corpse boss, Tuoba Linfeng, fell behind. Only when Gong Yangji and Yuan Zhua both soared into the air did he finally shut his mouth. No matter what, at least he was able to vent the resentment that was surging in his chest through his rotten throat by howling like a mad wolf. Xiao. Taking a deep breath, Tuoba Linfeng suddenly waved his hand, and a faint light rushed out from between his eyebrows. In less than half a breath, it had already transformed into a mountain-like demonic blade that hovered endlessly above his head. Blood-green markings appeared on the gray body of the devil's saber, and it was extremely evil and filthy. It emanated a sort of evil aura that shook the soul. At the instant one looked at it, it actually caused one to have the misconception that a strand of brutal and monstrous invisible devil flames was surging towards them. This demonic blade was actually condensed from an incomplete divine ability called Demonic Flame Space //. Once it was used, the corpse energy in the body would instantly condense and take form. Its power was terrifying and evil, and it could even absorb the vitality, blood, and spirit of the opponent. It could be called a corpse secret technique. Amongst the three corpse kings, only Tuoba Linfeng's blood-green devil saber caused Yi Xian to feel a sense of trepidation. It even caused him to suspect that in the primordial era countless years ago, the primordial era creature that left behind this bloodline ability really had a real devil saber in his hands. The demonic blade in front of him was already terrifying. Even Yi Xian's quasi-starry sky treasure weapon, the withered demon blood blade, was slightly inferior. If this ominous blade really had a real object, its demonic power was simply unimaginable. Ling Huju, if I don't kill you today, I am not a man. Roar. Just as Yi Xian's clone was about to form an association when he saw the monstrous demonic blade, Tuoba Linfeng, who was on the ground, raised his head and roared angrily after summoning the blood-green demonic blade. Then, his body shot out, and in the blink of an eye, he soared into the air with the unparalleled blade that was circling endlessly. Can you be any more shameless? Seeing Tuoba Linfeng's incoherent expression, Yi Xian almost burst out laughing on the spot. He rolled his eyes and sneered. Although his figure didn't step out of the whole void shuttle, his voice was incomparably clear. With your current appearance, can you even be considered a person? Clearly, even ghosts would die again if they saw you. You'll be scared to death. Aooo, just as he finished speaking, the space below the ship seemed to respond. Once again, a mournful howl of a mad wolf sounded out. The corpse boss, Tuoba Linfeng, flew into a rage again. Because Yi Xian had hit the nail on the head and casually mocked him, it just so happened to hit the deepest thorn in his heart. This time, he was really going to go berserk from embarrassment. This was exactly what Yi Xian wanted to see. The reason why he ridiculed Tuoba Linfeng just now was to infuriate him. After all, this was a powerful corpse king at the 4th level of the Heavenly Passage realm. In his hand, there was even a supreme fierce blade that was slightly inferior to the quasi-starry sky treasure, the withered demon blood blade. Yi Xian wasn't sure if the 5 elements hodgepodge of the absolute annihilation killing formation would still be able to kill such an existence. He purposely messed up his mind in order to ensure that his killing move would be able to take advantage of his unprepared state of mind and kill him in one strike. The effect was obviously not bad. Yi Xian sneered, but he didn't continue to mock Tuoba Linfeng. He no longer paid attention to Tuoba Linfeng, took a deep breath, and issued a new attack command to the system: cancel the full-range indiscriminate attack mode. Precisely lock onto the target, the 3 corpse kings. The killing array's energy conversion has entered a fully loaded state. Concentrate all the energy, divide it into 3, lock onto the target and kill with full force. Now. The last sentence, Xian was almost roaring out. The next moment, those 5 pillars hanging in the void like pillars of heaven suddenly dimmed without warning. Then, they immediately expanded, blooming with a blazing light that was far more intense than before. They turned into an incomparably solid energy light beam, and at the same time, shot into the sky above the killing array, converging into a huge energy light ball. It was like an incomparably blazing star hanging high in the void, blooming with endless 5-colored divine light. Demonic reincarnation AOOO. Just as Xian in the Dongshu shuttle sneered and issued an order to the system to change the attack mode of the Great Extermination Killing Array, the third howl of a mad wolf sounded. Tuoba Linfeng was the most powerful existence among the 3 zombie kings. His strength at the middle stage of the Grotto Heaven realm was indeed extraordinary. Although he was half a step later than Gong Yangji and Yuan Shui, at this moment, he arrived first. His entire body transformed into a streak of black lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had left Gong Ruizhi and Yuan Shui behind him. Taking the lead, he soared into the sky. He was now less than 10,000 meters away from the Dongshu shuttle that was suspended in the sky, thinking that he could immediately blow down the small private battleship above, and then find the hateful people in the cabin and kill them at will. Tuoba Linfeng's murderous aura skyrocketed again. The rolling corpse flame was almost materialized. It could be said that the demonic flame was shocking. Seeing this scene, even Xian couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. His face was filled with admiration. TSK, the corpse boss is indeed the corpse boss. Those who can be the leader are indeed different from the rest. Their explosive power is too shocking. I've never heard of anyone who dares to risk their lives like this before. That's right, in Xian's view, Tuoba Linfeng, who suddenly exploded, was really just courting death. Because at the same time he said these words, the 5 killing array pillars hanging in the void just happened to shine brightly, and in a flash, the terrifying 5-colored light ball condensed in the central area above the killing array. All of this happened too quickly, too suddenly. Without waiting for Xian to finish speaking, the 5-colored ball of light in the central region had already appeared. At this time, the third howl of a mad wolf from Tuoba Linfeng had yet to end, so he had no way of reacting at all. Then, the 5-colored light ball suddenly exploded and divided into 3. In an instant, from the static suspension, it turned into 3 extremely fast-flowing arrows, with the momentum to destroy the heaven and earth, directly blasting down. In less than half an instant, the 3 corpse kings that were rushing over had already been bombarded from head to toe without any suspense. Boom! 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 3 terrifying explosions rang out almost at the same time, causing the earth to tremble slightly. A light curtain that was countless times brighter than the stars in the Ming dynasty suddenly burst out, sweeping across a distance of hundreds of miles, instantly enveloping the entire area sealed by the killing formation. At this moment, nothing could be seen. The only thing that could be seen was an incomparably dazzling 5-colored light. Even Xian, who was in the high-altitude void dimension shuttle, subconsciously closed his eyes. It was too glaring. Even if he wasn't at the scene and was only looking at it through the holographic virtual screen, he still couldn't do it. Even the eyes of a starry sky powerhouse would not be able to resist this level of blazing light. Fortunately, this light screen suddenly leaked out. It came suddenly and left even faster. When Xian slightly closed his eyes and immediately opened them again, the dazzling light screen had already disappeared. As for the 3 corpse king brothers, they were most likely turned into ashes. Xian spread out his divine sense and searched the surroundings several times, but found nothing. Not to mention the zombie kings, there wasn't even a single strand of corpse hair. On the vast land below that was trapped by the extermination killing formation, there were still a large number of cosmic zombies and broken limbs and rotten flesh, but now they were all gone. Although the blazing and terrifying screen of light only existed for a fleeting moment, and the time it existed was so short that it could be completely ignored, its might was too shocking. It was like the light of annihilation, and everything in an area of 50 kilometers was instantly obliterated. If it weren't for the killing formation runes on the surface of the void dimension shuttle flashing all the time, transmitting countless energy threads into a light net that maintained a synchronous connection with the 5 killing formation pillars hanging around the void, Xian would have been in danger just now. This level of destructive light energy could probably even severely injure the 15th Realm Universe Master. No matter how high the grade of the Great Five Elements Extermination Formation was, it was impossible for it to have such terrifying power. Although it was very likely that it was because the killing formation had completely sealed this void, the endless light energy couldn't be released and was limited to a limited space, resulting in such a terrifying power. But Xian was still a little uneasy. After thinking about it for a while, he couldn't figure it out. In the end, he could only shake his head with a wry smile and put it aside for the time being. It's a pity that those 3 corpse cores were lost. This kind of thing can only be found but not sought, but it was wiped out together. After muttering a few words of regret, Xian immediately removed the killing formation and turned off the Void Dimension Shuttle's onboard killing formation system. Then he drove the Void Dimension Shuttle into the sky, passing through the high atmosphere and entering the void outside. After adjusting his direction, he instantly left. Although there were still 2 to 3 million cosmic zombies outside the area sealed by the killing formation that had not been eliminated, he didn't have the heart to care about this matter. The 3 zombie kings had been wiped out, and those ordinary cosmic zombies couldn't cause much trouble. Later, there would be someone to clean up the mess. As for Xian, at this moment, he left in a hurry. His destination was Tianqian Planet, the capital of Tianqian Country. The configuration of the level 10 liquid was imminent and couldn't be delayed any longer. Heaven Battle Planet, somewhere less than 10,000 miles away from where Xian used the Great Five Elements Extermination Formation to kill the zombie army, in a dark valley less than 10,000 miles away. Xiao. A faint sound of breaking air was clearly heard. Then, from the depths of this dark valley, a huge blood-green heavenly blade cut through the void. After rushing out of the valley, it quickly stopped in midair in the distance. This was clearly the supreme demonic blade that was hanging above Tuoba Linfeng's head. Although the killing power was obscure and the demonic flames were restrained, the aura was exactly the same. There was no mistake. The demonic rebirth technique is really extraordinary. I didn't expect this time to be a blessing in disguise. Using this technique, I took the opportunity to get rid of that disgusting flesh bag. Like a soldier being reborn, the level of life evolved again, and I achieved the demonic body in one fell swoop. As Tuoba Linfeng's voice sounded, the 100-feet demonic blade hanging in midair suddenly squirmed and changed rapidly. In just 2 or 3 breaths, it had turned into a human with flesh and blood. It was Tuoba Linfeng. What was even stranger was that his appearance was restored to the appearance before being eroded by the undying indestructible poison. There was no trace of the universe's zombies left. This feeling is wonderful. It's not a body of flesh and blood, nor is it an energy form. It's also not the primordial spirit that humans cultivate. It's as if it doesn't belong to this world. It can change between flesh and blood, energy form, and human primordial spirit at will. Looking down at the newly formed body of flesh and blood, Tuoba Linfeng's words revealed a strong sense of joy. As he spoke, the body of flesh and blood that he was looking at changed again, instantly turning into an illusory primordial spirit state. In less than 10 breaths, Tuoba Linfeng's form of existence had turned between the 3 different states of energy form, flesh and blood form, and consciousness primordial spirit, completely confirming the guess in his heart. In a great mood, Tuoba Linfeng in the primordial spirit state raised his head and laughed wildly. In a flash, he disappeared without a trace. Ha ha ha. Crownless Corpse Emperor Heaven Battle Planet, the vast hilly area where Xian had activated the Dongxiu shuttle's killing system and annihilated countless zombies. At this time, Xian had been gone for half a day. The remaining 2 to 3 million zombies gradually recovered from their boundless fear and gathered one after another, quickly forming an army and continuing to advance into the distance. Tuoba Linfeng was mixed in with this leaderless zombie army, concealing his aura. Even his appearance had been deliberately changed. He looked no different from the densely packed ordinary universe zombies around him. The reason why he was able to survive this time was purely due to luck. Who would have thought that a human powerhouse with a cultivation base of black hole realm would be able to activate such a terrifying killing array of heaven and earth, not to mention the 3 heavenly passage realm zombie kings, even Void, Genesis, and Cosmic Ninth Order peak quasi-universe powerhouses would find it difficult to retreat unscathed under the crushing power of such a terrifying killing array. This battle had caused Tuoba Linfeng's temperament to change greatly. The past arrogance and impetuousness had completely disappeared. If he hadn't coincidentally obtained the demonic rebirth incantation a few days ago, he would have been obliterated in an instant like Gong Yangji and Yuan Shui. He would have ceased to exist a long time ago. Every time he thought of this, Tuoba Linfeng's soul consciousness would instantly become incomparably clear and ethereal, just like how his original zombie body had completely transformed into the heavenly demon body he possessed today. Tuoba Linfeng felt that the level of his thoughts and consciousness had been completely elevated because of this. From the inside out, from the body to the soul, everything was like a new life, completely reborn. He was glad that he had not been defeated. Even if he had just experienced a life and death calamity not long ago, he had finally returned as a king. He could not easily give up on this zombie army. Although they were very weak now, as a former zombie king, Tuoba Linfeng knew better than anyone how terrifying these zombies were. As long as there was enough time and space, any universe zombie would eventually evolve to an extremely powerful level. Moreover, this kind of evolution speed was simply terrifying, far surpassing those so-called human race geniuses. The entire human race occupied the vast third universe, and its population was innumerable. There were countless administrative planets in the territories of the two camps, but how many so-called geniuses could be considered gifted on the path of cultivation or life-level evolution? However, the zombie race was different. Any zombie in the universe had the same evolutionary speed and potential as the human race. Tuoba Linfeng firmly believed that if he could gather an army of hundreds of millions of zombies and lead them into the boundless starry sky, they would be able to fight for enough time and space to evolve. Then, when this zombie army fully matured, the entire human race of the third universe, including the Tianji clan of the first universe and the countless races of the Federation of the second universe, without exception, would become the slaves of the zombie army. From then on, the three universes would be unified. The only supreme overlord was the zombie race. All of this was indeed very far away, but Tuoba Linfeng firmly believed, so he would never give up. However, after experiencing this life and death calamity, Tuoba Linfeng wouldn't reveal his identity as easily as before. Presumably, the news of the three zombie kings of the Heaven Battle planet falling in battle would spread out very quickly. This was also his advantage. From today onwards, the entire zombie army would no longer have a so-called king. There would only be a single crownless emperor hidden in the dark, leading the entire zombie race towards glory step by step. With this kind of expectation, Tuoba Linfeng lay dormant within the zombie army. He did not reveal himself, but from time to time, he would quietly send out invisible biological waves unique to zombie kings. He carefully urged the entire army to slowly advance towards a certain city in front of him. The Heaven Battle planet was incomparably vast, and there were still close to 70% of the human cities that had yet to be conquered. In every city, there were some human powerhouses and ordinary citizens. For Tuoba Linfeng, this was a very tempting super-large cake. It would allow him to once again create a huge zombie army in the shortest amount of time. As a former zombie king, Tuoba Linfeng knew better than anyone that the larger the number of zombies in the universe, the higher the chances of mutated zombies with various special abilities appearing, and the shorter the time it would take. The Heaven Battle planet was one of the three imperial capital planets of the dynasty. Its significance and value were too sensitive. All of these life and death calamities had enlightened Tuoba Linfeng. He was clearly aware of the impending crisis of destruction. This was not a place to stay for long. The amount of zombies he could bring with him would definitely not be that much. Tuoba Linfeng's choice was very simple, but also very cruel. He decided to artificially advance the evolution of the zombie race. First, he would expand the zombie army to the limit. Then, using the zombie king's special biological waves, he would secretly influence the entire zombie army to kill and devour each other, and through this, they would rapidly evolve. It could be imagined that in the near future, as this cruel battle for survival unfolded, it was very likely that not even 1 out of 10,000 zombies would survive. Among the millions of zombies in the zombie army, perhaps only 100 would survive, or even less. However, they were all elite zombies. They would also be the original force that Tuoba Linfeng would lead countless zombie armies in the future, moving unhindered across the universe. And all of this had to be completed before the human army arrived. Otherwise, except for Tuoba Linfeng himself, all the zombies on this huge planet would not be able to escape. They would definitely, be completely annihilated. When he thought of this, at the end of the horizon in front of him, the tall walls of the target city finally appeared. Tuoba Linfeng's eyes flashed with a sharp light. His body immediately emitted a unique biological wave that was unique to zombie kings. In an instant, it spread out, quietly affecting all the zombies in the entire army. Roar. Ayo, screech. Soon, a series of bone-chilling roars and howls of the zombies rang out one after another. The entire zombie army of millions of zombies went berserk in just a few seconds. Their advancing speed instantly increased by dozens of times. Originally, they were moving slowly, but now, they were moving at extreme speed. This scene was too shocking. A huge army of millions of zombies instantly accelerated crazily. As far as the eye could see, they covered a large area, as if a huge piece of land was drifting, quickly approaching. In the blink of an eye, they were already under the city walls. The next moment, in this human city with its gates tightly shut, countless desperate cries and screams rang out. Even more helpless cries and howls could be faintly heard. The whisper of the outland with the return of Tuoba Linfeng, the universe's zombie army was only interrupted for half a day's bloody slaughter, and very soon, they were back in full swing. This time, it was even more ferocious than before. All the universe zombies seemed to have gone berserk as they moved at extreme speed. Like a swarm of locusts, they crushed one human city after another without any suspense. The size of the universe's zombie army had quickly recovered and was gradually growing stronger. No one knew what had happened on the Heaven Battle planet. From Yi Xian's point of view, Tuoba Linfeng, Ganyangji, and the other two zombie kings had all perished. This Heaven Battle Emperor star was no longer worthy of his attention. The remaining ordinary universe zombies would not be able to do anything. As for the 4 bastions that had been stationed outside the atmosphere of planet Heaven's vanguard, they had been scared out of their wits when the planet's great defense array had been completely destroyed. They didn't dare enter the atmosphere to take a look, so they didn't know what was really going on. However, in the void of a mysterious plane that was an unknown distance away from the third universe controlled by the human race, a dreamy murmur rang out at this moment. This mysterious void was clearly an exiled universe plane. Moreover, it was incomplete and exuded an incomparably dense aura of desolation. Spatial rifts could be seen everywhere. Spatial turbulence that carried a terrifying aura of destruction frequently whistled out from them, and some had even transformed into black holes that devoured everything. Although there were innumerable stars here as well as a boundless galaxy, all of them were extremely damaged. As far as the eye could see, the innumerable stars of various sizes in the boundless galaxy were all intertwined with each other. Some had even completely collapsed and were floating in this dark and deathly silent mysterious void. If Yi Xian were here, he would definitely be shocked to see the dilapidated ancient galaxy in front of him. It was too familiar. Everything was exactly the same as what he had seen in the inheritance of the heaven-falling bow. This was clearly the place where the final battle of the primordial age took place countless years ago. It should be a part of the ancient starry sky from the primordial age. It had the same origin as the ancient cage that was connected to the forbidden valley of the demon emperor star. Moreover, it was also separated and exiled. The only difference was that the broken void of the demon emperor star area in the first universe was not only a cage, but also a burial ground that revealed an endless aura of death that made people despair. However, although the starry sky here was also dark, and there wasn't even a single shining star, if one carefully sensed countless auras of life. Although they were obscure and ethereal, they were incomparably powerful. Most of the life auras were exuded from the exiled ancient starry sky. In the deepest part of these stars' cores were clearly extremely powerful creatures that seemed to be hibernating. In addition, there were also some auras that could be vaguely found in the large number of void cracks all over the ruined void. Although there were far fewer of them, they were even more terrifying and powerful. Without exception, the existences that were hibernating in these space cracks were clearly supreme creatures at the same level as the golden divine dragon and the desolate ancient Xianxia. In one of the space cracks, there was even a horrifying giant turtle that was as big as a small star area. It was floating silently. No one knew how many years it had been dormant. Although the turbulence in the space cracks was surging and eroding, the giant turtle's dim body was not damaged at all. It had never been shaken. However, on the giant turtle's back that was as big as a star area continent, there was a horrifying black demon blade. The blade was tens of thousands of miles long, and a small part of it had been inserted into the turtle's back. Apparently, it was extremely sharp. However, the majority of the blade that was exposed to the outside was clearly covered with hideous gaps, as if it was silently telling him what a terrible battle it had experienced in the past, even though the demonic blades might had also dimmed and was no longer as ferocious as it was in the past. The faint wisps of aura it emitted was no different from the demonic blade formed by Tuoba Linfeng's bloodline ability, Demonic Flame Void Slash. The only difference was that this black demon blade that was inserted vertically on the giant turtle's back was real. The demon blade was damaged, and the giant turtle was dormant. This scene had been going on for countless years, and it had never changed. Right at this moment, a few weak murmurs that sounded like sleep talk resounded from another spatial rift. Even though it was weak, it seemed extremely clear in this lonely and deathly silent place of exile. This aura. Is it the reincarnation of the heavenly demon? Kakik. After waiting for so many years, the second pure heavenly demon body has finally appeared. Grow up quickly. Be a little faster. As this murmur resounded, the countless obscure auras in the entire remnant star field actually started to ripple slightly, as if they had been stirred. Even the black demonic blade that had been silent for countless years in the spatial crack suddenly showed its ferocity. Although it disappeared in a flash, it quickly dimmed again. But in an instant, it disturbed countless turbulence in the void, and all of them were swept back. The giant turtle that had fallen into an endless sleep also slightly opened its eyes at this moment, and a cold light with endless vicissitudes shot out. Universe 3, the Heavenly War Empire star area under the rule of the human race's science and technology faction Immortal Dynasty. Yi Xian had left the Heavenly War star for 4 days, and now he was rushing at full speed to the Heavenly War Empire's capital, Heavenly Chen Star. In the vast territory controlled by the Heavenly War Empire, there were countless big and small countries. Heavenly Chen country was not one of the top countries, but it was the closest to the Heavenly War Star where the imperial capital was located. Therefore, the imperial officials who had evacuated from the Heavenly War Star chose to temporarily settle down here, including some of the top families and forces in the Heavenly War Empire. After Yi Xian left the Heavenly War Star, he got the news immediately and rushed straight. He did not sleep or rest for 4 days, and now he was not far from the Heavenly War Star, only about half a day's journey. During this period of time, Yi Xian had finally successfully concocted the first level 9 liquid after a period of meticulous research. His experience and ability in concocting gene cultivation fluids had greatly increased, and he was already a master-level existence in this field. However, the difficulty of concocting the level 10 gene fluid was too high, and many new materials were needed to increase the efficiency of the gene fluid. Every time a new material was added, it would cause a geometrical change in the formula. Although Yi Xian was confident that he could complete it alone, it would definitely take a long time, maybe even a year and a half. He could not afford to wait. This also strengthened his determination to go to the Heavenly War Star to obtain the formula of the Tuoba family's level 10 gene fluid. Even if he had to fight, he had to get the formula. After half a day, the Dongshu shuttle finally entered the Heavenly War Star field. Yi Xian stopped in the void some distance away from the Heavenly War Star, stepped out of the shuttle, and waved his hand to keep it in his undying world. A shameless old codger. Although the Heavenly Chen Star wasn't one of the top countries in the Heavenly Dark Empire, it was the closest to the Heavenly Battle Star among the many large and small countries under the Heavenly Dark Empire. It had a very close relationship with the Heavenly Battle Star. For example, the Tuoba family, the Gongyang family, and the Longfish family all had branches in the Heavenly Battle Planet. Therefore, after leaving the Heavenly Battle Empire's capital city and arriving at the Heavenly Chen Star, whether it was the Empire's officials or the various top forces, they were all quickly settled down in the Heavenly Chen Star. Needless to say, the Empire's officials had already designated a large area within the Tianqian country's capital as a temporary base of operations. As for the Tuoba family and the other top families, they were all living in their own Tianqian country branches. Everything seemed to be in order and there was no chaos. The Immortal Army from the Immortal Star of the Imperial Capital, as well as the Forest Blue Fleet from the Overwatch Council of the Federation headquarters, had appeared on the Immortal Star for several days. In a few more days, they would arrive on the Heaven War planet. Therefore, Heavenly Battle Emperor Zhang Wuzi, who had just settled down, was preparing to set off. he personally led a fleet of the Empire to Heavenly Battle Planet to meet up with the dynasty's fleet and discuss the great plan of recovering the Imperial capital. It just so happened that at this time, the Imperial Palace's guards who were in charge of monitoring the Heavenly Battle Planet sent back news that the Heavenly Battle Planet's defensive array had been completely paralyzed. Now, the Heavenly Battle Planet was completely unimpeded, and not only could any existence from the outside enter, but they could also enter. More importantly, the zombie army inside the star could pass through the atmosphere at any time and enter the void of the universe. Once the news spread, the entire Heavenly Chin planet was in an uproar. Some of the large forces and families that had just settled down could no longer sit still and had thoughts of evacuating again. Even the Heaven Battle Imperial capital couldn't stop that terrifying zombie army. The entire Imperial planet fell in one night, so what was the Heavenly Stellar Planet? At the very least, the star defense array here was on a completely different level compared to the Heaven Battle Planet. If even the Heaven Battle Planet couldn't withstand it, then as long as the universe's zombie army came, this place would definitely be finished. The Heavenly Stellar Planet was the closest planet to the Heaven Battle Planet. Once the universe's zombie army was released, this planet would be their first stop. Because of this, once the news spread, the entire Heavenly Stellar Planet was in chaos. Some of the strong cultivators in the starry sky who did not have too many ties began to evacuate. They came and went alone, not dragging their families with them. They left quite decisively. Even the major forces who had just evacuated from the Imperial capital and settled down here were very convenient. All kinds of resources they brought out were basically in their storage magic treasures. If something really happened, they could leave at any time. They were already prepared to evacuate again. As for the local forces and ordinary citizens of the Heavenly Stellar Planet, it was not so easy. If they wanted to leave, they would definitely be injured and would need to make a big move. Even more people did not have the ability and conditions to leave their home. Thus, resentment quickly appeared and quickly formed an overwhelming momentum. They all questioned and blamed the instigators of the zombie invasion, which were the Tuoba, Gong, and Changyu families from the Heaven Battle Imperial capital. After all, if they didn't go to the Medicine King's ruins to cause trouble, they wouldn't have attracted the fake Linghu young master, Linghu Ju, who was in cahoots with the Yin demon clan from the second universe. If that was the case, the zombie poison would not have appeared. Although the real culprit was the Yin demon clan and Linghu Ju, the Heaven Battle Imperial capital had invited the wolf into their home. Although it was not their intention, they still had an unshirkable responsibility. Facing this kind of public pressure, it was not appropriate for the Heaven Battle Empire to not make a statement. Coincidentally, the Emperor Zhang Wuzi was also annoyed. Thus, he took advantage of the fact that they had not left to severely reprimand them. He summoned the patriarchs and the higher-ups of the three great clans and scolded them in public. He also ordered the three great clans to give an explanation to the entire empire's citizens to resolve the public pressure. The three great clans could not say anything. This time, not only did they lose their wives and soldiers, but they also had to bear this kind of blame and pressure. They were simply incomparably angry. In the end, in order to resolve the public pressure, the three great clans lied with their eyes wide open and splashed dirty water on the real and fake Linghu young masters. There was no need to say much about the fake Linghu young master, Linghu Ju. There was no doubt that he was in cahoots with the Yin demon clan. However, he alone was not enough to bear the anger of the entire empire's citizens. This time, the three great clans were completely defending themselves as victims. Apart from Linghu Ju, Linghu Chong, who was suspected to be the real Linghu young master, was shamelessly dragged into the water by them and used as a shield. According to the three great clans, it was true that Linghu Ju had colluded with the Yin demon clan. However, Linghu Chong was not a good person either. He had gone overboard and actually colluded with the Federation's archenemy, the overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji clan. There was solid evidence for this because Linghu Chong had a top-grade battle armor. Not only had he used it in the Medicine King's ruins, but he had also used it when the Heaven Battle Planet was being evacuated. He had fought against the zombies in the universe and seemed to be fighting for something. This scene was witnessed by many experts in the Empire. Therefore, when the news spread, it immediately caused a huge uproar. Everyone believed it without a doubt. The Empire's citizens immediately started cursing. The pressure of public opinion that was originally on the shoulders of the three great clans and the empire's government was diverted in the blink of an eye. More than half of it was transferred to the two real and fake Linghu young masters. Then, the three great clans threw out another bombshell. They said that not only did Linghu Chong have the Medicine King's tablet, he even had half of the Medicine King's inheritance that was taken away by the descendants of the Linghu clan. However, now that he was in cahoots with the overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji clan, when he returned to the First Universe, this half of the Medicine King's inheritance would fall into the hands of the Tianji clan. This matter once again caused great anger. The Medicine King's inheritance was a treasure passed down by the human clan. Now, the Jade ruler with the complete inheritance unearthed in the Medicine King's ruins had most likely fallen into the hands of the Yin Demon clan through Linghu Ju's hands. If the half of the inheritance in Linghu Chong's hands fell into the hands of the Tianji clan, how could the human clan endure it? Although the Yin Demon clan was not part of the Federation, at least they had not fallen out with the human clan. Compared to this, although only half of the Medicine King's inheritance had fallen into the hands of the Tianji clan, it was even more unacceptable. In an instant, the entire human clan was in an uproar. Even the citizens of the Tianming and Tianfeng empires were furious. They demanded that all the experts of the three great empires and the entire empire search for this Linghu young master who had colluded with the human clan's mortal enemy and severely punished him. Since then, the Tianji clan and the three great clans no longer had any pressure on them. The empire and even the entire empire had a better target to vent their anger on. They no longer cared about them. The second monstrous genius to Obaba, you've gone too far. You're too shameless. The innocent Yi Xian was enraged. He couldn't remember how many times he had been wrongly accused of being a spy for the Heaven's Legacy race. He was very sensitive about this matter, and he had a shadow in his heart. Although Tuoba Xiong and the others had only wrongly accused Linghu Chong and not Yi Xian himself, not even Prince Xian, since Yi Xian was using someone else's identity, he had to take responsibility for this matter. What's more, he still wanted to use the identity of Linghu Chong for a while, so he didn't plan on giving it up now. Being wrongly accused of being a spy for the Heaven's Legacy race would have a great impact on him. In addition, Hu Qing would definitely be very concerned about this matter. He already knew Yi Xian's true identity, and even led the Linghu descendants of the Heaven Battle Planet to the Death Star Field to seek refuge in Triumph City. Yi Xian admired this person quite a bit. No matter what, he couldn't just sit by and watch the Linghu bloodline's reputation be tarnished. This time, he had originally planned to secretly infiltrate the Tuoba family's branch on the Heaven Star Planet and find an opportunity to gather information about the refinement of the level 10 liquid. Then, he would quietly take it away. Although it wasn't a mature level 10 liquid formula, Yi Xian would be able to quickly deduce it with the research information recorded in the refinement notes. But now, he had changed his mind, he had to get the refinement notes for the level 10 liquid. It recorded the entire process of the Tuoba family's research on the level 10 liquid, and all kinds of insights were listed. It would be useful for Yi Xian to learn from, but he also didn't plan on missing out on the complete level 10 liquid formula. He would just treat it as collecting a bit of interest from the Tuoba family, and he didn't plan on secretly stealing all of this. Instead, he wanted to use the identity of young Master Linghu to forcefully take it and demand an explanation. Whether the people of the empire and dynasty believed him or not was another matter. Yi Xian himself had to have a clear stance. This was his purpose in coming to demand an explanation. Tuoba Ba, old man, get the hell out here for this young master. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian angrily descended and directly arrived at the sky above the Tuoba family's branch in the outer city of the Heavenly Qin imperial capital. This was a large courtyard. Yi Xian's figure suddenly appeared and he angrily shouted, instantly alarming the experts of the Tuoba family in the courtyard below. A large number of experts and people in the surrounding areas were also alarmed. They all looked over and exclaimed in surprise. Although the outer city of Tianjin country didn't have any restrictions on flying, leaping into the air was still strictly prohibited. Outside the country's gates, no one would care, but inside the city, it was absolutely forbidden. You could only fly at a height of no more than 50 meters. At this moment, Yi Xian was floating a few hundred meters above the Tuoba family branch. This was definitely over. The surrounding experts gradually became excited. Where did this number 1 come from? He openly disobeyed the star planet's order in the Tuoba family's capital's outer city, and he was still so confident, shouting loudly as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know. This was simply too awesome. In the courtyard below, the Tuoba family's experts quickly appeared. There were quite a number of them, and the head of the family, Tuoba Xiong, was in the center like a moon surrounded by stars. Looking up, he was immediately enraged and roared, "Ling Huchong, how dare you collude with the Tianji clan and appear here?" At this time, Tuoba Xiong was full of anger. As the head of the Tuoba family, a peak level 9 Grotto Heaven Realm existence, he actually had to look up to a black hole realm ant. Although he was provoked, this was Tianchen's capital. Although Tuoba Xiong came from the capital, he had just landed safely from the center of public opinion. He didn't want to be roasted on the fire again. If someone criticized the capital's big families for being too overbearing and ignoring the star planet's order in Tianchen, it would be troublesome. "I think you're the one with a dog's mouth that can't say anything good. Back then, I killed a high-ranking member of the Tianji clan, took a battle armor, and refined it into my battle armor, becoming the second form of the battle armor. Even if you're jealous, you don't have to be so shameless as to slander me and accuse me of colluding with the Tianji clan, right? Old fogey, this young master has come here today precisely because of this matter. You have insulted the reputation of my Linghu bloodline, so you must give me an explanation today. Otherwise, this young master will exterminate your Linghu clan and flatten this place. This is the battle armor that I personally refined. It's a quasi-starry sky-level treasure, and I'll show you 2 battle forms today. Didn't you say that the human race couldn't have such a high-level battle armor and accuse me of colluding with the Tianji clan? Then take a look. Does the Tianji clan have the refining technique of this battle armor? This is the refining technique of the human race's self-cultivator camp. Could it be that the Tianji clan has a top-level refining master from the self-cultivator camp? Or are you going to change your words immediately and accuse me of colluding with the self-cultivator camp? Ha ha ha. Watch carefully. At the end of his speech, Yi Xian raised his head and laughed. He waved his hand and summoned the indestructible glazed armor, which covered his body. In an instant, he transformed into a mighty powerhouse wearing a gorgeous battle armor. His whole body was surrounded by flowing multicolored light, which made him look valiant and dazzling. Immediately, it caused a wave of exclamations in the surroundings. What a beautiful battle armor! It's actually a quasi-starry sky-level treasure. This kind of battle armor is rarely produced by the few refining grandmasters of the self-cultivator camp. The Tianji clan is indeed powerful in terms of technological manufacturing, but when it comes to refining, they're just a joke. How can they refine such a battle armor? Is that top-level battle armor really the second form of this battle armor? My brother, you're amazing. You're so imaginative. This refining idea is so constructive. Why didn't anyone think of it before? Yes, yes, yes. A battle armor that has the different advantages of both a light battle armor and a heavy battle armor at the same time. It can switch between the 2 battle forms at will. It's perfect. I want one too. I'm very skeptical about whether all this is true. Can he really transform this battle armor into the so-called second mecha form in front of everyone? That's too shocking. It's a little inconceivable. That's not the key. Did you forget what young Master Linghu said just now? He actually said that this battle armor was personally refined by him. My goodness, that's really incredible. Young Master Linghu's talent in refining medicine is obvious to all. He passed all 3 stages of the Medicine King's tablet perfectly. I didn't expect that other than refining medicine, he's also such a monster in refining weapons. Is another peerless genius about to appear in the human race? There was already one before. He was a peerless talent in the self-cultivator camp. He suppressed the fallen demon son and the witch dust woman. Now, there's also a peerless talent in our science and technology camp. Young Master Linghu is comparable to him. He's a master in both medicine and equipment. He's so dazzling that even Xiaozi and Fairy Xianxia can't compete with him. Boom. As if in response to the waves of exclamations around him, Yi Xian waved his hand again. Along with the sound of energy, the dazzling battle armor that covered the surface of his body immediately expanded. He deliberately slowed down the speed of its transformation so that everyone could see it clearly. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Braised Dragon Liver. Again, originally, the two battle forms of the Undying Glass Armor could be completed in an instant, but Yi Xian didn't do so. If that was the case, there would be people who would argue that he was moving too quickly. At the same time that he put away his battle armor, he also took out that battle armor in an attempt to deceive the world. Therefore, he deliberately slowed down his speed. Originally, he could have completed the transformation with just a thought, but it took him 3 breaths of time. As a result, almost all the powerhouses around clearly saw the entire process of the indestructible glass armor transforming from the first battle armor form to the second battle armor form. Moreover, as if it was in slow motion, the changes in every step were incomparably clear and could withstand scrutiny. Any questioning words in front of such facts were pale and powerless. Just this alone was enough to explain the problem. This level of refining was not something that the Tianji clan, who was proficient in technology, could produce. Even the few great refiners in the cultivation camp were slightly inferior. At the very least, they had never thought of such a wonderful idea of combining battle armor and mecha. At the same time, this was enough to prove one thing, and that was that this epic-making armor with 2 battle forms was definitely not made by any Grandmaster refiner of the cultivator camp. There was an 80 to 90% chance that it was made by this young masterling who. After all, if someone had really refined such an epic-making battle armor, they would have announced it long ago. How could they not have heard of it? Realizing all this, countless powerhouses around them could not help but cheer thunderously. It was not only because they had seen such an epic-making battle armor, but also because they realized that the refinement of the human race's battle armor had entered a new era. The reason why they were so excited was that the birth of the second peerless monster of the human race could finally be confirmed without a doubt. On the cultivation camp's side, it was still uncertain whether it was Prince Xian or the monster that was Tian Shenzi's clone. His battle strength was unparalleled, and he was actually able to cross 2 realms to fight against a peerless genius like the fallen demon sun. He was a rising future war god of the human race. On the technological camp side, young masterling who might not be as good as the future war god of the cultivation camp in terms of battle strength, but his significance to the human race was obviously more significant. His talent in alchemy crushed the 16 great clans of the empire, and he passed all 3 tests of the ancient tablet of the medicine masters perfectly. His talent in refining was no less than that of the top great grandmasters of the cultivation camp. Not only was the battle armor refined by him a quasi-star sky supreme treasure, but it also had 2 unprecedented combat forms. It was simply perfect. Once this kind of peerless genius who was skilled in both medicine and tools grew up, he would become the supreme treasure of the entire human race. Within a short period of time, not only did 4 peerless geniuses appear in the human race, 2 even more monstrous geniuses appeared out of nowhere. As long as they could grow up, they would have an invincible god of war to crush all enemies. Internally, they would have a supreme master of medicine and tools to lead the human race to rapid growth. Previously, there was a saying that the human race was on the rise, but it was not the mainstream. But now, all the powerhouses and the people in the capital had firmly believed that this was the case. 2 peerless monsters had appeared at the same time. If this was considered a sign that the human race was on the rise, then it was simply unreasonable. It was because of this that they cheered thunderously. They were really too excited. The haze that shrouded their hearts due to the tense situation of the 3 great universes that could usher in a war at any time was swept away in an instant, and they were greatly encouraged. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. This is really a misunderstanding. Seeing that Yi Xian had turned the situation around so easily, and even successfully reversed the situation, and was supported by all the people and powerhouses around, Tuoba Xiong's lungs were about to explode at this time, but he did not dare to show it on his face. Right now, the Tuoba family was in a precarious situation. They had just landed safely from the teeth of the storm. At this time, he did not dare to be impulsive. Otherwise, if he aroused public anger again, it was very likely that the huge pressure that had just been removed from the shoulders of the 3 great clans and the empire's officials would be brought back again. At that time, Emperor Zhang Wuzi would be furious, and it was not impossible for him to kill the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness, abandoning the pawn to protect the chariot and so on. In addition, Tuoba Xiong was actually extremely shocked by the fact that Yi Xian was actually able to refine such a new type of quasi-starry sky armor. No one knew better than him how terrifying Yi Xian's talent in alchemy was. He never thought that this fellow would actually be so monstrous in the area of artifact forging. He was already comparable to the top great grandmasters of the cultivation camp. All this made him suddenly wake up. His whole person was as if he was suddenly enlightened, and he suddenly saw the light. Before, Yi Xian only had simple value in his eyes. Tuoba Xiong only wanted to use Yi Xian, who had refined the Medicine King's ancient tablet, to lead the younger generation of the great clans into the Medicine King's remains, and take the opportunity to seize the half of the Medicine King's inheritance that was taken away by the Linghu descendants. It was only now that he truly realized Yi Xian's true value. Compared to the half of the Medicine King's inheritance in his hands, this kid's unprecedented talent in alchemy and tools was a true supreme treasure. The current human race was in a precarious situation. The era needed invincible war gods like the cultivation camp, and even more so, young geniuses with monstrous talents like this. Tuoba Xiong believed that with Yi Xian's terrifying talent in alchemy and tools, he would soon be able to rise up in the human race and become a new talent comparable to the invincible war gods and the highest existence of the Federation's first idol, Prince Xian. If this kind of talent could be caught in his hands, not only would the Tuoba family be able to easily overcome this crisis, but they would also be able to reach a higher level. This was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, although Tuoba Xiong still hated Yi Xian to the heavens, he still felt that the matter of Tuoba Lin Feng was related to Yi Xian to a certain extent. But now, in the face of greater benefits, no matter how unwilling he was, he immediately suppressed the hatred in his heart. In an instant, he changed his expression and smiled at Yi Xian, saying that it was a misunderstanding. Then, without waiting for Yi Xian to react, he secretly gritted his teeth and waved his hand, saying indifferently, "Linghu, my little friend, this old man was indeed too reckless. I didn't thoroughly investigate the matter and prematurely came to a conclusion. I almost wronged you. As the saying goes, if you make a mistake, you should correct it. Linghu, my little friend, it's great that you came to denounce me, giving this old man a chance to correct his mistake. This old man must thank you, my little friend. It just so happens that my little friend also said that he wanted an explanation for the previous matter. Don't worry, this old man won't say anything and will definitely make amends. However, this matter can't be explained clearly in a few words. My little friend, quickly come down. Don't call the city guards. Later at the banquet, let's talk while eating." Banquet? Translator, trans and editor, trans and get the recipe. Hearing Yi Xian mention the braised hornless dragon liver, Tuoba Xiong was so scared that his face turned green. His legs trembled and he almost fell to the ground. The Tuoba family was not the same as before. They had lost their ancestral land in the imperial capital and were now only living in the Xianxia country branch. Although they had brought out all the important resources, their foundation was not damaged. It was just that they were not as glorious as before. However, a sub-blood hornless dragon was no small matter. If they really wanted to hunt it, it was very likely that they would lose a Tao Insight realm elder. The price was too high. Fortunately, although the Xianxia country was not the Xianxia country's imperial capital, there were still 2 or 3 restaurants that could provide braised hornless dragon liver. Although the price was frighteningly high and ordinary people would not even dare to think about it, if it was only 1 or 2 portions, Tuoba Xiong could afford it. At the very least, it wouldn't cause the clan to lose any Passage Heaven realm elders. As for the so-called wealth and cultivation resources, as long as they firmly grasped the hands of this Linghu young master, who was a master in both medicine and tools, they would be able to get as much as they wanted in the future, wouldn't they? Thinking of this, Tuoba Xiong felt a little better. At this moment, when Yi Xian, who was in midair, heard that there was another red braised hornless dragon liver, he actually immediately descended with a bashful face and landed in the courtyard. Faintly, Tuoba Xiong could clearly see him raise his hand to wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth. This damn glutton, Tuoba Xiong cursed in his heart, but he was relieved because of this. He just remembered that Yi Xian was a glutton. It seemed that it would not be a problem to control him. At the most, he would lose some blood. Good wine and good meat, no, good wine and good liver should be enough. Thinking of this, Tuoba Xiong suddenly felt an inexplicable pain in his liver. This kid, he would not eat hornless dragon liver every day, right? Just at this moment, as Yi Xian's figure descended, a group of city guards from the capital of Heavenly Qin rushed over. Tuoba Xiong turned his head to look at the person in charge of the Heavenly Qin branch. The latter understood and nodded before turning around to deal with it. On the other hand, Yi Xian acted as if nothing had happened. He turned a blind eye to it as he grinned and chatted with Tuoba Xiong while walking towards the inner courtyard. It was as if they were old friends who had suddenly reunited after not seeing each other for many years. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious to the extreme. This made the surrounding citizens and experts of the capital dumbfounded. This young masterling whose style was very strange. Just a moment ago, he was in the middle of a storm. Why did the storm turn sunny as soon as he heard that there was food? In less than the time it took to eat a meal, the Tuoba family's manuscript that was left behind when they were researching the level 10 liquid was sent to the small courtyard where Yi Xian temporarily stayed in the Tuoba family's Tianshan branch. He personally flashed it to Yi Xian's hands. After leaving behind the manuscript, the Tuoba family's elder immediately left a message that at the banquet later, the family head, Tuoba Xiong, would personally present an even bigger surprise. Could it be that there is a better ingredient than the braised hornless dragon liver? Slurp. I can't stop salivating. There is still half a day left. How unbearable. Bang bang. Hearing this, the Tuoba family's elder, who had just turned around and walked to the door, staggered and actually fell to the ground. Looking at the other party's fleeing figure, the drool at the corner of Yi Xian's mouth mysteriously disappeared. When he closed the door, the cold smile on his face had already appeared once again. He muttered to himself, humph, unaccountably solicitous. He's hiding evil intentions. This Tuoba old man's attitude suddenly changed. If I'm not wrong, he should have finally realized this young master's value. This is the rhythm of changing from a short-term investment to a long-term investment. But this is just right. The concoction of the level 10 liquid requires more rare herbs and minerals, including the level 11 liquid in the future. Since this old guy has started to dream again, then it's just right to push the boat with the current and use the Tuoba family's resources to get the level 11 liquid in one go. When the entire Tuoba family is almost emptied, this young master will pat his butt and leave. Do you think they can stop me? Speaking up to here, Yi Xian grinned once more. This time, his smile was truly a bit wretched. Hee, what's more, other than free research supplies, I can also enjoy a meal of braised dragon liver every few days. Where can I find such a beautiful thing? If you put a knife to my neck, this young master won't move. After that, Yi Xian began to study the level 10 liquid research manuscript sent by the Tuoba family's elder. In a few hours, he had learned a lot. He had a lot of ideas in his heart and wanted to put them into practice. It could be said that he was eager to try. But in the end, he resisted because if nothing unexpected happened, the complete formula of the level 10 liquid in the Tuoba family's hands would be handed over to him at the banquet. Now, there was really no need to spend too much effort on the preparation of the level 10 liquid. Instead of this, it was better to recuperate and wait until the complete formula of the level 10 liquid was in his hands. Then, he could sprint toward the level 11 liquid. Even the Tuoba family had not developed this level 11 liquid yet. Yi Xian could only rely on himself. In this regard, he had to do his best to succeed. Thinking like this, Yi Xian simply stopped studying. He sat cross-legged on the bed and adjusted his breath. His mood quickly calmed down. After an unknown amount of time, when he opened his eyes, the sky outside was already dark. Yi Xian got up and pushed the door open. He saw that in the courtyard outside the house, two young Tuoba family juniors were anxiously standing there whispering something. When they saw Yi Xian push the door open, they immediately greeted him as if they had been granted amnesty. They said that the family master, Tuoba Xiong, had been waiting in the banquet hall for a while. They asked him to hurry over. The braised hornless dragon liver was not delicious when it was cold. After a short while, Yi Xian was led by the two juniors of the Tuoba family to the backyard. Tuoba Xiong and the other clan elders had been eagerly waiting there the entire time. Seeing that Yi Xian had finally come after finishing his cultivation, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't say anything and greeted him with a smile. After a while, the complete formula of the level 10 liquid was finally delivered to Xianxia's hands. But what surprised him was that in addition to the complete formula of the level 10 liquid, Tuoba Xiong also handed over a research notebook. The research notebook of the level 11 liquid. Although the Tuoba family's research on the level 11 liquid had not been successful, all the difficulties and insights of the research process were all recorded in detail in the notebook. In Xian's view, this research notebook of the level 11 liquid without any final results was countless times more precious than the complete formula of the level 10 liquid. It could save him a lot of detours in the preparation of the level 11 liquid. Level 10 liquid, young friend, you want to refine level 11 liquid? Hearing Xian's words, Tuoba Xiong was startled, and his expression became a little strange. He said in a low muffled voice, young friend, this level 11 liquid is not easy to refine. Although you already have the formula for level 10 liquid, it doesn't mean that you can immediately deduce the mature formula for level 11 liquid. There is still a long way to go, and there are too many changes. Yes, young friend, although our Tuoba family has the various medicinal materials and minerals needed to concoct level 11 liquid, we don't lack them, but we don't have a lot in stock. Now we are basically in the theoretical deduction stage, and we don't dare to use those medicinal materials to conduct too many concocting experiments. The consumption is too shocking. Another Tuoba family elder immediately took over the conversation. Although his words were tactful, the meaning behind his words was clearly hinting Xian not to bite off more than he could chew. That would be a waste of money. Moreover, even their Tuoba family couldn't bear this level of consumption, so it was impossible for them to easily allow him to squander like this. Xian sneered in his heart, but he didn't show it on the surface. While eating the plate of braised dragon liver that he pulled closer, he muttered a few words from time to time. I don't plan to directly concoct level 11 liquid right now. Indeed, the materials are too precious, and no one can bear to casually consume them. However, I just finished concocting level 9 liquid a few days ago. Now that I've seen your Tuoba family's level 10 liquid formula, it can be considered quite inspiring. If nothing unexpected happens, I can concoct my own level 10 liquid in 2 days, then I will immediately begin to study the level 11 liquid. First, I will deduce the theoretical formula, but this won't take long. At most 10 days, the mature formula will take shape. At that time I will need the various spiritual herbs and minerals for the level 11 liquid to conduct concocting experiments. Time is still tight, so I can't continue to delay. I will leave early tomorrow morning to concoct the level 10 liquid and collect the various spiritual herbs and minerals needed to concoct the level 11 liquid. When they heard this, all the higher-ups of the Tuoba clan present here were instantly stunned, and then they gasped before exclaiming with shock. What? Young friendling who has already concocted level 9 liquid? How is this possible? In the past, only Bodhi Technology, Celestial Biotech, and Shinong Biotech of the Undying Star could concoct the level 9 liquid. Now, with the addition of my Tuoba family, only the 4 great families in the entire dynasty could concoct it. If you can also concoct the level 9 liquid, doesn't that mean that there are 5 forces in our dynasty that can concoct the level 9 liquid? The crux of the matter is that we are all top-notch clans or forces, while little friend is all alone, just like an itinerant cultivator, yet you were actually able to concoct a 9th grade liquid. If this matter were to spread, I'm afraid no one would believe it. I'll refine it myself. Why do I need their trust? Xian curled his lips as he spoke. With a flip of his hand, he threw a tube of crimson red gene liquid onto the table. It was the tube of level 9 liquid that he'd refined on his way here. It was worth mentioning that although there were 4 top-notch clans and forces in the dynasty that could concoct the level 9 liquid, the level 9 liquid refined by these 4 forces was different, and the formula of the level 9 liquid in their hands was also different. Although different level 9 liquids had the same medicinal effect, which could allow a powerhouse at the peak of rank 9 black hole to break the shackles of the human body again and leap into the 9th realm, origin rank 1, there were actually many kinds of formulas and variations. As for whether it was a perfect level 9 liquid, there was only one standard, and that was to look at it carefully. If 9 layers of medicinal halo could be vaguely seen in the crimson medicinal liquid of the level 9 liquid, like a 9-colored rainbow, then it was a successful product. At this time, seeing that Xian actually threw out a crimson gene cultivation liquid casually, all the Tuoba family elders present were stunned. Then, Tuoba Xiong carefully picked it up in his hand, extended his divine sense, and looked at it carefully. After a while, he exclaimed, "It's really a level 9 liquid, and it's definitely not something produced by Bodhi technology, celestial biology, or Shenong gene. It's also not something my Tuoba family concocted. Although this liquid also has a 9-colored rainbow, these 9 colors are different from our 4 families. It's indeed a new level 9 liquid. I said it was newly refined by me, so you don't believe me?" Yi Xian sneered in his heart, curled his lips, and said indifferently, "That's fine. Anyway, after reading your Tuoba family's book of refining level 10 liquid, I basically have a rough idea in my heart. If there are no accidents, I can concoct the level 10 liquid in a few days. Of course, I'm not concocting according to your Tuoba family's ready-made formula. That's your Tuoba family's thing. I want to concoct my own level 10 liquid." Bang. Without waiting for Yi Xian to finish speaking, Tuoba Xiong slammed his palm on the table in excitement. His chest rose and fell violently. He forcibly suppressed his excitement and stared at Yi Xian with fiery eyes. He said, "Linghu Xiaolong, good ambition, good courage. I, Tuoba Xiong, will say it here today. If you can tinker with a new level 10 liquid formula within 10 days, then my Tuoba family will bear all the spirit grass, minerals, and other materials needed for the research of level 11 liquid. Little friend, you just need to concentrate on refining." On both sides, the other upper echelons of the Tuoba family all had dumbstruck expressions on their faces as they subconsciously nodded their heads. They were all a little scared. Yi Xian had actually refined a level 9 liquid by himself. Now, he had even said that he would refine a new level 10 liquid within a few days. If he could really do it, this kid would not only be a monster, but also a ghost. It was 2F** king terrifying. If they could hold this kind of person tightly in their hands, not to mention level 11 liquid, even level 12, 13 liquid and so on, it wouldn't take long for the Tuoba family to come up with all of them one after another. At that time, the Tuoba family would monopolize the field of gene liquid in the entire dynasty. Not to mention the Heavenly War Empire's Emperor Zhang Wuzi, even the immortal emperor in the imperial capital would have to be polite to the Tuoba family. That would be the real pride. In the next few days, Yi Xian had been locked in the independent small house in the inner courtyard of the Tuoba family's Tianshan Star branch. He was obsessed with the Tuoba family's level 10 liquid formula refining book. In addition to his own research, he also had the engulfing system to deduce the formula from time to time. The engulfing system's system database contained countless herbs and minerals recorded in the Shenong Passel, including some ancient formulas. All of these were only available to Yi Xian. Compared to the other top forces and families, he seemed to be studying the gene liquid alone, but in fact, he had a professional supercomputer in the field of gene liquid research. The speed of formula deduction was simply extremely fast. Activating prodigal mode, there were always people from the Tuoba family guarding outside the courtyard. They took shifts day and night. Once Yi Xian asked for the herbs he needed, someone would immediately rush to get it and satisfy him. It was precisely because of this that when Yi Xian's loud laughter sounded out from the room and he muttered to himself that he'd finally succeeded, the few Tuoba family members waiting outside the courtyard were stunned. They looked at each other with faces full of shock, and someone immediately went to report to Tuoba Xiong. Tuoba Xiong also couldn't believe it. It had only been 3 days, but he could actually refine a new level 10 liquid. It was too unbelievable. It was just like a dream. With doubts in his heart, Tuoba Xiong and a few elders of the Tuoba family quickly arrived. Coincidentally, Yi Xian opened the door and casually threw a tube of green liquid over. "Io, my little ancestor, this is a level 10 liquid. It's hard to get it even with money." Seeing Yi Xian throw it at him like he was throwing trash, Tuoba Xiong was so scared that his entire body trembled. He quickly took a few steps forward and sucked in a breath of cold air as he carefully received the level 10 liquid. How could he know that after Yi Xian succeeded in refining the first tube, he had already refined 10 more tubes? The one that was thrown to him was only 1 tube. The other 10 were all stored in a small space box and kept in his undying world. Of course, the herbs needed to refine this level 10 liquid were all provided by the Tuoba family. Because of this, Yi Xian generously waved his hand and said indifferently, "Isn't this thing like trash after it's refined?" If this young master wants it, I can refine it at any time. I can get as much as I want. Although this was indeed a little pretentious, because even if one had a mature formula for a level 10 elixir, it was not possible to successfully refine it every time. The alchemists in the cultivation camp all had a certain success rate when refining elixirs. The principle was the same. However, Tuoba Xiong and the others didn't feel that Yi Xian's words were harsh. Instead, they felt that it was reasonable. This young man could refine a new level 10 liquid in less than 3 days. This was simply a monster among monsters. Perhaps his success rate was really 100%, which was very possible. It was also at this time that the elders who came with Tuoba Xiong had already carefully examined the tube of green medicinal liquid that the former handed over with divine sense with a face full of expectation. There was no suspense in the final result. The few elders all cried out in excitement. 10 colors. It's really 10 colors. Patriarch, this is really a level 10 liquid. That's right, that's right. It's really a level 10 liquid, and the 10 colors that make up the 10-colored rainbow are different from our Tuoba families. There's one less orange, and there's one more light purple. This is definitely another level 10 liquid. It didn't come from our formula. Genius, little friendling who is really a genius. Even in our Tuoba family, after we accidentally made the level 10 liquid, a group of old men gathered together to study it for a few months. With the ready-made level 10 liquid formula as the blueprint, we wanted to deduce a second level 10 liquid formula, but we couldn't succeed. In the end, we could only give up. I didn't expect little friend to succeed in less than 3 days. The younger generation will surpass us in time, after confirming that Yi Xian had really created a brand new level 10 liquid formula in just 3 short days, Tuoba Xiong was completely convinced by him. Right now, he was incomparably excited and couldn't even suppress his emotions by forcefully suppressing them. His voice was trembling as he carefully asked, "Little friend, what are you going to do next? Let's make it clear first. Don't mention going out to collect the level 11 liquid. An alchemy genius like you, no, a genius. Anyway, how can we let you do something like collecting materials? You can relax and research the gene liquid. Our Tuoba family's men will do their best to run around outside." That's fine. Next, I'll prepare to research the level 11 liquid. Although your Tuoba family didn't succeed, the research notes left behind can be used as a reference for me. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to produce the level 11 liquid in half a month. As he spoke, Yi Xian casually handed over a piece of paper. "Hey, this is the second formula for the level 10 liquid that I've been working on for the past 2 days. You guys take it and study it. When we get back, send over all the materials for the level 11 liquid. In addition, we have to start collecting the materials for the level 12 liquid. If the level 11 liquid comes out, we can't stop the level 12 liquid. This kind of research needs to be done in a spurt of energy. Sometimes, the inspiration only lasts for a short period of time. This young master can't stop. At most, I'll be distracted when I'm hungry. Thinking about quenching my thirst with plum blossoms will waste a bit of time." No. What plum blossoms? You're working so hard, you have to supplement when you need to. Seeing that he hadn't even asked, Yi Xian actually took the initiative to hand over the new level 10 liquid formula to him. From his words, it seemed that he was going to start researching the level 11 and even level 12 liquid immediately. From the looks of it, the formula of the level 11 geno fluid that he would come up with would be given to him like this. This kid was clearly a research maniac. What he cared about was the process of the research, not the final results. Science maniacs generally had this kind of problem. No wonder this kid had such amazing talent in alchemy and refining. He was originally a science maniac. All of his thoughts were devoted to research. He didn't have time to care about the so-called fame and fortune. This was a great thing. It would be easier to control in the future. This kid didn't have any other hobbies. He was just a little gluttonous. Although he was a spendthrift, his ability to create wealth was even more terrifying. He was able to create a new level 10 liquid formula in just a few days. Just thinking about it was scary. With this kind of abnormal monster, It would be difficult for the Tuoba family not to rise. Thinking of this, Tuoba Xiong patted his chest loudly and promised very generously, "From now on, this old man will send the food over on time for lunch and dinner. Although little friend is focused on research, you can't delay the food. Don't worry." Although the sub-blood dragon liver is difficult to obtain and can't be guaranteed every day, this old man can promise little friend that at every meal, there will be at least one dish that is either braised dragon liver or cooked with the same level of ingredients. Little friend, you can just focus on your research. As for the materials needed to research the level 11 liquid, I will send them over to little friend in a while. After saying that, he exchanged a few words with Yixian before hurriedly leaving with a group of elders. After a short while, the materials needed to refine the level 11 liquid were sent over. Because the formula had not been confirmed yet, the amount of materials sent was huge. All of them were extremely rare. Even Yixian didn't have many of them. When he saw them, his eyes shone with a golden light. After the Tuoba family members left, Yixian directly used a small space box to store 80% of the materials into his undying world. He only left 20% outside, just for show. Pat one's bottom and leave. Ding. Congratulations to host. Your physical body's chi and blood realm has increased. Current realm, origin rank 2. Ding. Congratulations to host. Your physical body's chi and blood realm has increased. Current realm, origin rank 3. Following the familiar system notification in his mind, Yixian opened his eyes and ended his cultivation session. Yixian clenched his fists tightly as he felt the surging chi and blood energy in his body. Another dual break, his physical body's chi and blood energy had increased by a huge margin, and was much stronger than before. Now, his physical body's chi and blood energy had already stepped into the third stage of the origin stage, and was about to enter the middle stage of the origin stage. At this time, only 3 days had passed since he refined his own 10th grade liquid. During these 3 days, Yixian didn't even bother to think about the so-called level 11 elixir. Instead, he had been cultivating and tempering his body. Of course, this was intermittent because during these 3 days, the Tuoba clan servants would deliver a good meal at noon and at night. 8 dishes and 1 soup. Among them, there was either a braised dragon liver or a top-notch delicacy that was on par with the dragon liver of the sub-blood dragon. After eating for 3 whole days, Yixian's flesh and blood had accumulated a vast amount of energy from the ingredients. These top-grade ingredients were all the essence extracted from the bodies of powerful black hole realm space beasts. Although a large amount of energy was lost in cooking, after eating 6 meals in a row, Yixian's harvest was still not small. This was the reason why he had made 2 consecutive breakthroughs in the cultivation of his chi and blood force. In the next few days, Yixian didn't step out. Every day, in addition to enjoying the top-notch delicacies sent by the Tuoba family, he also began to carefully study the Tuoba family's unfinished level 11 liquid Yenkong pen. The 20% of the herbs and ores that he had left behind in the undying world had been used up in a short 2 days. Yixian immediately sent a message saying that he had made a breakthrough and needed more materials, including the materials that he had already collected to develop the level 12 liquid. He also asked the Tuoba family to send them over. This was because in order to ensure the success of the level 11 liquid, they might consider adding a top-grade material suitable for the level 12 liquid in the future. Yixian needed to study their medicinal properties and begin the selection process. This statement was also reasonable. After all, before the mature formula appeared, the so-called materials for the 11th and 12th level liquids were just general speculations based on the grade of the materials. The level 12 material might not necessarily only be used in the formula of level 12 geno fluid. It could also appear in the formula of level 11 geno fluid. Therefore, after Yixian's request was sent out, Tuoba Xiongga sent over a large number of medicinal herbs and rare minerals. Among them, there were several dozen that were clearly of a higher grade and were prepared to be used to refine the level 12 liquid. These were the last of the materials in the Tuoba family's inventory. They were stored in 3 small space boxes. If all of them were poured out, they could fill a house. Yixian did not keep a single one of those precious level 12 materials and kept them all in his undying world. He even collected a small portion of the level 11 geno fluids materials because these materials would be useful in the future research of the level 12 geno fluid. It wasn't easy to make the Tuoba family willing to let him squander their fortune for once. Yi Xian wanted to use this opportunity to collect all the herbs and rare minerals needed to refine the level 12 Geno fluid. After he left, he could only guarantee that he could refine the level 12 Geno fluid at any time after he completed his research on the formula. As for the level 11 Geno fluid, Yi Xian was almost done with his research on the theory of the formula. Before he left, he was prepared to completely master the formula of the level 11 Geno fluid. This way, he would not be restricted in the field of Geno fluid for a short period of time and could completely focus on improving his cultivation realm. Another 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Counting the time, a total of 10 days had passed since Yi Xian successfully refined the level 10 Geno fluid. According to what he said at the beginning, he would successfully refine the level 11 Geno fluid within 10 days. Therefore, on this afternoon, Tuoba Xiong led a few Tuoba family elders and anxiously waited outside the courtyard. They did not dare to disturb Yi Xian and waited anxiously outside the courtyard. In order to obtain the formula of the level 11 Geno fluid, their Tuoba family could be said to have spent a lot of money this time. For 10 consecutive days, they had to eat 2 portions of the same level of delicacies as the red braised hornless dragon liver every day. Just this alone was a terrifying expenditure. In addition, the Tuoba family's investment in various herbs and rare minerals was even more worrying. The entire family's foundation had been depleted by 80 to 90%. If they did not succeed this time, the Tuoba family would not be able to recover for at least a few years. This was also because they had the formula of the level 10 Geno fluid in their hands. If they did not have it, the failure this time would directly cause the family to decline and be completely finished. In fact, Yi Xian did not fail to live up to their expectations. Just last night, the first tube of level 11 Geno fluid was successfully refined, but he did not announce it. Instead, he continued to refine the small portion of materials that he had left outside. As for the materials that he had stored in his undying world, they were for the future level 12 Geno fluid and would not be used. From midnight until now, Yi Xian had refined a total of 10 tubes of level 11 Geno fluid. The materials that he had not stored outside were finally used up. At this time, in the hall of the residence where he was refining, there were abandoned medicinal dregs everywhere. It was as if he had come to a distribution center that specialized in discarding medicinal dregs. The smell was pungent. Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the 10 tubes of level 11 liquid in the small spatial box into his undying world. After that, he placed the remaining tube in another small box and waved his hand, causing it to float out of the window and fly out of the courtyard. At the same time, Yi Xian's tired voice sounded at this moment. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. The level 11 Geno fluid is complete. However, the formula still needs some small changes. Do not disturb me, this young master still needs to do some research. Before he finished speaking, the small box was already in Tuoba Xiong's hand. After opening it, he took out a tube of blue Geno fluid. Using his divine sense to examine it, it was indeed level 11 Geno fluid. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Ha ha ha. Level 11 Geno fluid, it is indeed level 11 Geno fluid. Little friend, you are really amazing. Although the formula was not in his hands yet, this tube of level 11 Geno fluid was enough to prove everything. At the very least, the level 11 Geno fluid was successfully refined. Once the formula was perfected, it would definitely be sent to him immediately like last time. Thinking of this, Tuoba Xiong was overjoyed. He waved his hand and 2 servants walked out from behind him. Each of them carried a food box and brought it into the room. Little friend, you have exhausted too much of your energy. Here are 2 portions of red striped dragon liver. Little friend, you should quickly replenish yourself. AI, your body is important. The 2 servants quickly left. Yi Xian walked out from the inner room and looked at the 2 food boxes on the table in the outer hall. He grinned happily. Hee, this old man Tuoba Xiong is really considerate. I was just thinking of breaking through again and refining the top-grade ingredients that I ate these past few days. Who would have thought that he would actually send me a meal of delicious food in the end? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Killing a way out. After leaving behind the 2 portions of braised dragon liver, Tuoba Xiong and a few elders of the Tuoba family left in a hurry. leaving only a few clan members to wait for orders. Xian first used 3 days to refine the level 10 liquid and then handed the finished product and the formula to him on the spot. Now, he had also refined the level 11 liquid within the agreed-upon deadline of 10 days. After these two huge surprises, the Tuoba family was completely convinced by Xian and completely believed him. Tuoba Xiong never thought that Xian would tamper with the formula of the level 11 liquid, nor did he think that Xian would not hand over the formula. He also did not think that Xian was ready to leave. In fact, as soon as Tuoba Xiong and the others left, Xian immediately began to eat heartily and finished the 2 portions of braised dragon liver. Then, he immediately began to cultivate and refine the energy in his body that had been accumulated by eating a large amount of top-grade ingredients. Soon, as he sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation, Xian's 10 billion pores opened, and a faint glow shot out from each of them. All these intertwined together, making him feel as if he was in a fairyland. His whole body was enshrouded in endless auspicious clouds, and his whole body was like a supreme treasure, exuding a powerful and sacred aura. 4 hours later, everything was finally over. Xian opened his eyes, and the familiar sound of the system notification rang in his mind at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your physical body's qi and blood realm has increased. Current realm, origin level 4. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your physical body's qi and blood realm has increased. Current realm, origin level 5. Origin level 5, Xian clenched his fists in excitement, then got up and checked the condition of his body. After confirming that everything was fine, he grinned, took out a pen and paper, and left a letter for Tuoba Xiong. The content was very simple. Although he had refined a tube of level 11 liquid, he still felt that there was a problem with the formula and that it needed to be improved. He felt that he had let down the head of the Tuoba family, so he decided to leave without saying goodbye and go out to train. He wanted to find an opportunity to improve the formula of the level 11 liquid. Of course, all this was nonsense. There was no problem with the formula of level 11 liquid, but Xian was not going to give it to the Tuoba family. The reason why he left the letter was not to hide anything. How could Xian not translation? Translation. Xian was deliberately mocking Tuoba Xiong. Translation. Translation. After doing all this, Xian directly activated the perfect vibration technique and quietly left the Tuoba family's heavenly Qin planet branch. Without hesitation, he went straight to the Star Defense Formation's entrance and exit passage in the atmosphere of heavenly Qin planet. Although his identity as Ling Huchong was fake, the immortal level superbrain that was Xian's personal star communication system was no longer fragmented. It had entered the growth level and temporarily suppressed his Federation identity. It was still possible for him to hide when he went in and out of the administrative planets. Otherwise, no matter how he changed his appearance, he would have been exposed when he went in and out of the administrative planets if he could not suppress his Federation identity. In addition, the interstellar mercenary card that was tied to his Federation identity was also suppressed. Although it had been recording his Federation contribution points, it could no longer send a signal to the outside world. Therefore, even though Xian had done so many things during this time, his contribution points in the Federation didn't change at all. This situation was similar to last time. However, last time, because he was in the first universe, the interstellar soldier card was restricted by the universe plane and could not contact the Federation's main network on the immortal star. But now, because Xian's personal star communication system had entered the growth stage, it could temporarily suppress the interstellar soldier card and the Federation identity mark. Unfortunately, although he could use the immortal level superbrain to suppress his original identity, he could not silently go through the Star Defense Formation's entrance and exit passage. Even the perfect vibration technique couldn't do it. That would spoil the situation. Once the Star Defense System of Heavenly Qin Planet detected the aura of the demon's mental energy, the star formation would be fully activated and Xian would be trapped on the planet. Therefore, he had no choice but to deactivate perfect oscillation before entering the passage. Just like before, he used the immortal rank superbrain in his body to create a fake identity in order to fool his way through. Although Xian knew that the identity he made the system create would be recorded by the internal system of Heavenly Qin Planet. Otherwise, he would not be able to leave. If the system did not record it, how did he enter? That would expose him and the system would automatically suspect him of faking it, which would bring him more trouble. Therefore, when Yixian left, he used the same fake identity as when he entered. Indeed, the internal system of Heavenly Chen planet still did not recognize him. However, the alarm still sounded immediately, rumble. Boom, as the alarm sounded, a huge roar could be heard. The star defense formation of Heavenly Chen planet was fully activated. All the entrances and exits were closed without exception. Yixian was stunned. Then, he quickly realized what happened. It should not be that the internal system of Heavenly Chen planet misidentified his fake identity. Instead, the Tuoba family must have found out that he had left and reported it to the Heavenly Chen country in a fit of anger. When the latter heard that Yixian had the mature formula for the level 11 liquid in his hands, he actually wanted to escape. Naturally, he immediately launched a search with all his might. Yixian didn't know what was going on. At this moment, he arrived at a passage in the atmosphere and was directly exposed. His conjecture was soon confirmed. At this moment, in the vicinity of the spatial passageway where Yixian was located, the Starry Sky experts and federal citizens, who didn't know what was going on and thought that they were being attacked by the universe's zombies, were quickly pacified. One of the Heavenly Chen Kingdom's guards who were guarding the passageway welcomed them and then led them away. Only Yixian stood there quietly. No one came to greet him. Instead, a few shuttles and patrol ships came quickly from afar. They did not come close. Instead, they surrounded Yixian tightly. Yixian clearly saw that the cannons of these small ships had started to recharge. The target was indeed him. At the same time, in the interior of Heavenly Chen planet, there were also a large number of battleships and human powerhouses who had taken out all kinds of magical treasures. They were all gathering together. They were obviously going to rush up and take down Yixian in one fell swoop. This posture is really not a normal kind of frightening. It seems like falling out very quickly. The Starry Sky experts from the battleships that had rushed over from the Heavenly Chen star arrived one after another. They surrounded Yixian so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak out. Apart from the Tianjin country's military fleet and the Tuoba family's warriors, even the Gongyang family and Longyu family's masters had arrived with a large number of warriors. At this time, they were all staring at Yixian from a distance, their eyes filled with fanaticism. Obviously, the Tuoba family wanted to keep everything to themselves and did not reveal anything to the outside world. But now, when they found out that Yixian was going to escape, they could not care about anything else. They could only tell the truth. No matter what, they had to gather their forces to keep Yixian here. As for sharing the level 11 liquid formula in Yixian's hands with these guys, there was nothing they could do about it. It was better than letting Yixian escape now. Moreover, in this way, the Tuoba family could ask these forces to share the large amount of resources that Yixian had squandered away. They could at least recoup some of their losses. Unfortunately, they originally thought that the Tuoba family had seized this opportunity to rise completely. But now, it seemed that everything was just a dream. Even if they could keep this brat, he would fall into the hands of Emperor Tianzhan in the future and would have nothing to do with the Tuoba family. Thinking of this, Tuoba Xiong's heart suddenly surged with monstrous hatred. He took a step forward and pointed at Yixian's nose and scolded, "Ling Huchong, you little bastard. You squandered our Tuoba family's resources and now you want to leave? You deserve to die, you shameless old man. How dare you accuse this young master of killing a donkey after it has served its purpose?" Yixian didn't back down and immediately replied, "This young master stayed in your Tuoba family for a total of 13 days. Not only did I help you refine a new level 10 liquid, I even gave you the formula and finished product. I even made a tube of level 11 liquid for you and gave it to you. For the past 13 days, your Tuoba family has only provided me with 2 meals a day and provided me with the concoction materials. Other than that, this young master has not asked for any remuneration from you. Now, this young master feels that the formula still needs to be perfected, so I want to go out and look for opportunities. You actually dare to bite back and say that this young master is ruining your family business? Can you be any more shameless?" Speaking up to this point, Yixian casually pointed at Gongyang Buhui and Chengyu Jinglong, shouting, you ask the two of them, if this young master were to help them get the level 10 and level 11 liquid, and only ask them to provide food and water, and provide the concoction materials, would they do such a good thing? Awesome, awesome, awesome. Ling Hu, are you serious? If you don't eat or drink, are you going to starve to death? You want a horse to run, but you don't want to feed it, how can you do that? Gangyang Buhui and Long Yu Jinglong were shocked by Yi Xian's words just now. When they suddenly saw Yi Xian point at them and say that he wanted to help their family refine a level 10 or 11 liquid, the two of them didn't think too much about it. They were excited on the spot and responded in a panic. Only after they spoke did they realize that this wasn't what they thought it was. They were too excited. They inadvertently ruined Tuoba Xiong's plan. At this time, the old man was glaring at the two of them. Even the other experts and the fleet commanders of the Tianqian kingdom all had strange expressions on their faces. No one knew what they were thinking. The two old men's faces instantly turned red, and they didn't dare to say anything. Ling Hu, little friend, this is a misunderstanding. At this moment, a 3-star general of the Heavenly Qin country walked out. He politely smiled at Yi Xian before continuing, although the emperor isn't here, he went to the Heavenly War Starfield a few days ago to revive the Imperial Star. However, I, the Heavenly Qin country, have already reported this matter to the emperor. The emperor's meaning is very clear. He hopes that little friend Ling Hu can stay and give him face. Don't worry about this matter anymore. When the emperor returns from restoring the Imperial Star, he will personally host a banquet to help little friend recover from this shock, recover your mother. Without waiting for this 3-star general to finish speaking, Yi Xian impolitely interrupted him with a curse. He rolled his eyes and said, this young master is in charge of whether you are the Heavenly Qin Kingdom's emperor or the Heavenly War Emperor. This old man is not a subject of your heavenly warring states, is there a need to give you face? Cut the crap, this young lord is very unhappy right now, and I don't want to stay in this bullshit place. Immediately open the passage to the star array and let this young lord leave. Otherwise, if you want to force me to stay, this young master can just kill my way out. However, I'll make it clear in advance that if that happens, this young master won't bear the consequences. You'll have to bear the consequences yourself. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the 3-star general of the Tianqian kingdom's face darkened and immediately turned hostile, shouting at Yi Xian. How dare you? At such a young age, you dare to insult the emperor and the emperor in front of so many people. Ling Hu Chong, how should you be punished? Quickly kneel down and beg for punishment. Otherwise, as long as this general gives the order, you won't be able to escape. When that time comes, I'm afraid you won't be so kind. This clearly meant that they were about to make a move. Tua Ba Xiong, Gangyang Buhui, and Long Yu Jinglong had been waiting for this moment. Seeing that this 3-star general was finally enraged, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. After exchanging glances with each other, they also pointed at Yi Xian and immediately scolded him. Ling Hu Chong, I advise you not to make a mistake. You have seen the situation today. If you want to escape, you won't have a chance. That's right, the Tianqian Kingdom and the Heaven Battle Emperor still value talents. With your talent, if you stay in the kingdom, you will definitely become a pillar of the kingdom. It's better than dying here or becoming a prisoner. I've already told you everything that needs to be said. We've known each other for a long time. You really shouldn't have such a bad temper. When we were young and full of vigor, this old man and the others also had it, but haven't we all changed now? Young man, you should accept criticism with an open mind. Hong. I'll criticize your mother. A group of shameless old men. What qualifications do you have to lecture this young master? Isn't it just a fight? This young master wants to see if you have the ability to make this young master stay here today. Before the 3 old fellows could finish speaking, Yi Xian interrupted them with a shout. As he ridiculed them, he waved his hand and activated the indestructible glass armor. Then, he directly entered the second mecha state. At the same time, the withered demon blood blade was also summoned. It expanded in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a ferocious blood-black demonic blade. It was almost 10 feet long, which was the same height as the giant mecha. The mecha raised its right arm and held it horizontally across its chest. A murderous aura instantly spread out from it. To push all the way heavens, what a terrifying demonic blade. A quasi-starry sky treasure. This blood-black devil blade is also a quasi-starry sky treasure. Did he refine it himself again? This is truly heaven-defying. Both the battle weapon and the battle armor are quasi-starry sky supreme treasures. I have never heard of such a thing before. Only an artifact refining great grandmaster would be able to do such a thing. This child's future is limitless. Since we have already offended him today, we must keep him here no matter what. That's right. Otherwise, as long as he surrenders to the enemy out of fury, we would be sinners of the entire human race. Let's attack him together. For the future of the entire human race, this freak is too important. As long as he surrenders to the enemy, it would be a catastrophe for the entire human race. Seeing Xianxia bring out both a quasi-starry sky supreme treasure grade battle armor and battle weapon at the same time, this group of people was shocked and exclaimed again. However, those words were truly infuriating. As they spoke, it was as if they had all become righteous masters, while Xianxia had become a spy who wanted to betray the human race. Ha ha ha, I have to say, you guys have once again refreshed this young master's understanding of the word shameless. It's useless to say more. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Anyway, you're all worse than pigs and dogs. So what if this young master kills to his heart's content today? Hearing these words, Xianxia was so angry that he laughed. The last trace of hesitation in his heart disappeared in an instant. Laughing loudly, he waved his hand again and said, "Since it's already like this today, then this young master might as well give you all an earth-shattering shock. There are 3 basic treasures for a starry sky powerhouse. Apart from battle weapons, battle armors, and warships. Today, you shameless old men have joined hands to ambush this young master. This young master has already shown his combat weapon and armor. How can I just stand by and watch? Come out, Dongxiu shuttle." With a final shout, Xianxia waved his hand. The Dongxiu shuttle within his undying world was brought out. It hovered above his head and rapidly rose to a height of 10,000 meters. Activate the ship's killing system immediately. Xianxia's expression had already turned extremely gloomy. He sneered as he ordered the engulfing system to attack. Array energy mode, close-range array ceiling trap kill. Attack mode, cover the entire area and kill without discrimination. Buzz. Buzz. Following his order, the Dongxiu shuttle floating 10,000 meters above his head reacted immediately. Buzzing noises reverberated as the body of the Dongxiu shuttle glowed brightly. Countless symbols and symbols representing the Upanishads of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth shot out a dazzling light, shooting out rapidly to every corner of the Dongxiu shuttle. At this instant, countless talisman markings of various colors interweaved together like shuttles. In the blink of an eye, they enveloped this entire expanse of space. It was as if an enormous net of light had spread out in the sky, and it replaced the sky and enveloped this part of the heavens and the earth. It was multicolored and resplendent. Rumble, a terrifying roar soon exploded. 5 energy light pillars of different colors appeared around the light energy net, each representing the power of the 5 elements. They emitted an invisible pressure, towering in the sky and suppressing the area. Since then, a large area of the void with a radius of 100 li under the giant net of light energy was completely confined in the blink of an eye, including Xianxia and the many starry sky masters and warships that surrounded him. All of this happened so fast that no one could react in time. By the time their exclamations sounded, the Dongxiu shuttle's onboard killing array system had been activated. 5 energy pillars were suspended in the sky, enveloping the void with a radius of 100 li below. Heavens, what's going on? That's clearly a small private warship, but the scene in front of us. A quasi-starry sky supreme treasure. Another quasi-starry sky cardinal treasure. This kid must be crazy. He actually refined the 3 basic treasures of a starry sky powerhouse to the level of a quasi-starry sky cardinal treasure. What kind of terrifying artifact crafting talent does he have? Yes, even the Grand Master refiners of the Cultivation camp can't do this. Combat weapons and armors are fine, but if they want to refine a small private warship into a quasi-starry sky supreme treasure, they must join hands with the top warship builders of the science camp. That's not the point. I just want to know what's going on with the void confinement around us. Isn't this a small private warship? Why is there a void killing array? The void within a radius of 100 li has been sealed. We can't escape. What are those 5 energy pillars up there for? His aura is terrifying. That's right. I don't feel good. I'm scared out of my wits. Rumble. Boom, gotcha. As the exclamations of these guys trapped in the killing array rose, the 5 pillars of energy at the edge of the killing array that enveloped an area of 100 miles instantly shone brightly. Streams of killing energy of different colors and different powers surged out one after another like a great river. Wrapped in a terrifying aura that could destroy the world, they rumbled down in an overwhelming manner. In the blink of an eye, the entire void within a radius of 100 li was completely covered. It was the same as last time. Not only did the killing energy have different attributes and powers, even the forms that they manifested were varied too. There were round thunderballs, large and small, agile and unpredictable lightning bolts, and even weapons of slaughter such as magical equipment and flying swords, as well as all kinds of ferocious beasts that looked ferocious and terrifying. The killing energy of the array was in different forms, and the way it attacked was naturally different as well. At this moment, it was pouring down from all directions at the same time, causing everyone to be dumbstruck. They didn't know how to deal with it at all. Facing all of this, the experts who were looking up from below and were still crying out in alarm were collectively dumbfounded. All of them were completely dumbfounded. They had never seen this kind of attack before. It was so messy that it made one's hair stand on end, and the number was so terrifying that it made one despair. All of the experts who were enveloped by the killing array had dull expressions on their faces. Even though they had seen this scene with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe it. Previous chapter, next chapter. Boom. Ruthless. Rumble. Before they could react, the huge mess that was pouring down from the sky had already descended with a loud bang. The sound of explosions rang out endlessly, and the entire army was instantly thrown into chaos. Miserable howls, angry roars intertwined, instantly rendering an extremely tragic scene. This was the result of Xianxia not fully activating the killing power of the Great Five Elements Annihilation Array. Compared to the previous time when it killed the army of cosmic zombies, the current killing system of the Void Hole Shuttle was only half activated, and it was still in an indiscriminate attack mode. Otherwise, the image would be even more tragic. Of course, although Xian was also within the area enveloped by the killing array, all of the energy attacks pouring down from the sky would not pose any threat to him. Even if Xian took the initiative to face a certain energy attack, the latter would quickly change its trajectory under the control of the 5 killing pillars above and avoid Xian. All of this was controlled by the devouring system in Xian's body. A fist bigger than a man with the Dongshu shuttle's onboard killing system fully activated, even if it was only at half power, the power of the bombardment was still terrifying. The huge void within 100 miles that was shrouded and imprisoned by the killing array was in complete chaos. Cries of ghosts and howls of wolves rose and fell one after another, resounding endlessly. The rumbling of cannons was also accompanied by the rumbling of battleships. This was the sound of battleships bombarding the energy screen that imprisoned this area. They wanted to blast open the light screen and escape this hellish area. However, it was all in vain. The Great Five Elements Annihilation Array had already been activated. How could the light screen formed by the 5 basic elements be so easily broken? Although there were hundreds of various warships trapped in this space, most of them were small shuttles and patrol ships. Although there were more than 10 military warships, they were all planetary state warships with a diameter of 1,000 meters and star state warships with a diameter of 3,000 meters. There wasn't a single fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. A warship cannon of this level was not enough to pose a threat to the confinement light curtain of the Grand Five Elements Annihilation Array. In addition, there were quite a number of experts in this forbidden ground. Even Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, Changyu Jingyu, and the elders from the 3 top clans of Heaven War were here. However, their cultivation bases were only at the 10th Great Realm, the Heavenly Passage Realm. They were at the same cultivation level as the 3 zombie kings that Xian had killed when he activated the Great Five Elements Annihilation Formation on the Heavenly War planet. Back then, even the 3 corpse kings were unable to break out of the absolute extermination killing array, so this group of fellows naturally had even less hope. However, in Heavenly Stellar Planet, there were still people who could break through half of the 5 elements extermination array's imprisonment light screen. As long as there were 7 to 8 10,000 meters wide space fortresses or a few supreme beings in the void realm, they would be able to break through the imprisonment light screen in a few minutes. These forces and existences that could pose a threat to the Dongshu shuttle's battleship killing system had yet to arrive, but they would arrive soon. Yi Xian had already anticipated this. He did not intend to stay here for long. Similarly, he did not intend to kill all the starry sky experts who were enveloped by the light screen of the Great Five Elements Annihilation Formation. After all, they were human powerhouses and not the universe's zombie army. Even though they were shameless and were enemies with Yi Xian, this kind of large-scale slaughter was of great importance. Yi Xian didn't want to become the public enemy of the world. Even though he was furious, his current plan was to teach these people a lesson. In today's situation, it was fine to hurt them or scare them, but they couldn't really kill all of them. At the same time, he had another goal, which was to force the 3-star general of Heavenly Stellar Nation who was in charge of the overall situation to order the opening of the Heavenly Stellar Planet's atmospheric defense system's entry and exit tunnel. At the edge of the 100-mile-long void that the killing array system enveloped was the entrance and exit of the atmosphere that had already been shut down. At this moment, there were quite a number of starry sky powerhouses guarding the entrance and exit of the passage. Their cultivation bases were not strong, but they were firmly entrenched in a defensive fortress inside the starry sky passage. That fortress was also extremely sturdy. It was not that Yi Xian couldn't break it open, but it would take a lot of time. Furthermore, if he did that, it would be tantamount to starting a war with an administrative planet of the human race. Furthermore, this administrative planet was the capital planet of Heavenly Stellar Nation, the temporary base of the Heavenly Battle Empire. If he really broke open the fortress and forced the guards inside to open the passage, it would give Yi Xian something to use against him. The other side could use this to make a big deal out of it and claim the moral high ground, which would be extremely disadvantageous to Yi Xian. He didn't intend to force the identity of Ling Huchong to go against the human race, so even if he had the ability to do so, he didn't intend to do it. In any case, he could just teach this 3-star general a good lesson and achieve his goal. Then, he might as well use this guy as an example and vent his anger at the same time. Come, Mr. General, what did you say just now? This young master didn't hear it clearly. Since we have nothing to do now, let's get to know each other better. At this moment, Yi Xian had already kept the withered demon blood blade in his right hand into his undying world. These people were currently being bombarded by the 5 killing formation pillars in the sky. They were already in a sorry state, so if Yi Xian rushed over, he would be bullying them. If he used the withered demon blood blade to slash at them, he would definitely be able to kill them with a single slash. This was completely different from his original plan. He didn't even use the miniature death ray cannon on his mech. Otherwise, who knew how many people would have fainted on the spot? The space within a radius of 100 li had been completely locked down. There was no way to escape. If they were to be blasted by the death ray cannon, they would definitely die. There was nowhere to run, so there was no hope of hiding. In such a small space, there was basically no possibility of hiding. The speed of the death ray cannon's energy beam was extremely terrifying. Even so, Yi Xian still seemed very relaxed. No matter which direction he flew in, he would instantly scare off a bunch of people. No one dared to let him get close to them. This included Tua Ba Xiong, Gongyang Bu Hui, Changyu Jinglong, and the rest of the 10th Realm Grotto Heaven Realm experts. On one hand, Yi Xian was already in existence in the 9th Realm, Origin Level 5. His strength wasn't much different from these Grotto Heaven Realm experts. He originally had the ability to challenge those with higher realms, so he definitely wouldn't lose out to Tua Ba Xiong and the rest in a one-on-one battle. And now, these people were all being bombarded by the 5 killing formation pillars in the sky. They couldn't even take care of themselves, so how could they have the time to deal with Yi Xian's harassment? He was now a 30-zhang tall giant, and his fist was like a small hill. A single punch from him could take someone's life. It was precisely because of this that the 3-star generals, who were originally fleeing in a sorry state and avoiding the killing energy that was locked onto him from the horizon, turned green when they saw Yi Xian charging towards them. Without another word, they turned around and ran. Hey, why are you running? Didn't you close the passage and want to beat this young master up? Now that this young master has personally delivered himself to your doorstep, why did you change your mind? Yi Xian sneered. While speaking, his figure flashed and directly blocked the three-star general's path. He clenched his right fist and unceremoniously punched towards the general's chest. You haven't seen a fist bigger than you, right? This is the result of blocking this young master's nest. This is what you get for acting. Boom. The matter is over with one punch. A quarter of the bones in the three-star general's body were broken. Although he looked battered and exhausted, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground, he didn't suffer any serious internal injuries. Although his cultivation was also at the heavenly passage realm and was an entire realm stronger than Xian, under such circumstances, it was clearly abnormal for him to only suffer from superficial wounds to such an extent. The three-star general wasn't an idiot, so he immediately understood. Xian didn't intend to kill him with one punch. He just wanted to teach him a lesson. Of course, he also wanted to force him to open the recently closed air passage. Thinking of this, the three-star general immediately felt conflicted. He didn't dare to give this order. Otherwise, he would definitely be beaten to the ground. His official career would basically be over. But now, this damned little fiend clearly had his eyes on him. He wasn't satisfied with just one punch, so he swung his fist and chased after him. This was clearly a prelude to crippling him if he didn't give the order. If that really happened, he probably wouldn't be able to continue as a three-star general. As a Grotto Heaven Realm expert, although broken limbs could be replanted and flesh could be regenerated, his opponent was clearly an expert in this field. He didn't hold back at all when it came to torturing people. The three-star general didn't doubt that Xian definitely had the means to break his bones and sever his tendons. If that really happened, he would be the unlucky one in the end. His official career would come to an abrupt end, and he would be crippled for life. Thinking of this, he shuddered, and his mind was immediately shaken. Eh? This body's bones are very strong. A fist bigger than a person, and he actually didn't die from one punch. This young master doesn't believe it. Let's try another punch. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything and seemed to be planning to take it head-on, Xian sneered inwardly. But on the surface, he continued to tease him. Before he finished speaking, he was already in front of him again. He raised his fist bigger than a person and punched. Don't. Misunderstanding, this is definitely a misunderstanding. When he saw the fist that was larger than a human approaching his head, the three-star general was so scared that his body trembled. Without hesitation, he turned his head to look at the air passage defense fortress in the distance and yelled at the top of his lungs, "What are you guys still standing there for? Open the air passage immediately and let them pass. Release him immediately. That's more like it." Bang! Xian's heart relaxed slightly when he heard the three-star general finally let him go. However, he didn't plan on retracting the punch that he'd already thrown out. Almost at the same time as his words appeared, a huge explosion sounded out. Pfff, the three-star general opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Another quarter of his bones were broken, and this time, he fainted. This was something Xian had done on purpose. Since the order to open the air passage had already been given, this guy was no longer of any value. There was no harm in knocking him out with a single punch. Otherwise, it would be bad if he were to do something else. Very quickly, Xian turned around and left after punching this fellow until he vomited blood and fainted. As for the three-star general that fell down from the sky, he was quickly caught by the other starry sky experts. Otherwise, if they continued to fall like this, although the entire void was sealed and they wouldn't directly die when they hit the ground, they would definitely be bombarded by the killing energy from the void above. In a situation where they couldn't avoid it, they would definitely die. Looking up, the air passage at the edge of the formation was indeed slowly opening. Seeing this, not only was Xian completely relieved, but the other starry sky masters who were imprisoned in the formation also breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the thousands of experts who were imprisoned in the formation were basically all injured. There were even some people with weaker cultivations who had directly died. They could only consider themselves unlucky if they were killed even though they had only activated half of the killing formation's power. As for the hundreds of shuttles and patrol ships, they were basically all destroyed. The starry sky masters inside the shuttles had all abandoned the shuttles and escaped. They had never experienced such a sullen battle before. At this moment, their gazes towards Yixian were filled with incomparably dense fear and dread. Even Tua Ba Xiong, Gong Yang Bu Hui, and Long Yu Jinglong were the same. How was this a little demon? This was clearly a big demon. The three-star general had already given the order to open the air passage and let him leave, but that terrifying giant fist that was even bigger than a person still smashed down without hesitation. At that time, Tua Ba Xiong and the other two clearly saw that scene, causing the three old fellows to tremble in fear. If one were to speak of it, the three-star generals didn't have any enmity with Yixian, yet they were still treated like this. Compared to this, the three of them had schemed against Yixian more than once or twice, but if the result was... It was simply too creepy. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Tua Ba Xiong, Gong Yang Bu Hui, and Chang Yu Jinglong's faces immediately changed, turning deathly pale. Because at this moment, Yixian, who just blasted the three-star generals to the point of vomiting blood and fainting, turned around and actually chased after them. Looking at the pair of terrifying steel fists that were even larger than a person, the three old men with pale faces turned around and fled, howling as if their lives depended on it. Ling Huchong, what are you doing? The air passage has already been opened, don't go too far. Fine, fine, fine. Don't take advantage of the situation and stop while you're ahead. Otherwise, once the top experts of Tianqian arrive, you won't have the chance to leave even if you want to. That's right, young man, your own life is more important. Don't be impulsive, impulsiveness is the devil, Peng. 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 As soon as the three old men finished speaking, they all received a heavy punch in the back. Yixian's speed in this space was extremely fast, so he could just charge forward and did not have to worry about the various killing energies falling from the sky landing on him. However, the others were different. They could only run in a roundabout way and avoid the attacks. As a result, the difference in speed between the two sides was obvious. In this situation, Yixian caught up to the three old men in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, he punched each of them until they spat out blood and fainted. Even though it was only one punch, the power of this punch was 30% stronger than the two punches that the three-star general had taken. Old friends, of course I have to take care of them. After these 3 punches, Yixian finally vented most of the resentment in his heart. Calculating the time, he estimated that the peak experts of the Heavenly Qin nation would arrive soon. He didn't dare to delay any longer and directly waved his hand to put away the void-piercing shuttle. His figure shot out from the quietly opened passage in the atmosphere, and his figure appeared in the vast void of the universe outside the atmosphere of the Heavenly Qin planet. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The 3 arts of medicine, weapon, and array. As soon as Yixian left, 5 to 6 figures descended from the direction of planet Tianqian like meteors. Behind these 5 to 6 figures, there were 7 to 8 10,000 meters wide space fortresses following behind them. However, their speed was not as fast as these 5 to 6 figures. These figures were all supreme masters of the Void Realm, the 12th realm. What happened here? Damn it, who opened the atmospheric passage? Where is Ling Huchong? Where is he? Damn it, you bunch of trash. Rice buckets. All of you are rice buckets. Among these 7 or 8 figures, there were experts from the Tianqian country as well as experts from the Heavenly War Empire who were stationed here. The strongest among them was even a peerless expert of the Genesis realm, the 13th Great Realm. They had all rushed over after receiving the call for help. Unfortunately, before the Great 5 Elements Annihilation Array was deactivated, nothing could be seen in this part of the void. It was blocked by the 5 elements energy of the array. Even the 3-star general's flustered and exasperated roar was intentionally released by Yixian. Otherwise, the guards in the defensive fortress outside the formation wouldn't have been able to hear it. Because of this, even the 7 supreme masters of the Void Realm who were rushing over had no idea what had happened in the Great 5 Elements Annihilation Array. When they arrived and saw how chaotic the situation was, they immediately flew into a rage. Thousands of starry sky overlords, many of whom were in the Grotto Heaven state, joined forces. There were also hundreds of shuttles and patrol ships, as well as more than a dozen planetary and stellar warships. In the end, not only were they unable to capture a single black hole stage ant, they were actually crushed by the other party. The entire scene was extremely miserable. This scene was truly too infuriating. If these Void Realm experts really had a fiery temper, they would simply want to slap all of them to death on the spot to vent their anger. Soon, the 3-star general, who had already woken up, was carried over and reported the general situation. What? You ordered the atmospheric passage to be opened? I'll slap you to death. Upon hearing that it was the 3-star general who had ordered the opening of the atmospheric passage, the strongest of the 7, the Genesis realm, was immediately enraged. Boom! At the same time the furious roar rang out, a palm actually slammed down. A huge explosion rang out. Other than the 3-star general who was carried on a stretcher with nearly half of his bones broken, even the 2 military soldiers carrying the stretcher were turned into a bloody pulp by this palm. Trash. A bunch of trash. This kind of peerless genius can even refine a quasi-starry Sky Supreme treasure private battleship, and he even engraved such a terrifying large-scale killing array on the battleship, yet you let him go because you fear death. Do you know what this means? So what if he's a genius in refining weapons? So what if he's a genius in refining pills? None of that is important. The most important thing is that he's also a terrifying master of formations. If we can keep this person and make him work for the dynasty, then every warship of our dynasty can be engraved with such a terrifying killing formation. Our combat power will increase by more than 10 times or even 100 times. Every starry sky fortress engraved with such a large-scale killing formation is a super killing weapon. Once the killing formation is activated, it can immediately seal off a part of the void and form a domain inside, creating a killing formation. If we can have 10 or even 100 of these new starry sky fortresses, once spread out in the void battlefield at the same time, the Heaven's Legacy race wouldn't be able to use the same number of starry sky fortresses. They would still be trapped and destroyed. You bunch of trash. You missed such a great opportunity for the overall strength of the dynasty to increase by leaps and bounds. Once that Brad is forced to join the Heaven's Legacy race, this terrifying battleship killing formation system will fall into the enemy's hands, and the entire human race will face a great calamity. You will all be sinners of the human race for all eternity. PFFF. At the end of his speech, this peerless Genesis realm expert actually opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, all the surrounding starry sky experts were so scared that they began to tremble. Even to Oba Xiong, Gong Yang Buhue, and Changyu Jinglong were no exception. At this moment, they finally realized how monstrous and terrifying that guy called Ling Huchong was. So what if he was a master in both medicine and tools? His most powerful ability was still his formation ability. He actually engraved a killing formation that could cover 100 li of void on a small private battleship. What kind of method was this? This was clearly the rhythm of the 3 masters of medicine, tools, and arrays. No one had ever done it before, and no one would ever do it again. No wonder this peerless expert with Genesis Realm Cultivation base, who was said to be the uncle of the Tianzhan Emperor, was so angry that he spat out blood and even slapped a 3-star general of the Tianqian kingdom to death in front of everyone. Now it seemed that compared to the mess they made, not to mention a 3-star general, if this matter spread to the imperial capital, the immortal emperor might even slap the king of the Tianqian kingdom to death in a fit of rage. At the thought of this, the pale-faced fellows began to tremble even more violently. This time, they had truly poked a massive hole in the ground. If the other side had truly been forced to seek refuge with the Heaven's Legacy race, once the imperial court became enraged and decided to settle the score, none of them present would be able to escape. Scram, you bunch of good-for-nothings, scram immediately. Out of sight, out of mind. Perhaps it was because he had slapped a 3-star general to death and finally spat out that mouthful of blood that was stuck in his chest, but this peerless Genesis realm existence seemed to have calmed down a little. He coldly swept his gaze over the 1,000 experts trembling in the void, rolled his eyes, and waved his hand. As if they had been pardoned, the crowd hurriedly retreated. In the blink of an eye, they were all gone. It seems that the rise of the human race has truly arrived. Even the peerless genius of the 3 absolutes of medicine, tool, and array has appeared. Only after these people left did the Genesis realm elder sigh and say, "Unfortunately, we discovered this too late. Those pieces of trash have already offended the other side." Otherwise, the other side wouldn't have been forced to the point of exposing the void-killing array. But speaking of which, this is a small contribution from those pieces of trash. Humph, if that wasn't the case, this old man wouldn't have let a single one of them go and slapped them all to death. It's useless to say this now. No matter what, this peerless genius cannot be allowed to join the Tianji clan. Immediately contact the Imperial Emperor fleet on the Tianzhan planet and tell them to return immediately after wiping out the zombie army. At the same time, contact the Imperial Court immediately and report this matter. Also, publish it on the Imperial Court's main network. On one hand, ask for reinforcements from the Imperial Court and ask for reinforcements from the 2 fleets on the capital star. On the other hand, disclose this matter and pressure that brat, cutting off any possibility of him joining the enemy. Imperial Star Recovery Heaven Battle Planet. In less than 10 days after Yi Xian left, the Headless Corpse Emperor, Tuoba Linfeng, who was hidden within the entire zombie army, secretly led the entire zombie army. With the fastest speed possible, they covered the entire continent of the Heaven War planet. All the human cities had fallen into their hands. In just a few short days, after Yi Xian's tragic massacre, there were only 2 to 3 million zombies left in the zombie army. The number of zombies once again snowballed, and in the end, it reached more than 40 million cosmic zombies. A black mass that made one's bone marrow feel cold just by looking at it. Then, before the fleet of the Undying Star arrived, the army of more than 40 million zombies fell into chaos. There seemed to be a huge problem within the army, and all the zombies in the universe started killing and devouring each other. As the zombies began to devour each other, the zombie army that had just reached 40 million started to decrease sharply, and in just 2 days, it fell below 10 million. At this time, the 2 large fleets that had rushed over from the Undying Star had finally arrived. The Empire's Recovery Legion, who had been waiting outside the atmosphere of the Heaven Battle Planet for a long time, led the 2 large fleets from the Undying Star through the atmosphere of the Heaven Battle Planet and entered the planet. In the next moment, an earth-shattering energy beam fell from the sky like rain. This scene was too tragic. A large number of space zombies were blasted into pieces by the energy beam, but at the same time, a few battleships were torn apart by the space zombies with their bare hands. Yes, they were torn apart with their bare hands. In just half a month, the space zombie army evolved into a large number of extremely terrifying existences, and some of the space zombies even turned into zombie fortresses. Their bodies were as large as mountains, and when they sat on the ground, they actually had the ability to attack from a distance. When they fired a cannon, a large amount of corrosive liquid wood was out, and once a battleship was hit, it would instantly melt like ice and snow. There were even some space zombies that evolved into terrifying zombie giants. Their bodies were thousands of zhong tall, like a giant mountain peak, and even a normal planet-level battleship was like a small dot in front of them. Although the giant fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters were bigger than them, they were obviously not strong enough. These zombie giants rushed into the sky, and with one punch, they could destroy a space fortress. The entire Heaven Battle Planet's interior and sky had turned into a tragic battlefield. No one noticed that while the battle was in full swing, in different regions of Heaven Battle Planet, there were about 100 space zombies that had deliberately concealed their presence, and even their bodies, and one after another, they came out of the atmosphere. These 100 space zombies that had the ability to conceal their presence were the followers that the Headless Corpse Emperor Tuoba Linfeng had chosen. Before the battle of extermination on Heaven Battle Planet had ended, he and these 108 highly evolved space zombies had already left Heaven Battle Planet in batches, and had successfully met up on a deserted planet in the distance. At this time, Tuoba Linfeng, who looked no different from a human and didn't have the slightest bit of zombie aura, and even his cultivation was difficult to distinguish, but he vaguely emitted a wisp of aura that made people tremble in fear. He was currently hovering outside the atmosphere of this deserted planet, expressionlessly looking at Heaven Battle Planet in the distance. In the end, he let out a cold snort, turned around, and flew towards the vast void in the distance. The 108 space zombies behind him all looked like normal humans, but from their bodies, one couldn't detect the slightest bit of human aura, only an extremely cold and terrifying aura. In the blink of an eye, the entire high-level zombie army had completely disappeared. And in the direction they were heading, there was an ordinary planet that belonged to the Heaven Battle Empire, but it was quite far away and relatively remote. That place seemed to have been chosen by this high-level zombie army as their first hunting ground. Rumble. Hong. Awoo, screech. In the atmosphere of Heaven Battle Planet, the battle had already fallen into a one-sided slaughter. As the headless corpse Emperor Tuoba Linfeng led the 108 highly evolved space zombies to silently retreat, the millions of space zombies left on Heaven Battle Planet were like dragons without a leader, and the scales of the battle were tilting more and more. High up in the sky, 200,000 meters in diameter interstellar fortresses stood firmly in the void, and didn't participate in the battle. They would only fire a terrifying death ray cannon from time to time, and when it landed in an area where the space zombies were densely packed, a single cannon would be able to wipe out more than 100,000 space zombies. At this time, the entire space zombie army had already been slaughtered to the point where they couldn't even gather together anymore. The earth-shattering cannon fire prevented them from gathering together and stubbornly resisting. There was no more suspense in this battle. Although the entire Heaven Battle Planet's interior was riddled with holes from the continuous cannon fire, and it would take a while to repair after the battle. Adding on the fact that before they could fully repair the planet after the battle, they still had to clean up the entire planet's interior, which was very troublesome. But no matter what, Emperor Planet had finally recovered. Just this point alone was enough to make Heaven Battle Emperor Zhang Wuzi happy. At this moment, he was inside one of the 200,000-meter-wide interstellar fortresses. The two interstellar fortresses were the flagships of the two fleets that came from the immortal planet. Although the soldiers and elites in the two fleets were all human, the two fleets belonged to different factions. One belonged to the dynasty's immortal army, the other belonged to the Federation's Overwatch Council Sunlan fleet. The dynasty's immortal army's fleet was led by a 3-star general, Kun Benong, and the eldest prince, Long Xiang, was probably there to steal the battle achievements. As for the Federation's Overwatch Council Sunlan fleet, it was led by Yi Xian's old enemy, Deputy Inspector Hongdou Lifeng. This person looked like a middle-aged expert in his 40s or 40s. He had a short beard and long hair, and he was quite handsome. He didn't like to talk, but he always gave people a very stable and mature feeling. His cultivation was not bad, and he was slightly stronger than Naples. He was a level 5 mystic light realm existence. Of the 5 deputy inspectors of the Federation's Overwatch Council, Hongdou Lifeng was ranked first, and he was Long Huai's most trusted aide. Looks like this space zombie army is only SOSO. I haven't played to my heart's content, and it's going to end soon, seeing that the zombie army in the universe had completely collapsed, and the credit was about to be in his hands. The eldest prince Long Xiang stretched lazily and said this rather bored. Just at this moment, the communications officer on the side rushed over with big strides. His face was full of excitement, and before he even stood still, he had already said loudly, "Lord Prince, Lord General, great news, great news." The gathering of wind and clouds inside the immortal army's flagship fortress. What? Medicine, weapon, and array arts? There's such a monstrous talent? First Prince Long Xiang's face was filled with shock. Emperor Tianzhan and 3-star Admiral Kun Binong's expressions were the same. They were all stunned. I know this Ling Huchong, he should be the young master of the Ling Huchong family. After recovering from his shock, Emperor Tianzhan explained to the first prince and Long Xiang in detail, this person's talent in alchemy is truly terrifying. Previously, during the Medicine King Summit held by the Empire's 16 top gentry clans, there was a Medicine King's tablet taken from the Medicine King's relic. The tablet has 3 stages. Even among the elders of the 16 top gentry clans, only a few of them could pass the first 2 stages, and they barely passed. But this person passed all 3 stages in a short time, and it was perfect. The Medicine King's tablet was refined by him, and recognized him as its master. Now, there's new news. He stayed in the Tuoba family's Tianjin branch for more than 10 days. He actually helped the Tuoba family refine another kind of level 10 liquid by himself, including a tube of level 11 liquid. Just this alone is enough to prove his alchemy talent. It's terrifying. That's not much, the key is that his alchemy talent is also monstrous. This person's armor, weapons, and personal warship are all quasi-starry sky treasures, and they were all made by him. The power of the weapons is still unknown. Although he has used them before, he has never used them to kill an enemy. I'm afraid they are not weak. But the battleship is too amazing. It has 2 forms. The first one is the light battleship form that we are familiar with. The second one is a top-level fighter mecha form that is over 30 meters tall. It has a mini death ray cannon and can attack from a distance. Just with this armor, he can even surpass an entire realm to defeat enemies. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is his quasi-starry Sky Treasure class personal warship. The other powers of this warship are unknown, but one thing is certain. That is, this warship has a large void-killing array system. Previously on the Xianxia planet, the Tuoba family, Gongyang family, and Longyu family wanted to keep him here. This matter was reported to the Xianxia kingdom, and the king ordered the planet defense array to be shut down to prevent him from leaving. This person actually took out a small private warship on the spot and activated the void-killing array system on the warship. In an instant, thousands of shuttles and patrol ships, as well as thousands of powerhouses, were crushed by this array system without resistance. However, the other party clearly did not have the intention to kill. Otherwise, none of those fellows would have been able to escape. In the end, only a few unlucky fellows died. As for Linghu young master Linghu Chong, he calmly left. "Pa. My brother is so powerful." Without waiting for Emperor Tianzhan to finish, the eldest prince, Long Xiang, slapped his thigh and excitedly continued the conversation, the three masters of alchemy, weapons, and array. TSK, TSK, TSK. This Linghu Chong really lives up to the title of a peerless genius. Whether it is alchemy, weapon forging, or array formation, it is extremely difficult for an ordinary person to master any one of them. It depends on luck. But he has the strength of a master in all of them. He is too awesome. From what I see, this Linghu Chong is definitely much more powerful than that invincible god of war in the cultivation camp. No matter how powerful the invincible god of war is, he is only one person, after all. But Linghu Chong's three masters of alchemy, weapons, and array formation are different. This is a peerless genius that can create a large number of powerhouses and increase the overall strength of our dynasty. Actually, Long Xiang didn't say anything. Although he still couldn't confirm whether the invincible god of war in the cultivation camp was Tian Xianzi or Prince Xian's clone, he still felt that it was the latter. After all, the way they did things was too similar, so Long Xiang had always been hostile towards that invincible god of war. Now, another peerless genius that could compete with the invincible god of war had appeared. As long as he could subdue this person, even if that invincible god of war was really Long Xian's clone, he would have nothing to fear in the future. When they competed, he wouldn't lose to him. Thinking of this, Long Xiang immediately became excited as if he had been injected with steroids. At this time, the battle on the Emperor planet had finally ended, and all the space zombies had been killed. Emperor Tianzhan left behind a few battleships to take care of the cleanup work, then hurriedly returned to the Tianjin starfield. The Empire's immortal army led by First Prince Long Xiang and 3-star General Cubinong, as well as the Federation's Overwatch Council Sunlan fleet led by Hong Do and Lifeng, also followed. At the same time, as everything that happened on the Tianjin starfield was publicized on the dynasty's main network, the entire Federation was in an uproar. Not only was the human race's technology camp shocked, but even the cultivation camp was shocked. The various races of the Second Universe's Federation were even more shocked. Another peerless genius had appeared in the human race. Was the human race really going to prosper? Only the Tianji race still didn't do anything. No one knew if they were just observing, or if they had already secretly made a move. While they were shocked, all the major powers started to move. They all sent their elite forces to the Tianjin starfield. The other 13 families who had just left the Heavenly War Kingdom's territory had returned. They had come for the level 10 and level 11 formulas in Ling Huchong's hands. Of course, that included the other half of the Medicine King's inheritance. If they could rope in this new peerless genius, that would be even better. The Bodhi technology, celestial beings, and Shinong genes from the immortal land. The Xianyuan, Huangfu, and Namgong families from the Tianming Empire. The Duanmu, Wuma, and Shintu families from the Tianfeng Empire. There were also 4 other families that were idle but could also refine level 8 elixirs, the Huyan family, the Bailey family, the Pengcheng Pharmaceuticals, and the Life Genes. These 13 families and forces, plus the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu families that were currently on the Tianjin starfield, were about to reunite again. This time, other than the 16 families, the dynasty also sent a fleet. the Overwatch Council, the headquarters of the Federation, even sent a blue fleet. In addition, the Tianfeng Empire and the Tianming Empire each sent a fleet. The entire human race's technology camp was on the move. This wasn't all. It was said that the two peerless geniuses from the human race's technology camp, Xiaozi and Xianxia, were also on the move. There were even rumors that the self-cultivator camp was also on the move. In short, the entire third universe of the human race was surging with turbulence. All the powerhouses were gathering in the Tiantian starfield. If it weren't for the fact that the various races of the Federation in the second universe weren't in the same universe, they would most likely also come this time. However, because this matter concerned the future of the human race's surveillance at the wormhole was even stricter. It was to prevent outside forces from infiltrating. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation 7th Order of the Origin. As soon as the news spread, the other 13 top-notch families and forces in the Imperial Dynasty immediately set off. In order to save time and prevent other forces from getting the upper hand, all the forces spared no expense and used long-distance teleportation formations to hasten their journey. In just 5 days, almost all the forces had arrived. Only the forces that had mobilized a large fleet of warships were still on their way. As they could not directly use long-distance teleportation formations to send their warships, they could at most use wormholes to jump. However, wormholes were not everywhere, so these large fleets were still on their way. The Xianyuan family from the Heavenly Underworld Empire, the Duanmu family from the Heavenly Wind Empire, and Bodhi technology from the Immortal Star of the Imperial Dynasty had already arrived. They were now stationed in various cities on the Heavenly Qin Star. As for the Heavenly Qin Star Empire, it was already overcrowded and could not be accommodated. As soon as the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru arrived, they immediately gathered together and began gossiping. The three girls all had expressions of indignation on their faces as they gnashed their teeth. They felt like they'd been bullied by Yixian. This time, when they came with the family team, other than inspecting the effects of the second fusion of the battle armor, as well as delivering the third fusion treasure that they'd just collected. More importantly, they wanted to continue blackmailing Yixian. The three girls were already dissatisfied with just asking him to refine a piece of armor. This time, they had to agree to new conditions. Even if they did not start refining now, they had to agree to them first. This guy is too evil. Sister Ziying, you're so close to him, but you didn't know that he had such a terrifying cultivation in formations. I feel bad for you. Yes or no, I'll definitely help you vent your anger this time. He even hid it from you, Sister Ziying. He doesn't treat you as one of his family. But then again, Elder Sister Ziying's insight is truly amazing. Even though that fellow is a bastard, his monstrous talent is undeniable. Putting aside refining pills and refining weapons, who would have thought that he would be even more amazing in the area of formations? A small private warship was actually able to imprint such a terrifying killing formation system. Once it was activated, the space within a 100-mile radius would be sealed. That's right, that's right. When I arrived, I inquired about some of the people who were present at that time. It was said that when the Great Killing Formation was activated, all kinds of killing energies fell down like dumplings. Even Tuoba Ba Xiong and Gongyan Buhui, who were at the 10th level of the Profound Void Realm, had to cover their heads and run away. Humph, I've known that bastard is a formation master for a long time. When I first met him on the Heavenly River Star, I knew it, but I didn't expect his level of attainment in formations to such a terrifying level. Previously, I thought that he had only engraved a speed formation, an attack formation, a defensive formation, and a concealment formation on the Dongshu shuttles. I didn't expect that he could even engrave the massive formation of the killing formation system. This matter isn't over yet. In any case, this time, he has to agree to help each of us refine a shuttle, even if it takes some time. I'm just a little worried about his safety now. At the end, Duanmu Xiaocha suddenly frowned and said with a worried face, I don't know what he's thinking. Why did he have to hide his real identity and use the identity of young Master Linghu? I heard that after the immortal army of the Flying Dragon Special Forces and the Blue Fleet of the Hongdo Lifeng returned to the Heavenly Qin Star, they immediately set out to search the entire star field. Once they find him, I'm afraid it won't end well. In their eyes, my idol is a complete nobody. He's an existence that can be easily bullied. But with his violent temper. Sigh, please don't fight with him. Yi Xian was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. Right now, he was still in the Heavenly Qin star field. 5 days ago, after leaving the Heavenly Qin star field, Yi Xian took the Dongshu shuttle to an extremely remote star field in the Heavenly Qin star field. He found a barren non-life-bearing planet and entered a secluded place to begin his closed-door cultivation. In terms of his physical body and blood energy, he had already reached the 9th realm, the origin level 5. He was about to enter the late stage of this realm. Yi Xian already had the level 10 liquid. As soon as he reached the peak of the origin level 9, he could immediately take a tube of the level 10 liquid and enter the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm. As long as he entered the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm, he could use the shortest amount of time to accumulate his physical body and blood energy to reach the peak of the Grotto Heaven realm. If that was the case, he would be able to break through to the Mystic Light realm after consuming another vial of the level 11 elixir. He would be able to enter the Mystic Light realm. That would make him a true Starry Sky expert. Yi Xian also had the level 11 liquid. This was no longer a dream, and it was not far away. For the first time, Yi Xian truly felt the benefits of using the gene cultivation fluid to break through the genetic evolution path. It was simply too fast and violent. Of course, this was only for him. If it was anyone else, on one hand, it would be difficult to obtain more gene cultivation liquids, and on the other hand, even if they broke through a realm, it would take a long time to reach the peak of the origin level 9. However, Yi Xian felt that since he had an advantage, he had to make good use of it. Putting aside the 11th realm, the Mystic Light realm, he had to at least raise his physical body and blood energy to the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm. Because of this, he did not immediately leave the Heavenly Qin star. In fact, he did not know where to go at the moment, so he randomly chose a remote star and began his closed-door cultivation. 2 days ago, he had broken through from the origin level 5 to the origin level 6. Now, 3 days had passed, and Yi Xian was breaking through to the origin level 7. Once this period of seclusion ended, he would be able to progress to the origin 7th tier. After that, he would only need to make 2 more minor breakthroughs to reach the pinnacle of the origin 9th tier. Then, he would be able to continue consuming the 10th tier elixir. This was Yi Xian's original plan. He would cultivate until he reached the peak of the origin level 9, then consume a tube of the level 10 liquid to raise his physical body and blood energy to the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm. After that, he would decide what to do next. Ding! Congratulations to host, your physical body and blood energy has increased. Current realm, origin level 7. Everything went smoothly. After another 3 days of closed-door cultivation, Yi Xian opened his eyes. The familiar system notification sounded in his mind at the right time. He had finally entered the origin level 7. At this time, before the smile on his face could fully bloom, a shocking change suddenly occurred. Wang. Wang, a rapid high-frequency vibration suddenly sounded without warning, and Yi Xian instantly felt his entire body sink. He had been discovered. Confinement of the Void. Wang. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment as the rapid high-frequency vibration sounded out without any warning. His entire body suddenly sank, and his heart sank as well. There were at least 200,000 meters wide space fortresses. This was definitely not something the Heavenly Qin nation could have. If he was not mistaken, the dynasty's fleet from the immortal planet had arrived. It seemed that the commotion this time was not small. Even the immortal army had been alerted. He just did not know who had come. After all, if even 100,000-meter wide space fortress had been mobilized, the dynasty would definitely have sent an important member to oversee the situation. This is a huge contribution. I don't think the 5 princes will let it go so easily. It would be great if one of them came this time. I can take advantage of this opportunity to teach them a lesson and vent my anger. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was not in a hurry to leave. He grinned, and faintly felt a little excited. There's also that old bastard Hongdou Lifeng. I left the immortal planet in too much of a hurry and did not have the chance to take care of him. How good would it be if he came this time? The more he thought about this, the more Yi Xian did not want to leave. Even though the other party had completely sealed off the space around this star with the super oscillator on top of the 100,000-meter wide star fortress, even if Yi Xian took out the Dongshu shuttle, he wouldn't be able to escape at an extremely fast speed. Even the teleportation formation and concealment formation of the battleship would be ineffective. For ordinary experts, no matter how strong they would be at a loss when faced with such a situation. However, Yi Xian was different. He did not care at all. If he wanted to leave, he could use his interdimensional jump ability to leave at any time. He could go to the Death Star vortex in the gap between the two territories of the human race, he could even jump between universes. In that case, he could directly go to the black hole of life in the first universe. However, now that he realized that a dynasty prince had come, Yi Xian's evil sense of humor was also brought out. Those 5 guys were really despicable. As Prince Xian, he could not beat them up too harshly. However, Ling Huchong did not have such concerns. This was a rare opportunity. He did not want to miss it. He decided to stay and have some fun. At the same time, outside the atmosphere of this desolate planet, the immortal legion of the elder Prince Long Xiang and the blue fleet of Hongdu Lifeng, the deputy inspector of the Federation, were all there at the moment. Led by 2 space fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters, hundreds of battleships surrounded the entire planet from all directions. It was actually a coincidence that they were able to discover Yi Xian's hiding place. The Immortal Army and the Sunlan fleet had originally been searching separately. Although they had guessed that Yi Xian was still hiding in this star field, they did not know where he was. Thus, whenever they came across a deserted star, they would immediately sweep through it and monitor for any signs of life. In the end, they really did capture a weak sign of life on this planet. They also confirmed that this expert was in seclusion. Furthermore, his cultivation level should be at the origin realm, which matched Ling Huchong's basic information. Based on the principle that they would rather catch the wrong person than let the wrong person go, Hongdu Lifeng, who discovered this suspicious point, immediately reported this matter. The immortal legion of the elder Prince Long Xiang was the first to arrive. In order to prevent the commotion from alerting the enemy and giving him a chance to escape, the 2 fleets immediately activated the shipborne super oscillator and completely sealed the void around the entire planet. The other fleets of the Heavenly Battle Empire and the Heavenly Qin Nation, as well as the teams of the various top clans, were also rushing over from the Heavenly Qin planet at full speed. Although the Crown Prince Long Xiang wanted to take all the credit for himself, he knew how powerful the enemy's quasi-starry Sky Supreme Treasure private warship was. If he didn't surround the entire planet and maintain the sealing effect caused by space oscillation at all times, the enemy would escape as long as he wasn't careful. In order to ensure that nothing would go wrong, he could only choose to gather more battleships and experts. Although this would share some of the credit, as long as he could make Ling Huchong stay and bring him back to the immortal star in the end, the biggest credit would still go to him. Not long after, the fleets and the teams of experts from the 16 top clans from the Heavenly Qin planet all arrived one after another. Except for the large fleets of the Heavenly Dark Empire and the Heavenly Wind Empire that were still on the way and had not arrived in this star field, basically all the forces and teams that had gathered for this matter had all gathered here. Of course, the monarch of the Heavenly Qin Nation and the emperor of the Heavenly Battle Empire would not come in person. After all, this kind of thing was a little difficult to show up in public. The emperor of the Heavenly Battle Empire's identity was not to be underestimated, so it was not appropriate for him to come in person with such great fanfare. As for the elder Prince Long Xiang, his identity was not made public. At least, the officials did not explicitly state that he was in charge of this immortal legion. For a time, nearly 1,000 battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various sizes surrounded this small abandoned planet. This scene was like a helpless little lamb surrounded by a group of ferocious space beasts. No one thought that young master Ling Huchong, who was hiding in this abandoned planet, could possibly escape. After all, this planet and a large area of the void around it had been confined by the space ripples released by a large number of space oscillators. No matter how powerful his small private warship was, it was impossible for it to ignore the space confinement and teleport away directly. If that was really the case, there was no need for everyone to chase after him. The space technology that the other party had mastered was far beyond the current era. Everyone could just pat their butts and scatter, and it would be useless even if they continued to torment him. When all the fleets and teams of experts arrived and completely blocked this abandoned planet, there was no need to worry that the other party would have the slightest chance of escaping. Finally, the elder Prince Xiang was relieved. He waved his hand and said, "Brother Ling Huchong should have already noticed and may even suspect that we intend to capture him. This is not a good thing. This time, we are here to recruit him, not to make enemies. There has already been a misunderstanding before, so it is not good to continue to expand. Therefore, in order to show our sincerity, this prince has decided to personally invite Brother Ling Huchong. You all just need to send some elites to accompany him, just in case." Seeing that the elder prince was going to personally go, everyone's spirits were lifted. In their opinion, even if Ling Huchong was the young master of the Ling Huchong bloodline, the Ling Huchong bloodline was only one of the top families in the Heavenly War Empire. In the face of the elder prince, who was a peerless existence, no matter how unruly Ling Huchong was, it was likely that he would be subdued on the spot and be recruited in one fell swoop. Everyone thought that going with the elder prince this time would be a great opportunity for them to share in the merit for free, so they all asked for permission. In the end, the elder prince made the decision. He also wanted to use this opportunity to win people's hearts and tie the younger generation of the 16 great families and the various great factions to his war chariot. All right, you older generation don't need to fight. Let the younger generation of the various great factions go with this prince. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The rhythm of beating the prince. Soon, the eldest prince led a group of young people from the 16 top clans on a planetary warship. Like a small boat on a raging wave, they charged through the abandoned planet's atmosphere and entered the planet. The purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru were among them. As for the other top-notch clans, although most of their previous successors had already met with mishaps, now that there was a new batch of people taking over, they were eager to show off their prowess. Thus, they were all extremely agitated and followed behind the first prince, almost howling like wolves. Apart from that, there were also some young people from the top clans who followed along. For example, the Heavenly Battle Empire's Crown Prince Zhang Lingfeng and the Heavenly Qin Nation's Crown Prince Su Biqing. Naturally, they would not let go of such an opportunity. On one hand, they could show their faces to the entire human race. On the other hand, they could build a relationship with the eldest Prince Xiang. They could even familiarize themselves with the peerless genius young master Ling Hu was about to surrender to the dynasty. Why not, under the lead of the first prince of the dynasty, Xiang, a total of dozens of young people from the top aristocratic families boarded a planetary-level battleship. After entering the atmosphere of the abandoned planet, they directly headed toward the northern region where the Wisp of Life aura was located, heading straight for the northern region. The northern region of the planet had already finished cultivating. Yi Xian, whose physical body and blood cultivation had reached the 9th realm, origin rank 7, had been waiting for a long time. He was not in a hurry because he knew that the other party was more anxious than him. He only wanted to use this opportunity to teach the dynasty prince and Hongdou Lifeng a lesson. However, the other party was different. They had a strong motive. They must have taken a fancy to his terrifying formation skills and wanted to recruit him. To put it a little arrogantly, this time, Yi Xian completely controlled the initiative. As long as he wanted to, he could definitely lead the other party by the nose this time. Although the other side had more people, they seemed to have the absolute advantage, and even the entire abandoned planet was imprisoned in the void. In their opinion, perhaps the initiative was on their side, because Yi Xian was already fighting like a trapped beast and couldn't escape this calamity. But Yi Xian knew his own business. His heart was as clear as a mirror, and he was not anxious at all. The only thing he was worried about was whether Hongdou Lifeng had come or not. Also, was the royal powerhouse who came with the dynasty's immortal army one of the 5 princes? If he was disappointed in both of these aspects, then Yi Xian would find it boring. He would lose interest in staying behind to play with this bunch of bastards. If he lost interest, it would not be exciting. However, his worries soon disappeared because a planet-level warship that was 1,000 meters long had already passed through the atmosphere and landed on the northern ice plains of the planet in front of him. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was in his throat. He really wanted to see those familiar faces. If none of them came, Yi Xian felt that he would be depressed. In the end, he grinned. This was because the first prince had led a group of young prodigies from various factions out of the planetary-level battleship's cabin. There were indeed many familiar faces among them. For example, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were among them. They were grinning at Yi Xian. Seeing these three girls, Yi Xian immediately rolled his eyes. Even if he used his heels to think, he would still be able to guess the thoughts of these three girls. Damn it, they were still haunting him. This time, he was afraid that these three girls would ruthlessly take advantage of him again. Otherwise, once they revealed their true identities, this matter would really become lively. At that time, Yi Xian, who was using the identity of Prince Xian, would be completely put in a spot when faced with such a huge army of enlistment. He would not know how to end this. Sigh. I really owed them in my previous life. After realizing that he had been pinched by the first prince and could not do anything to those three girls, Yi Xian immediately sighed inwardly. Although he had accepted his fate, the anger in his heart also rose because of this. Of course, the target could not possibly be the three girls from the Purplish Warbler. He did not dare to do so. Thus, when the first prince's figure entered his line of sight, Yi Xian's eyes instantly turned green. He was like a mad wolf that had been starving for half a month. He could not wait to devour someone. Other than the three girls from the Purplish Warbler and Duanmu Xiaocha, there were a few other familiar faces. After all, during the last exploration of the Medicine King's relics, not all of the younger generation of the 16 great clans had perished or met with mishaps. This time, half of the 16 great clans' successors were old faces, while the other half were newcomers. Yi Xian did not recognize any of these newcomers and did not intend to pay them any attention. However, the group of old people nodded politely when they saw him. After all, they had interacted with Yi Xian in the past. They were not like Tuoba Linfeng and Gong Yangji, who had offended him. Thus, when they greeted him with smiles, Yi Xian could not directly fall out with them. As such, he could only vent his anger on the newcomers. Among them, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Qin Kingdom, Su Biqing, and the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Battle Kingdom, Zhan Lingfeng, were clearly more eye-catching. The two of them followed behind the first prince, Long Xiang. Furthermore, their cultivation was also relatively strong. They had both reached the origin stage. What surprised Yi Xian was that Long Xiang's cultivation had also reached the origin stage 4th level after not seeing him for a while. He was only a few levels away from Yi Xian, however, although his cultivation was slightly weaker than Yi Xian's, his status as the first prince of the dynasty was still there. Long Xiang's sense of superiority was clearly very strong. In his opinion, as the first prince, being able to personally come over to recruit Ling Huchong was already giving him a lot of face. No matter how unruly Ling Huchong was, that was only on the level of the empire. In front of the first prince, who came from the imperial capital, he was half a level lower and most likely would not be able to get his head up high. Therefore, when he led the prodigies of the various major factions out of the planetary-level warship's cabin and landed on the ground, he immediately raised his hand and signaled for the other prodigies of the various major factions to stop. With a serious expression, he said, "Brother Linghu is very nervous now. After all, there are too many of us here." In addition, with the invisible aura of this prince and the impenetrable encirclement outside, he's the only one who's brave enough to hold on. If it were anyone else, they would have fainted from fright. So, all of you stop and don't follow me. Just let this prince bring Zhan Lingfeng and Su Biqing over. This prince has condescended, and he will definitely be grateful to Ling Ti. In just a few words, he will follow this prince back. Don't worry, we're all good brothers. In the future, when this prince is in charge, all of you will have to follow me and do your best. This credit will be given to all of you. This prince will personally take care of this matter. Everyone who comes, don't miss a single word of your name in the book of contributions. When they heard this, the group of young geniuses from the various powers instantly became excited and started shouting. Only Shan Yuanziying, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru looked at each other. Although they didn't show it on their faces, they were extremely excited in their hearts. Feel is different. Brother Linghu, I've heard so much about you, ha ha ha, you might not know who I am, but it doesn't matter. I am Long Xiang, the first prince of the empire. You should have heard of me, right? Don't be agitated. Calm down, you must calm down. This prince has always been low-key and approachable. I have a strong premonition that we will become very good friends. Behind him was the crown prince of the heavenly battle kingdom, Feng, and the crown prince of the heavenly Qin kingdom, Biqing. The first prince, Xiang, had his hands clasped behind his back as he walked towards Yixian. In his opinion, after he told Ling Huchong about his background and identity, the shocked Ling Huchong would fall to the ground immediately. He would be terrified at first, but he would be convinced by his amiable words. As the first prince of the imperial court, he actually said that he had a strong premonition that they would definitely become good friends. This was bending over backwards to befriend him. The other party would definitely be wild with joy. At this time, he couldn't be arrogant. He had to be friendly and approachable. He had to help him up and say to him with a choked voice, "Good brother, I finally found you. From now on, we won't be apart and we'll fight together." And so on and so forth. If there were no accidents, this unruly Ling Huchong would be his man of sacrifice in just a short while. With this beautiful hope, the first prince's smile grew even more radiant, making him seem even more approachable. This scene made the young elites of the various powers and clans sigh in amazement. The crown prince was indeed the crown prince. Coming from the immortal star of the imperial capital, he was on a completely different level. In comparison, the crown prince Feng and the crown prince of the Tianqin kingdom, Biqing, paled in comparison. They were like the crown prince's followers, completely lacking in brilliance. Only the three girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru, subconsciously raised their hands to cover their eyes. They shook their heads slightly and hid at the back, sighing inwardly, "Sigh. What a tragedy. If you don't seek death, you won't die." This young lady finally understands the true meaning of this sentence. Big bastard, this place is going to shake the entire human clan again. He really won't stop. Wherever he is, there will be a storm. He alone is the condensed version of the entire Jianghu. Wherever he goes, there will be disasters. Prince? The first prince? Are you the crown prince of the empire, Xiang? At this time, the first prince, Xiang, was walking as he spoke. He had already stopped 3 zhang away from Yixian. As soon as he finished speaking, young Masterling whose face was filled with shock. At first, he was stunned for a few seconds, then his expression became incomparably excited. His breathing quickened as he roared loudly to confirm Xiang's identity. This scene made Xiang very satisfied. Behind him, the crown prince of the heavenly war empire, Feng, and the crown prince of the heavenly Qin country, Biqing, also flew into the air with smiles on their faces. Humph, it seems that I have overestimated this little brat. Once he heard that the first prince of the empire had personally come, he was so excited that he almost knelt down and cried. A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. He has never seen the world, so he can't keep calm. Looking at his mental state, he was only competing with the Tuoba family, the Gongyang family, and the Changyu family. If he really met someone with a strong background, not to mention the first prince of the empire, even the crown prince of the heavenly Qin country would be enough to make him dizzy. That's right, it is this prince. I guarantee it. Could it be that you don't believe me? Although this is a little unbelievable, but it is the truth. Facing Yixian's incomparably excited expression, the first prince, Xiang, was extremely satisfied. The vanity in his heart had been greatly satisfied. At this time, he was floating in the air. With a kind smile on his face, Xiang waved at Yixian and said in an amiable manner, Come, I told you not to be so excited. Look at how excited you are. Come here. Don't doubt your life. Surprises come so easily. Remember, we are brothers in the future. This prince will allow you to come closer and confirm my identity. But let me say this first. Don't get too excited. This prince is very approachable. As these words were spoken, Ling Huchong, who was about 10 meters away, seemed to have been possessed. His eyes were dull, and his expression was wooden. However, his breathing was rapid, and it was obvious that he was extremely excited. With a trace of timidity and yearning, he slowly walked towards Xiang. The first prince began to sigh inwardly. A country bumpkin will be a country bumpkin. This prince had only told him his identity, and he was already so excited. It seemed that he had overestimated this kid's mental endurance. But this was also good. When he came closer and confirmed his identity, Long Xiang would have to act more amiable. It would be best if he immediately bent down and helped him up. Then, he would grit his teeth and squeeze out 2 drops of tears. He would choke and say, "Brother, I've finally found you. This way, this kid would definitely be loyal to me in the future, ha ha ha." Thinking of this, Long Xiang's smile became even brighter. He felt like he was floating. At this time, Yi Xian finally walked in front of him and stood a step away. Then, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. Pa. Pa. Pa, pa, pa. Before Long Xiang could react, Yi Xian, who was standing in front of him, raised his hand and began to slap Long Xiang's ears. Backhand, 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 backhand. In less than 3 breaths, more than 10 slaps had landed on Long Xiang's ears. Long Xiang was completely stunned. He spun in circles on the spot, seeing stars in front of his eyes. Yi Xian, on the other hand, finally stopped after a dozen slaps. His face was filled with excitement as he lowered his head to look at his right hand that had just slapped his ears. He actually choked with sobs as he muttered to himself, "That's right, he's definitely a prince from the imperial court." Even his big ears were exceptionally loud. This feeling. Ugh, it's unprecedented. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Following this unexpected scene, especially after hearing Yi Xian's choked words, the dozens of successors from the various large powers and top-notch families that didn't follow him fell like dumplings on the spot. Even the mentally prepared purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were shocked. Their mouths were wide open, and their faces were full of disbelief. At this time, Yi Xian, who was choking with emotion, seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Battle Empire, Zhang Lingfeng, and the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Qin Empire, Su Biqing, who were behind Long Xiang. His expression was extremely excited, and his eyes were about to burst out with a green light. He asked with a trembling voice, "You two, are also princes?" "Huh? No, no, no. No, we are followers." "A lackey? AI, this is too disappointing." This young master thought that he would be able to experience the different sensations of different princes today. Hearing Zhang Lingfeng and Su Biqing's words, Yi Xian was greatly disappointed. The right hand that he had been about to raise seemed to drop. Seeing this, Zhang Lingfeng and Su Biqing, who were still in a daze from the previous scene, subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. They had thought that they had finally escaped this calamity. Unfortunately, this was all just wishful thinking. Without waiting for the two to let out a sigh of relief, Yi Xian, who had lowered his right hand halfway, suddenly raised it again and slapped them in the face. Pa. Pa. Pa pa pa. Without waiting for the two to recover, Yi Xian, who was standing in front of them, raised his hand and slapped them again. Backhand, 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 backhand. In less than 3 breaths of time, more than a dozen large slaps had been delivered. Zhang Lingfeng and Su Biqing were also struck senseless. Like the first Prince Long Xiang, who had not yet stopped, they began to spin in circles, seeing stars in front of them. Only now did Yi Xian withdraw his hand. He looked at his right palm and foolishly grinned. He muttered to himself in satisfaction, "A prince is a prince. Even his followers are different from the rest. This feeling is also unprecedented. It's so *king satisfying, Peng Dong. Peng Dong." Following this unexpected scene, especially after hearing Yi Xian's foolish words, the dozens of people from the various factions and top-notch clans in the distance, who had managed to withstand the first wave of attacks, were completely knocked over. Looking around, besides the dumbfounded purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, no one was able to stand properly. Awoo. Awoo awoo awoo. Bang. Bang. Only at this moment did the first Prince Long Xiang's mournful howl suddenly ring out. Those who heard it would shed tears and those who heard it would be heartbroken. Large amounts of black clouds were attracted to the sky by his howls, as if a heavenly tribulation was about to descend. Long Xiang's entire face had turned into a pig's head. It was so swollen that no one dared to look at it directly. Then, before Long Xiang could finish his howling, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Battle Empire, Zhang Lingfeng, and the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Qin Empire, Su Biqing, also started howling. They weren't any better, their faces were also swollen like pigs. Even if their father were to look at them for a long time, he wouldn't be able to recognize them. Yi Xian did not continue to attack. He knew that things would get interesting today. It was just the beginning, so there was no need to rush. These three fellows couldn't be whipped anymore, at least not before they recovered. Otherwise, if they were to be whipped a few more times, they would be whipped to death, and the rest of the game would be meaningless. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't attack them again, the dozens of descendants from the various top clans and powers finally regained their senses. They crawled up from behind and shot forward like arrows. They didn't dare to say anything to Yi Xian. They all shrunk their necks and helped Long Xiang and the other two escape towards the planetary-level battleship that had stopped in space. After a while, everyone entered the battleship. Then, the battleship spun around and rushed into the atmosphere as if it was escaping, disappearing directly. Outside the atmosphere, thousands of battleships of different sizes were waiting quietly. In their opinion, with the Crown Prince Long Xiang personally coming to recruit Ling Huchong, there was no suspense. After all, Ling Huchong was just a country bumpkin. Once he heard that the Crown Prince was here, wouldn't he immediately kneel down? In fact, everyone thought that the first prince wanted to use this opportunity to win people over. Perhaps he would say some words that were not suitable to be spread. Therefore, no one spied on him. That would offend the first prince, so there was no need to do so. Thus, ever since the first prince and the others entered the atmosphere of the planetary-level warship, no one had spied on what had happened inside. Naturally, no one knew what had transpired after that. It was only now that the 1,000-meter-long planetary-level battleship roared out of the atmosphere that everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Everyone was instantly excited. The Crown Prince was indeed the Crown Prince. Once he made a move, it was extraordinary. Seeing that the planetary-level battleship rushed out of the atmosphere so quickly, everyone sighed. The Crown Prince's methods were indeed extraordinary. In such a short time, he had made the arrogant and unruly Ling Huchong bow down to him. It was so fast that no one was mentally prepared for it. With this thought in mind, everyone's faces piled on flattering smiles. As soon as the Crown Prince walked out of the planetary-level battleship, they would immediately sing his praises. After all, of the three absolutes of medicine, tool, and formation, young Master Ling Hu, who was known as the second most outstanding genius of the human race, was not to be underestimated. Once the imperial court obtained his help, it would be a matter of time before their overall combat strength would increase several-fold. On the other hand, although the cultivator camp had an undefeatable war god of the same level, he was still alone. His value was not reflected in the same way as young Master Ling Hu. From this perspective, the Crown Prince's success in recruiting young Master Ling Hu was simply incalculable. Perhaps after this battle, the immortal emperor's position would be more or less confirmed. Unexpectedly, when the battleship approached and the cabin door opened, before the Crown Prince could appear, the first thing that came out was the howling of wolves. Awoo! Awoo! The starry sky experts waiting outside trembled in fear. 3-star General Qubinong and Hongdou Liefeng's expressions changed as they quickly went to welcome the Crown Prince. At this time, a group of several dozen young elites from various factions and top-notch clans walked out, escorting 3 pig-headed clansmen. However, the Crown Prince was nowhere to be seen. Everyone's expression changed as they realized that something had happened. Kun Binong and Hongdou Liefeng were the most anxious. They rushed forward and ignored the 3 pig-headed clansmen. Instead, they turned to Shan Yuanziying and the other young elites from the various factions and clans and began to berate them. Why are you the only ones back? You even brought 3 pig-headed clansmen with you. Are the other races of the Second Universe Federation here as well? He actually made his move before we did. What exactly happened down there? That's not important. The important thing is, where is His Highness the Crown Prince? And the Empire's Crown Prince Zhang Lingfeng and Heavenly Chen's Crown Prince Su Biqing. Where did the 3 of them go? Awoo! Awoo! Just as Qubinong and Hongdou Liefeng finished speaking, the howling of wolves immediately began again. The 3 pig-headed clansmen who were surrounded by the young elites from various factions and top-notch clans looked as if they had been struck by lightning. They were extremely agitated, and if not for the people beside them holding them back, they would have charged forward to fight Qubinong and Hongdou Liefeng to the death. The Emperor's order: kill him. You must kill him. Awoo. This prince must kill him. Awoo. What are you all standing there for? Didn't you hear the first prince's order? That guy deserves to die. Awoo. Around them, countless masters of the starry sky race wore strange expressions as they stared blankly at the three pig-headed clansmen in the middle of the crowd, not even daring to breathe loudly. On the other hand, the three pig-headed clansmen were incomparably excited. Their mouths were howling like pigs being slaughtered, one after another. The three of them were Long Xiang, Zhang Lingfeng, and Su Biqing. They were the crown prince of the Heavenly Chen Kingdom, the crown prince of the Heavenly Battle Kingdom, and the first prince of the Immortal Dynasty, but now, they had all become members of the Pighead clan. Their target, Yi Xian, had each given them a dozen slaps, directly turning them into pig heads. No one would have thought that Yi Xian would be so cruel. This guy is simply crazy. That was the consensus of all the Starry Sky cultivators. So, with the return of the first prince, Long Xiang, and the others, the follow-up actions were temporarily stopped. Facing such a crazy person, anyone would be nervous. The key was that this person was too important, and they couldn't kill him, so they would be in a passive position. Very soon, amidst the howls of the first prince, Long Xiang, and the other two princes, the younger generation of the various major powers and top-notch clans who were in a daze recounted the events that had transpired. The Starry Sky cultivators were originally a little confused, but when they heard that Ling Huchong slapped the first prince's ears without saying anything, he even said that the feeling was different. That was too arrogant, too much. You've gone too far. The Immortal Army's commander, Hubinong, was furious. He immediately wanted to send troops to attack Yi Xian, shouting that he would destroy the entire star. The first prince, Long Xiang, had followed him to the Heavenly Chen galaxy. Now that he was in such a big trouble, his face was so swollen that it could be compared to the Pighead clans. If he didn't give a proper explanation, he would be in for it later. So, Hubinong had no choice but to push a duck onto a perch. He had to make Ling Huchong pay the price for this. This matter is indeed too much. That brat is arrogant and unruly. It seems that it won't be so easy to recruit him. Besides, we can't sit idly by and watch the prince humiliate him. This matter can't be settled peacefully. In comparison, the Blue Fleet's commander, Hongdou Lai Feng, who represented the Federation's Overwatch Council, was much calmer. But even so, he didn't dare to offend the first prince. Although he wanted to comfort him, he didn't dare to say too much. After all, this is the Heavenly Battle Galaxy, and the Emperor is the ruler of this galaxy. No matter how angry we are, we can't do anything about it. I believe the Emperor won't just sit by and do nothing. Furthermore, if something really does go wrong in the end, with the Emperor's order, the first prince can. The meaning behind his words was very clear. He clearly wanted to pick him out. If he was the one who gave the order to launch an all-out attack, he was afraid that if something went wrong, he would be the one to carry the burden. But if this matter was given to the Emperor, no matter how big the mess was, there would be someone else to hold it up. It had nothing to do with him. The elites of the various factions present were all smart people. They all understood the meaning behind this. Immediately, many people puckered their lips in secret while the gazes they shot at Hongdou Lai Feng were filled with disdain. Shen Yuanziying, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru even rolled their eyes because they felt displeased no matter how they looked at this old fellow because he was truly too sinister. If the Emperor really gave the order to attack, wouldn't Yi Xian in the atmosphere of the galaxy be in danger? Emperor Tianzhan was naturally reluctant to talk about this matter, but now that the old geezer had instigated the first prince, Long Xiang, to bring it up, Emperor Tianzhan couldn't turn a blind eye to it even if he wanted to. Bastard! Humph, how dare you trick my idol? Just you wait, I'll report you to the Emperor. Not everyone can provoke a bastard. Old man, you actually dared to stab us in the back. This time, you've taken the bait. The three girls' faces were full of displeasure. They muttered to each other in a voice that only they could hear. Looking at each other, they had already privately sentenced Hongdou Lai Feng to death. Zhang Lingfeng, what do you say? First Prince Long Xiang clearly agreed with Hongdou Lai Feng's suggestion. He immediately looked at Zhang Lingfeng, who was also swollen like a pig, and roared like thunder. Your Highness, leave this matter to me. This is a test. Whether I'm your father or not, it all depends on this. Zhang Lingfeng was also full of resentment. There was no need for Long Xiang to pressure him. He gritted his teeth and opened the star net communication. Then, there was a mournful cry that made all the Starry Sky elites collapse on the spot. Father, there was no suspense in the final result. Although Emperor Tianzhan did not express his opinion on the spot, four extremely powerful elites of the heavenly stellar planet arrived 4 hours later. No one knew whether this was Emperor Tianzhan Wuzi's personal decision or the result after he reported it to the Empire. However, one thing was certain, and that was that the 4 elites sent by Emperor Tianzhan Wuzi were going to attack young Master Linghu on this abandoned planet. The 4 old men were all existences of the 12th realm, void rank 9 perfection. They came with the Emperor's decree. Their cultivation bases were only one step away from the 13th realm, Genesis realm. As for Linghu, young Master Linghu Chong, according to the latest information, which was obtained after the first prince and the others came into close contact with him and suffered a dozen slaps in the face, his cultivation base was the 9th realm, origin rank 7, the 9th realm, origin rank 7, against the 12th realm, void rank 9 perfection. What kind of concept was this? The difference of 3 realms was more than that. To be more precise, it was 3 realms plus 2 small realms. With such a terrifying difference in cultivation bases, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a chasm between heaven and earth. Even if only one of these existences was dispatched, young Master Linghu was destined to be completely crushed. There was no suspense. This was a one-sided massacre. No, it was not just a massacre. The disparity in strength was so great that the latter had an overwhelming advantage over Linghu Chong's life and death. If he wanted him to live, he would live. If he wanted him to die, he would die. If he did not want him to die, Linghu Chong would not be able to self-destruct even if he wanted to. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Zhang clan, the 4 supreme existences at the great perfection of the Void Realm level 9 attacked at the same time. They rushed into the atmosphere of the abandoned planet, intending to attack Xianxia, who was only at the origin level 7 of the 9th Great Realm. Seeing this, all the Starry Sky powerhouses secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Now, no matter how monstrous that young Master Linghu was, he was helpless. Even if he summoned that quasi-Starry Sky treasure level private warship with a shipboard killing system, it would be useless. Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were so angry that their eyebrows were raised. They wished they could slap these 4 shameless old men to death. However, they did not have the strength to do so, and they did not dare to show too much of their resentment. Otherwise, it would arouse suspicion, which would be even more unfavorable to Xianxia. He had his own reasons for wanting to hide his true identity. Although the 3 girls did not understand, they would not make a decision on their own and cause trouble for him. More importantly, they had confidence in Xianxia. Even if these 4 shameless old bastards joined forces, they still believed that Xianxia could resolve the crisis. At the very least, he could always escape. Thinking of this, little girl Chua was relieved and was no longer so worried. The 4 old men who attacked this time were at the great perfection of the Void Realm level 9. They were the top experts of the Heavenly War Empire's royal family. Even the current Emperor Heavenly War, Zhang Wuzi, had to call them his uncles. Of course, these 4 people were not the strongest in the Heavenly War Empire's royal family. In fact, even their junior, Emperor Heavenly War, Zhang Wuzi, had reached the great perfection of the Void Realm level 9, which was equivalent to their strength. There were still stronger existences in the Heavenly War Empire's royal family. However, it was already very generous of the Emperor Zhang Wuzi to send out these 4 uncles who were on par with him. After all, he was only dealing with an ant in the 9th realm, the origin 7th order. Any one of the 4 would be able to crush him. Now that they were working together, there was no suspense at all. Very few people knew the name of this old man, but because he was one of the elders of the Heavenly War Empire and appeared the most frequently in the Empire's affairs, over time, the officials of the Heavenly War Empire affectionately called him Zhan 1, Zhan 2, Zhan 3, and Zhan 4. Although the 4 of them were origin level 9 of the Void Realm level 9, because of their different cultivation techniques, they all had their own strengths. Zhani was the most domineering. The martial art he cultivated was a kind of boundless slaughter mantra. He possessed 3 types of slaughter divine abilities: Heaven Illusion Earth Slaughter, Heaven Exterminating Slaughter, and Boundless Slaughter. War 2 was a sword cultivator. Over the years, he had condensed 9 sword talismans: the Origin Sword Talisman, the Life Sword Talisman, the Death Sword Talisman, the Thunder Sword Talisman, the Illusion Sword Talisman, the Lightning Sword Talisman, the Fire Sword Talisman, the Slaughter Sword Talisman, the God Sword Talisman, and so on. As for War 3, he was an expert in the bloodline technique. His technique was called the 3 Dragon Snake Transformations, the Flood Dragon Transformation, the Giant Dragon Transformation, and the Thunder Dragon Transformation. War 4 had encountered an extraterrestrial demon during his cultivation and had a close shave with death. In the end, it was a blessing in disguise. He accidentally comprehended the life and death chi and cultivated the life and death Tao formula. He turned into the yin-yang face and the life and death body. He was the most mysterious among the 4 of them. At this moment, the 4 Void Realm old monsters rushed into the interior of this abandoned planet at the same time. They immediately took up positions in 4 directions in the northern ice field of the Star Realm, surrounding Xianxia, who was standing in the center of the ice field with a sneer. "Kid, you can't escape today. I advise you to stop resisting so that you won't suffer more pain. You're too conceited." Indeed, since ancient times, there are very few young people like you who have such monstrous talent in the 3 fields of medicine, equipment, and array. But remember, you haven't grown up yet. No matter how monstrous a talent you are, if you can't grow up, you will eventually be annihilated in the long river of time and forgotten by history. The Celestial Emperor loves talents and can't bear to see you die so early, so he asked the 4 of us to come. At the same time, the 4 of us also admire you. Now, we'll give you a chance. As long as you immediately swear a Tao oath in front of the 4 of us to be loyal to the Zhang clan of the Heaven Battle Empire, we'll spare your life today. Furthermore, from now on, my Zhang clan will fully support your growth. The entire Heavenly Battle Empire will be your support. Your path to growth will be smooth sailing, and you won't have to worry about dying before you've fully matured. Kid, this is a rare opportunity. Whether it's the Celestial Emperor of Heaven Battle or the 4 of us, we don't often have this kind of kindness. Don't make a mistake. You must seize this rare opportunity, Ba. After the 4 old men finished speaking, Xianxia rolled his eyes and directly spat loudly. Then, he sneered and ridiculed, "What is the Zhang clan? Just now, there was a guy who claimed to be the first prince of the Heaven Battle Empire who came to recruit me. Is the Immortal Dynasty not better than your Heaven Battle Empire? You don't even put this young master in your eyes," slapping him in the face. "What are you 4 dogs worth? Also, the prince of the Immortal Dynasty just came to recruit me, and you 4 bastards immediately ran over, saying that you represent the Zhang clan of the Heavenly Battle Empire, and asked this young master to swear a Tao oath in front of you, that I will be loyal to your Zhang clan. This young master wants to know one thing: does the Immortal Dynasty know what you're doing? If they don't know, isn't this the same as deceiving the Emperor? If this young master goes out and spreads what you just said, how many days do you think the so-called Zhang clan of the Heavenly War Empire will be able to live freely? Bold thief, you dare to sow discord. When have we ever been disloyal to the Heaven Battle Empire? It seems that we can't let you live today." That's right. This kid harbors ill intentions. Although he possesses extraordinary talent, his heart is too wicked. Today, we have no choice but to kill him here. I presume that he has left behind some jade slips related to the 3 ultimate techniques of medicine, tools, and formations. The effects will be the same if we seize it. Humph, do you really think that you can look down on the world with a top-level battle armor and a small private battleship engraved with a void-killing array? Today, the 4 of us will teach you how to behave. Why talk nonsense with him? He's just a little ant, just kill him." Seeing that not only did Xianxia not appreciate their kindness, but he even mocked them coldly and threatened to announce what they had just said, the 4 old fellows were instantly enraged and their killing intent rose. At the same time, a monstrous aura roared out from the bodies of the 4 old things. For supreme existences at the pinnacle of the 9th step of the void had joined hands to deal with a junior at the 7th step of the origin. At this moment, they had actually unleashed their full cultivation. It was clear that they were determined to suppress Xianxia on the spot. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Xianxia went berserk. "You're just 3 shameless old men. What right do you have to scold this young master? Aren't you just relying on your superior numbers and powerful cultivation? This young master would like to see if you have the ability to suppress this young master today. Before the four old men could finish speaking, Xian interrupted them with a shout. As he ridiculed them, he waved his hand and summoned the indestructible glass armor and directly entered the second mecha state. Moreover, the withered demon blood blade was also summoned. It expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a ferocious-looking blood-black demonic blade with monstrous flames. It was nearly 10 feet long, about the same height as the giant mecha. The mecha raised its right arm and held it horizontally across its chest. An incomparably ferocious murderous aura instantly spread out. This was the first time the four old men had seen such a scene. It was too mighty. The giant mecha was 10 feet tall, and the ferocious demonic blade was 10 feet long. The two were perfectly blended together, and the momentum was unparalleled. In the blink of an eye, the four old men were shocked, and their murderous intent grew even stronger. Heaven Illusion Kill. Death Sword Talisman. Thunder Dragon Transformation. Wither and Glory Dual Evils Wither Sky Dome. As the murderous intent rose in their hearts, the four shameless old men summoned their trump cards at the same time. With a roar, their figures flashed, and endless murderous power rolled toward Xian from 4 different directions at the same time. On the east side, Xianxia summoned one of the 3 killing techniques of the Limitless Slaughter Mantra, the Heaven Illusion Kill. As a terrifying energy that overturned the sky and earth surged out from his body, that part of the sky turned into a murderous cage. The strong wind was endless, and it covered Xian from head to toe. On the west side, Xianxia summoned one of the 9 sword talismans, the Death Sword Talisman. The endless murderous aura that surged out from his body drew in the sharp metal power of heaven and earth, and turned into a killing heavenly blade that was 500 feet long. It shone with a boundless golden light, and with an incomparably sharp momentum, it slashed toward Xian. In the southern region, Zhan San had activated one of the 3 great abilities of the Dragon Snake's 3 transformations bloodline, the Thunder Dragon Transformation. His entire body transformed into a lightning dragon that was nearly 3,000 meters long. His entire body was wrapped in a boundless lightning aura, and lightning exploded as he roared and bit towards Xian. In the northern region, the most mysterious of the 4, Xianxia, stood in place. He didn't make any big movements, but just waved his hand casually. In an instant, he melted an endless ice sheet in the northern region of the ice field. Under the ice sheet, a large number of icy creatures and ferocious beasts that were originally hidden under the ice sheet were revealed. At this moment, the vitality of these endless ice beasts seemed to have been sucked out of their bodies in an instant, and they turned into dry bones at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, in less than half an instant, countless dry bones of the ice field beasts rushed into the sky and gathered together, condensing into a white bone withered demon beast that was 10,000 feet long. With a monstrous withered demon aura, it seemed to want to devour all the vitality between heaven and earth, and it rushed toward Xian. The 4 supreme existences of the 9th level of the Void Realm Perfection stage all attacked at the same time. They used the magical powers that they were best at, whistling toward Xian from 4 different directions. This scene was so shocking that even Xian felt a sense of trepidation in an instant. He had no doubt that if these 4 terrifying magical powers and techniques hit him at the same time, or even if it was only one of them, even if he had the protection of the indestructible glass armor, the final result would still be the same. Perhaps, the full force of these 4 old fellows wouldn't be able to destroy the quasi-starry sky treasure indestructible glass armor, but Xian, who was inside the armor, was too weak after all, and was 3 whole realms away from them. In this kind of situation, even if the indestructible glass armor was undamaged, it was extremely likely that Xian would be forcefully shaken to death within the armor. Back then, hadn't he also used the Thunder Emperor seal to kill that powerful core member of the Tianji clan using this method? Thinking of this, Xian did not hesitate. He immediately put away the withered demon blood blade that he had just summoned. He had indeed planned to fight to his heart's content with these 4 old guys, but now, it seemed that he had been too confident in himself. Although he had the terrifying ability to fight above his level, at most, he could only fight above 1 realm. If the cultivation gap between him and his enemy was 2 realms, Xian had no chance at all with his own strength and foundation. After all, he wasn't a devouring avatar. That fellow had an innate crystal body, and the strength of his body was frighteningly high. Innate, he was already in an invincible position. In this regard, Yi Xian, who hadn't fully evolved his physical body, would never be able to compare to him. Of course, although the doppelganger was strong, Yi Xian was not weak either. They both had their own strengths. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's main body could not use some of the divine abilities that he was proficient in at the moment, such as the fallen sky bow and the Rai Di seal. Once these supreme techniques and bloodline divine abilities were used, his identity would be exposed immediately. Then, there was no need to use them at all. Rather than that, it would be better to directly activate the planar coordinate jump ability and escape. He could leave this place with a single thought and appear in the Death Star vortex in the gap between the territories of the two great factions of the human race, but Yi Xian was unwilling to leave. He was unwilling, if he escaped this time, unless he completely abandoned his identity as young Master Linghu in the future. Once he appeared again, all the powerful factions and powerful families of the human race in the third universe would immediately rush over like flies that had smelled the scent. They would quickly surround and hunt him down again. Although these guys were disgusting flies, Yi Xian did not think of himself as a stinking egg. He wanted to fight back. He wanted to beat all of them so that they would not dare to chase after him with such a mentality of absolute suppression, and to achieve this, everything had to start from today's battle. If he successfully counterattacked and defeated these 4 shameless old void monsters in this battle, then even if there were still those who were unwilling to give up and secretly coveted him in the future, at least they would not be as brazen as they were now. In short, killing might was something that was forcefully built up by relying on countless bones and endless deaths. If one didn't want to be bullied by others, if one wanted to be free and unfettered, and not be casually harassed, then the only way out was only one word, and that was kill. Ah, you 4 shameless old flies, do you really think this young master is a soft persimmon that you can knead as you please? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian, whose anger had been completely ignited, raised his head and roared. He had decided to completely throw caution to the wind today. In order to roam the third universe with the identity of young Master Linghu in the future, and in the process of searching for all kinds of follow-up gene fluids, Yi Xian was going to start a massacre today. He was going to beat these shameless guys until they were afraid. Since he was going to make a scene, he might as well make it big. As he raised his head and roared, Yi Xian's eyes were already blood-red. This was the rhythm of a complete rampage. He rarely appeared in this state after entering the starry sky, but as soon as he broke out today, he could not stop. Today, the 4 of you, even if you don't die, you will lose a layer of skin. Xiao. Cauldron Soar, you 4, even if you don't die today, you'll still lose a layer of skin, Xiao. Amidst his furious roar, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. Following an incomparably ear-piercing sound, a green light was suddenly thrown out by Yi Xian. This green light was actually the farmer god cauldron in his knowledge sea. Of course, Yi Xian didn't use the farmer god pestle that came with the cauldron. Just the cauldron alone was enough to make people jealous. In any case, he was only using it to suppress his opponents. There was no need to use the farmer god pestle. Yi Xian didn't plan to use this pair of primordial treasures together. That would be too obvious. Even a fool would know what it meant. And as long as Yi Xian didn't use the farmer god pestle, even if everyone knew that he had already refined and collected the Medicine King's ancient tablet, the tablet didn't show the farmer god pestle's original appearance, so no one would think of that. The reason why Yi Xian decided to use the farmer god cauldron now was because he had no other choice. Linghu Chong was known as the peerless genius of the alchemy, crafting, and array arts masters. Now, he was a supreme treasure in the eyes of the major forces. His identity was only the young master of a fallen family. It could be said that he didn't have any backing. Everyone thought that he was a soft persimmon and wanted to reach out and pinch him. Although his armor was freakish and his small private battleship was equipped with a huge killing array, these methods could be used to deal with some Void Realm Starry Sky Masters. Once he faced the 13th Realm Genesis Realm or the 14th Realm Cosmic Light Masters, they were basically no deterrent. Therefore, if Yi Xian still planned to use this identity to travel through the third universe, he would have to display a new method of deterrence. Even the primordial domain of the 13th Great Realm, or even the cosmic light level experts of the 14th Great Realm, would be able to threaten them. The fallen sky bow and the Rai Di seal could do this, but Yi Xian couldn't use it. Once he used it, it would immediately be exposed. Helpless, he could only use the farmer god cauldron. In any case, the cauldron had already been refined by him. Even if others were jealous, they couldn't do anything about it. In fact, even before Xian refined it, this cauldron had been standing in the vast void of the Medicine King's remains in the form of a huge star for countless years, but no one had ever been able to move it or take it away. It was said that there was even an almighty figure of the 15th level who tried to attack, but in the end, he still retreated helplessly, unable to move at all. If not for this, Xian would not have taken out this cauldron so easily. Boom, at that moment, as the green light shot out from the center of Xian's brows, it expanded with the wind. In less than a breath's time it had turned into a huge planet. The atmosphere of the abandoned planet under his feet was blown away. The aura was too strong, and the ground under his feet instantly cracked inch by inch. This abandoned planet obviously could not be protected. After this battle, it would completely collapse and turn into cosmic dust. There was a huge explosion. Xianxia had used one of the 3 killing techniques of the limitless slaughtering mantra, the illusory murder of heaven and earth. A terrifying energy that could overturn the heavens and earth surged out from within his body. The killing cage that had been formed by the mighty power of heaven and earth collapsed completely in an instant. For a time, the wind was endless, raging in the vast void of the Milky Way. Immediately afterward, the thousands of feet-long white-bone withered demon beast that was condensed from the bones of countless ice-field beasts rushed into the sky and gathered together. At this moment, it let out a low howl as if it was unexpectedly frightened. This beast's body was full of a monstrous withered aura, as if it wanted to devour all the vitality in the world. Originally, it was rushing towards Xian with boundless ferocity. But at this moment, facing the farmer god cauldron that was descending with a loud howl, it turned around and retreated. Unfortunately, it was all too late. The giant cauldron was like a huge star that appeared out of nowhere. As soon as it came into contact with the killing cage, it collapsed. Then, at the same moment that the 1,000-feet-long white-bone withered demon beast turned around, it suddenly smashed towards it without any suspense. Bang! There was no cracking sound of bones, only a low and oppressive bang. The 1,000-feet-long withered demon beast's entire body collapsed in an instant, turning into dust. It was blown away by the terrifying chi brought by the giant cauldron that descended from the sky, and instantly disappeared without a trace. Ding! At the same time, the sword talisman that Xianxia used to transport death stimulated the endless killing aura surging out of his body. The heavenly blade of slaughter that was formed by the sharp metal force of heaven and earth also slashed onto the body of the farmer god cauldron at the same time, emitting a crisp sound of metal clashing. This heavenly blade of slaughter was 500 feet long and was condensed from countless sharp metal force. It shone with a boundless and dazzling golden light, and its momentum could be said to be incomparably sharp. Originally, it was aimed at Xian's head, but now, it was directly blocked by the farmer god cauldron. The result made everyone speechless. Accompanied by a ringing sound, the heavenly blade of slaughter that was so sharp that it could almost split open the sky and space actually didn't slow down in the slightest and directly shattered. Countless sharp metal fragments of various sizes that were suffused with golden light instantly exploded, and then rumbled and dispersed, turning into specks of golden starry rain that dispersed and illuminated a small area of space in an extremely dazzling manner. Pft! 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 At this moment, Xianxia, and Xianxia all opened their mouths at the same time as if they had agreed to it. The world cage, heavenly blade of slaughter, and the withered demon beast earlier were all condensed from their own strongest abilities, and could be said to be closely related to their own bodies. Now that their attacks were blocked and forcefully destroyed, the 3 old fellows suffered a backlash and were heavily injured in the blink of an eye. Although it was not life-threatening, their faces were as pale as paper. From the looks of it, they would definitely not be able to make a move for a while. It was only at this moment that cries of surprise suddenly rang out. What? This is the Medicine King Cauldron? This is actually the supreme cauldron in the Medicine King's ruins. It has been floating in the void like a star for countless years, and no one has ever been able to move it. How could it appear here now? This is impossible. Impossible, this kid is only at the origin 7th stage. How could he refine the supreme cauldron that even the almighty Qianquan can't move? This is King illogical. Monster. He's simply a monster. Run, this cauldron is too terrifying. There was once an almighty Chankuan who tried to cut it open with all his might, but in the end, a supreme divine weapon of the primordial era collapsed. We can't move it at all. If we are crushed by it, even if we don't die, we will be completely suppressed and won't be able to make a comeback. Following these cries of surprise, Xianxia, and Xianxia didn't even bother to wipe the blood from the corners of their mouths. Their expressions changed drastically as they turned around and retreated. At this moment, Yi Xian sneered as he turned around and swept his gaze in another direction. End of chapter 33:13. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.